and his attendant. This right of hospitality, however, does not extend to storing grapes. A slave who eats of the storing grapes or figs shall be beaten, and the freeman be dismissed with a warning. Pears, apples, pomegranates may be taken secretly, but he who is detected in the act of taking them shall be lightly beaten off, if he be not more than 30 years of age. The stranger and the elder may partake of them, but not carry any away. The latter, if he does not obey the law, shall fail in the competition of virtue, if anybody brings up his offense against him. Water is also in need of protection, being the greatest element of nutrition, and, unlike the other elements, soil, air, and sun, which conspire in the growth of plants, easily polluted, and therefore he who spoils another's water, whether in springs or reservoirs, either by trenching or theft, or by means of poisonous substances, shall pay the damage and purify the stream. At the getting in of the harvest, everybody shall have a right of way over his neighbor's ground, provided he is careful to do no damage beyond the trespass, or if he himself will gain 3 times as much as his neighbor loses. Of all this the magistrates are to take cognizance, and they are to assess the damage where the injury does not exceed 3 minae. Cases of greater damage can be tried only in the public courts. A charge against a magistrate is to be referred to the public courts, and anyone who is found guilty of deciding corruptly shall pay twofold to the aggrieved person. Matters of detail relating to punishments and modes of procedure, and summonses and witnesses to summonses, do not require the mature wisdom of the aged legislator. The younger generation may determine them according to their experience, but when once determined, they shall remain unaltered. The following are to be the regulations respecting handicrafts. No citizen or servant of a citizen is to practice them. For the citizen has already an art and mystery, which is the care of the state, and no man can practice 2 arts, or practice one and superintend another. No smith should be a carpenter, and no carpenter, having many slaves who are smiths, should look after them himself, but let each man practice one art which shall be his means of livelihood. The wardens of the city should see to this, punishing the citizen who offends with temporary deprival of his rights. The foreigner shall be imprisoned, fined, exiled. Any disputes about contracts shall be determined by the wardens of the city up to 50 drachmae, above that sum by the public courts. No customs are to be exacted either on imports or exports. Nothing unnecessary is to be imported from abroad, whether for the service of the gods or for the use of man, neither purple, nor other dyes, nor frankincense, and nothing needed in the country is to be exported. These things are to be decided on by the 12 guardians of the law who are next in seniority to the 5 elders. Arms and the materials of war are to be imported and exported only with the consent of the generals, and then only by the state. There is to be no retail trade either in these or any other articles. For the distribution of the produce of the country, the Cretan laws afford a rule which may be usefully followed. All shall be required to distribute corn, grain, animals, and other valuable produce into 12 portions. Each of these shall be subdivided into 3 parts, one for freemen, another for servants, and the third shall be sold for the supply of artisans, strangers, and metics. These portions must be equal whether the produce be much or little, and the master of a household may distribute the 2 portions among his family and his slaves as he pleases. The remainder is to be measured out to the animals. Next, as to the houses in the country, there shall be 12 villages, one in the center of each of the 12 portions. And in every village there shall be temples and an agora, also shrines for heroes or for any old Magnesian deities who linger about the place. In every division there shall be temples of Hestia, Zeus, and Athene, as well as of the local deity, surrounded by buildings on eminences, which will be the guard houses of the rural police. The dwellings of the artisans will be thus arranged. the artisans shall be formed into 13 guilds, one of which will be divided into 12 parts and settled in the city. Of the rest there shall be one in each division of the country. And the magistrates will fix them on the spots where they will cause the least inconvenience and be most serviceable in supplying the wants of the husbandmen. The care of the agora will fall to the wardens of the agora. Their first duty will be the regulation of the temples which surround the marketplace, and their second to see that the markets are orderly and that fair dealing is observed. They will also take care that the sales which the citizens are required to make to strangers are duly executed. The law shall be that on the first day of each month the auctioneers to whom the sale is entrusted shall offer grain. And at this sale 1/12th part of the whole shall be exposed, and the foreigner shall supply his wants for a month. On the 10th there shall be a sale of liquids, and on the 23rd of animals, skins, woven or woolen stuffs, and other things which husbandmen have to sell and foreigners want to buy. None of these commodities, any more than barley or flour or any other food, may be retailed by a citizen to a citizen, but foreigners may sell them to one another in the foreigners' market. There must also be butchers who will sell parts of animals to foreigners and craftsmen and their servants, and foreigners may buy firewood wholesale of the commissioners of woods and may sell retail to foreigners. All other goods must be sold in the market at some place indicated by the magistrates and shall be paid for on the spot. He who gives credit and is cheated will have no redress. In buying or selling, any excess or diminution of what the law allows shall be registered. The same rule is to be observed about the property of metics. Anybody who practices a handicraft may come and remain 20 years from the day on which he is enrolled. At the expiration of this time, he shall take what he has and depart. The only condition which is to be imposed upon him as the tax of his sojourn is good conduct, and he is not to pay any tax for being allowed to buy or sell. But if he wants to extend the time of his sojourn and has done any service to the state, and he can persuade the council and assembly to grant his request, he may remain. The children of metics may also be metics, and the period of 20 years during which they are permitted to sojourn is to count in their case from their 15th year. No mention occurs in the laws of the doctrine of ideas. The will of God, the authority of the legislator, and the dignity of the soul have taken their place in the mind of Plato. If we ask what is that truth or principle which, towards the end of his life, seems to have absorbed him most, like the idea of good in the Republic, or of beauty in the Symposium, or of the unity of virtue in the Protagoras, we should answer, the priority of the soul to the body. His later system mainly hangs upon this. In the laws, as in the sophist and statesman, we pass out of the region of metaphysical or transcendental ideas into that of psychology. The opening of the 5th book, though abrupt and unconnected in style, is one of the most elevated passages in Plato. The religious feeling which he seeks to diffuse over the commonest actions of life, the blessedness of living in the truth, the great mistake of a man living for himself, the pity as well as anger which should be felt at evil, the kindness due to the suppliant and the stranger, have the temper of Christian philosophy. The remark that elder men, if they want to educate others, should begin by educating themselves, the necessity of creating a spirit of obedience in the citizens, the desirableness of limiting property, the importance of parochial districts, each to be placed under the protection of some god or demigod, have almost the tone of a modern writer. In many of his views of politics, Plato seems to us, like some politicians of our own time, to be half socialist, half conservative. In the laws, we remark a change in the place assigned by him to pleasure and pain. There are two ways in which even the ideal systems of morals may regard them. Either like the Stoics and other ascetics, we may say that pleasure must be eradicated, or if this seems unreal to us, we may affirm that virtue is the true pleasure, And then, as Aristotle says, to be brought up to take pleasure in what we ought, exercises a great and paramount influence on human life. Aristotle, Nicomachean Ethics X1. Or as Plato says in the Laws, a man will recognize the noblest life as having the greatest pleasure and the least pain, if he have a true taste. V 732e following. If we admit that pleasures differ in kind, the opposition between these two modes of speaking is rather verbal than real, and in the greater part of the writings of Plato they alternate with each other. In the Republic, the mere suggestion that pleasure may be the chief good is received by Socrates with a cry of abhorrence, vi 509a, but in the Philebus, innocent pleasures vindicate their right to a place in the scale of goods, 66d. In the Protagoras, 357, speaking in the person of Socrates rather than in his own, Plato admits the calculation of pleasure to be the true basis of ethics, while in the Phaedo, 69, he indignantly denies that the exchange of one pleasure for another is the exchange of virtue. So wide of the mark are they who would attribute to Plato entire consistency in thoughts or words. He acknowledges that the second state is inferior to the first. In this, at any rate, he is consistent, and he still casts longing eyes upon the ideal, v 739. Several features of the first are retained in the second. The education of men and women is to be as far as possible the same, Romans 7, 804 following, especially 805c. They are to have common meals, though separate, the men by themselves. The women with their children, Romans 7, 806e, and they are both to serve in the army, Romans 7, 805, 806. The citizens, if not actually communists, are in spirit communistic. They are to be lovers of equality, v 741a. Only a certain amount of wealth is permitted to them, vi 754, and their burdens and also their privileges are to be proportioned to this, vi 765c, Roman 12 955d. The constitution in the laws is a timocracy of wealth, v 744d, modified by an aristocracy of merit, vi 755. Roman 12 951. Yet the political philosopher will observe that the first of these two principles is fixed and permanent, while the latter is uncertain and dependent on the opinion of the multitude. Wealth, after all, plays a great part in the Second Republic of Plato. Like other politicians, he deems that a property qualification will contribute stability to the state, Roman 3 698b, c. The four classes are derived from the constitution of Athens. Just as the form of the city, which is clustered around a citadel set on a hill, vi 778c, is suggested by the Acropolis at Athens. Plato, writing under Pythagorean influences, seems really to have supposed that the well-being of the city depended almost as much on the number 5040 as on justice and moderation, v 741a, b. But he is not prevented by Pythagoreanism from observing the effects which climate and soil exercise on the characters of nations, v 747. He was doubtful in the Republic whether the ideal or communistic state could be realized, but was at the same time prepared to maintain that whether it existed or not made no difference to the philosopher, who will in any case regulate his life by it. Republic, Roman 9 592b. He has now lost faith in the practicability of his scheme. He is speaking to men, and not to gods or sons of gods. Laws, Roman 9 853c. Yet he still maintains it to be the true pattern of the state, which we must approach as nearly as possible, v 739e. As Aristotle says, after having created a more general form of state, he gradually brings it round to the other. Politics, Roman 2:6, section 4. He does not observe, either here or in the Republic, that in such a commonwealth there would be little room for the development of individual character. In several respects, the second state is an improvement on the first, especially in being based more distinctly on the dignity of the soul. The standard of truth, justice, temperance is as high as in the Republic, in one respect higher, for temperance is now regarded not as a virtue, but as the condition of all virtue, Romans 3:696. It is finally acknowledged that the virtues are all one and connected, I 630a, and that if they are separated, courage is the lowest of them, I 631c. The treatment of moral questions is less speculative but more human. The idea of good has disappeared. The excellences of individuals, of him who is faithful in a civil broil, I 630, of the examiner who is incorruptible, Romans 12:947, are the patterns to which the lives of the citizens are to conform. Plato is never weary of speaking of the honor of the soul, which can only be honored truly by being improved, v. 727 following, to make the soul as good as possible, and to prepare her for communion with the gods in another world by communion with divine virtue in this, is the end of life, x 904d. If the Republic is far superior to the laws in form and style, and perhaps in reach of thought, the laws leave on the mind of the modern reader much more strongly the impression of a struggle against evil and an enthusiasm for human improvement. When Plato says that he must carry out that part of his ideal which is practicable, Laws v. 746, he does not appear to have reflected that part of an ideal cannot be detached from the whole. The great defect of both his constitutions is the fixedness which he seeks to impress upon them. He had seen the Athenian Empire, almost within the limits of his own life, wax and wane, but he never seems to have asked himself what would happen if, a century from the time at which he was writing, the Greek character should have as much changed as in the century which had preceded. He fails to perceive that the greater part of the political life of a nation is not that which is given them by their legislators, but that which they give themselves. He has never reflected that without progress there cannot be order, and that mere order can only be preserved by an unnatural and despotic repression. The possibility of a great nation or of an universal empire arising never occurred to him. He sees the enfeebled and distracted state of the Hellenic world in his own later life, and thinks that the remedy is to make the laws unchangeable. The same want of insight is apparent in his judgments about art. He would like to have the forms of sculpture and of music fixed as in Egypt. He does not consider that this would be fatal to the true principles of art, which, as Socrates had himself taught, was to give life, Xenophon Memorabilia, Romans 3:10-6. We wonder how, familiar as he was with the statues of Pheidias, he could have endured the lifeless and half-monstrous works of Egyptian sculpture. The chants of Isis, Laws Roman 2:657b, we might think, would have been barbarous in an Athenian ear. But although he is aware that there are some things which are not so well among the children of the Nile, Roman 12:953e, v. 747c, he is deeply struck with the stability of Egyptian institutions. Both in politics and in art, Plato seems to have seen no way of bringing order out of disorder, except by taking a step backwards. Antiquity, compared with the world in which he lived, had a sacredness and authority for him. The men of a former age were supposed by him to have had a sense of reverence which was wanting among his contemporaries, Roman 12:948b, c. He could imagine the early stages of civilization. He never thought of what the future might bring forth. His experience is confined to 2 or 3 centuries, to a few Greek states, and to an uncertain report of Egypt and the East. There are many ways in which the limitations of their knowledge affected the genius of the Greeks. In criticism, they were like children, having an acute vision of things which were near to them, blind to possibilities which were in the distance. The colony is to receive from the mother country her original constitution, and some of the first guardians of the law, vi 752. The guardians of the law are to be ministers of justice, Roman 9, 855d, and the president of education is to take precedence of them all, vi 765e. They are to keep the registers of property, vi 754d. To make regulations for trade, Roman 11, 920c, and they are to be superannuated at 70 years of age, vi 755b. Several questions of modern politics, such as the limitation of property, vi 754d, the enforcement of education, Romans 7, 804d, the relations of classes, vi 759b, are anticipated by Plato. He hopes that in his state will be found neither poverty nor riches, every man having the necessaries of life. He need not go fortune hunting in marriage, vi 774c. Almost in the spirit of the gospel he would say, how hardly can a rich man dwell in a perfect state? For he cannot be a good man who is always gaining too much and spending too little. Laws v 742e following. Compare Aristotle Nicomachean Ethics, Roman 4:2, section 3. Plato, though he admits wealth as a political element, would deny that material prosperity can be the foundation of a really great community. A man's soul, as he often says, is more to be esteemed than his body, and his body than external goods. He repeats Roman 4, 705b, the complaint which has been made in all ages, that the love of money is the corruption of states. He has a sympathy with thieves and burglars, many of whom are men of ability and greatly to be pitied, because their souls are hungering and thirsting all their lives long, v 831e following. But he has little sympathy with shopkeepers or retailers, although he makes the reflection, which sometimes occurs to ourselves, that such occupations, if they were carried on honestly by the best men and women, would be delightful and honorable, Roman 11, 918d. For traders and artisans, a moderate gain was, in his opinion, best, Roman 11, 920c. He has never, like modern writers, idealized the wealth of nations, v 742c following, any more than he has worked out the problems of political economy, which among the ancients had not yet grown into a science. The isolation of Greek states, their constant wars, the want of a free industrial population, and of the modern methods and instruments of credit, prevented any great extension of commerce among them, and so hindered them from forming a theory of the laws which regulate the accumulation and distribution of wealth. The constitution of the army is aristocratic and also democratic. Official appointment is combined with popular election. The two principles are carried out as follows. The guardians of the law nominate generals, out of whom 3 are chosen by those who are or have been of the age for military service, and the generals elected have the nomination of certain of the inferior offices. But if either in the case of generals or of the inferior offices, anyone is ready to swear that he knows of a better man than those nominated, he may put the claims of his candidate to the vote of the whole army, or of the division of the service which he will, if elected, command, vi 755. There is a general assembly, but its functions, except at elections, are hardly noticed. Compare vi 758d and 764a. In the election of the bull, Plato again attempts to mix aristocracy and democracy. This is effected, first as in the Serbian constitution, by balancing wealth and numbers, for it cannot be supposed that those who possessed a higher qualification were equal in number with those who had a lower, and yet they have an equal number of representatives. In the second place, all classes are compelled to vote in the election of senators from the first and second class, but the fourth class is not compelled to elect from the third, nor the third and fourth from the fourth. Thirdly, out of the 180 persons who are thus chosen from each of the four classes, 720 in all, 360 are to be taken by lot. These form the council for the year, VI 756. These political adjustments of Plato's will be criticized by the practical statesman as being for the most part fanciful and ineffectual. He will observe, first of all, that the only real check on democracy is the division into classes. The second of the three proposals, though ingenious, and receiving some light from the apathy to politics which is often shown by the higher classes in a democracy, would have little power in times of excitement and peril, when the precaution was most needed. At such political crises, all the lower classes would vote equally with the higher. The subtraction of half the persons chosen at the first election by the chances of the lot would not raise the character of the senators, and is open to the objection of uncertainty, which necessarily attends this and similar schemes of double representative government. Nor can the voters be expected to retain the continuous political interest required for carrying out such a proposal as Plato's, who could select 180 persons of each class fitted to be senators, and whoever were chosen by the voter in the first instance, his wishes might be neutralized by the action of the lot. Yet the scheme of Plato is not really so extravagant as the actual constitution of Athens, in which all the senators appear to have been elected by lot. Letta 1 F00, pi Letta 1 F78, cap upsilon alpha mu omicron upsilon, beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon upsilon tau alpha iota, at least after the revolution made by Cleisthenes. For the constitution of the Senate, which was established by Solon, probably had some aristocratic features, though their precise nature is unknown to us. The ancients knew that election by lot was the most democratic of all modes of appointment, seeming to say in the objectionable sense that one man is as good as another. Plato, who is desirous of mingling different elements, makes a partial use of the lot, which he applies to candidates already elected by vote. He attempts also to devise a system of checks and balances, such as he supposes to have been intended by the ancient legislators. We are disposed to say to him, as he himself says in a remarkable passage, Roman 4:709a, that no man ever legislates, but accidents of all sorts, which legislate for us in all sorts of ways. The violence of war and the hard necessity of poverty are constantly overturning governments and changing laws. And yet, as he adds, the true legislator is still required. He must cooperate with circumstances. Many things which are ascribed to human foresight are the result of chance. Ancient, and in a less degree modern political constitutions are never consistent with themselves, because they are never framed on a single design, but are added to from time to time as new elements arise and gain the preponderance in the state. We often attribute to the wisdom of our ancestors great political effects, which have sprung unforeseen from the accident of the situation. Power, not wisdom, is most commonly the source of political revolutions, and the result, as in the Roman Republic, of the coexistence of opposite elements in the same state is not a balance of power or an equable progress of liberal principles, but a conflict of forces, of which one or other may happen to be in the ascendant. In Greek history, as well as in Plato's conception of it, this progression by antagonism involves reaction. The aristocracy expands into democracy and returns again to tyranny. The constitution of the laws may be said to consist, besides the magistrates, mainly of three elements, an administrative council, the judiciary, and the nocturnal council, which is an intellectual aristocracy composed of priests and the 10 eldest guardians of the law and some younger co-opted members. To this latter chiefly are assigned the functions of legislation, but to be exercised with a sparing hand. The powers of the ordinary council are administrative rather than legislative. The whole number of 360, as in the Athenian constitution, is distributed among the months of the year according to the number of the tribes. Not more than 1/12 is to be in office at once, so that the government would be made up of 12 administrations succeeding one another in the course of the year. They are to exercise a general superintendence, and like the Athenian councillors, are to preside in monthly divisions over all assemblies, vi 758. Of the ecclesia over which they presided, vi 758d, see above, little is said, and that little relates to comparatively trifling duties, Roman 8, 850. Nothing is less present to the mind of Plato than a House of Commons, carrying on year by year the work of legislation, for he supposes the laws to be already provided. As little would he approve of a body like the Roman Senate. The people and the aristocracy alike are to be represented, not by assemblies, but by officers elected for 1 or 2 years, except the guardians of the law, who are elected for 20 years, vi 755b. The evils of this system are obvious. If in any state, as Plato says in the Statesman, 292e, it is easier to find 50 good draft players than 50 good rulers, the greater part of the 360 who compose the council must be unfitted to rule. The unfitness would be increased by the short period during which they held office. There would be no traditions of government among them, as in a Greek or Italian oligarchy, and no individual would be responsible for any of their acts. Everything seems to have been sacrificed to a false notion of equality, according to which all have a turn of ruling and being ruled. In the constitution of the Magnesian state, Plato has not emancipated himself from the limitations of ancient politics. His government may be described as a democracy of magistrates elected by the people. He never troubles himself about the political consistency of his scheme. He does indeed say that the greater part of the good of this world arises, not from equality, but from proportion, which he calls the judgment of Zeus, vi 757. Compare Aristotle's distributive justice, Nicomachean Ethics v5, but he hardly makes any attempt to carry out the principle in practice. There is no attempt to proportion representation to merit, nor is there anybody in his commonwealth which represents the life either of a class or of the whole state. The manner of appointing magistrates is taken chiefly from the old democratic constitution of Athens, of which it retains some of the worst features, such as the use of the lot, while by doing away with the political character of the popular assembly the mainspring of the machine is taken out. The guardians of the law, 37 in number, of whom the 10 eldest reappear as a part of the nocturnal council at the end of the 12th book, 961a, are to be elected by the whole military class, vi 753b, but they are to hold office for 20 years, and would therefore have an oligarchical rather than a democratic character. Nothing is said of the manner in which the functions of the nocturnal council are to be harmonized with those of the guardians of the law, or as to how the ordinary council is related to it. Similar principles are applied to inferior offices. To some the appointment is made by vote, to others by lot, vi 759. In the elections to the priesthood, Plato endeavors to mix or balance in a friendly manner demus and not demus, vi 759b. The commonwealth of the laws, like the republic, cannot dispense with a spiritual head, which is the same in both, the oracle of Delphi. From this, the laws about all divine things are to be derived. The final selection of the interpreters, VI 759, the choice of an heir for a vacant lot, Roman 9, 856, the punishment for removing a deposit, Roman 11, 913, 914, are also to be determined by it. Plato is not disposed to encourage amateur attempts to revive religion in states, for, as he says in the Laws, to institute religious rites is the work of a great intelligence, X 909e. Though the council is framed on the model of the Athenian bull, the law courts of Plato do not equally conform to the pattern of the Athenian dicasteries. Plato thinks that the judges should speak and ask questions. This is not possible if they are numerous. He would therefore have a few judges only, but good ones, VI 766d, e. Roman 9, 855d, e. He is nevertheless aware that both in public and private suits there must be a popular element, VI 768a-b. He insists that the whole people must share in the administration of justice. In public causes they are to take the first step, and the final decision is to remain with them. In private suits they are also to retain a share, for the citizen who has no part in the administration of justice is apt to think that he has no share in the state. For this reason there is to be a court of law in every tribe, i.e., for about every 2,000 citizens, and the judges are to be chosen by lot. Of the courts of law he gives what he calls a superficial sketch. Nor indeed is it easy to reconcile his various accounts of them. It is however clear that although some officials, like the guardians of the law, the wardens of the agora, city and country, have power to inflict minor penalties, the administration of justice is in the main popular. The ingenious expedient of dividing the questions of law and fact between a judge and jury, which would have enabled Plato to combine the popular element with the judicial, did not occur to him or to any other ancient political philosopher, though desirous of limiting the number of judges and thereby confining the office to persons specially fitted for it. He does not seem to have understood that a body of law must be formed by decisions as well as by legal enactments. He would have men in the first place seek justice from their friends and neighbors, because, as he truly remarks, they know best the questions at issue, VI 766e. These are called in another passage, Roman 12, 956b, arbiters rather than judges. But if they cannot settle the matter, it is to be referred to the courts of the tribes, and a higher penalty is to be paid by the party who is unsuccessful in the suit, Roman 12, 956c-d. There is a further appeal allowed to the select judges, with a further increase of penalty. The select judges are to be appointed by the magistrates, who are to choose one from every magistracy, VI 767c. They are to be elected annually, and therefore probably for a year only, and are liable to be called to account before the guardians of the law, VI 767e. In cases of which death is the penalty, the trial takes place before a special court, which is composed of the guardians of the law and of the judges of appeal, Roman 9, 855c. D. In treating of the subject in Book Roman 9, 855, compare Roman 12, 956e, he proposes to leave for the most part the methods of procedure to a younger generation of legislators. The procedure in capital causes he determines himself. He insists that the vote of the judges shall be given openly, and before they vote, they are to hear speeches from the plaintiff and defendant. They are then to take evidence in support of what has been said and to examine witnesses. The eldest judge is to ask his questions first, and then the second, and then the third. The interrogatories are to continue for 3 days, and the evidence is to be written down, Roman 9, 855, 856. Apparently, he does not expect the judges to be professional lawyers, any more than he expects the members of the council to be trained statesmen. In forming marriage connections, Plato supposes that the public interest will prevail over private inclination, vi 773. There was nothing in this very shocking to the notions of Greeks, among whom the feeling of love towards the other sex was almost deprived of sentiment or romance. Married life is to be regulated solely with a view to the good of the state. The newly married couple are not allowed to absent themselves from their respective syssitia, even during their honeymoon, vi 780b. They ought to give their whole mind to the procreation of children, vi 775d, e. 783d, e. Their duties to one another at a later period of life are not a matter about which the state is equally solicitous, vi 784. Divorces are readily allowed for incompatibility of temper, Roman 11 929, 930. As in the Republic, physical considerations seem almost to exclude moral and social ones. To modern feelings, there is a degree of coarseness in Plato's treatment of the subject. Yet he also makes some shrewd remarks on marriage, as for example, that a man who does not marry for money will not be the humble servant of his wife, vi 774c. And he shows a true conception of the nature of the family, when he requires that the newly married couple should leave their father and mother, and have a separate home, vi 776b. He also provides against extravagance in marriage festivals, vi 775a, which in some states of society, for instance in the case of the Hindus, has been a social evil of the first magnitude. In treating of property, Plato takes occasion to speak of property in slaves, vi 776, 777. They are to be treated with perfect justice, but for their own sake to be kept at a distance. The motive is not so much humanity to the slave, of which there are hardly any traces, although Plato allows that many in the hour of peril have found a slave more attached than members of their own family. But the self-respect which the freeman and citizen owes to himself, compare Republic Roman 8, 549a. If they commit crimes, they are doubly punished, Roman 9, 867, 868, Roman 8, 844e following. If they inform against illegal practices of their masters, they are to receive a protection which would probably be ineffectual from the guardians of the law. In rare cases, they are to be set free, Roman 11, 932d, e. Plato still breathes the spirit of the old Hellenic world, in which slavery was a necessity because leisure must be provided for the citizen. The education propounded in the laws differs in several points from that of the Republic. Plato seems to have reflected as deeply and earnestly on the importance of infancy as Rousseau or Jean-Paul compare the saying of the latter, not the moment of death, but the moment of birth is probably the more important. He would fix the amusements of children in the hope of fixing their characters in afterlife, Romans 7, 797, 8. In the spirit of the statesman who said, "Let me make the ballads of a country, and I care not who make their laws," Plato would say, "Let the amusements of children be unchanged, and they will not want to change the laws," Romans 7, 798c. The goddess Harmonia plays a great part in Plato's ideas of education. The natural restless force of life in children, who do nothing but roar until they are 3 years old, is gradually to be reduced to law and order, Romans 7, 792a. Compare Roman 2, 653e following. As in the Republic, he fixes certain forms in which songs are to be composed. 1. They are to be strains of cheerfulness and good omen. 2. They are to be hymns or prayers addressed to the gods. 3. They are to sing only of the lawful and good, Romans 7, 800, 801. the poets are again expelled, or rather ironically invited to depart, and those who remain are required to submit their poems to the censorship of the magistrates, Romans 7:817. Youth are no longer compelled to commit to memory many thousand lyric and tragic Greek verses, yet perhaps a worse fate is in store for them. Plato has no belief in liberty of prophesying, and having guarded against the dangers of lyric poetry, he remembers that there is an equal danger in other writings. He cannot leave his old enemies, the sophists, in possession of the field, and therefore he proposes that youth shall learn by heart, instead of the compositions of poets or prose writers, his own inspired work on laws, Romans 7:810, 811. These and music and mathematics are the chief parts of his education. Mathematics are to be cultivated, not as in the Republic with a view to the science of the idea of good, though the higher use of them is not altogether excluded, Romans 7:818 C.D., but rather with a religious and political aim. They are a sacred study which teaches men how to distribute the portions of a state, v. 737, 8, 746 d following, and which is to be pursued in order that they may learn not to blaspheme about astronomy, Romans 7:821 c. Against three mathematical errors Plato is in profound earnest. First, the error of supposing that the three dimensions of length, breadth, and height are really commensurable with one another, Romans 7:820. The difficulty which he feels is analogous to the difficulty which he formerly felt about the connection of ideas, and is equally characteristic of ancient philosophy. He fixes his mind on the point of difference, and cannot at the same time take in the similarity. Secondly, he is puzzled about the nature of fractions. In the Republic, Romans 7:525e, he is disposed to deny the possibility of their existence. Thirdly, his optimism leads him to insist, unlike the Spanish king who thought that he could have improved on the mechanism of the heavens, on the perfect or circular movement of the heavenly bodies, Romans 7:821, 822. He appears to mean that instead of regarding the stars as overtaking or being overtaken by one another, or as planets wandering in many paths, a more comprehensive survey of the heavens would enable us to infer that they all alike moved in a circle around a center. Compare Timaeus 40 following, Republic X 617. He probably suspected, though unacquainted with the true cause, that the appearance of the heavens did not agree with the reality. At any rate, his notions of what was right or fitting easily overpowered the results of actual observation. To the early astronomers who lived at the revival of science, as to Plato, there was nothing absurd in a priori astronomy, and they would probably have made fewer real discoveries if they had followed any other track. Compare Introduction to the Republic. The science of dialectic is nowhere mentioned by name in the laws, nor is anything said of the education of afterlife. The child is to begin to learn at 10 years of age. He is to be taught reading and writing for 3 years, from 10 to 13 and no longer, and for 3 years more, from 13 to 16, he is to be instructed in music, Romans 7:810. The great fault which Plato finds in the contemporary education is the almost total ignorance of arithmetic and astronomy, in which the Greeks would do well to take a lesson from the Egyptians, Romans 7:819a-b. Compare Republic, Romans 7:525 following. Dancing and wrestling are to have a military character, Romans 7:796, and women as well as men are to be taught the use of arms, Romans 7:794d, 804e. The military spirit which Plato has vainly endeavored to expel in the first 2 books returns again in the 7th and 8th. He has evidently a sympathy with the soldier, as well as with the poet, and he is no mean master of the art, or at least of the theory, of war. Compare Laws vi 760 following, Romans 7 813, Republic v 467 470, though inclining rather to the Spartan than to the Athenian practice of it. Laws Roman 4 706, 707. Of a supreme or master science which was to be the coping stone of the rest, few traces appear in the laws. He seems to have lost faith in it, or perhaps to have realized that the time for such a science had not yet come, and that he was unable to fill up the outline which he had sketched. There is no requirement that the guardians of the law shall be philosophers, although they are to know the unity of virtue, Roman 12 965, and the connection of the sciences, 967, 968. Nor are we told that the leisure of the citizens, when they are grown up, is to be devoted to any intellectual employment. In this respect we note a falling off from the Republic, but also there is the returning to it, of which Aristotle speaks in the Politics. The public and family duties of the citizens are to be their main business, and these would, no doubt, take up a great deal more time than in the modern world we are willing to allow to either of them. Romans 7 807. Plato no longer entertains the idea of any regular training to be pursued under the superintendence of the state from 18 to 30, or from 30 to 35. He has taken the first step downwards on Constitution Hill, Republic Roman 8 547, 548. But he maintains as earnestly as ever that, to men living under this second polity, there remains the greatest of all works, the education of the soul, and that no bywork should be allowed to interfere with it. Night and day are not long enough for the consummation of it. Romans 7 807d. Few among us are either able or willing to carry education into later life. 5 or 6 years spent at school, 3 or 4 at a university, or in the preparation for a profession, an occasional attendance at a lecture to which we are invited by friends when we have an hour to spare from housekeeping or money-making. These comprise, as a matter of fact, the education even of the educated, and then the lamp is extinguished, more truly than Heraclitus' sun, never to be lighted again. Republic vi 497b. The description which Plato gives in the Republic of the state of adult education among his contemporaries may be applied almost word for word to our own age. He does not, however, acquiesce in this widely spread want of a higher education. He would rather seek to make every man something of a philosopher before he enters on the duties of active life. But in the laws he no longer prescribes any regular course of study, which is to be pursued in mature years. Nor does he remark that the education of afterlife is of another kind, and must consist with the majority of the world rather in the improvement of character than in the acquirement of knowledge. It comes from the study of ourselves and other men, from moderation and experience, from reflection on circumstances, from the pursuit of high aims, from a right use of the opportunities of life. It is the preservation of what we have been and the addition of something more. The power of abstract study or continuous thought is very rare, but such a training as this can be given by everyone to himself. The singular passage in Book Romans 7, 803c, in which Plato describes life as a pastime, like many other passages in the laws, is imperfectly expressed. Two thoughts seem to be struggling in his mind. First, the reflection, to which he returns at the end of the passage, 804b, that men are playthings or puppets, and that God only is the serious aim of human endeavors. This suggests to him the afterthought that, although playthings, they are the playthings of the gods, and that this is the best of them. The cynical, ironical fancy of the moment insensibly passes into a religious sentiment. In another passage, he says that life is a game of which God, who is the player, shifts the pieces so as to procure the victory of good on the whole, x 903d following. Or once more, tragedies are acted on the stage, but the best and noblest of them is the imitation of the noblest life, which we affirm to be the life of our whole state, Romans 7:817. Again, life is a chorus as well as a sort of mystery, in which we have the gods for playmates, Romans 2:653c, d. 655a. Men imagine that war is their serious pursuit, and they make war that they may return to their amusements. But neither wars nor amusements are the true satisfaction of men, which is to be found only in the society of the gods, in sacrificing to them and propitiating them, Romans 7:803d, e. Like a Christian ascetic, Plato seems to suppose that life should be passed wholly in the enjoyment of divine things. And after meditating in amazement on the sadness and unreality of the world, he adds, in a sort of parenthesis, "Be cheerful, sirs, Shakespeare, Tempest, Act Roman 4 SC. 1. In one of the noblest passages of Plato, he speaks of the relation of the sexes, Roman 8:835-842. Natural relations between members of the same family have been established of old. A little word has put a stop to incestuous connections, but unnatural unions of another kind continued to prevail at Crete and Lacedaemon, and were even justified by the example of the gods, I 636c. They, too, might be banished if the feeling that they were unholy and abominable could sink into the minds of men. The legislator is to cry aloud and spare not, let not men fall below the level of the beasts, Roman 8:840d. Plato does not shrink, like some modern philosophers, from carrying on war against the mightiest lusts of mankind, Roman 8:835c. Neither does he expect to extirpate them, but only to confine them to their natural use and purpose, by the enactments of law, and by the influence of public opinion. He will not feed them by an over-luxurious diet, nor allow the healthier instincts of the soul to be corrupted by music and poetry. The prohibition of excessive wealth is, as he says, a very considerable gain in the way of temperance, Roman 8:836a. Nor does he allow of those enthusiastic friendships between older and younger persons, which in his earlier writings appear to be alluded to with a certain degree of amusement, and without reproof. Compare Introduction to the Symposium, sub fin. Sappho and Anacreon are celebrated by him in the Charmides and the Phaedrus, but they would have been expelled from the Magnesian state. Yet he does not suppose that the rule of absolute purity can be enforced on all mankind. Something must be conceded to the weakness of human nature. He therefore adopts a second legal standard of honorable and dishonorable, having a second standard of right. He would abolish altogether the connection of men with men as to women, if any man has to do with any but those who come into his house duly married by sacred rites. And he offends publicly in the face of all mankind. We shall be right in enacting that he be deprived of civic honors and privileges. But feeling also that it is impossible wholly to control the mightiest passions of mankind, Plato, like other legislators, makes a compromise. The offender must not be found out. Decency, if not morality, must be respected. In this he appears to agree with the practice of all civilized ages and countries. Much may be truly said by the moralist on the comparative harm of open and concealed vice. Nor do we deny that some moral evils are better turned out to the light, because, like diseases, when exposed, they are more easily cured, and secrecy introduces mystery which enormously exaggerates their power. A mere animal want is thus elevated into a sentimental ideal. It may very well be that a word spoken in season about things which are commonly concealed may have an excellent effect. But having regard to the education of youth, to the innocence of children, to the sensibilities of women, to the decencies of society, Plato and the world in general are not wrong in insisting that some of the worst vices, if they must exist, should be kept out of sight. This, though only a second-best rule, is a support to the weakness of human nature. There are some things which may be whispered in the closet, but should not be shouted on the housetop. It may be said of this, as of many other things, that it is a great part of education to know to whom they are to be spoken of, and when, and where. Chapter 28. These are the accents, soft and low, in which we address the would-be criminal. And if he will not listen, then cry aloud as with the sound of a trumpet. Whosoever robs a temple, if he be a slave or foreigner, shall be branded in the face and hands, and scourged, and cast naked beyond the border. And perhaps this may improve him, for the law aims either at the reformation of the criminal or the repression of crime. No punishment is designed to inflict useless injury. But if the offender be a citizen, he must be incurable, and for him death is the only fitting penalty. His iniquity, however, shall not be visited on his children, nor shall his property be confiscated. As to the exaction of penalties, any person who is fined for an offense shall not be liable to pay the fine, unless he have property in excess of his lot. For the lots must never go uncultivated for lack of means. The guardians of the law are to provide against this. If a fine is inflicted upon a man which he cannot pay, and for which his friends are unwilling to give security, he shall be imprisoned and otherwise dishonored. But no criminal shall go unpunished, whether death or imprisonment or stripes or fines or the stocks or banishment to a remote temple be the penalty. Capital offenses shall come under the cognizance of the guardians of the law, and a college of the best of the last year's magistrates. The order of suits and similar details we shall leave to the lawgivers of the future, and only determine the mode of voting. The judges are to sit in order of seniority, and the proceedings shall begin with the speeches of the plaintiff and the defendant. And then the judges, beginning with the eldest, shall ask questions and collect evidence during 3 days, which at the end of each day shall be deposited in writing under their seals on the altar of Hestia. And when they have evidence enough, after a solemn declaration that they will decide justly, they shall vote and end the case. The votes are to be given openly in the presence of the citizens. Next to religion, the preservation of the Constitution is the first object of the law. The greatest enemy of the state is he who attempts to set up a tyrant, or breeds plots and conspiracies. Not far below him in guilt is a magistrate who either knowingly or in ignorance fails to bring the offender to justice. Anyone who is good for anything will give information against traitors. The mode of proceeding at such trials will be the same as at trials for sacrilege, the penalty, death. But neither in this case nor in any other is the son to bear the iniquity of the father, unless father, grandfather, great-grandfather have all of them been capitally convicted, and then the family of the criminal are to be sent off to the country of their ancestor, retaining their property, with the exception of the lot and its fixtures. And 10 are to be selected from the younger sons of the other citizens, one of whom is to be chosen by the oracle of Delphi to be heir of the lot. Our third law will be a general one, concerning the procedure and the judges in cases of treason. As regards the remaining or departure of the family of the offender, the same law shall apply equally to the traitor, the sacrilegious, and the conspirator. A thief, whether he steals much or little, must refund twice the amount, if he can do so without impairing his lot. If he cannot, he must go to prison until he either pays the plaintiff, or in case of a public theft, the city, or they agree to forgive him. But should all kinds of theft incur the same penalty, you remind me of what I know, that legislation is never perfect. The men for whom laws are now made may be compared to the slave who is being doctored, according to our old image, by the unscientific doctor. For the empirical practitioner, if he chanced to meet the educated physician talking to his patient, and entering into the philosophy of his disease, would burst out laughing and say, as doctors delight in doing, "Foolish fellow, instead of curing the patient you are educating him." And would he not be right? Perhaps, and he might add, that he who discourses in our fashion preaches to the citizens instead of legislating for them. True. There is, however, one advantage which we possess, that being amateurs only, we may either take the most ideal or the most necessary and utilitarian view. But why offer such an alternative, as if all our legislation must be done today and nothing put off until the morrow? We may surely rough-hew our materials first and shape and place them afterwards. That will be the natural way of proceeding. There is a further point. Of all writings, either in prose or verse, the writings of the legislator are the most important. For it is he who has to determine the nature of good and evil, and how they should be studied with a view to our instruction. And is it not as disgraceful for Solon and Lycurgus to lay down false precepts about the institutions of life as for Homer and Tyrtaeus? The laws of states ought to be the models of writing, and what is at variance with them should be deemed ridiculous. And we may further imagine them to express the affection and good sense of a father or mother, and not to be the fiats of a tyrant. Very true. Let us inquire more particularly about sacrilege, theft, and other crimes, for which we have already legislated in part. And this leads us to ask, first of all, whether we are agreed or disagreed about the nature of the honorable and just. To what are you referring? I will endeavor to explain. All are agreed that justice is honorable, whether in men or things, and no one who maintains that a very ugly man who is just is in his mind fair would be thought extravagant. Very true. But if honor is to be attributed to justice, are just sufferings honorable or only just actions? What do you mean? Our laws supply a case in point, for we enacted that the robber of temples and the traitor should die, and this was just, but the reverse of honorable. In this way does the language of the many rend asunder the just and honorable. That is true. But is our own language consistent? I have already said that the evil are involuntarily evil, v. 731c, and the evil are the unjust. Now the voluntary cannot be the involuntary, and if you two come to me and say, "Then shall we legislate for our city?" Of course I shall reply, "Then will you distinguish what crimes are voluntary and what involuntary, and shall we impose lighter penalties on the latter and heavier on the former? Or shall we refuse to determine what is the meaning of voluntary and involuntary, and maintain that our words have come down from heaven, and that they should be at once embodied in a law?" All states legislate under the idea that there are two classes of actions, the voluntary and the involuntary, but there is great confusion about them in the minds of men, and the law can never act unless they are distinguished. Either we must abstain from affirming that unjust actions are involuntary, or explain the meaning of this statement, believing then that acts of injustice cannot be divided into voluntary and involuntary. I must endeavor to find some other mode of classifying them. Hurts are voluntary and involuntary, but all hurts are not injuries. On the other hand, a benefit when wrongly conferred may be an injury. An act which gives or takes away anything is not simply just, but the legislator who has to decide whether the case is one of hurt or injury must consider the animus of the agent, and when there is hurt, he must as far as possible provide a remedy and reparation. But if there is injustice, he must, when compensation has been made, further endeavor to reconcile the two parties. Excellent. Where injustice, like disease, is remediable, there the remedy must be applied in word or deed, with the assistance of pleasures and pains, of bounties and penalties, or any other influence which may inspire man with the love of justice or hatred of injustice. And this is the noblest work of law. But when the legislator perceives the evil to be incurable, he will consider that the death of the offender will be a good to himself, and in two ways a good to society. First, as he becomes an example to others. Secondly, because the city will be quit of a rogue, and in such a case, but in no other, the legislator will punish with death. There is some truth in what you say. I wish, however, that you would distinguish more clearly the difference of injury and hurt, and the complications of voluntary and involuntary. You will admit that anger is of a violent and destructive nature, certainly, and further that pleasure is different from anger and has an opposite power, working by persuasion and deceit. Yes, ignorance is the third source of crimes. This is of two kinds: simple ignorance and ignorance doubled by conceit of knowledge. The latter, when accompanied with power, is a source of terrible errors, but is excusable when only weak and childish. Untrue. We often say that one man masters and another is mastered by pleasure and anger, just so, but no one says that one man masters and another is mastered by ignorance. You are right. All these motives actuate men and sometimes drive them in different ways. That is so. Now then, I am in a position to define the nature of just and unjust. By injustice, I mean the dominion of anger and fear, pleasure and pain, envy and desire in the soul, whether doing harm or not. By justice, I mean the rule of the opinion of the best, whether in states or individuals, extending to the whole of life. Although actions done in error are often thought to be involuntary injustice, no controversy need be raised about names at present. We are only desirous of fixing in our memories the heads of error. And the pain which is called fear and anger is our first head of error. The second is the class of pleasures and desires, and the third of hopes which aim at true opinion about the best. This latter falls into three divisions, i.e., 1. When accompanied by simple ignorance, 2. When accompanied by conceit of wisdom combined with power, or 3. With weakness, so that there are in all 5, and the laws relating to them may be summed up under 2 heads. Laws which deal with acts of open violence and with acts of deceit, to which may be added acts both violent and deceitful, and these last should be visited with the utmost rigor of the law. Very properly. Let us now return to the enactment of laws. We have treated of sacrilege, and of conspiracy, and of treason. Any of these crimes may be committed by a person not in his right mind, or in the second childhood of old age. If this is proved to be the fact before the judges, the person in question shall only have to pay for the injury, and not be punished further, unless he have on his hands the stain of blood. In this case he shall be exiled for a year, and if he return before the expiration of the year, he shall be retained in the public prison 2 years. Homicides may be divided into voluntary and involuntary, and first of involuntary homicide. He who unintentionally kills another man at the games, or in military exercises duly authorized by the magistrates, whether death follow immediately or after an interval, shall be acquitted, subject only to the purification required by the Delphian oracle. Any physician whose patient dies against his will shall in like manner be acquitted. Anyone who unintentionally kills the slave of another, believing that he is his own, with or without weapons, shall bear the master of the slave harmless, or pay a penalty amounting to twice the value of the slave. And to this let him add a purification greater than in the case of homicide at the games. If a man kill his own slave, a purification only is required of him. If he kill a freeman unintentionally, let him also make purification, and let him remember the ancient tradition which says that the murdered man is indignant when he sees the murderer walk about in his own accustomed haunts, and that he terrifies him with the remembrance of his crime. And therefore the homicide should keep away from his native land for a year, or, if he have slain a stranger, let him avoid the land of the stranger for a like period. If he complies with this condition, the nearest kinsman of the deceased shall take pity upon him and be reconciled to him. But if he refuses to remain in exile or visits the temples unpurified, then let the kinsman proceed against him and demand a double penalty. The kinsman who neglects this duty shall himself incur the curse, and anyone who likes may proceed against him, and compel him to leave his country for 5 years. If a stranger involuntarily kill a stranger, anyone may proceed against him in the same manner. And the homicide, if he be a metic, shall be banished for a year. But if he be an entire stranger, whether he have murdered metic, citizen, or stranger, he shall be banished forever. And if he return, he shall be punished with death, and his property shall go to the next of kin of the murdered man. If he come back by sea against his will, he shall remain on the seashore, wetting his feet in the water while he waits for a vessel to sail. Or if he be brought back by land, the magistrates shall send him unharmed beyond the border. Next follows murder done from anger, which is of 2 kinds, either arising out of a sudden impulse and attended with remorse, or committed with premeditation and unattended with remorse. The cause of both is anger, and both are intermediate between voluntary and involuntary. The one which is committed from sudden impulse, though not wholly involuntary, bears the image of the involuntary, and is therefore the more excusable of the two, and should receive a gentler punishment. The act of him who nurses his wrath is more voluntary, and therefore more culpable. The degree of culpability depends on the presence or absence of intention, to which the degree of punishment should correspond. For the first kind of murder, that which is done on a momentary impulse, let 2 years' exile be the penalty. For the second, that which is accompanied with malice prepense, 3. When the time of anyone's exile has expired, the guardians shall send 12 judges to the borders of the land, who shall have authority to decide whether he may return or not. He who after returning repeats the offense shall be exiled and return no more, and if he return shall be put to death, like the stranger in a similar case. He who in a fit of anger kills his own slave shall purify himself, and he who kills another man's slave shall pay to his master double the value. Anyone may proceed against the offender if he appear in public places, not having been purified, and may bring to trial both the next of kin to the dead man and the homicide, and compel the one to exact, and the other to pay, a double penalty. If a slave kill his master, or a freeman who is not his master, in anger, the kinsmen of the murdered person may do with the murderer whatever they please, but they must not spare his life. If a father or mother kill their son or daughter in anger, let the slayer remain in exile for 3 years, and on the return of the exile let the parents separate, and no longer continue to cohabit, or have the same sacred rights with those whom he or she has deprived of a brother or sister. The same penalty is decreed against the husband who murders his wife, and also against the wife who murders her husband. Let them be absent 3 years, and on their return never again share in the same sacred rights with their children, or sit at the same table with them. Nor is a brother or sister who have lifted up their hands against a brother or sister ever to come under the same roof or share in the same rights with those whom they have robbed of a child. If a son feels such hatred against his father or mother as to take the life of either of them, then, if the parent before death forgive him, he shall only suffer the penalty due to involuntary homicide. But if he be unforgiven, there are many laws against which he has offended. He is guilty of outrage, impiety, sacrilege all in one, and deserves to be put to death many times over. For if the law will not allow a man to kill the authors of his being even in self-defense, what other penalty than death can be inflicted upon him who in a fit of passion willfully slays his father or mother? If a brother kill a brother in self-defense during a civil broil, or a citizen, or a slave, or a stranger, let them be free from blame, as he is who slays an enemy in battle. But if a slave kill a freeman, let him be as a parricide. In all cases, however, the forgiveness of the injured party shall acquit the agents, and then they shall only be purified and remain in exile for a year. Enough of actions that are involuntary or done in anger. Let us proceed to voluntary and premeditated actions. The great source of voluntary crime is the desire of money, which is begotten by evil education, and this arises out of the false praise of riches, common both among Hellenes and barbarians. They think that to be the first of goods which is really the third. For the body is not for the sake of wealth, but wealth for the body, as the body is for the soul. If this were better understood, the crime of murder, of which avarice is the chief cause, would soon cease among men. Next to avarice, ambition is a source of crime, troublesome to the ambitious man himself, as well as to the chief men of the state. And next to ambition, base fear is a motive, which has led many a one to commit murder in order that he may get rid of the witnesses of his crimes. Let this be said as a prelude to all enactments about crimes of violence, and the tradition must not be forgotten, which tells that the murderer is punished in the world below, and that when he returns to this world, he meets the fate which he has dealt out to others. If a man is deterred by the prelude and the fear of future punishment, he will have no need of the law, but in case he disobey, let the law be declared against him as follows. He who of malice prepense kills one of his kindred shall in the first place be outlawed. Neither temple, harbor, nor agora shall be polluted by his presence. And if a kinsman of the deceased refuse to proceed against his slayer, he shall take the curse of pollution upon himself, and also be liable to be prosecuted by anyone who will avenge the dead. The prosecutor, however, must observe the customary ceremonial before he proceeds against the offender. The details of these observances will be best determined by a conclave of prophets and interpreters and guardians of the law, and the judges of the cause itself shall be the same as in cases of sacrilege. He who is convicted shall be punished with death, and not be buried within the country of the murdered person. He who flies from the law shall undergo perpetual banishment. If he return, he may be put to death with impunity by any relative of the murdered man or by any other citizen, all bound and delivered to the magistrates. He who accuses a man of murder shall demand satisfactory bail of the accused, and if this is not forthcoming, the magistrate shall keep him in prison against the day of trial. If a man commit murder by the hand of another, he shall be tried in the same way as in the cases previously supposed. But if the offender be a citizen, his body after execution shall be buried within the land. If a slave kill a freeman, either with his own hand or by contrivance, let him be led either to the grave or to a place whence he can see the grave of the murdered man, and there receive as many stripes at the hand of the public executioner as the person who took him pleases. And if he survive, he shall be put to death. If a slave be put out of the way to prevent his informing of some crime, his death shall be punished like that of a citizen. If there are any of those horrible murders of kindred which sometimes occur even in well-regulated societies, and of which the legislator, however unwilling, cannot avoid taking cognizance, he will repeat the old myth of the divine vengeance against the perpetrators of such atrocities. The myth will say that the murderer must suffer what he has done. If he have slain his father, he must be slain by his children. If his mother, he must become a woman and perish at the hands of his offspring in another age of the world. Such a preamble may terrify him. But if notwithstanding, in some evil hour he murders father or mother or brethren or children, the mode of proceeding shall be as follows. Him who is convicted, the officers of the judges shall lead to a spot without the city where three ways meet, and there slay him and expose his body naked, and each of the magistrates shall cast a stone upon his head and justify the city, and he shall be thrown unburied beyond the border. But what shall we say of him who takes the life which is dearest to him, that is to say, his own, and this not from any disgrace or calamity, but from cowardice and indolence? The manner of his burial and the purification of his crime is a matter for God and the interpreters to decide, and for his kinsmen to execute. Let him, at any rate, be buried alone in some uncultivated and nameless spot, and be without name or monument. If a beast kill a man not in a public contest, let it be prosecuted for murder, and after condemnation slain and cast without the border. Also inanimate things which have caused death, except in the case of lightning and other visitations from heaven, shall be carried without the border. If the body of a dead man be found, and the murderer remain unknown, the trial shall take place all the same. And the unknown murderer shall be warned not to set foot in the temples or come within the borders of the land. If discovered, he shall die, and his body shall be cast out. A man is justified in taking the life of a burglar, of a footpad, of a violator of women or youth, and he may take the life of another with impunity in defense of father, mother, brother, wife, or other relations. The nurture and education which are necessary to the existence of men have been considered, and the punishment of acts of violence which destroy life. There remain maiming, wounding, and the like, which admit of a similar division into voluntary and involuntary. About this class of actions the preamble shall be, whereas men would be like wild beasts unless they obeyed the laws, the first duty of citizens is the care of the public interests, which unite and preserve states, as private interests distract them. A man may know what is for the public good, but if he have absolute power, human nature will impel him to seek pleasure instead of virtue, and so darkness will come over his soul and over the state. If he had mind, he would have no need of law, for mind is the perfection of law. But such a freeman, whom the truth makes free, is hardly to be found, and therefore law and order are necessary, which are the second best, and they regulate things as they exist in part only, but cannot take in the whole. For actions have innumerable characteristics, which must be partly determined by the law and partly left to the judge. The judge must determine the fact, and to him also the punishment must sometimes be left. What shall the law prescribe? And what shall be left to the judge? A city is unfortunate in which the tribunals are either secret and speechless, or, what is worse, noisy and public, when the people, as if they were in a theatre, clap and hoot the various speakers. Such courts a legislator would rather not have, but if he is compelled to have them, he will speak distinctly, and leave as little as possible to their discretion. But where the courts are good, and presided over by well-trained judges, the penalties to be inflicted may be in a great measure left to them. And as there are to be good courts among our colonists, we need not determine beforehand the exact proportion of the penalty and the crime. Returning, then, to our legislator, let us indict a law about wounding, which shall run as follows. He who wounds with intent to kill and fails in his object shall be tried as if he had succeeded. But since God has favored both him and his victim, instead of being put to death, he shall be allowed to go into exile and take his property with him, the damage due to the sufferer having been previously estimated by the court, which shall be the same as would have tried the case if death had ensued. If a child should intentionally wound a parent, or a servant his master, or brother or sister wound brother or sister with malice prepense, the penalty shall be death. If a husband or wife wound one another with intent to kill, the penalty which is inflicted upon them shall be perpetual exile. And if they have young children, the guardians shall take care of them, and administer their property as if they were orphans. If they have no children, their kinsmen male and female shall meet, and after a consultation with the priests and guardians of the law, shall appoint an heir of the house, for the house and family belong to the state, being a 5,040th portion of the whole, and the state is bound to preserve her families happy and holy. Therefore, when the heir of a house has committed a capital offense, or is in exile for life, the house is to be purified, and then the kinsmen of the house and the guardians of the law are to find out a family which has a good name and in which there are many sons, and introduce one of them to be the heir and priest of the house. He shall assume the fathers and ancestors of the family, while the first son dies in dishonor and his name is blotted out. Some actions are intermediate between the voluntary and involuntary. Those done from anger are of this class. If a man wound another in anger, let him pay double the damage if the injury is curable, or fourfold if curable and at the same time dishonorable, and fourfold if incurable. The amount is to be assessed by the judges. If the wounded person is rendered incapable of military service, the injurer, besides the other penalties, shall serve in his stead, or be liable to a suit for refusing to serve. If brother wounds brother, then their parents and kindred of both sexes shall meet and judge the crime. The damages shall be assessed by the parents, and if the amount fixed by them is disputed, an appeal shall be made to the male kindred, or in the last resort to the guardians of the law. Parents who wound their children are to be tried by judges of at least 60 years of age, who have children of their own, and they are to determine whether death, or some lesser punishment, is to be inflicted upon them. No relatives are to take part in the trial. If a slave in anger smite a freeman, he is to be delivered up by his master to the injured person. If the master suspect collusion between the slave and the injured person, he may bring the matter to trial, and if he fail, he shall pay 3 times the injury, or if he obtain a conviction, the contriver of the conspiracy shall be liable to an action for kidnapping. He who wounds another unintentionally shall only pay for the actual harm done. In all outrages and acts of violence, the elder is to be more regarded than the younger. An injury done by a younger man to an elder is abominable and hateful, but the younger man who is struck by an elder is to bear with him patiently, considering that he who is 20 years older is loco parentis, and remembering the reverence which is due to the gods who preside over birth. Let him keep his hands, too, from the stranger. Instead of taking upon himself to chastise him when he is insolent, he shall bring him before the wardens of the city, who shall examine into the case, and if they find him guilty, shall scourge him with as many blows as he has given, or if he be innocent, they shall warn and threaten his accuser. When an equal strikes an equal, whether an old man, or a young man, let them use only their fists and have no weapons. He who being above 40 years of age commences a fight or retaliates shall be counted mean and base. To this preamble let the law be added, if a man smite another who is his elder by 20 years or more, let the bystander, in case he be older than the combatants, part them. Or if he be younger than the person struck, or of the same age with him, let him defend him as he would a father or brother, and let the striker be brought to trial, and if convicted, imprisoned for a year or more at the discretion of the judges. If a stranger smite one who is his elder by 20 years or more, he shall be imprisoned for 2 years, and a metic in like case shall suffer 3 years' imprisonment. He who is standing by and gives no assistance shall be punished according to his class in one of 4 penalties, a mina, 50, 30, 20 drachmas. The generals and other superior officers of the army shall form the court which tries this class of offenses. Laws are made to instruct the good, and in the hope that there may be no need of them, also to control the bad, whose hardness of heart will not be hindered from crime. The uttermost penalty will fall upon those who lay violent hands upon a parent, having no fear of the gods above, or of the punishments which will pursue them in the world below. They are too wise in their own conceits to believe in such things, wherefore the tortures which await them in another life must be anticipated in this. Let the law be as follows. If a man, being in his right mind, dare to smite his father and mother, or his grandfather and grandmother, let the passerby come to the rescue, and if he be a metic or stranger who comes to the rescue, he shall have the first place at the games, or if he do not come to the rescue, he shall be a perpetual exile. Let the citizen in the like case be praised or blamed, and the slave receive freedom or 100 stripes. The wardens of the agora, the city, or the country, as the case may be, shall see to the execution of the law, and he who is an inhabitant of the same place and is present shall come to the rescue, or he shall fall under a curse. If a man be convicted of assaulting his parents, let him be banished forever from the city into the country, and let him abstain from all sacred rites. And if he do not abstain, let him be punished by the wardens of the country. And if he return to the city, let him be put to death. If any freeman consort with him, let him be purified before he returns to the city. If a slave strike a freeman, whether citizen or stranger, let the bystander be obliged to seize and deliver him into the hands of the injured person, who may inflict upon him as many blows as he pleases, and shall then return him to his master. The law will be as follows: the slave who strikes a freeman shall be bound by his master, and not set at liberty without the consent of the person whom he has injured. All these laws apply to women as well as to men. Chapter 29. O my son, you are young. Time and experience will make you change many of your opinions. Do not be hasty in forming a conclusion about the divine nature, and let me mention to you a fact which I know. You and your friends are not the first or the only persons who have had these notions about the gods. There are always a considerable number who are infected by them. I have known many myself, and can assure you that no one who was an unbeliever in his youth ever persisted till he was old in denying the existence of the gods. The two other opinions: first, that the gods exist and have no care of men; secondly, that they care for men, but may be propitiated by sacrifices and prayers, may indeed last through life in a few instances, but even this is not common. I would beg of you to be patient and learn the truth of the legislator and others. In the meantime, abstain from impiety. So far, our discourse has gone well. I will now speak of a strange doctrine, which is regarded by many as the crown of philosophy. They affirm that all things come into being either by art or nature or chance, and that the greater things are done by nature and chance, and the lesser things by art, which receiving from nature the greater creations, molds and fashions all those lesser works which are termed works of art. Their meaning is that fire, water, earth, and air all exist by nature and chance, and not by art. And that out of these, according to certain chance affinities of opposites, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the earth have been framed, not by any action of mind, but by nature and chance only. Thus, in their opinion, the heaven and earth were created, as well as the animals and plants. Art came later and is of mortal birth. By her power were invented certain images and very partial imitations of the truth, of which kind are the creations of musicians and painters. But they say that there are other arts which combine with nature and have a deeper truth, such as medicine, husbandry, gymnastic. Also, the greater part of politics they imagine to cooperate with nature, but in a less degree, having more of art, while legislation is declared by them to be wholly a work of art. How do you mean? In the first place, they say that the gods exist neither by nature nor by art, but by the laws of states, which are different in different countries, and that virtue is one thing by nature and another by convention, and that justice is altogether conventional, made by law, and having authority for the moment only. This is repeated to young men by sages and poets, and leads to impiety, and the pretended life according to nature and in disobedience to law, for nobody believes the gods to be such as the law affirms. How true, and oh, how injurious to states and to families! But then what should the lawgiver do? Should he stand up in the state and threaten mankind with the severest penalties if they persist in their unbelief, while he makes no attempt to win them by persuasion? Nay, stranger, the legislator ought never to weary of trying to persuade the world that there are gods, and he should declare that law and art exist by nature. Yes, Cleinias, but these are difficult and tedious questions. And shall our patience, which was not exhausted in the inquiry about music or drink, fail now that we are discoursing about the gods? There may be a difficulty in framing laws, but when written down they remain, and time and diligence will make them clear. If they are useful, there would be neither reason nor religion in rejecting them on account of their length. most true, and the general spread of unbelief shows that the legislator should do something in vindication of the laws when they are being undermined by bad men. He should. You agree with me, Cleinias, that the heresy consists in supposing earth, air, fire, and water to be the first of all things. These the heretics call nature, conceiving them to be prior to the soul. I agree. You would further agree that natural philosophy is the source of this impiety. The study appears to be pursued in a wrong way. In what way do you mean? The error consists in transposing first and second causes. They do not see that the soul is before the body and before all other things, and the author and ruler of them all. And if the soul is prior to the body, then the things of the soul are prior to the things of the body. In other words, opinion, attention, mind, art, law are prior to sensible qualities, and the first and greater works of creation are the results of art and mind, whereas the works of nature, as they are improperly termed, are secondary and subsequent. Why do you say improperly? Because when they speak of nature, they seem to mean the first creative power. But if the soul is first, and not fire and air, then the soul above all things may be said to exist by nature, and this can only be on the supposition that the soul is prior to the body. Shall we try to prove that it is so? By all means. I fear that the greenness of our argument will ludicrously contrast with the ripeness of our ages, but as we must go into the water and the stream is strong, I will first attempt to cross by myself, and if I arrive at the bank, you shall follow. Remembering that you are unaccustomed to such discussions, I will ask and answer the questions myself, while you listen in safety. But first I must pray the gods to assist at the demonstration of their own existence. If ever we are to call upon them, now is the time. Let me hold fast to the rope and enter into the depths. Shall I put the question to myself in this form? Are all things at rest, and is nothing in motion? Or are some things in motion and some things at rest? The latter, and do they move and rest, some in one place, some in more? Yes, there may be one motion in the same place, as in revolution on an axis, which is imparted swiftly to the larger and slowly to the lesser circle, and there may be motion in different places, having sometimes one center of motion and sometimes three more. For when bodies in motion come against other bodies which are at rest, they are divided by them, and 5, when they are caught between other bodies coming from opposite directions, they unite with them, and 6, they grow by union, and 7, waste by dissolution while their constitution remains the same, but are 8, destroyed when their constitution fails. There is a growth from one dimension to 2, and from a second to a third, which then becomes perceptible to sense. This process is called generation, and the opposite, destruction. We have now enumerated all possible motions with the exception of 2. What are they? Just the 2 with which our inquiry is concerned, for our inquiry relates to the soul. There is one kind of motion which is only able to move other things. There is another which can move itself as well, working in composition and decomposition, by increase and diminution, by generation and destruction. Granted. 9. That which moves and is moved by another is the 9th kind of motion. 10. That which is self-moved and moves others is the 10th. And this 10th kind of motion is the mightiest, and is really the first, and is followed by that which was improperly called the 9th. How do you mean? Must not that which is moved by others finally depend upon that which is moved by itself? Nothing can be affected by any transition prior to self-motion. Then the first and eldest principle of motion, whether in things at rest or not at rest, will be the principle of self-motion, and that which is moved by others and can move others will be the second. True. Let me ask another question. What is the name which is given to self-motion when manifested in any material substance? Life. And soul too is life. Very good. And are there not 3 kinds of knowledge? A knowledge, 1 of the essence, 2 of the definition, 3 of the name. And sometimes the name leads us to ask the definition, sometimes the definition to ask the name. For example, number can be divided into equal parts, and when thus divided is termed even. And the definition of even and the word even refer to the same thing. Very true. And what is the definition of the thing which is named soul? Must we not reply, the self-moved? And have we not proved that the self-moved is the source of motion in other things? Yes, and the motion which is not self-moved will be inferior to this. True. And if so, we shall be right in saying that the soul is prior and superior to the body, and the body by nature subject and inferior to the soul. Quite right. And we agreed that if the soul was prior to the body, the things of the soul were prior to the things of the body. Certainly. And therefore desires and manners and thoughts and true opinions and recollections are prior to the length and breadth and force of bodies. To be sure. In the next place, we acknowledge that the soul is the cause of good and evil, just and unjust, if we suppose her to be the cause of all things, certainly. And the soul which orders all things must also order the heavens. Of course, one soul or more, for less than two are inconceivable, one good, the other evil. Most true. The soul directs all things by her movements, which we call will, consideration, attention, deliberation, opinion true and false, joy, sorrow, courage, fear, hatred, love, and similar affections. These are the primary movements, and they receive the secondary movements of bodies, and guide all things to increase and diminution, separation and union, and to all the qualities which accompany them. Cold, hot, heavy, light, hard, soft, white, black, sweet, bitter. These and other such qualities the soul, herself a goddess, uses. When truly receiving the divine mind, she leads all things rightly to their happiness. But under the impulse of folly, she works out an opposite result. For the controller of heaven and earth and the circle of the world is either the wise and good soul, or the foolish and vicious soul working in them. What do you mean, if we say that the whole course and motion of heaven and earth is in accordance with the workings and reasonings of mind? Clearly the best soul must have the care of the heaven and guide it along that better way. True, but if the heavens move wildly and disorderly, then they must be under the guidance of the evil soul. True again. What is the nature of the movement of the soul? We must not suppose that we can see and know the soul with our bodily eyes, any more than we can fix them on the midday sun. It will be safer to look at an image only. How do you mean? Let us find among the 10 kinds of motion an image of the motion of the mind. You remember, as we said, that all things are divided into 2 classes, and some of them were moved and some at rest. Yes. And of those which were moved, some were moved in the same place, others in more places than one. Just so. The motion which was in one place was circular, like the motion of a spherical body, and such a motion in the same place and in the same relations is an excellent image of the motion of mind. Very true. The motion of the other sort, which has no fixed place or manner or relation or order or proportion, is akin to folly and nonsense. Very true. After what has been said, it is clear that, since the soul carries round all things, some soul which is either very good or the opposite carries round the circumference of heaven, but that soul can be no other than the best. Again, the soul carries round the sun, moon, and stars, and if the sun has a soul, then either the soul of the sun is within and moves the sun as the human soul moves the body, or secondly, the sun is contained in some external air or fire, which the soul provides and through which she operates, or thirdly, the course of the sun is guided by the soul acting in a wonderful manner without a body. Yes, in one of those ways the soul must guide all things. And this soul of the sun, which is better than the sun, whether driving him in a chariot or employing any other agency, is by every man called a god. Yes, by every man who has any sense. And of the seasons, stars, moon, and year in like manner, it may be affirmed that the soul or souls from which they derive their excellence are divine, and without insisting on the manner of their working. No one can deny that all things are full of gods. No one. And now let us offer an alternative to him who denies that there are gods. Either he must show that the soul is not the origin of all things, or he must live for the future in the belief that there are gods. Next, as to the man who believes in the gods, but refuses to acknowledge that they take care of human things, let him too have a word of admonition. Best of men, we will say to him, some affinity to the gods leads you to honor them and to believe in them. But you have heard the happiness of wicked men sung by poets and admired by the world, and this has drawn you away from your natural piety. Or you have seen the wicked growing old in prosperity, and leaving great offices to their children, or you have watched the tyrant succeeding in his career of crime, and considering all these things you have been led to believe in an irrational way that the gods take no care of human affairs. That your error may not increase, I will endeavor to purify your soul. Do you, Megalus and Cleinias, make answer for the youth, and when we come to a difficulty, I will carry you over the water as I did before. Very good. He will easily be convinced that the gods care for the small as well as the great, for he heard what was said of their goodness and of their having all things under their care. He certainly heard. Then now let us inquire what is meant by the virtue of the gods. To possess mind belongs to virtue, and the contrary to vice. That is what we say. And is not courage a part of virtue, and cowardice of vice? Certainly. And to the gods we ascribe virtues. But idleness and indolence are not virtues. Of course not. And is God to be conceived of as a careless, indolent fellow, such as the poet would compare to a stingless drone? Impossible. Can we be right in praising anyone who cares for great matters and leaves the small to take care of themselves? Whether God or man, he who does so must either think the neglect of such matters to be of no consequence, or he is indolent and careless. For surely neither of them can be charged with neglect if they fail to attend to something which is beyond their power. Certainly not. And now we will examine the two classes of offenders who admit that there are gods, but say, the one that they may be appeased, the other that they take no care of small matters. Do they not acknowledge that the gods are omnipotent and omniscient, and also good and perfect? Certainly. Then they cannot be indolent, for indolence is the offspring of idleness, and idleness of cowardice, and there is no cowardice in God. True. If the gods neglect small matters, they must either know or not know that such things are not to be regarded. But of course they know that they should be regarded, and knowing, they cannot be supposed to neglect their duty, overcome by the seductions of pleasure or pain. Impossible. And do not all human things share in soul, and is not man the most religious of animals and the possession of the gods? And the gods, who are the best of owners, will surely take care of their property, small or great. Consider further that the greater the power of perception, the less the power of action. For it is harder to see and hear the small than the great, but easier to control them. Suppose a physician who had to cure a patient. Would he ever succeed if he attended to the great and neglected the little? Impossible. Is not life made up of littles? The pilot, general, householder, statesman, all attend to small matters, and the builder will tell you that large stones do not lie well without small ones. And God is not inferior to mortal craftsmen, who in proportion to their skill are careful in the details of their work. We must not imagine the best and wisest to be a lazy good-for-nothing, who wearies of his work and hurries over small and easy matters. Never, never. He who charges the gods with neglect has been forced to admit his error, but I should like further to persuade him that the author of all has made every part for the sake of the whole, and that the smallest part has an appointed state of action or passion, and that the least action or passion of any part has a presiding minister. You, we say to him, are a minute fraction of this universe, created with a view to the whole. The world is not made for you, but you for the world. For the good artist considers the whole first, and afterwards the parts. And you are annoyed at not seeing how you and the universe are all working together for the best, so far as the laws of the common creation admit. The soul undergoes many changes from her contact with bodies, and all that the player does is to put the pieces into their right places. What do you mean? I mean that God acts in the way which is simplest and easiest. Had each thing been formed without any regard to the rest, the transposition of the cosmos would have been endless, but now there is not much trouble in the government of the world. For when the king saw the actions of the living souls and bodies, and the virtue and vice which were in them, and the indestructibility of the soul and body, although they were not eternal, he contrived so to arrange them that virtue might conquer and vice be overcome as far as possible, giving them a seat and room adapted to them, but leaving the direction of their separate actions to men's own wills, which make our characters to be what they are. That is very probable. All things which have a soul possess in themselves the principle of change, and in changing move according to fate and law. Natures which have undergone lesser changes move on the surface, but those which have changed utterly for the worse sink into Hades and the infernal world. And in all great changes for good and evil which are produced either by the will of the soul or the influence of others, there is a change of place. The good soul, which has intercourse with the divine nature, passes into a holier and better place, and the evil soul, as she grows worse, changes her place for the worse. This, as we declare to the youth who fancies that he is neglected of the gods, is the law of divine justice, the worse to the worse, the better to the better, like to like, in life and in death. And from this law no man will ever boast that he has escaped. Even if you say, I am small, and will creep into the earth, or I am high, and will mount to heaven, you are not so small or so high that you shall not pay the fitting penalty, either here or in the world below. This is also the explanation of the seeming prosperity of the wicked, in whose actions as in a mirror you imagined that you saw the neglect of the gods, not considering that they make all things contribute to the whole. And how then could you form any idea of true happiness? If Cleinias and Megillus and I have succeeded in persuading you that you know not what you say about the gods, God will help you. But if there is still any deficiency of proof, hear our answer to the third opponent. Enough has been said to prove that the gods exist and care for us. That they can be propitiated, or that they receive gifts, is not to be allowed or admitted for an instant. Let us proceed with the argument. Tell me by the gods, I say, how the gods are to be propitiated by us. Are they not rulers, who may be compared to charioteers, pilots, perhaps generals, or physicians providing against the assaults of disease, husbandmen observing the perils of the seasons, shepherds watching their flocks? To whom shall we compare them? We acknowledge that the world is full both of good and evil, but having more of evil than of good. There is an immortal conflict going on, in which gods and demigods are our allies, and we their property. For injustice and folly and wickedness make war in our souls upon justice and temperance and wisdom. There is little virtue to be found on earth, and evil natures fawn upon the gods, like wild beasts upon their keepers, and believe that they can win them over by flattery and prayers. And this sin, which is termed dishonesty, is to the soul what disease is to the body, what pestilence is to the seasons, what injustice is to states. Quite so. And they who maintain that the gods can be appeased must say that they forgive the sins of men if they are allowed to share in their spoils. As you might suppose wolves to mollify the dogs by throwing them a portion of the prey. That is the argument. But let us apply our images to the gods. Are they the pilots who are won by gifts to wreck their own ships, or the charioteers who are bribed to lose the race, or the generals or doctors or husbandmen who are perverted from their duty, or the dogs who are silenced by wolves? God forbid. Are they not rather our best guardians, and shall we suppose them to fall short even of a moderate degree of human or even canine virtue, which will not betray justice for reward? Impossible. He then who maintains such a doctrine is the most blasphemous of mankind. And now our 3 points are proven, and we are agreed: 1, that there are gods; 2, that they care for men; 3, that they cannot be bribed to do injustice. I have spoken warmly, from a fear lest this impiety of theirs should lead to a perversion of life, and our warmth will not have been in vain if we have succeeded in persuading these men to abominate themselves and to change their ways. So let us hope. Then now that the preamble is completed, we will make a proclamation commanding the impious to renounce their evil ways. And in case they refuse, the law shall be added. If a man is guilty of impiety in word or deed, let the bystander inform the magistrates, and let the magistrates bring the offender before the court. And if any of the magistrates refuses to act, he likewise shall be tried for impiety. Anyone who is found guilty of such an offense shall be fined at the discretion of the court, and shall also be punished by a term of imprisonment. There shall be 3 prisons, one for common offenses against life and property, another near by the spot where the nocturnal council will assemble, which is to be called the House of Reformation, the third to be situated in some desolate region in the center of the country, shall be called by a name indicating retribution. There are 3 causes of impiety, and from each of them spring impieties of 2 kinds, 6 in all. First, there is the impiety of those who deny the existence of the gods. These may be honest men, haters of evil, who are only dangerous because they talk loosely about the gods and make others like themselves. But there is also a more vicious class, who are full of craft and licentiousness. To this latter belong diviners, jugglers, despots, demagogues, generals, hierophants of private mysteries, and sophists. The first class shall be only imprisoned and admonished. The second class should be put to death, if they could be, many times over. The 2 other sorts of impiety, first of those who deny the care of the gods, and secondly of those who affirm that they may be propitiated, have similar subdivisions, varying in degree of guilt. Those who have learnt to blaspheme from mere ignorance shall be imprisoned in the House of Reformation for 5 years at least, and not allowed to see anyone but members of the nocturnal council, who shall converse with them touching their soul's health. If any of the prisoners come to their right mind, at the end of 5 years let them be restored to sane company, but he who again offends shall die. As to that class of monstrous natures who not only believe that the gods are negligent or may be propitiated, but pretend to practice on the souls of quick and dead, and promise to charm the gods, and to effect the ruin of houses and states. He, I say, who is guilty of these things, shall be bound in the central prison, and shall have no intercourse with any freeman, receiving only his daily rations of food from the public slaves. And when he dies, let him be cast beyond the border, and if any freeman assist to bury him, he shall be liable to a suit for impiety. But the sins of the father shall not be visited upon his children, who, like other orphans, shall be educated by the state. Further, let there be a general law which will have a tendency to repress impiety. No man shall have religious services in his house, but he shall go with his friends to pray and sacrifice in the temples. The reason of this is that religious institutions can only be framed by a great intelligence. But women and weak men are always consecrating the event of the moment. They are under the influence of dreams and apparitions, and they build altars and temples in every village and in any place where they have had a vision. The law is designed to prevent this, and also to deter men from attempting to propitiate the gods by secret sacrifices, which only multiply their sins. Therefore let the law run. No one shall have private religious rites, and if a man or woman who has not been previously noted for any impiety offend in this way, let them be admonished to remove their rites to a public temple. But if the offender be one of the obstinate sort, he shall be brought to trial before the guardians, and if he be found guilty, let him die. Chapter 30. He who exchanges money for money, or beast for beast, must warrant either of them to be sound and good. As in the case of other laws, let us have a preamble relating to all this class of crime. Adulteration is a kind of falsehood about which the many commonly say that at proper times the practice may often be right, but they do not define at what times. but the legislator will tell them that no man should invoke the gods when he is practicing deceit or fraud, in word or deed, for he is the enemy of heaven first, who swears falsely, not thinking of the gods by whom he swears, and secondly, he who lies to his superiors. Now the superiors are the betters of inferiors, the elder of the younger, parents of children, men of women, and rulers of subjects. The trader who cheats in the agora is a liar and is perjured. He respects neither the name of God nor the regulations of the magistrates. If after hearing this he will still be dishonest, let him listen to the law. The seller shall not have two prices on the same day, neither must he puff his goods, nor offer to swear about them. If he break the law, any citizen not less than 30 years of age may smite him. If he sell adulterated goods, the slave or metic who informs against him shall have the goods. The citizen who brings such a charge, if he prove it, shall offer up the goods in question to the gods of the agora. Or if he fail to prove it, shall be dishonored. He who is detected in selling adulterated goods shall be deprived of them, and shall receive a stripe for every drachma of their value. The wardens of the agora and the guardians of the law shall take experienced persons into council and draw up regulations for the agora. These shall be inscribed on a column in front of the cot of the wardens of the agora. As to the wardens of the city, enough has been said already. But if any omissions in the law are afterwards discovered, the wardens and the guardians shall supply them, and have them inscribed after the original regulations on a column before the cot of the wardens of the city. Next in order follows the subject of retail trades, which in their natural use are the reverse of mischievous. For every man is a benefactor who reduces what is unequal to symmetry and proportion. Money is the instrument by which this is accomplished, and the shopkeeper, the merchant and hotel keeper do but supply the wants and equalize the possessions of mankind. Why, then, does any dishonor attach to a beneficent occupation? Let us consider the nature of the accusation first, and then see whether it can be removed. What is your drift? Dear Cleinias, there are few men who are so gifted by nature and improved by education as to be able to control the desire of making money, or who are sober in their wishes and prefer moderation to accumulation. The great majority think that they can never have enough, and the consequence is that retail trade has become a reproach. Whereas, however ludicrous the idea may seem, if noble men and noble women could be induced to open a shop and to trade upon incorruptible principles, then the aspect of things would change, and retail traders would be regarded as nursing fathers and mothers. In our own day, the trader goes and settles in distant places and receives the weary traveler hospitably at first, but in the end treats him as an enemy and a captive, whom he only liberates for an enormous ransom. This is what has brought retail trade into disrepute, and against this the legislator ought to provide. Men have said of old that to fight against two opponents is hard, and the two opponents of whom I am thinking are wealth and poverty, the one corrupting men by luxury, the other, through misery, depriving them of the sense of shame. What remedies can a city find for this disease? First, to have as few retail traders as possible. Secondly, to give retail trade over to a class whose corruption will not injure the state. And thirdly, to restrain the insolence and meanness of the retailers. Let us make the following laws. 1. In the city of the magnates, none of the 5,040 citizens shall be a retailer or merchant, or do any service to any private persons who do not equally serve him, except to his father and mother and their fathers and mothers, and generally to his elders who are freemen, and whom he serves as a freeman. He who follows in a liberal pursuit may be cited for dishonoring his family and kept in bonds for a year, and if he offend again, he shall be bound for 2 years, and for every offense his punishment shall be doubled. 2. Every retailer shall be a metic or a foreigner. 3. The guardians of the law shall have a special care of this part of the community, whose calling exposes them to peculiar temptations. they shall consult with persons of experience, and find out what prices will yield the traders a moderate profit, and fix them. When a man does not fulfill his contract, he being under no legal or other impediment, the case shall be brought before the court of the tribes, if not previously settled by arbitration. The class of artisans is consecrated to Hephaestus and Athene, the makers of weapons to Ares and Athene, all of whom, remembering that the gods are their ancestors, should be ashamed to deceive in the practice of their craft. If any man is lazy in the fulfillment of his work, and fancies, foolish fellow, that his patron god will not deal hardly with him, he will be punished by the god, and let the law follow. He who fails in his undertaking shall pay the value, and do the work gratis in a specified time. The contractor, like the seller, is enjoined by law to charge the simple value of his work. In a free city, art should be a true thing, and the artist must not practice on the ignorance of others. On the other hand, he who has ordered any work and does not pay the workman according to agreement dishonors Zeus and Athene and breaks the bonds of society. And if he does not pay at the time agreed, let him pay double, and although interest is forbidden in other cases, let the workman receive after the expiration of a year interest at the rate of an obol a month for every drachma, equal to 200% per ann. And we may observe, by the way, in speaking of craftsmen, that if our military craft do their work well, the state will praise those who honor them, and blame those who do not honor them. Not that the first place of honor is to be assigned to the warrior, a higher still is reserved for those who obey the laws. Most of the dealings between man and man are now settled, with the exception of such as relate to orphans and guardianships. These lead us to speak of the intentions of the dying, about which we must make regulations. I say must, for mankind cannot be allowed to dispose of their property as they please, in ways at variance with one another and with law and custom. But a dying person is a strange being and is not easily managed. He wants to be master of all he has and is apt to use angry words. He will say, "May I not do what I will with my own, and give much to my friends and little to my enemies?" There is reason in that, O Cleinias. In my judgment, the older lawgivers were too soft-hearted and wanting in insight into human affairs. They were too ready to listen to the outcry of a dying man, and hence they were induced to give him an absolute power of bequest. But I would say to him, O creature of a day, you know neither what is yours nor yourself, for you and your property are not your own, but belong to your whole family, past and to come, and property and family alike belong to the state. And therefore I must take out of your hands the charge of what you leave behind you, with a view to the interests of all. And I hope that you will not quarrel with us, now that you are going the way of all mankind. We will do our best for you and yours when you are no longer here. Let this be our address to the living and dying, and let the law be as follows. The father who has sons shall appoint one of them to be the heir of the lot, and if he has given any other son to be adopted by another, the adoption shall also be recorded. And if he is still a son who has no lot and has a chance of going to a colony, he may give him what he has more than the lot. Or if he has more than one son unprovided for, he may divide the money between them. A son who has a house of his own and a daughter who is betrothed are not to share in the bequest of money, and the son or daughter who, having inherited one lot, acquires another, is to bequeath the new inheritance to the next of kin. If a man have only daughters, he may adopt the husband of any one of them, or if he have lost a son, let him make mention of the circumstance in his will and adopt another. If he have no children, he may give away 1/10 of his acquired property to whomsoever he likes, but he must adopt an heir to inherit the lot and may leave the remainder to him. Also he may appoint guardians for his children, or if he die without appointing them or without making a will, the nearest kinsmen, 2 on the father's and 2 on the mother's side, and 1 friend of the departed shall be appointed guardians. The 15 eldest guardians of the law are to have special charge of all orphans, the whole number of 15 being divided into bodies of 3, who will succeed one another according to seniority every year for 5 years. If a man dying intestate leave daughters, he must pardon the law which marries them for looking, first to kinship, and secondly to the preservation of the lot. The legislator cannot regard the character of the heir, which to the father is the first consideration. The law will therefore run as follows. If the intestate leave daughters, husbands are to be found for them among their kindred, according to the following table of affinity. First, their father's brothers. Secondly, the sons of their father's brothers. Thirdly, of their father's sisters. Fourthly, their great-uncles. Fifthly, the sons of a great-uncle. Sixthly, the sons of a great-aunt. The kindred in such cases shall always be reckoned in this way. The relationship shall proceed upwards through brothers and sisters and brothers and sisters' children, and first the male line must be taken, and then the female. If there is a dispute in regard to fitness of age for marriage, this the judge shall decide, after having made an inspection of the youth naked, and of the maiden naked down to the waist. If the maiden has no relations within the degree of third cousin, she may choose whom she likes, with the consent of her guardians, or she may even select someone who has gone to a colony, and he, if he be a kinsman, will take the lot by law. If not, he must have her guardian's consent as well as hers. When a man dies without children and without a will, let a young man and a young woman go forth from the family, and take up their abode in the desolate house. The woman shall be selected from the kindred in the following order of succession. First, a sister of the deceased. Second, a brother's daughter. Third, a sister's daughter. Fourth, a father's sister. Fifth, a daughter of a father's brother. Sixth, a daughter of a father's sister. For the man the same order shall be observed as in the preceding case. The legislator foresees that laws of this kind will sometimes press heavily, and that his intention cannot always be fulfilled, as for example, when there are mental and bodily defects in the persons who are enjoined to marry. But he must be excused for not being always able to reconcile the general principles of public interest with the particular circumstances of individuals, and he is willing to allow, in like manner, that the individual cannot always do what the lawgiver wishes, and then arbiters must be chosen, who will determine equitably the cases which may arise under the law, e.g., a rich cousin may sometimes desire a grander match, or the requirements of the law can only be fulfilled by marrying a madwoman. To meet such cases, let the following law be enacted. If anyone comes forward and says that the lawgiver, had he been alive, would not have required the carrying out of the law in a particular case, let him go to the 15 eldest guardians of the law who have the care of orphans. But if he thinks that too much power is thus given to them, he may bring the case before the court of select judges. Thus will orphans have a second birth. In order to make their sad condition as light as possible, the guardians of the law shall be their parents, and shall be admonished to take care of them. And what admonition can be more appropriate than the assurance which we formerly gave, that the souls of the dead watch over mortal affairs? About this there are many ancient traditions, which may be taken on trust from the legislator. Let men fear in the first place the gods above, secondly, the souls of the departed, who naturally care for their own descendants. Thirdly, the aged living, who are quick to hear of any neglect of family duties, especially in the case of orphans. For they are the holiest and most sacred of all deposits, and the peculiar care of guardians and magistrates, and those who try to bring them up well will contribute to their own good and to that of their families. He who listens to the preamble of the law will never know the severity of the legislator, but he who disobeys and injures the orphan will pay twice the penalty he would have paid if the parents had been alive. More laws might have been made about orphans, did we not suppose that the guardians have children and property of their own which are protected by the laws, and the duty of the guardian in our state is the same as that of a father, though his honor or disgrace is greater. A legal admonition and threat may, however, be of service. The guardian of the orphan and the guardian of the law who is over him shall love the orphan as their own children, and take more care of his or her property than of their own. If the guardian of the child neglect his duty, the guardian of the law shall fine him, and the guardian may also have the magistrate tried for neglect in the court of select judges, and he shall pay, if convicted, a double penalty. Further, the guardian of the orphan who is careless or dishonest may be fined on the information of any of the citizens in a fourfold penalty, half to go to the orphan and half to the prosecutor of the suit. When the orphan is of age, if he thinks that he has been ill-used, his guardian may be brought to trial by him within 5 years, and the penalty shall be fixed by the court. Or if the magistrate has neglected the orphan, he shall pay damages to him. But if he have defrauded him, he shall make compensation, and also be deposed from his office of guardian of the law. If irremediable differences arise between fathers and sons, the father may want to renounce his son, or the son may indict his father for imbecility. Such violent separations only take place when the family are a bad lot. If only one of the two parties is bad, the differences do not grow to so great a height. But here arises a difficulty. Although in any other state a son who is disinherited does not cease to be a citizen, in ours he does. For the number of citizens cannot exceed 5,040, and therefore he who is to suffer such a penalty ought to be abjured, not only by his father, but by the whole family. The law, then, should run as follows. If any man's evil fortune or temper incline him to disinherit his son, let him not do so lightly or on the instant, but let him have a counsel of his own relations and of the maternal relations of his son, and set forth to them the propriety of disinheriting him, and allow his son to answer. And if more than half of the kindred, male and female, being of full age, condemn the son, let him be disinherited. If any other citizen desires to adopt him, he may, for young men's characters often change in the course of life. But if after 10 years he remains unadopted, let him be sent to a colony. If disease or old age or evil disposition cause a man to go out of his mind, and he is ruining his house and property, and his son doubts about indicting him for insanity, let him lay the case before the eldest guardians of the law and consult with them. And if they advise him to proceed, and the father is decided to be imbecile, he shall have no more control over his property, but shall live henceforward like a child in the house. If a man and his wife are of incompatible tempers, 10 guardians of the law and 10 of the matrons who regulate marriage shall take their case in hand, and reconcile them if possible. If, however, their swelling souls cannot be pacified, the wife may try and find a new husband, and the husband a new wife. Probably they are not very gentle creatures, and should therefore be joined to milder natures. The younger of those who are separated should also select their partners with a view to the procreation of children, while the older should seek a companion for their declining years. If a woman dies, leaving children male or female, the law will advise, but not compel, the widower to abstain from a second marriage. If she leave no children, he shall be compelled to marry. Also a widow, if she is not old enough to live honestly without marriage, shall marry again, and in case she have no children, she should marry for the sake of them. There is sometimes an uncertainty which parent the offspring is to follow. In unions of a female slave with a male slave, or with a freedman or free man, or of a free woman with a male slave, the offspring is to belong to the master. But if the master or mistress be themselves the parent of the child, the slave and the child are to be sent away to another land. Concerning duty to parents, let the preamble be as follows. We honor the gods in their lifeless images and believe that we thus propitiate them. But he who has an aged father or mother has a living image, which if he cherish it will do him far more good than any statue. What do you mean by cherishing them? I will tell you. Oedipus and Amintar and Theseus cursed their children, and their curses took effect. This proves that the gods hear the curses of parents who are wronged. And shall we doubt that they hear and fulfill their blessings too? Surely not. And as we were saying, no image is more honored by the gods than an aged father and mother, to whom when honor is done, the God who hears their prayers is rejoiced, and their influence is greater than that of the lifeless statue. For they pray that good or evil may come to us in proportion as they are honored or dishonored, but the statue is silent. Excellent. Good men are glad when their parents live to extreme old age, or if they depart early, lament their loss. But to bad man their parents are always terrible. Wherefore let everyone honor his parents, and if this preamble fails of influencing him, let him hear the law. If anyone does not take sufficient care of his parents, let the aggrieved person inform the 3 eldest guardians of the law and 3 of the women who are concerned with marriages, women up to 40 years of age, and men up to 30, who thus offend, shall be beaten and imprisoned. After that age they are to be brought before a court composed of the eldest citizens, who may inflict any punishment upon them which they please. If the injured party cannot inform, let any freeman who hears of the case inform. A slave who does so shall be set free, if he be the slave of the one of the parties, by the magistrate, if owned by another, at the cost of the state. And let the magistrates take care that he is not wronged by anyone out of revenge. The injuries which one person does to another by the use of poisons are of 2 kinds. One affects the body by the employment of drugs and potions. The other works on the mind by the practice of sorcery and magic. Fatal cases of either sort have been already mentioned, and now we must have a law respecting cases which are not fatal. There is no use in arguing with a man whose mind is disturbed by waxen images placed at his own door, or on the sepulchre of his father or mother, or at a spot where 3 ways meet. But to the wizards themselves we must address a solemn preamble, begging them not to treat the world as if they were children, or compel the legislator to expose them, and to show men that the poisoner who is not a physician and the wizard who is not a prophet or diviner are equally ignorant of what they are doing. Let the law be as follows. He who by the use of poison does any injury not fatal to a man or his servants, or any injury whether fatal or not to another's cattle or bees, is to be punished with death if he be a physician, and if he be not a physician, he is to suffer the punishment awarded by the court. And he who injures another by sorcery, if he be a diviner or prophet, shall be put to death, and if he be not a diviner, the court shall determine what he ought to pay or suffer. Anyone who injures another by theft or violence shall pay damages at least equal to the injury, and besides the compensation, a suitable punishment shall be inflicted. The foolish youth who is the victim of others is to have a lighter punishment. He whose folly is occasioned by his own jealousy or desire or anger is to suffer more heavily. Punishment is to be inflicted, not for the sake of vengeance, for what is done cannot be undone, but for the sake of prevention and reformation. And there should be a proportion between the punishment and the crime, in which the judge, having a discretion left him, must, by estimating the crime, second the legislator, who, like a painter, furnishes outlines for him to fill up. A madman is not to go about at large in the city, but is to be taken care of by his relatives. Neglect on their part is to be punished in the first class by a fine of 100 drachmas, and proportionally in the others. Now madness is of various kinds. In addition to that which arises from disease, there is the madness which originates in a passionate temperament, and makes men when engaged in a quarrel use foul and abusive language against each other. This is intolerable in a well-ordered state, and therefore our law shall be as follows. No one is to speak evil of another, but when men differ in opinion, they are to instruct one another without speaking evil. Nor should anyone seek to rouse the passions which education has calmed, for he who feeds and nurses his wrath is apt to make ribald jests at his opponent, with a loss of character or dignity to himself. And for this reason no one may use any abusive word in a temple, or at sacrifices or games, or in any public assembly, and he who offends shall be censured by the proper magistrate, and the magistrate, if he fail to censure him, shall not claim the prize of virtue. In any other place the angry man who indulges in revilings, whether he be the beginner or not, may be chastised by an elder. The reviler is always trying to make his opponent ridiculous, and the use of ridicule in anger we cannot allow. We forbid the comic poet to ridicule our citizens, under a penalty of expulsion from the country or a fine of 3 minae. Jest in which there is no offense may be allowed, but the question of offense shall be determined by the director of education, who is to be the licenser of theatrical performances. The righteous man who is in adversity will not be allowed to starve in a well-ordered city. He will never be a beggar, nor is a man to be pitied merely because he is hungry unless he be temperate. Therefore let the law be as follows: let there be no beggars in our state, and he who begs shall be expelled by the magistrates both from town and country. If a slave, male or female, does any harm to the property of another, who is not himself a party to the harm, the master shall compensate the injury or give up the offending slave. But if the master argue that the charge has arisen by collusion, with the view of obtaining the slave, he may put the plaintiff on his trial for malpractices, and recover from him twice the value of the slave, or if he is cast he must make good the damage and deliver up the slave. The injury done by a horse or other animal shall be compensated in like manner. A witness who will not come of himself may be summoned, and if he fail in appearing, he shall be liable for any harm which may ensue. If he swears that he does not know, he may leave the court. A judge who is called upon as a witness must not vote. A free woman, if she is over 40, may bear witness and plead, and if she have no husband, she may also bring an action. A slave, male or female, and a child may witness and plead only in case of murder. But they must give sureties that they will appear at the trial, if they should be charged with false witness. Such charges must be made pending the trial, and the accusations shall be sealed by both parties and kept by the magistrates until the trial for perjury comes off. If a man is twice convicted of perjury, he is not to be required; if 3 times, he is not to be allowed to bear witness, or if he persists in bearing witness, is to be punished with death. When more than half the evidence is proved to be false, there must be a new trial. The best and noblest things in human life are liable to be defiled and perverted. Is not justice the civilizer of mankind? And yet upon the noble profession of the advocate has come an evil name, for he is said to make the worse appear the better cause, and only requires money in return for his services. Such an art will be forbidden by the legislator, and if existing among us, will be requested to depart to another city. To the disobedient let the voice of the law be heard, saying, he who tries to pervert justice in the minds of the judges or to increase litigation shall be brought before the Supreme Court. If he does so from contentiousness, let him be silenced for a time, and if he offend again, put to death. If he have acted from a love of gain, let him be sent out of the country if he be a foreigner, or if he be a citizen, let him be put to death. Chapter 31. Much consideration and many regulations are necessary about military expeditions. The great principle of all is that no one, male or female, in war or peace, in great matters or small, shall be without a commander. Whether men stand or walk, or drill, or pursue, or retreat, or wash, or eat, they should all act together and in obedience to orders. We should practice from our youth upwards the habits of command and obedience. All dances, relaxations, endurances of meats and drinks, of cold and heat, and of hard couches, should have a view to war, and care should be taken not to destroy the natural covering and use of the head and feet by wearing shoes and caps. For the head is the lord of the body, and the feet are the best of servants. The soldier should have thoughts like these, and let him hear the law. He who is enrolled shall serve, and if he absent himself without leave, he shall be indicted for failure of service before his own branch of the army when the expedition returns. And if he be found guilty, he shall suffer the penalty which the courts award, and never be allowed to contend for any prize of valor, or to accuse another of misbehavior in military matters. Desertion shall also be tried and punished in the same manner. After the courts for trying failure of service and desertion have been held, the generals shall hold another court, in which the several arms of the service will award prizes for the expedition which has just concluded. The prize is to be a crown of olive, which the victor shall offer up at the temple of his favorite war god. In any suit which a man brings, let the indictment be scrupulously true. For justice is an honorable maiden, to whom falsehood is naturally hateful. For example, when men are prosecuted for having lost their arms, great care should be taken by the witnesses to distinguish between cases in which they have been lost from necessity and from cowardice. If the hero Patroclus had not been killed but had been brought back alive from the field, he might have been reproached with having lost the divine armor. And a man may lose his arms in a storm at sea, or from a fall, and under many other circumstances. There is a distinction of language to be observed in the use of the two terms, thrower away of a shield, leta 1 fe 5 iota psi alpha sigma pi iota sigma, and loser of arms, leta 1 f 0 0 pi omicron beta omicron lambda epsilon leta 1 f 7a sigma leta 1 f 5 pi lambda omega nu, one being the voluntary, the other the involuntary relinquishment of them. Let the law then be as follows: if anyone is overtaken by the enemy, having arms in his hands, and he leaves them behind him voluntarily, choosing base life instead of honorable death, let justice be done. The old legend of Caeneus, who was changed by Poseidon from a woman into a man, may teach by contraries the appropriate punishment. Let the thrower away of his shield be changed from a man into a woman, that is to say, let him be all his life out of danger, and never again be admitted by any commander into the ranks of his army, and let him pay a heavy fine according to his class, and any commander who permits him to serve shall also be punished by a fine. All magistrates, whatever be their tenure of office, must give an account of their magistracy. But where shall we find the magistrate who is worthy to supervise them or look into their shortcomings and crooked ways? The examiner must be more than man who is sufficient for these things. For the truth is that there are many causes of the dissolution of states, which, like ships or animals, have their cords and girders and sinews easily relaxed, and nothing tends more to their welfare and preservation than the supervision of them by examiners who are better than the magistrates. Failing in this, they fall to pieces, and each becomes many instead of one. Wherefore let the people meet after the summer solstice in the precincts of Apollo and the sun, and appoint 3 men of not less than 50 years of age. They shall proceed as follows. Each citizen shall select someone, not himself, whom he thinks the best. The persons selected shall be reduced to 1/2, who have the greatest number of votes if they are an even number, but if an odd number, he who has the smallest number of votes shall be previously withdrawn. The voting shall continue in the same manner until 3 only remain, and if the number of votes cast for them be equal, a distinction between the first, second, and third shall be made by lot. The 3 shall be crowned with an olive wreath, and proclamation made, that the city of the Magnetes, once more preserved by the gods, presents her 3 best men to Apollo and the sun, to whom she dedicates them as long as their lives answer to the judgment formed of them. They shall choose in the first year of their office 12 examiners, to continue until they are 75 years of age. Afterwards 3 shall be added annually. While they hold office, they shall dwell within the precinct of the god. They are to divide all the magistracies into 12 classes, and may apply any methods of inquiry, and inflict any punishments which they please, in some cases singly, in other cases together, announcing the acquittal or punishment of the magistrate on a tablet which they will place in the agora. A magistrate who has been condemned by the examiners may appeal to the select judges, and if he gain his suit, may in turn prosecute the examiners. But if the appellant is cast, his punishment shall be doubled, unless he was previously condemned to death. And what honors shall be paid to these examiners, whom the whole state counts worthy of the rewards of virtue? They shall have the first place at all sacrifices and other ceremonies, and in all assemblies and public places. They shall go on sacred embassies and have the exclusive privilege of wearing a crown of laurel. They are priests of Apollo and the sun, and he of their number who is judged first shall be high priest, and give his name to the year. The manner of their burial, too, shall be different from that of the other citizens. The color of their funeral array shall be white, and instead of the voice of lamentation, around the bier shall stand a chorus of 15 boys and 15 maidens, chanting hymns in honor of the deceased in alternate strains during an entire day. And at dawn a band of 100 youths shall carry the bier to the grave, marching in the garb of warriors, and the boys in front of the bier shall sing their national hymn, while the maidens and women past childbearing follow after. Priests and priestesses may also follow, unless the Pythian oracle forbids. The sepulchre shall be a vault built underground, which will last forever, having couches of stone placed side by side. On one of these they shall lay the departed saint, and then cover the tomb with a mound, and plant trees on every side except one, where an opening shall be left for other interments. Every year there shall be games, musical, gymnastic, or equestrian, in honor of those who have passed every ordeal. But if any of them, after having been acquitted on any occasion, begin to show the wickedness of human nature, he who pleases may bring them to trial before a court composed of the guardians of the law and of the select judges, and of any of the examiners who are alive. If he be convicted, he shall be deprived of his honors, and if the accuser do not obtain a fifth part of the votes, he shall pay a fine according to his class. What is called the judgment of Rhadamanthus is suited to ages of faith, but not to our days. He knew that his contemporaries believed in the gods, for many of them were the sons of gods, and he thought that the easiest and surest method of ending litigation was to commit the decision to heaven. In our own day, men either deny the existence of gods or their care of men, or maintain that they may be bribed by attentions and gifts, and the procedure of Rhadamanthus would therefore be out of date. When the religious ideas of mankind change, their laws should also change. Thus oaths should no longer be taken from plaintiff and defendant. Simple statements of affirmation and denial should be substituted. For there is something dreadful in the thought that nearly half the citizens of a state are perjured men. There is no objection to an oath where a man has no interest in forswearing himself, as, for example, when a judge is about to give his decision, or in voting at an election, or in the judgment of games and contests. But where there would be a premium on perjury, oaths and imprecations should be prohibited as irrelevant, like appeals to feeling. Let the principles of justice be learned and taught without words of evil omen. The oaths of a stranger against a stranger may be allowed, because strangers are not permitted to become permanent residents in our state. Trials in private causes are to be decided in the same manner as lesser offenses against the state. The non-attendance at a chorus or sacrifice, or the omission to pay a war tax, may be regarded as in the first instance remediable, and the defaulter may give security. But if he forfeits the security, the goods pledged shall be sold, and the money given to the state. And for obstinate disobedience, the magistrate shall have the power of inflicting greater penalties. A city which is without trade or commerce must consider what it will do about the going abroad of its own people and the admission of strangers. For out of intercourse with strangers there arises great confusion of manners, which in most states is not of any consequence, because the confusion exists already, but in a well-ordered state it may be a great evil. Yet the absolute prohibition of foreign travel, or the exclusion of strangers is impossible, and would appear barbarous to the rest of mankind. Public opinion should never be lightly regarded, for the many are not so far wrong in their judgments as in their lives. Even the worst of men have often a divine instinct, which enables them to judge of the differences between the good and bad. States are rightly advised when they desire to have the praise of men, and the greatest and truest praise is that of virtue. And our Cretan colony should, and probably will, have a character for virtue, such as few cities have. Let this, then, be our law about foreign travel and the reception of strangers. No one shall be allowed to leave the country who is under 40 years of age. Of course, military service abroad is not included in this regulation, and no one at all except in a public capacity. To the Olympic and Pythian and Nemean and Isthmian games shall be sent the fairest and best and bravest, who shall support the dignity of the city in time of peace. These, when they come home, shall teach the youth the inferiority of all other governments. Besides those who go on sacred missions, other persons shall be sent out by permission of the guardians to study the institutions of foreign countries. For people which has no experience and no knowledge of the characters of men or the reason of things, but lives by habit only, can never be perfectly civilized. Moreover, in all states, bad as well as good, there are holy and inspired men. These the citizen of a well-ordered city should be ever seeking out. He should go forth to find them over sea and over land, that he may more firmly establish institutions in his own state which are good already and amend the bad. What will be the best way of accomplishing such an object? In the first place, let the visitor of foreign countries be between 50 and 60 years of age, and let him be a citizen of repute, especially in military matters. On his return he shall appear before the Nocturnal Council. This is a body which sits from dawn to sunrise, and includes amongst its members the priests who have gained the prize of virtue, and the 10 oldest guardians of the law, and the director and past directors of education, each of whom has power to bring with him a younger friend of his own selection, who is between 30 and 40. The assembly thus constituted shall consider the laws of their own and other states, and gather information relating to them. Anything of the sort which is approved by the elder members of the council shall be studied with all diligence by the younger, who are to be specially watched by the rest of the citizens, and shall receive honor if they are deserving of honor, or dishonor if they prove inferior. This is the assembly to which the visitor of foreign countries shall come and tell anything which he has heard from others in the course of his travels, or which he has himself observed. If he be made neither better nor worse, let him at least be praised for his zeal, and let him receive still more praise and special honor after death if he be improved. But if he be deteriorated by his travels, let him be prohibited from speaking to anyone, and if he submit, he may live as a private individual. But if he be convicted of attempting to make innovations in education and the laws, let him die. Next, as to the reception of strangers. Of these there are 4 classes. First, merchants, who, like birds of passage, find their way over the sea at a certain time of the year, that they may exhibit their wares. These should be received in markets and public buildings without the city, by proper officers, who shall see that justice is done them, and shall also watch against any political designs which they may entertain. No more intercourse is to be held with them than is absolutely necessary. Secondly, there are the visitors at the festivals, who shall be entertained by hospitable persons at the temples for a reasonable time. The priests and ministers of the temples shall have a care of them. In small suits brought by them or against them, the priests shall be the judges, but in the more important, the wardens of the agora. Thirdly, there are ambassadors of foreign states. These are to be honorably received by the generals and commanders, and placed under the care of the praetanes and of the persons with whom they are lodged. Fourthly, there is the philosophical stranger, who, like our own spectators, from time to time goes to see what is rich and rare in foreign countries. Like them he must be 50 years of age, and let him go unbidden to the doors of the wise and rich, that he may learn from them and they from him. These are the rules of missions into foreign countries and of the reception of strangers. Let Zeus, the god of hospitality, be honored, and let not the stranger be excluded. As in Egypt from meals and sacrifices, or, as at Sparta, driven away by savage proclamations. Let guarantees be clearly given in writing and before witnesses. The number of witnesses shall be 3 when the sum lent is under 1,000 drachmas, or 5 when above. The agent and principal at a fraudulent sale shall be equally liable. He who would search another man's house for anything must swear that he expects to find it there, and he shall enter naked, or having on a single garment and no girdle. The owner shall place at the disposal of the searcher all his goods, sealed as well as unsealed. If he refuse, he shall be liable in double the value of the property, if it shall prove to be in his possession. If the owner be absent, the searcher may counterseal the property which is under seal and place watches. If the owner remain absent more than 5 days, the searcher shall take the magistrates and open the sealed property and seal it up again in their presence. The recovery of goods disputed, except in the case of lands and houses, about which there can be no dispute in our state, is to be barred by time. The public and unimpeached use of anything for a year in the city, or for 5 years in the country, or the private possession and domestic use for 3 years in the city, or for 10 years in the country, is to give a right of ownership. But if the possessor have the property in a foreign country, there shall be no bar as to time. The proceedings of any trial are to be void, in which either the parties or the witnesses, whether bond or free, have been prevented by violence from attending. If a slave be prevented, the suit shall be invalid, or if a freeman, he who is guilty of the violence shall be imprisoned for a year, and shall also be liable to an action for kidnapping. If one competitor forcibly prevents another from attending at the games, the other may be inscribed as victor in the temples, and the first, whether victor or not, shall be liable to an action for damages. The receiver of stolen goods shall undergo the same punishment as the thief. The receiver of an exile shall be punished with death. A man ought to have the same friends and enemies as his country, and he who makes war or peace for himself shall be put to death. And if a party in the state make war or peace, their leaders shall be indicted by the generals, and if convicted, they shall be put to death. The ministers and officers of a country ought not to receive gifts, even as the reward of good deeds. He who disobeys shall die. With a view to taxation, a man should have his property and income valued, and the government may, at their discretion, levy the tax upon the annual return, or take a portion of the whole. The good man will offer moderate gifts to the gods. His land or hearth cannot be offered, because they are already consecrated to all gods. Gold and silver, which arouse envy, and ivory, which is taken from the dead body of an animal, are unsuitable offerings. Iron and brass are materials of war. Wood and stone of a single piece may be offered. Also woven work, which has not occupied one woman more than a month in making. White is a color which is acceptable to the gods. Figures of birds and similar offerings are the best of gifts, but they must be such as the painter can execute in a day. Next, concerning lawsuits, judges, or rather arbiters, may be agreed upon by the plaintiff and defendant, and if no decision is obtained from them, their fellow tribesmen shall judge. At this stage there shall be an increase of the penalty. The defendant, if he be cast, shall pay 1/5 more than the damages claimed. If he further persist and appeal a second time, the case shall be heard before the select judges, and he shall pay, if defeated, the penalty and half as much again. And the pursuer, if on the first appeal he is defeated, shall pay 1/5 of the damages claimed by him, and if on the second, 1/2. Other matters relating to trials, such as the assignment of judges to courts, the times of sitting, the number of judges, the modes of pleading and procedure, as we have already said, may be determined by younger legislators. These are to be the rules of private courts. As regards public courts, many states have excellent modes of procedure which may serve for models. These, when duly tested by experience, should be ratified and made permanent by us. Let the judge be accomplished in the laws. He should possess writings about them and make a study of them, for laws are the highest instrument of mental improvement, and derive their name from mind, nu omicron letter 1 Fe6 sigma, nu omicron sigma. They afford a measure of all censure and praise, whether in verse or prose, in conversation or in books, and are an antidote to the vain disputes of men and their equally vain acquiescence in each other's opinions. The just judge who imbibes their spirit makes the city and himself to stand upright. He establishes justice for the good and cures the tempers of the bad if they can be cured, but denounces death, which is the only remedy to the incurable, the threads of whose life cannot be reversed. When the suits of the year are completed, execution is to follow. The court is to award to the plaintiff the property of the defendant if he is cast, reserving to him only his lot of land. If the plaintiff is not satisfied within a month, the court shall put into his hands the property of the defendant. If the defendant fails in payment to the amount of a drachma, he shall lose the use and protection of the court, or if he rebel against the authority of the court, he shall be brought before the guardians of the law, and if found guilty, he shall be put to death. Man, having been born, educated, having begotten and brought up children, and gone to law, fulfills the debt of nature. The rites which are to be celebrated after death in honor of the gods above and below shall be determined by the interpreters. The dead shall be buried in uncultivated places, where they will be out of the way and do least injury to the living. For no one either in life or after death has any right to deprive other men of the sustenance which Mother Earth provides for them. No sepulchral mound is to be piled higher than 5 men can raise it in 5 days, and the gravestone shall not be larger than is sufficient to contain an inscription of 4 heroic verses. The dead are only to be exposed for 3 days, which is long enough to test the reality of death. The legislator will instruct the people that the body is a mere shadow or image, and that the soul, which is our true being, is gone to give an account of herself before the gods below. When they hear this, the good are full of hope, and the evil are terrified. It is also said that not much can be done for anyone after death, and therefore while in life all man should be helped by their kindred to pass their days justly and holily, that they may depart in peace. When a man loses a son or a brother, he should consider that the beloved one has gone away to fulfill his destiny in another place, and should not waste money over his lifeless remains. Let the law then order a moderate funeral of 5 minae for the first class, of 3 for the second, of 2 for the third, of 1 for the fourth. One of the guardians of the law, to be selected by the relatives, shall assist them in arranging the affairs of the deceased. There would be a want of delicacy in prescribing that there should or should not be mourning for the dead. But at any rate, such mourning is to be confined to the house. There must be no processions in the streets, and the dead body shall be taken out of the city before daybreak. Regulations about other forms of burial, and about the non-burial of parricides and other sacrilegious persons have already been laid down. The work of legislation is therefore nearly completed. Its end will be finally accomplished when we have provided for the continuance of the state. Do you remember the names of the fates? Lachesis, the giver of the lots, is the first of them. Clotho, the spinster, the second. Atropos, the unchanging one, is the third and last, who makes the threads of the web irreversible. And we too want to make our laws irreversible, for the unchangeable quality in them will be the salvation of the state and the source of health and order in the bodies and souls of our citizens. But can such a quality be implanted? I think that it may, and at any rate we must try, for after all our labor, to have been piling up a fabric which has no foundation would be too ridiculous. What foundation would you lay? we have already instituted an assembly which was composed of the 10 oldest guardians of the law, and secondly, of those who had received prizes of virtue, and thirdly, of the travelers who had gone abroad to inquire into the laws of other countries. Moreover, each of the members was to choose a young man of not less than 30 years of age to be approved by the rest, and they were to meet at dawn when all the world is at leisure. This assembly will be an anchor to the vessel of state and provide the means of permanence, for the constitutions of states, like all other things, have their proper saviors, which are to them what the head and soul are to the living being. How do you mean? Mind in the soul and sight and hearing in the head, or rather the perfect union of mind and sense may be justly called every man's salvation. Certainly. Yes, but of what nature is this union? In the case of a ship, for example, the senses of the sailors are added to the intelligence of the pilot, and the two together save the ship and the men in the ship. Again, the physician and the general have their objects, and the object of the one is health, of the other victory. States, too, have their objects, and the ruler must understand, first, their nature, and secondly, the means of attaining them, whether in laws or men. The state which is wanting in this knowledge cannot be expected to be wise when the time for action arrives. Now, what class or institution is there in our state which has such a saving power? I suspect that you are referring to the nocturnal council. Yes, to that council which is to have all virtue and which should aim directly at the mark. Very true. The inconsistency of legislation in most states is not surprising when the variety of their objects is considered. One of them makes their rule of justice the government of a class, another aims at wealth, another at freedom, or at freedom and power, and some who call themselves philosophers maintain that you should seek for all of them at once. But our object is unmistakably virtue, and virtue is of 4 kinds. Yes, and we said that mind is the chief and ruler of the 3 other kinds of virtue and of all else. True, Cleinias, and now, having already declared the object which is present to the mind of the pilot, the general, the physician, we will interrogate the mind of the statesman. Tell me, I say, as the physician and general have told us their object, what is the object of the statesman? Can you tell me? We cannot. Did we not say that there are 4 virtues, courage, wisdom, and 2 others, all of which are called by the common name of virtue and are in a sense one? Certainly we did. The difficulty is not in understanding the differences of the virtues, but in apprehending their unity. Why do we call virtue, which is a single thing, by the 2 names of wisdom and courage? The reason is that courage is concerned with fear, and is found both in children and in brutes. For the soul may be courageous without reason, but no soul was or ever will be wise without reason. That is true. I have explained to you the difference, and do you in return explain to me the unity. But first let us consider whether anyone who knows the name of a thing without the definition has any real knowledge of it. Is not such knowledge a disgrace to a man of sense, especially where great and glorious truths are concerned? And can any subject be more worthy of the attention of our legislators than the 4 virtues of which we are speaking: courage, temperance, justice, wisdom? Ought not the magistrates and officers of the state to instruct the citizens in the nature of virtue and vice, instead of leaving them to be taught by some chance poet or sophist? A city which is without instruction suffers the usual fate of cities in our day. What then shall we do? How shall we perfect the ideas of our guardians about virtue? How shall we give our state a head and eyes? Yes, but how do you apply the figure? The city will be the body or trunk. The best of our young men will mount into the head or acropolis and be our eyes. They will look about them and inform the elders, who are the mind, and use the younger men as their instruments. Together they will save the state. Shall this be our constitution, or shall all be educated alike, and the special training be given up? That is impossible. Let us then endeavor to attain to some more exact idea of education. Did we not say that the true artist or guardian ought to have an eye, not only to the many, but to the one, and to order all things with a view to the one? Can there be any more philosophical speculation than how to reduce many things which are unlike to one idea? Perhaps not. Say rather, certainly not. And the rulers of our divine state ought to have an exact knowledge of the common principle in courage, temperance, justice, wisdom, which is called by the name of virtue. And unless we know whether virtue is one or many, we shall hardly know what virtue is. Shall we contrive some means of engrafting this knowledge on our state, or give the matter up? Anything rather than that. Let us begin by making an agreement. By all means, if we can. Well, are we not agreed that our guardians ought to know, not only how the good and the honorable are many, but also how they are one? Yes, certainly. The true guardian of the laws ought to know their truth, and should also be able to interpret and execute them. He should. And is there any higher knowledge than the knowledge of the existence and power of the gods? The people may be excused for following tradition, but the guardian must be able to give a reason of the faith which is in him. And there are two great evidences of religion, the priority of the soul and the order of the heavens. For no man of sense, when he contemplates the universe, will be likely to substitute necessity for reason and will. Those who maintain that the sun and the stars are inanimate beings are utterly wrong in their opinions. The men of a former generation had a suspicion, which has been confirmed by later thinkers, that things inanimate could never without mind have attained such scientific accuracy, and some Anaxagoras, even in those days, ventured to assert that mind had ordered all things in heaven, but they had no idea of the priority of mind, and they turned the world, or more properly themselves, upside down, and filled the universe with stones and earth and other inanimate bodies. This led to great impiety, and the poets said many foolish things against the philosophers, whom they compared to yelping she-dogs, besides making other abusive remarks. No man can now truly worship the gods who does not believe that the soul is eternal and prior to the body and the ruler of all bodies, and does not perceive also that there is mind in the stars, or who has not heard the connection of these things with music, and has not harmonized them with manners and laws, giving a reason of things which are matters of reason. He who is unable to acquire this knowledge, as well as the ordinary virtues of a citizen, can only be a servant, and not a ruler in the state. Let us then add another law to the effect that the nocturnal council shall be a god set for the salvation of the state. Very good. To establish this will be our aim, and I hope that others besides myself will assist. Let us proceed along the road in which God seems to guide us. We cannot, Megillus and Cleinias, anticipate the details which will hereafter be needed. They must be supplied by experience. What do you mean? First of all, a register will have to be made of all those whose age, character, or education would qualify them to be guardians. The subjects which they are to learn, and the order in which they are to be learnt, are mysteries which cannot be explained beforehand, but not mysteries in any other sense. If that is the case, what is to be done? We must stake our all on a lucky throw, and I will share the risk by stating my views on education. And I would have you, Cleinias, who are the founder of the Magnesian state, and will obtain the greatest glory if you succeed, and will at least be praised for your courage if you fail, take especial heed of this matter. If we can only establish the nocturnal council, we will hand over the city to its keeping. None of the present company will hesitate about that. Our dream will then become a reality, and our citizens, if they are carefully chosen and well educated, will be saviors and guardians such as the world hitherto has never seen. The want of completeness in the laws becomes more apparent in the later books. There is less arrangement in them, and the transitions are more abrupt from one subject to another. Yet they contain several noble passages, such as the prelude to the discourse concerning the honor and dishonor of parents, Roman 11:931, or the picture of the dangers attending the friendly intercourse of young men and maidens with one another, Roman 8:835d and following. or the soothing remonstrance, which is addressed to the dying man, respecting his right to do what he will with his own, Roman 11:922 and following, or the fine description of the burial of the dead, Roman 12:958c and following. The subject of religion in Book X is introduced as a prelude to offenses against the gods, and this portion of the work appears to be executed in Plato's best manner. In the last 4 books, several questions occur for consideration. Among them are I, the detection and punishment of offenses, Roman 2, the nature of the voluntary and involuntary, Roman 3, the arguments against atheism, and against the opinion that the gods have no care of human affairs, Roman 4, the remarks upon retail trade, v. the institution of the nocturnal council. A weak point in the laws of Plato is the amount of inquisition into private life, which is to be made by the rulers. The magistrate is always watching and waylaying the citizens. He is constantly to receive information against improprieties of life. Plato does not seem to be aware that espionage can only have a negative effect. He has not yet discovered the boundary line which parts the domain of law from that of morality or social life. Men will not tell of one another, nor will he ever be the most honored citizen who gives the most frequent information about offenders to the magistrates, v. 730 d. As in some writers of fiction, so also in philosophers, we may observe the effect of age. Plato becomes more conservative as he grows older, and he would govern the world entirely by men like himself, who are above 50 years of age, compare VI 755a, for in them he hopes to find a principle of stability. He does not remark that, in destroying the freedom, he is destroying also the life of the state. In reducing all the citizens to rule and measure, he would have been depriving the Magnesian colony of those great men, whose acquaintance is beyond all price, Roman 12:951b, and he would have found that in the worst governed Hellenic state, there was more of a carriere ouvert for extraordinary genius and virtue than in his own. Plato has an evident dislike of the Athenian dicasteries. He prefers a few judges who take a leading part in the conduct of trials to a great number who only listen in silence, VI 766d, cf. Also Roman 9:855d. He allows of 2 appeals, in each case, however, with an increase of the penalty, Roman 12:956. Modern jurists would disapprove of the redress of injustice being purchased only at an increasing risk, though indirectly the burden of legal expenses, which seems to have been little felt among the Athenians, has a similar effect. The love of litigation, which is a remnant of barbarism quite as much as a corruption of civilization, and was innate in the Athenian people, is diminished in the new state by the imposition of severe penalties, Roman 11:938. If persevered in, it is to be punished with death. In the laws, murder and homicide, besides being crimes, are also pollutions. Regarded from this point of view, the estimate of such offenses is apt to depend on accidental circumstances, such as the shedding of blood, and not on the real guilt of the offender or the injury done to society. They are measured by the horror which they arouse in a barbarous age. For there is a superstition in law as well as in religion, and the feelings of a primitive age have a traditional hold on the mass of the people. On the other hand, Plato is innocent of the barbarity which would visit the sins of the fathers upon the children, and he is quite aware that punishment has an eye to the future, and not to the past, Roman 9:854d and following. Compared with that of most European nations in the last century, his penal code, though sometimes capricious, is reasonable and humane. A defect in Plato's criminal jurisprudence is his remission of the punishment when the homicide has obtained the forgiveness of the murdered person, Roman 9:869e, as if crime were a personal affair between individuals and not an offense against the state. There is a ridiculous disproportion in his punishments. Because a slave may fairly receive a blow for stealing one fig or one bunch of grapes, or a tradesman for selling adulterated goods to the value of 1 drachma, it is rather hard upon the slave that he should receive as many blows as he has taken grapes or figs, Roman 8:845a, or upon the tradesman who has sold adulterated goods to the value of 1,000 drachmas, that he should receive 1,000 blows, Roman 11:917. Roman 2. But before punishment can be inflicted at all, the legislator must determine the nature of the voluntary and involuntary. The great question of the freedom of the will, which in modern times has been worn threadbare with purely abstract discussion, was approached both by Plato and Aristotle, first from the judicial, secondly from the sophistical point of view. They were puzzled by the degrees and kinds of crime. They observed also that the law only punished hurts which are inflicted by a voluntary agent on an involuntary patient. In attempting to distinguish between hurt and injury, Roman 9:859 and following, compare also 870, Plato says that mere hurt is not injury, but that a benefit when done in a wrong spirit may sometimes injure, e.g., when conferred without regard to right and wrong, or to the good or evil consequences which may follow. He means to say that the good or evil disposition of the agent is the principle which characterizes actions, and this is not sufficiently described by the terms voluntary and involuntary. You may hurt another involuntarily, and no one would suppose that you had injured him, and you may hurt him voluntarily, as in inflicting punishment. Neither is this injury. But if you hurt him from motives of avarice, ambition, or cowardly fear, this is injury. Injustice is also described as the victory of desire or passion, or self-conceit over reason, as justice is the subordination of them to reason. In some paradoxical sense, Plato is disposed to affirm all injustice to be involuntary, because no man would do injustice who knew that it never paid and could calculate the consequences of what he was doing. Yet, on the other hand, he admits that the distinction of voluntary and involuntary, taken in another and more obvious sense, is the basis of legislation. His conception of justice and injustice is complicated, 1. by the one of a distinction between justice and virtue, that is to say, between the quality which primarily regards others, and the quality in which self and others are equally regarded. 2. By the confusion of doing and suffering justice. 3. By the unwillingness to renounce the old Socratic paradox that evil is involuntary. Roman 3. The laws rest on a religious foundation. In this respect, they bear the stamp of primitive legislation. They do not escape the almost inevitable consequence of making irreligion penal. If laws are based upon religion, the greatest offense against them must be irreligion. Hence the necessity for what in modern language, and according to a distinction which Plato would scarcely have understood, might be termed persecution. But the spirit of persecution in Plato, unlike that of modern religious bodies, arises out of the desire to enforce a true and simple form of religion, and is directed against the superstitions which tend to degrade mankind. Sir Thomas More, in his Utopia, is in favor of tolerating all except the intolerant, though he would not promote to high offices those who disbelieved in the immortality of the soul. Plato has not advanced quite so far as this in the path of toleration. But in judging of his enlightenment, we must remember that the evils of necromancy and divination were far greater than those of intolerance in the ancient world. Human nature is always having recourse to the first, but only when organized into some form of priesthood falls into the other, although in primitive as in later ages the institution of a priesthood may claim probably to be an advance on some form of religion which preceded. The laws would have rested on a sounder foundation if Plato had ever distinctly realized to his mind the difference between crime and sin or vice. Of this, as of many other controversies, a clear definition might have been the end, but such a definition belongs to a later age of philosophy. The arguments which Plato uses for the being of a god have an extremely modern character. First, the consensus gentium. Secondly, the argument which has already been adduced in the Phaedrus 245c of the priority of the self-moved. The answer to those who say that God cares not is that he governs by general laws, and that he who takes care of the great will assuredly take care of the small. Plato did not feel and has not attempted to consider the difficulty of reconciling the special with the general providence of God, yet he is on the road to a solution when he regards the world as a whole, of which all the parts work together towards the final end. We are surprised to find that the skepticism, which we attribute to young men in our own day, existed then. Compare Republic Romans 7, 538. That the Epicureanism expressed in the line of Horace, borrowed from Lucretius, Namc Dios didici securum ager evum, was already prevalent in the age of Plato, and that the terrors of another world were freely used in order to gain advantages over other men in this. The same objection which struck the psalmist, when I saw the prosperity of the wicked, Psalms 73:3, is supposed to lie at the root of the beta sort of unbelief. And the answer is substantially the same which the modern theologian would offer, that the ways of God in this world cannot be justified unless there be a future state of rewards and punishments. Yet this future state of rewards and punishments is in Plato's view not any addition of happiness or suffering imposed from without, but the permanence of good and evil in the soul. Here he is in advance of many modern theologians. The Greek, too, had his difficulty about the existence of evil, which in one solitary passage, remarkable for being inconsistent with his general system, Plato explains, after the Magian fashion, by a good and evil spirit, x 896e. Compare Theaetetus 176, Statesman 269e. This passage is also remarkable for being at variance with the general optimism of the 10th book. Not all things are ordered by God for the best, but some things by a good, others by an evil spirit. The 10th book of the Laws presents a picture of the state of belief among the Greeks singularly like that of the world in which we live. Plato is disposed to attribute the incredulity of his own age to several causes. First, to the bad effect of mythological tales, of which he retains his disapproval, but he has a weak side for antiquity, and is unwilling, as in the Republic books Roman 2 and Roman 3, wholly to prescribe them, Laws x 886. Secondly, he remarks the self-conceit of a newly fledged generation of philosophers, who declare that the sun, moon, and stars are earth and stones only, and who also maintain that the gods are made by the laws of the state. Thirdly, he notes a confusion in the minds of men arising out of their misinterpretation of the appearances of the world around them. They do not always see the righteous rewarded and the wicked punished. So in modern times there are some whose infidelity has arisen from doubts about the inspiration of ancient writings, others who have been made unbelievers by physical science, or again by the seemingly political character of religion, while there is a third class to whose minds the difficulty of justifying the ways of God to man has been the chief stumbling block. Plato is very much out of temper at the impiety of some of his contemporaries, x 888. Yet he is determined to reason with the victims, as he regards them, of these illusions before he punishes them. His answer to the unbelievers is twofold. First, that the soul is prior to the body, x 891e. Secondly, that the ruler of the universe being perfect has made all things with a view to their perfection. X 903c, 904. The difficulties arising out of ancient sacred writings were far less serious in the age of Plato than in our own. We too have our popular Epicureanism, which would allow the world to go on as if there were no God. When the belief in him, whether of ancient or modern times, begins to fade away, men relegate him, either in theory or practice, into a distant heaven. They do not like expressly to deny God when it is more convenient to forget him, and so the theory of the Epicurean becomes the practice of mankind in general. Nor can we be said to be free from that which Plato justly considers to be the worst unbelief, of those who put superstition in the place of true religion. For the larger half of Christians continue to assert that the justice of God may be turned aside by gifts, and if not by the odor of fat and the sacrifice steaming to heaven, still by another kind of sacrifice placed upon the altar, by masses for the quick and dead, by dispensations, by building churches, by rites and ceremonies, by the same means which the heathen used, taking other names and shapes. And the indifference of Epicureanism and unbelief is in two ways the parent of superstition, partly because it permits, and also because it creates, a necessity for its development in religious and enthusiastic temperaments. If men cannot have a rational belief, they will have an irrational, and hence the most superstitious countries are also at a certain point of civilization the most unbelieving. And the revolution which takes one direction is quickly followed by a reaction in the other. So we may read between the lines ancient history and philosophy into modern, and modern into ancient. Whether we compare the theory of Greek philosophy with the Christian religion, or the practice of the Gentile world with the practice of the Christian world, they will be found to differ more in words and less in reality than we might have supposed. The greater opposition which is sometimes made between them seems to arise chiefly out of a comparison of the ideal of the one with the practice of the other. To the errors of superstition and unbelief Plato opposes the simple and natural truth of religion, the best and highest, whether conceived in the form of a person or a principle, as the divine mind or as the idea of good, is believed by him to be the basis of human life, that all things are working together for good to the good and evil to the evil in this, or in some other world to which human actions are transferred, is the sum of his faith or theology. Unlike Socrates, he is absolutely free from superstition. Religion and morality are one and indivisible to him. He dislikes the heathen mythology, which, as he significantly remarks, was not tolerated in Crete, and perhaps, for the meaning of his words is not quite clear, at Sparta x 886 B.C., compare Roman 3 680 C. He gives no encouragement to individual enthusiasm. The establishment of religion could only be the work of a mighty intellect, x 909 E. Like the Hebrews, he prohibits private rites. For the avoidance of superstition, he would transfer all worship of the gods to the public temples, x 909 D. He would not have men and women consecrating the accidents of their lives, x 909 E. He trusts to human punishments and not to divine judgments, though he is not unwilling to repeat the old tradition that certain kinds of dishonesty prevent a man from having a family, Roman 11 913 C. He considers that the ages of faith have passed away and cannot now be recalled, Roman 12 948 B. Yet he is far from wishing to extirpate the sentiment of religion, which he sees to be common to all mankind, barbarians as well as Hellenes, x 886 A. He remarks that no one passes through life without, sooner or later, experiencing its power, x 888 B.C., to which we may add the further remark that the greater the irreligion, the more violent has often been the religious reaction. It is remarkable that Plato's account of mind at the end of the Laws goes beyond Anaxagoras and beyond himself in any of his previous writings. Aristotle, in a well-known passage, Metaphysics I-4, which is an echo of the Phaedo 97-98, remarks on the inconsistency of Anaxagoras in introducing the agency of mind, and yet having recourse to other and inferior, probably material causes. But Plato makes the further criticism that the error of Anaxagoras consisted not in denying the universal agency of mind, but in denying the priority, or, as we should say, the eternity of it, Roman 12:967. Yet in the Timaeus 31 and following, he had himself allowed that God made the world out of pre-existing materials. In the Statesman 273b, he says that there were seeds of evil in the world arising out of the remains of a former chaos which could not be got rid of, and even in the 10th book of the Laws, 896e, he has admitted that there are two souls, a good and evil. In the Meno, the Phaedrus, and the Phaedo, he had spoken of the recovery of ideas from a former state of existence. But now he has attained to a clearer point of view. He has discarded these fancies. From meditating on the priority of the human soul to the body, he has learnt the nature of soul absolutely. The power of the best, of which he gave an intimation in the Phaedo, and in the Republic now, as in the Philebus, takes the form of an intelligence or person. He no longer, like Anaxagoras, supposes mind to be introduced at a certain time into the world, and to give order to a pre-existing chaos, but to be prior to the chaos, everlasting and ever-moving, and the source of order and intelligence in all things. This appears to be the last form of Plato's religious philosophy, which might almost be summed up in the words of Kant, the starry heaven above and the moral law within. Or rather, perhaps, the starry heaven above and mind prior to the world. Roman 4, the remarks about retail trade, about adulteration, and about mendicity have a very modern character. Greek social life was more like our own than we are apt to suppose. There was the same division of ranks, the same aristocratic and democratic feeling, and even in a democracy, the same preference for land and for agricultural pursuits. Plato may be claimed as the first free trader, when he prohibits the imposition of customs on imports and exports, though he was clearly not aware of the importance of the principle which he enunciated, Roman 8:847b, c. The discredit of retail trade he attributes to the rogueries of traders, and is inclined to believe that if a nobleman would keep a shop, which heaven forbid, retail trade might become honorable, Roman 11:918. He has hardly lighted upon the true reason, which appears to be the essential distinction between buyers and sellers, the one class being necessarily, in some degree, dependent on the other. When he proposes to fix prices, which would allow a moderate gain, Roman 11:920, and to regulate trade in several minute particulars, we must remember that this is by no means so absurd in a city consisting of 5,040 citizens, in which almost everyone would know and become known to everybody else, as in our own vast population. Among ourselves, we are very far from allowing every man to charge what he pleases. Of many things the prices are fixed by law. Do we not often hear of wages being adjusted in proportion to the profits of employers? The objection to regulating them by law and thus avoiding the conflicts which continually arise between the buyers and sellers of labor is not so much the undesirableness as the impossibility of doing so. Wherever free competition is not reconcilable either with the order of society, or, as in the case of adulteration, with common honesty, the government may lawfully interfere. The only question is whether the interference will be effectual, and whether the evil of interference may not be greater than the evil which is prevented by it. He would prohibit beggars, because in a well-ordered state no good man would be left to starve, Roman 11 936b. This again is a prohibition which might have been easily enforced, for there is no difficulty in maintaining the poor when the population is small. In our own times, the difficulty of pauperism is rendered far greater, 1. by the enormous numbers, 2. by the facility of locomotion, 3. by the increasing tenderness for human life and suffering. And the only way of meeting the difficulty seems to be by modern nations subdividing themselves into small bodies having local knowledge and acting together in the spirit of ancient communities. Compare Aristotle Politics VI 5, section 511. Regarded as the framework of a polity, the laws are deemed by Plato to be a decline from the Republic, which is the dream of his earlier years. Laws v. 739. He nowhere imagines that he has reached a higher point of speculation. He is only descending to the level of human things, and he often returns to his original idea. For the guardians of the Republic, who were the elder citizens, and were all supposed to be philosophers, is now substituted a special body, who are to review and amend the laws, preserving the spirit of the legislator. These are the Nocturnal Council, who, although they are not specially trained in dialectic, are not wholly destitute of it, for they must know the relation of particular virtues to the general principle of virtue, Roman 12 965. Plato has been arguing throughout the laws that temperance is higher than courage, peace than war, that the love of both must enter into the character of the good citizen. And at the end, the same thought is summed up by him in an abstract form. The true artist or guardian must be able to reduce the many to the one, than which, as he says with an enthusiasm worthy of the Phaedrus or Philebus, no more philosophical method was ever devised by the wit of man, Roman 12 965 c. But the sense of unity in difference can only be acquired by study, and Plato does not explain to us the nature of this study, which we may reasonably infer, though there is a remarkable omission of the word, to be akin to the dialectic of the Republic. The Nocturnal Council is to consist of the priests who have obtained the rewards of virtue, of the 10 eldest guardians of the law, and of the director and ex-directors of education, each of whom is to select for approval a younger coadjutor. To this council, the spectator, who is sent to visit foreign countries, has to make his report, Roman 12 951 and following. It is not an administrative body, but an assembly of sages who are to make legislation their study. Plato is not altogether disinclined to changes in the law where experience shows them to be necessary, but he is also anxious that the original spirit of the Constitution should never be lost sight of. The laws of Plato contain the latest phase of his philosophy, showing in many respects an advance and in others a decline in his views of life and the world. His theory of ideas in the next generation passed into one of numbers, the nature of which we gather chiefly from the metaphysics of Aristotle. Of the speculative side of this theory, there are no traces in the laws, but doubtless Plato found the practical value which he attributed to arithmetic greatly confirmed by the possibility of applying number and measure to the revolution of the heavens and to the regulation of human life. In the return to a doctrine of numbers, there is a retrogression rather than an advance, for the most barren logical abstraction is of a higher nature than number and figure. Philosophy fades away into the distance. In the laws, it is confined to the members of the Nocturnal Council. The speculative truth, which was the food of the guardians in the Republic, is for the majority of the citizens to be superseded by practical virtues. The law, which is the expression of mind written down, takes the place of the living word of the philosopher. Compare the contrast of Phaedrus 275e and Laws X 891a, also the plays on the words nu omicron leta 1 fe 6 sigma, nu omicron sigma. Nu omicron letter 1 fe6 delta iot alpha nu omicron mu eta. Laws Roman 4 714a, Roman 12 957c, and the discussion in the Statesman 293 and following of the difference between the personal rule of a king and the impersonal reign of law. The state is based on virtue and religion rather than on knowledge, and virtue is no longer identified with knowledge, being of the commoner sort, and spoken of in the sense generally understood. Yet there are many traces of advance as well as retrogression in the laws of Plato. The attempt to reconcile the ideal with actual life is an advance. To have brought philosophy down from heaven to earth is a praise which may be claimed for him as well as for his master Socrates. And the members of the Nocturnal Council are to continue students of the one in many and of the nature of God. Education is the last word with which Plato supposes the theory of the laws to end and the reality to begin, laws sub fin. Plato's increasing appreciation of the difficulties of human affairs and of the element of chance which so largely influences them is an indication not of a narrower, but of a maturer mind, which had become more conversant with realities. Nor can we fairly attribute any want of originality to him, because he has borrowed many of his provisions from Sparta and Athens. Laws and institutions grow out of habits and customs, and they have better opinion, better confirmation, if they have come down from antiquity and are not mere literary inventions. Plato would have been the first to acknowledge that the Book of Laws was not the creation of his fancy, but a collection of enactments which had been devised by inspired legislators like Minos, Lycurgus, and Solon to meet the actual needs of men, and had been approved by time and experience. In order to do justice, therefore, to the design of the work, it is necessary to examine how far it rests on an historical foundation and coincides with the actual laws of Sparta and Athens. The consideration of the historical aspect of the laws has been reserved for this place. In working out the comparison, the writer has been greatly assisted by the excellent essays of C. F. Herman, De Vestigiis Institutorum Veterum, Imprimis Atticorum, Per Platonis de Legibus Libros Indagandis, and Juris Domestici et Familiaris apud Platonum in Legibus cum Veteris Greci Inc. Primus Athenarum Institutis Comparatio, Marburg, 1836, and by J. B. Telfes Corpus Juris Attici, Leipzig, 1868. Excursus on the relation of the laws of Plato to the institutions of Crete and Lacedaemon, and to the laws and constitution of Athens. The laws of Plato are essentially Greek. Unlike Xenophon's Cyropaedia, they contain nothing foreign or oriental. Their aim is to reconstruct the work of the great lawgivers of Hellas in a literary form. They partake both of an Athenian and a Spartan character. Some of them, too, are derived from Crete and are appropriately transferred to a Cretan colony. But of Crete so little is known to us, that although, as Montesquieu, Esprit des Lois, Roman 4:6, remarks, the laws of Crete are the original of those of Sparta, and the laws of Plato the correction of these latter. There is only one point, viz., the common meals, in which they can be compared. Most of Plato's provisions resemble the laws and customs which prevailed in these three states, especially in the two former, and which the personifying instinct of the Greeks attributed to Minos, Lycurgus, and Solon. A very few particulars may have been borrowed from Zaleucus, Cicero de Legibus, Roman 2:6, and Charondas, who is said to have first made laws against perjury, Aristotle Politics, Roman 2:12, section 11, and to have forbidden credit, Stobaeus Florilegium 44, p. 204 Gaisford. Some enactments are Plato's own, and were suggested by his experience of defects in the Athenian and other Greek states. The laws also contain many lesser provisions, which are not found in the ordinary codes of nations because they cannot be properly defined and are therefore better left to custom and common sense. The greater part of the work, as Aristotle remarks, Politics, Roman 2:6, section 4, is taken up with laws, yet this is not wholly true, and applies to the latter rather than to the first half of it. The book rests on an ethical and religious foundation. The actual laws begin with a hymn of praise in honor of the soul, v. 726 following, and the same lofty aspiration after the good is perpetually recurring, especially in books X, Roman 11, Roman 12, and whenever Plato's mind is filled with his highest themes. In prefixing to most of his laws a proemium, he has two ends in view: to persuade and also to threaten. They are to have the sanction of laws and the effect of sermons. And Plato's Book of Laws, if described in the language of modern philosophy, may be said to be as much an ethical and educational as a political or legal treatise. But although the laws partake both of an Athenian and a Spartan character, the elements which are borrowed from either state are necessarily very different, because the character and origin of the two governments themselves differed so widely. Sparta was the more ancient and primitive. Athens was suited to the wants of a later stage of society. The relation of the two states to the laws may be conceived in this manner. The foundation and ground plan of the work are more Spartan, while the superstructure and details are more Athenian. At Athens, the laws were written down and were voluminous. More than 1,000 fragments of them have been collected by Telfy. Like the Roman or English law, they contained innumerable particulars. Those of them which regulated daily life were familiarly known to the Athenians, for every citizen was his own lawyer, and also a judge, who decided the rights of his fellow citizens according to the laws, often after hearing speeches from the parties interested or from their advocates. It is to Rome and not to Athens that the invention of law, in the modern sense of the term, is commonly ascribed. But it must be remembered that long before the times of the 12 Tables, BC 451, regular courts and forms of law had existed at Athens and probably in the Greek colonies. And we may reasonably suppose, though without any express proof of the fact, that many Roman institutions and customs, like Latin literature and mythology, were partly derived from Hellas and had imperceptibly drifted from one shore of the Ionian Sea to the other. Compare especially the constitutions of Servius Tullius and of Solon. It is not proved that the laws of Sparta were in ancient times either written down in books or engraved on tablets of marble or brass, nor is it certain that, if they had been, the Spartans could have read them. They were ancient customs, some of them older probably than the settlement in Laconia, of which the origin is unknown. They occasionally received the sanction of the Delphic oracle. But there was a still stronger obligation by which they were enforced, the necessity of self-defense. The Spartans were always living in the presence of their enemies. They belonged to an age when written law had not yet taken the place of custom and tradition. The old constitution was very rarely affected by new enactments, and these only related to the duties of the kings or ephors, or the new relations of classes which arose as time went on. Hence there was as great a difference as could well be conceived between the laws of Athens and Sparta. The one was the creation of a civilized state, and did not differ in principle from our modern legislation, the other of an age in which the people were held together and also kept down by force of arms, and which afterwards retained many traces of its barbaric origin, surviving in culture. Nevertheless, the Lacedaemonian was the ideal of a primitive Greek state. According to Thucydides, I-18, it was the first which emerged out of confusion and became a regular government. It was also an army devoted to military exercises, but organized with a view to self-defense and not to conquest. It was not quick to move or easily excited, but stolid, cautious, unambitious, procrastinating. For many centuries it retained the same character which was impressed upon it by the hand of the legislator. This singular fabric was partly the result of circumstances, partly the invention of some unknown individual in prehistoric times, whose ideal of education was military discipline, and who, by the ascendancy of his genius, made a small tribe into a nation which became famous in the world's history. The other Hellenes wondered at the strength and stability of his work. The rest of Hellas, says Thucydides, Roman 393, compare Roman 4:108, undertook the colonization of Heraclea the more readily, having a feeling of security now that they saw the Lacedaemonians taking part in it. The Spartan state appears to us in the dawn of history as a vision of armed men, irresistible by any other power than existing in the world. It can hardly be said to have understood at all the rights or duties of nations to one another, or indeed to have had any moral principle except patriotism and obedience to commanders. Men were so trained to act together that they lost the freedom and spontaneity of human life in cultivating the qualities of the soldier and ruler. The Spartan state was a composite body in which kings, nobles, citizens, periosi, artisans, slaves had to find a modus vivendi with one another. All of them were taught some use of arms. The strength of the family tie was diminished among them by an enforced absence from home and by common meals. Sparta had no life or growth, no poetry or tradition of the past, no art, no thought. The Athenians started on their great career some centuries later, but the Spartans would have been easily conquered by them if Athens had not been deficient in the qualities which constituted the strength and also the weakness of her rival. The ideal of Athens has been pictured for all time in the speech which Thucydides puts into the mouth of Pericles, called the funeral oration. He contrasts the activity and freedom and pleasantness of Athenian life with the immobility and severe looks and incessant drill of the Spartans. The citizens of no city were more versatile, or more readily changed from land to sea, or more quickly moved about from place to place. They took their pleasures merrily, and yet, when the time for fighting arrived, were not a whit behind the Spartans, who were like men living in a camp, and though always keeping guard, were often too late for the fray. Any foreigner might visit Athens. Her ships found a way to the most distant shores. The riches of the whole earth poured in upon her. Her citizens had their theaters and festivals. They provided their souls with many relaxations. Yet they were not less manly than the Spartans, or less willing to sacrifice this enjoyable existence for their country's good. The Athenian was a nobler form of life than that of their rivals, a life of music as well as of gymnastic, the life of a citizen as well as of a soldier. Such is the picture which Thucydides has drawn of the Athenians in their glory. It is the spirit of this life which Plato would infuse into the Magnesian state, and which he seeks to combine with the common meals and gymnastic discipline of Sparta. The two great types of Athens and Sparta had deeply entered into his mind. He had heard of Sparta at a distance and from common Hellenic fame. He was a citizen of Athens and an Athenian of noble birth. He must often have sat in the law courts and may have had personal experience of the duties of offices such as he is establishing. There is no need to ask the question whence he derived his knowledge of the laws of Athens. They were a part of his daily life. Many of his enactments are recognized to be Athenian laws from the fragments preserved in the Orators and elsewhere. Many more would be found to be so if we had better information. Probably also still more of them would have been incorporated in the Magnesian Code if the work had ever been finally completed. But it seems to have come down to us in a form which is partly finished and partly unfinished, having a beginning and end, but wanting arrangement in the middle. The laws answer to Plato's own description of them in the comparison, Roman 9, 858b, which he makes of himself and his two friends to gatherers of stones or the beginners of some composite work, who are providing materials and partly putting them together, having some of their laws like stones already fixed in their places, while others lie about. Plato's own life coincided with the period at which Athens rose to her greatest heights and sank to her lowest depths. It was impossible that he should regard the blessings of democracy in the same light as the men of a former generation, whose view was not intercepted by the evil shadow of the taking of Athens, and who had only the glories of Marathon and Salamis and the administration of Pericles to look back upon. On the other hand, the fame and prestige of Sparta, which had outlived so many crimes and blunders, was not altogether lost at the end of the life of Plato. Hers was the only great Hellenic government which preserved something of its ancient form, and although the Spartan citizens were reduced to almost 1/10 of their original number, Aristotle Politics, Roman 2:9, section 16, 17, she still retained, until the rise of Thebes and Macedon, a certain authority and predominance due to her final success in the struggle with Athens and to the victories which Agesilaus won in Asia Minor. Plato, like Aristotle, had in his mind some form of a mean state which should escape the evils and secure the advantages of both aristocracy and democracy. It may, however, be doubted whether the creation of such a state is not beyond the legislator's art. Compare Roman 4:709. Although there have been examples in history of forms of government which, through some community of interest or of origin, through a balance of parties in the state itself, or through the fear of a common enemy, have for a while preserved such a character of moderation. But in general, there arises a time in the history of a state when the struggle between the few and the many has to be fought out. No system of checks and balances, such as Plato has devised in the laws, could have given equipoise and stability to an ancient state, any more than the skill of the legislator could have withstood the tide of democracy in England or France during the last 100 years. Law have given life to China or India. The basis of the Magnesian Constitution is the equal division of land, v. 737 following. In the new state, v. 744d, as in the Republic, Roman 4:421, 422, there was to be neither poverty nor riches. Every citizen under all circumstances retained his lot, and as much money as was necessary for the cultivation of it, Roman 9, 855b. And no one was allowed to accumulate property to the amount of more than 5 times the value of the lot, inclusive of it, v. 744d. The equal division of land was a Spartan institution, not known to have existed elsewhere in Hellas. The mention of it in the laws of Plato affords considerable presumption that it was of ancient origin and not first introduced, as Mr. Grote and others have imagined, in the reformation of Cleomenes Roman 3, but at Sparta, if we may judge from the frequent complaints of the accumulation of property in the hands of a few persons, Aristotle Politics, Roman 2:9, section 14, no provision could have been made for the maintenance of the lot. Plutarch indeed speaks of a law introduced by the Emperor Epitadius soon after the Peloponnesian War, which first allowed the Spartans to sell their land arges, c. 5. But from the manner in which Aristotle refers to the subject, we should imagine this evil in the state to be of a much older standing. Like some other countries in which small proprietors have been numerous, the original equality passed into inequality, and instead of a large middle class, there was probably at Sparta greater disproportion in the property of the citizens than in any other state of Hellas. Plato was aware of the danger and has improved on the Spartan custom. The land, as at Sparta, must have been tilled by slaves, since other occupations were found for the citizens. Romans 7, 806e, Roman 8, 835e. Bodies of young men between the ages of 25 and 30 were engaged in making biennial peregrinations of the country. They and their officers are to be the magistrates, police, engineers, aediles of the 12 districts into which the colony was divided, vi 760 and following. Their way of life may be compared with that of the Spartan secret police or crypteia, a name which Plato freely applies to them, vi 763b, without apparently any consciousness of the odium which has attached to the word in history. Another great institution which Plato borrowed from Sparta or Crete is the syssitia or common meals. These were established in both states, and in some respects were considered by Aristotle to be better managed in Crete than at Lacedaemon Politics Roman 2:10, section 7:10. In the Laws Roman 8, 842b, the Cretan custom appears to be adopted, 363 that is to say, if we may interpret Plato by Aristotle. The cost of them was defrayed by the state, and not by the individuals. Aristotle Politics Roman 2:9, section 31-32, so that the members of the mess who could not pay their quota still retained their rights of citizenship. But this explanation is hardly consistent with the Laws Roman 12:955d, where contributions to the syssitia from private estates are expressly mentioned. Plato goes further than the legislators of Sparta and Crete, and would extend the common meals to women as well as men. He desires to curb the disorders which existed among the female sex in both states, vi 781, by the application to women of the same military discipline to which the men were already subject. It was an extension of the custom of syssitia from which the ancient legislators shrank, and which Plato himself believed to be very difficult of enforcement. Like Sparta, the new colony was not to be surrounded by walls. A state should learn to depend upon the bravery of its citizens only, vi 778d, a fallacy or paradox if it is not to be regarded as a poetical fancy, which is fairly enough ridiculed by Aristotle Politics Roman 7:11, section 8. Women, too, must be ready to assist in the defense of their country. They are not to rush to the temples and altars, but to arm themselves with shield and spear, Romans 7, 794d. In the regulation of the syssitia, in at least one of his enactments respecting property, and in the attempt to correct the license of women, Plato shows that while he borrowed from the institutions of Sparta and favored the Spartan mode of life, he also sought to improve upon them. The enmity to the sea is another Spartan feature, which is transferred by Plato to the Magnesian state, Roman 4, 704 following. He did not reflect that a non-maritime power would always be at the mercy of one which had a command of the great highway. Their many island homes, the vast extent of coast which had to be protected by them, their struggles first of all with the Phoenicians and Carthaginians, and secondly with the Persian fleets, forced the Greeks, mostly against their will, to devote themselves to the sea. The islanders before the inhabitants of the continent, the maritime cities before the inland, the Corinthians and Athenians before the Spartans, were compelled to fit out ships. Last of all, the Spartans, by the pressure of the Peloponnesian War, were driven to establish a naval force, which, after the Battle of Aegispotami, for more than a generation commanded the Aegean. Plato, like the Spartans, had a prejudice against a navy, because he regarded it as the nursery of democracy, Roman 4, 704, 707. But he either never considered, or did not care to explain, how a city, set upon an island and distant not more than 10 miles from the sea, having a seaboard provided with excellent harbors, Roman 4, 704, could have safely subsisted without one. Neither the Spartans nor the Magnesian colonists, Roman 11 919 d, were permitted to engage in trade or commerce. In order to limit their dealings as far as possible to their own country, they had a separate coinage. The Magnesians were only allowed to use the common currency of Hellas when they traveled abroad, which they were forbidden to do unless they received permission from the government, v. 742. Compare Roman 12 949 e and following. Like the Spartans, Plato was afraid of the evils which might be introduced into his state by intercourse with foreigners, Roman 4 704 d, but he also shrinks from the utter exclusiveness of Sparta, Roman 12 950 b, and is not unwilling to allow visitors of a suitable age and rank to come from other states to his own, as he also allows citizens of his own state to go to foreign countries and bring back a report of them. Such international communication seemed to him both honorable and useful. We may now notice some points in which the commonwealth of the laws approximates to the Athenian model. These are much more numerous than the previous class of resemblances. We are better able to compare the laws of Plato with those of Athens, because a good deal more is known to us of Athens than of Sparta. The information which we possess about Athenian law, though comparatively fuller, is still fragmentary. The sources from which our knowledge is derived are chiefly the following: the orators, Antiphon, Andocides, Lysias, Isocrates, Demosthenes, Aeschines, Lycurgus, and others. Herodotus, Thucydides, Xenophon, Plato, Aristotle, as well as later writers such as Cicero de Legibus, Plutarch, Aelian, Pausanias. Lexicographers such as Harpocration, Pollux, Hesychius, Suidas, and the compiler of the Etymologicum Magnum, many of whom are of uncertain date, and to a great extent based upon one another. Their writings extend altogether over more than 800 years, from the 2nd to the 10th century. The Scholia on Aristophanes, Plato, Demosthenes, a few inscriptions, our knowledge of a subject derived from such various sources, and for the most part of uncertain date and origin, is necessarily precarious. No critic can separate the actual laws of Solon from those which passed under his name in later ages. Nor do the scholiasts and lexicographers attempt to distinguish how many of these laws were still in force at the time when they wrote, or when they fell into disuse and were to be found in books only. Nor can we hastily assume that enactments which occur in the laws of Plato were also a part of Athenian law, however probable this may appear. There are two classes of similarities between Plato's laws and those of Athens. I, of institutions, Roman 2, of minor enactments. I, the constitution of the laws in its general character, resembles much more nearly the Athenian constitution of Solon's time than that which succeeded it, or the extreme democracy which prevailed in Plato's own day, Roman 3 698 and following. It was a mean state which he hoped to create, equally unlike a Syracusan tyranny or the mob government of the Athenian assembly. There are various expedients by which he sought to impart to it the quality of moderation. 1. The whole people were to be educated. They could not be all trained in philosophy, but they were to acquire the simple elements of music, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, Romans 7 809 and following. They were also to be subject to military discipline. Let 1 F040 Chi Omicron Nu Tau Epsilon Sigma, Kappa Alpha Let 1 F76 Let 1 F00 Chi Omicron Nu Epsilon Nu Omicron Iota, Roman 12 942 c. 2. The majority of them were, or had been at some time in their lives, magistrates, and had the experience which is given by office. 3. The persons who held the highest offices were to have a further education, not much inferior to that provided for the guardians in the Republic, though the range of their studies is narrowed to the nature and divisions of virtue. Here their philosophy comes to an end. For the entire number of the citizens, 5,040, rarely, if ever, assembled, except for purposes of elections. The whole people were divided into 4 classes, each having the right to be represented by the same number of members in the council. The result of such an arrangement would be, as in the constitution of Servius Tullius, to give a disproportionate share of power to the wealthier classes, who may be supposed to be always much fewer in number than the poorer. This tendency was qualified by the complicated system of selection by vote previous to the final election by lot, of which the object seems to be to hand over to the wealthy few the power of selecting from the many poor, and vice versa. 5. The most important body in the state was the Nocturnal Council, which is borrowed from the Areopagus at Athens as it existed, or was supposed to have existed, in the days before Ephialtes and the Eumenides of Aeschylus, when its power was undiminished. In some particulars, Plato appears to have copied exactly the customs and procedure of the Areopagus. Both assemblies sat at night Telphi. There was a resemblance also in more important matters. Like the Areopagus, the Nocturnal Council was partly composed of magistrates and other state officials, whose term of office had expired. 7. The constitution included several diverse and even opposing elements, such as the assembly and the Nocturnal Council. 8. There was much less exclusiveness than at Sparta. The citizens were to have an interest in the government of neighboring states and to know what was going on in the rest of the world. All these were moderating influences. A striking similarity between Athens and the constitution of the Magnesian colony is the use of the lot in the election of judges and other magistrates, vi 756, 759, 768. That such a mode of election should have been resorted to in any civilized state, or that it should have been transferred by Plato to an ideal or imaginary one, is very singular to us. The most extreme democracy of modern times has never thought of leaving government wholly to chance. It was natural that Socrates should scoff at it and ask, who would choose a pilot or carpenter or flute player by lot? Xenophon Memorabiliar I2, section 9. Yet there were many considerations which made this mode of choice attractive both to the oligarch and to the democrat. 1. It seemed to recognize that one man was as good as another, and that all the members of the governing body, whether few or many, were on a perfect equality in every sense of the word. 2. To the pious mind, it appeared to be a choice made, not by man, but by heaven. Compare Laws Roman 3 690c. 3. It afforded a protection against corruption and intrigue. It must also be remembered that although elected by lot, the persons so elected were subject to a scrutiny before they entered on their office, and were therefore liable, after election, if disqualified, to be rejected. Laws vi 756e. They were, moreover, liable to be called to account after the expiration of their office. In the election of councillors, Plato introduces a further check. They are not to be chosen directly by lot from all the citizens, but from a select body previously elected by vote. In Plato's state, at least, as we may infer from his silence on this point, judges and magistrates performed their duties without pay, which was a guarantee both of their disinterestedness and of their belonging probably to the higher class of citizens. Compare Aristotle Politics v. 8, section 15 following. Hence we are not surprised that the use of the lot prevailed, not only in the election of the Athenian council, but also in many oligarchies, and even in Plato's colony. The evil consequences of the lot are to a great extent avoided, if the magistrates so elected do not, like the dicasts at Athens, receive pay from the state. Another parallel is that of the popular assembly, which at Athens was omnipotent, but in the laws has only a faded and secondary existence. In Plato it was chiefly an elective body, having apparently no judicial and little political power entrusted to it. At Athens, it was the mainspring of the democracy. It had the decision of war or peace, of life and death. The acts of generals or statesmen were authorized or condemned by it. No office or person was above its control. Plato was far from allowing such a despotic power to exist in his model community, and therefore he minimizes the importance of the assembly and narrows its functions. He probably never asked himself a question, which naturally occurs to the modern reader: where was to be the central authority in this new community, and by what supreme power would the differences of inferior powers be decided? At the same time, he magnifies and brings into prominence the nocturnal council, which is in many respects a reflection of the Areopagus, but does not make it the governing body of the state. Between the judicial system of the laws and that of Athens, there was very great similarity, and a difference almost equally great. Plato not unfrequently adopts the details when he rejects the principle. At Athens, any citizen might be a judge and member of the great court of the Helleia. This was ordinarily subdivided into a number of inferior courts, but an occasion is recorded on which the whole body, in number 6,000, met in a single court, Andocides de Mysteries, section 17. Plato significantly remarks that a few judges, if they are good, are better than a great number, vi 766d. He also, at least in capital cases, confines the plaintiff and defendant to a single speech each, instead of allowing two apiece, as was the common practice at Athens, Roman 9, 855. On the other hand, in all private suits he gives two appeals, from the arbiters to the courts of the tribes, and from the courts of the tribes to the final or supreme court, Roman 12, 956. There was nothing answering to this at Athens. The three courts were appointed in the following manner. The arbiters were to be agreed upon by the parties to the cause, the judges of the tribes to be elected by lot, the highest tribunal to be chosen at the end of each year by the great officers of state out of their own number. They were to serve for a year, to undergo a scrutiny, and unlike the Athenian judges, to vote openly. Vi 767, 768. Plato does not dwell upon methods of procedure. These are the lesser matters which he leaves to the younger legislators, Roman 12, 956. In cases of murder and some other capital offenses, the cause was to be tried by a special tribunal, Roman 9, 855. As was the custom at Athens. Military offenses, too, as at Athens, were decided by the soldiers. Public causes in the laws, as sometimes at Athens, were voted upon by the whole people, because, as Plato remarks, they are all equally concerned in them. Vi 768. They were to be previously investigated by three of the principal magistrates. He believes also that in private suits all should take part, for he who has no share in the administration of justice is apt to imagine that he has no share in the state at all. The wardens of the country, vi 761, like the 40 at Athens, also exercise judicial power in small matters, as well as the wardens of the agora and city, vi 764. The Department of Justice is better organized in Plato than in an ordinary Greek state, proceeding more by regular methods and being more restricted to distinct duties. The executive of Plato's laws, like the Athenian, was different from that of a modern civilized state. The difference chiefly consists in this, that whereas among ourselves there are certain persons or classes of persons set apart for the execution of the duties of government, in ancient Greece, as in all other communities in the earlier stages of their development, they were not equally distinguished from the rest of the citizens. The machinery of government was never so well organized as in the best modern states. The judicial department was not so completely separated from the legislative, nor the executive from the judicial, nor the people at large from the professional soldier, lawyer, or priest. To Aristotle, politics, vic. 8, it was a question requiring serious consideration: who should execute a sentence. There was probably no body of police to whom were entrusted the lives and properties of the citizens in any Hellenic state. Hence it might be reasonably expected that every man should be the watchman of every other, and in turn be watched by him. The ancients do not seem to have remembered the homely adage that what is every man's business is no man's business, or always to have thought of applying the principle of a division of labor to the administration of law and to government. Every Athenian was at some time or on some occasion in his life a magistrate, judge, advocate, soldier, sailor, policeman. He had not necessarily any private business. A good deal of his time was taken up with the duties of office and other public occupations. So, too, in Plato's laws, a citizen was to interfere in a quarrel if older than the combatants, or to defend the outraged party if his junior. Roman 9, 880. He was especially bound to come to the rescue of a parent who was ill-treated by his children. Roman 9, 881. He was also required to prosecute the murderer of a kinsman. Roman 9, 866. In certain cases, he was allowed to arrest an offender. Roman 11, 914. He might even use violence to an abusive person. Roman 11, 935. Any citizen who was not less than 30 years of age at times exercised a magisterial authority, to be enforced even by blows. Roman 11, 917c. Both in the Magnesian state and at Athens, many thousand persons must have shared in the highest duties of government. If a section only of the council, consisting of 30 or of 50 persons, as in the laws, or at Athens after the days of Cleisthenes, held office for a month, or for 35 days only, it was almost as if in our own country the ministry or the Houses of Parliament were to change every month. The average ability of the Athenian and Magnesian councillors could not have been very high, considering there were so many of them, and yet they were entrusted with the performance of the most important executive duties. In these respects, the constitution of the laws resembles Athens far more than Sparta. All the citizens were to be, not merely soldiers, but politicians and administrators. Roman 2, there are numerous minor particulars in which the laws of Plato resemble those of Athens. These are less interesting than the preceding, but they show even more strikingly how closely in the composition of his work Plato has followed the laws and customs of his own country. Evidence. At Athens, a child was not allowed to give evidence. Telfy, 684. Plato has a similar law. A child shall be allowed to give evidence only in cases of murder. Roman 11, 937b. At Athens, an unwilling witness might be summoned, but he was not required to appear if he was ready to declare on oath that he knew nothing about the matter in question. Telfy, 695. So in the laws Roman 11, 936e. c. Athenian law enacted that when more than half the witnesses in a case had been convicted of perjury, there was to be a new trial. Letta 1 F00 nu alpha delta iota kappa omicron sigma, kappa rho iota sigma iota sigma. Telfy, 779, 780. There is a similar provision in the laws Roman 11, 937. False witness was punished at Athens by Letta 1 F00 tau iota mu iota alpha and a fine. Telfy, 1106. Plato Roman 11, 937 is at once more lenient and more severe. If a man be twice convicted of false witness, he shall not be required, and if thrice, he shall not be allowed to bear witness. And if he dare to witness after he has been convicted 3 times, he shall be punished with death. Murder. A willful murder was punished in Athenian law by death, perpetual exile, and confiscation of property. Telfy, 1124. Plato too has the alternative of death or exile, Roman 9, 871d, but he does not confiscate the murderer's property, Roman 9, 855a. B. The parricide was not allowed to escape by going into exile at Athens. Telfy, 1125, apparently. In the laws, Roman 9, 869. C. A homicide, if forgiven by his victim before death, received no punishment, either at Athens. Telfy, 1136, or in the Magnesian state, Roman 9, 869d. In both Telfy, 1009, laws, Roman 9, 872 a.b., the contriver of a murder is punished as severely as the doer, and persons accused of the crime are forbidden to enter temples or the agora until they have been tried. Telfy, 829, laws, Roman 9, 871, 874. D. At Athens, slaves who killed their masters and were caught red-handed were not to be put to death by the relations of the murdered man, but to be handed over to the magistrates. Telfy, 1133. So in the laws, Roman 9, 872, the slave who is guilty of willful murder has a public execution, but if the murder is committed in anger, it is punished by the kinsmen of the victim. Roman 9, 868b, c. Involuntary homicide. A. The guilty person, according to the Athenian law, had to go into exile and might not return until the family of the man slain were conciliated. Then he must be purified. Telfy, 1134. If he is caught before he has obtained forgiveness, he may be put to death. 1136. These enactments reappear in the laws, Roman 9, 865, 866. B. The curious provision of Plato that a stranger who has been banished for involuntary homicide and is subsequently wrecked upon the coast must take up his abode on the seashore, wetting his feet in the sea and watching for an opportunity of sailing. Roman 9, 866d recalls the procedure of the Judicium Freetium at Athens, according to which an involuntary homicide, who, having gone into exile, is accused of a willful murder, was tried at Frito for this offense in a boat by magistrates on the shore. C. A still more singular law, occurring both in the Athenian and Magnesian code, enacts that a stone or other inanimate object which kills a man is to be tried and cast over the border. Telfy, 590, 591, laws, Roman 9, 873 e and following. Justifiable or excusable homicide. Plato and Athenian law agree in making homicide justifiable or excusable in the following cases. 1. At the games. Telfy, 1137, laws, Roman 9, 865 ab. 2. In war. Telfy, 1137, laws, Roman 9, 869 c. 3. If the person slain was found doing violence to a free woman. Telfy, 1169, laws, Roman 9, 874. 4. If a doctor's patient dies. Telfy, 1138, laws, Roman 9, 865. 5. In the case of a robber. Telfy, 1150, laws, Roman 9, 874. 6. In self-defense. Telfy, 1132, laws, Roman 9, 869. Impiety. Death or expulsion was the Athenian penalty for impiety. Telfy, 1078, 1080. In the laws it is punished in various cases by imprisonment for 5 years, for life, and by death. X 908, 909. Sacrilege. Robbery of temples at Athens was punished by death, refusal of burial in the land, and confiscation of property. Telfy, 1148. In the laws, Roman 9, 854. 855. The citizen who is guilty of such a crime is to perish ingloriously and be cast beyond the borders of the land, but his property is not confiscated. Sorcery. The sorcerer at Athens was to be executed Telfy, 1156. Compare Laws Roman 11, 933, where it is enacted that the physician who poisons and the professional sorcerer shall be punished with death. Treason. Both at Athens and in the laws the penalty for treason was death, Telfy, 1027, Laws Roman 9, 856e, and refusal of burial in the country, Telfy, 1028, Laws Roman 9, 855a, sheltering exiles. If a man receives an exile, he shall be punished with death, Laws Roman 12, 955b. So, too, in Athenian law Telfy 1034, wounding. Athenian law compelled a man who had wounded another to go into exile. If he returned, he was to be put to death, Telfy 1142. Plato only punishes the offense with death when children wound their parents or one another, or a slave wounds his master, Laws Roman 9, 877. Bribery. Death was the punishment for taking a bribe, both at Athens Telfy 1054 and in the Laws Roman 12, 955, but Athenian law offered an alternative, the payment of a fine of 10 times the amount of the bribe. Theft. Plato, like Athenian law Telfy 1150 and following, punishes the theft of public property by death, Laws Roman 13, 941. Compare, however, Roman 9, 857. The theft of private property in both involves a fine of double the value of the stolen goods, Telfy 1575, Laws Roman 9, 857. Suicide. He who slays him, who of all men, as they say, is his own best friend, is regarded in the same spirit by Plato and by Athenian law. Plato, Laws Roman 9, 873, would have him buried ingloriously on the borders of the 12 portions of the land, in such places as are uncultivated and nameless, and no column or inscription is to mark the place of his interment. Athenian law enacted that the hand which did the deed should be separated from the body and be buried apart, Telfy, 1141. Injury. In cases of willful injury, Athenian law compelled the guilty person to pay double the damage. In cases of involuntary injury, simple damages, Telfy, 1552. Plato, Laws Roman 9, 878, enacts that if a man wounds another in passion and the wound is curable, he shall pay double the damage if incurable or disfiguring, fourfold damages. If, however, the wounding is accidental, he shall simply pay for the harm done, Roman 9, 879. Treatment of parents. Athenian law allowed anyone to indict another for neglect or ill treatment of parents, Telfy, 1164. So Plato bids bystanders assist a father who is assaulted by his son, Roman 9, 881. And allows anyone to give information against children who neglect their parents, Roman 11, 932. Execution of sentences. Both Plato and Athenian law give to the winner of a suit power to seize the goods of the loser if he does not pay within the appointed time, Telfy, 763 n. Laws Roman 12, 958. At Athens, the penalty was also doubled, Telfy, 761, not so in Plato. Plato, however, punishes contempt of court by death, Roman 12, 958, which at Athens seems only to have been visited with a further fine, Telfy, 768. Property. Both at Athens and in the laws a man who has disputed property in his possession must give the name of the person from whom he received it, Telfy, 1458, Laws Roman 11, 915 c.d., and anyone searching for lost property must enter a house naked, Telfy, 1579. As Plato says, Laws Roman 12, 954a, naked, or wearing only a short tunic and without a girdle. Athenian law, as well as Plato, did not allow a father to disinherit his son without good reason and the consent of impartial persons, Telfy, 1329. Laws Roman 11 929. Neither grants to the eldest son any special claim on the paternal estate, Telfy, 1386. Laws Roman 11 923c. In the law of inheritance, both prefer males to females, Telfy, 1387. Laws Roman 11 925a. c. Plato and Athenian law enacted that a tree should be planted at a fair distance from a neighbor's property, Telfy. 1463, Laws Roman 8 843, and that when a man could not get water, his neighbor must supply him, Telfy. 1462, Laws Roman 8 844. Both at Athens and in Plato there is a law about bees, the former providing that a beehive must be set up at not less a distance than 300 feet from a neighbor's, Telfy, 1464, and the latter forbidding the decoying of bees, Laws Roman 8 843. Orphans. A ward must proceed against a guardian whom he suspects of fraud within 5 years of the expiration of the guardianship. This provision is common to Plato, Laws Roman 11 928c, and to Athenian law Telfy, 1584. Further, the latter enacted that the nearest male relation should marry or provide a husband for an heiress, Telfy, 1046, a point in which Plato follows it closely, Laws Roman 11 925 and following. Contracts. Plato's law, Roman 11 920d, that when a man makes an agreement which he does not fulfill, unless the agreement be of a nature which the law or a vote of the assembly does not allow, or which he has made under the influence of some unjust compulsion, or which he is prevented from fulfilling against his will by some unexpected chance, the other party may go to law with him, according to Pollux, quoted in Telfy's note on 1492, prevailed also at Athens. Trade regulations. Lying was forbidden in the Agora both by Plato and at Athens, Laws Roman 11 917, Telfy, 1543. Athenian law allowed an action of recovery against a man who sold an unsound slave as sound, Telfy, 1499. Plato's enactment is more explicit. He allows only an unskilled person, i.e., one who is not a trainer or physician, to take proceedings in such a case, Roman 11 916. See, Plato diverges from Athenian practice in the disapproval of credit, and does not even allow the supply of goods on the deposit of a percentage of their value, Telfy, 1495-1496. He enacts that when goods are exchanged by buying and selling, a man shall deliver them and receive the price of them at a fixed place in the agora, and have done with the matter, Roman 11 915d, and that he who gives credit must be satisfied whether he obtain his money or not, for in such exchanges he will not be protected by law, Roman 8 850a. Athenian law forbade an extortionate rate of interest, Telfy, 1505. Plato allows interest in one case only, if a contractor does not receive the price of his work within a year of the time agreed, and at the rate of 200% per annum for every drachma a monthly interest of an obol, Laws Roman 11 921. Both at Athens and in the laws sales were to be registered, Telfy. 1496, Laws Roman 11 914c, as well as births, Telfy, 1324, Laws VI 785, Sumptuary laws, extravagance at weddings, Telfy, 1357, 1359, Laws VI 774, and at funerals, Laws Roman 12 959, Telfy. Note on 1443 was forbidden at Athens and also in the Magnesian state. There remains the subject of family life, which in Plato's laws partakes both of an Athenian and Spartan character. Under this head may conveniently be included the condition of women and of slaves. To family life may be added citizenship. As at Sparta, marriages are to be contracted for the good of the state, vi 773e, and they may be dissolved on the same ground, where there is a failure of issue, vi 784b, the interest of the state requiring that every one of the 5,040 lots should have an heir. Divorces are likewise permitted by Plato, where there is an incompatibility of temper, Roman 11 929e, as at Athens by mutual consent. The duty of having children is also enforced by a still higher motive, expressed by Plato in the noble words, "A man should cling to immortality, and leave behind him children's children to be the servants of God in his place." Vi 774a, compare Roman 4 721c. Again, as at Athens, the father is allowed to put away his undutiful son, but only with the consent of impartial persons, Roman 11 929, Telfy 1329, and the only suit which may be brought by a son against a father is for imbecility, Roman 11 929. The class of elder and younger men and women are still to regard one another, as in the Republic, as standing in the relation of parents and children. This is a trait of Spartan character rather than of Athenian. A peculiar sanctity and tenderness was to be shown towards the aged. The parent or grandparent stricken with years was to be loved and worshipped like the image of a god, and was to be deemed far more able than any lifeless statue to bring good or ill to his descendants. Roman 11 931. Great care is to be taken of orphans. They are entrusted to the 15 eldest guardians of the law, who are to be lawgivers and fathers to them not inferior to their natural fathers. Roman 11 926e. As at Athens, they were entrusted to the archons. Plato wishes to make the misfortune of orphanhood as little sad to them as possible. Plato, seeing the disorder into which half the human race had fallen at Athens and Sparta, is minded to frame for them a new rule of life. He renounces his fanciful theory of communism, but still desires to place women as far as possible on an equality with men. They were to be trained in the use of arms. They are to live in public. Their time was partly taken up with gymnastic exercises. There could have been little family or private life among them. Their lot was to be neither like that of Spartan women, who were made hard and common by excessive practice of gymnastic and the want of all other education, nor yet like that of Athenian women, who, at least among the upper classes, retired into a sort of oriental seclusion, but something better than either. They were to be the perfect mothers of perfect children, yet not wholly taken up with the duties of motherhood, which were to be made easy to them as far as possible. Romans 7 789. Compare Republic v 460, but able to share in the perils of war and to be the companions of their husbands. Here, more than anywhere else, the spirit of the laws reverts to the Republic. In speaking of them as the companions of their husbands, we must remember that it is an Athenian and not a Spartan way of life which they are invited to share, a life of gaiety and brightness, not of austerity and abstinence, which often by a reaction degenerated into license and grossness. In Plato's age, the subject of slavery greatly interested the minds of thoughtful men, vi 776, and how best to manage this troublesome piece of goods exercised his own mind a good deal. He admits that they have often been found better than brethren or sons in the hour of danger, vi 776d, and are capable of rendering important public services by informing against offenders. For this they are to be rewarded. And the master who puts a slave to death for the sake of concealing some crime which he has committed is held guilty of murder, Roman 9 872c. But they are not always treated with equal consideration. The punishments inflicted on them bear no proportion to their crimes. They are to be addressed only in the language of command. Their masters are not to jest with them, lest they should increase the hardship of their lot. VI 778a. Some privileges were granted to them by Athenian law of which there is no mention in Plato. They were allowed to purchase their freedom from their master, and if they despaired of being liberated by him, they could demand to be sold, on the chance of falling into better hands. But there is no suggestion in the laws that a slave who tried to escape should be branded with the words kappa alpha tau epsilon chi epsilon mu epsilon phi epsilon upsilon gamma omega, or that evidence should be extracted from him by torture, that the whole household was to be executed if the master was murdered and the perpetrator remained undetected. All these were provisions of Athenian law. Plato is more consistent than either the Athenians or the Spartans, for at Sparta too, the helots were treated in a manner almost unintelligible to us. On the one hand, they had arms put into their hands, and served in the army, not only, as at Plataea, in attendance on their masters, but after they had been manumitted as a separate body of troops called neodamodes. On the other hand, they were the victims of one of the greatest crimes recorded in Greek history, Thucydides, Roman 480. The two great philosophers of Hellas sought to extricate themselves from this cruel condition of human life, but acquiesced in the necessity of it. A noble and pathetic sentiment of Plato, suggested by the thought of their misery, may be quoted in this place. The right treatment of slaves is to behave properly to them, and to do to them, if possible, even more justice than to those who are our equals. For he who naturally and genuinely reverences justice and hates injustice is discovered in his dealings with any class of men to whom he can easily be unjust. And he who in regard to the natures and actions of his slaves is undefiled by impiety and injustice will best sow the seeds of virtue in them. And this may be truly said of every master and tyrant, and of every other having authority in relation to his inferiors. VI 777d. E. All the citizens of the Magnesian state were free and equal. There was no distinction of rank among them, such as is believed to have prevailed at Sparta. Their number was a fixed one, corresponding to the 5,040 lots. One of the results of this is the requirement that younger sons or those who have been disinherited shall go out to a colony, Laws Roman 11:929. At Athens, where there was not the same religious feeling against increasing the size of the city, the number of citizens must have been liable to considerable fluctuations. Several classes of persons who were not citizens by birth were admitted to the privilege. Perpetual exiles from other countries, people who settled there to practice a trade, Telfy 17, anyone who had shown distinguished valor in the cause of Athens, 18, the Plataeans who escaped from the siege, 20, metics and strangers who offered to serve in the army, 37, the slaves who fought at Arginusi, 45, all these could or did become citizens. Even those who were only on one side of Athenian parentage were at more than one period accounted citizens. But at times, there seems to have arisen a feeling against this promiscuous extension of the citizen body, an expression of which is to be found in the law of Pericles. Nu omicron upsilon sigma, let 1 F00 CT to nu alpha iota omicron upsilon sigma, epsilon let 1 F36, nu alpha iota tau omicron let 1 F7a, sigma let 1 F10 kappa delta, upsilon omicron let 1 FD6, nu let 1 F00 CT nu alpha iota omega nu, gamma epsilon gamma omicron nu omicron tau alpha sigma. Plutarch. Pericles 37, and at no time did the adopted citizen enjoy the full rights of citizenship, e.g., he might not be elected archon or to the office of priest, Telfy 1920, although this prohibition did not extend to his children if born of a citizen wife. Plato never thinks of making the metic, much less the slave, a citizen. His treatment of the former class is at once more gentle and more severe than that which prevailed at Athens. He imposes upon them no tax but good behavior, Roman 8:850, whereas at Athens they were required to pay 12 drachmae per annum and to have a patron. On the other hand, he only allows them to reside in the Magnesian state on condition of following a trade. They were required to depart when their property exceeded that of the third class, and in any case after a residence of 20 years, unless they could show that they had conferred some great benefit on the state. This privileged position reflects that of the Letta 1 F30 sigma, omicron tau epsilon lambda, epsilon Letta 1 F d6 sigma at Athens, who were excused from the mu epsilon tau omicron iota kappa iota omicron nu. It is Plato's greatest concession to the metic, as the bestowal of freedom is his greatest concession to the slave. Lastly, there is a more general point of view under which the laws of Plato may be considered, the principles of jurisprudence which are contained in them. These are not formally announced, but are scattered up and down, to be observed by the reflective reader for himself. Some of them are only the common principles which all courts of justice have gathered from experience. Others are peculiar and characteristic. That judges should sit at fixed times and hear causes in a regular order, Roman 12:956, that evidence should be laid before them, that false witnesses should be disallowed, Roman 11:937, and corruption punished, Roman 12:955 c. That defendants should be heard before they are convicted. These are the rules, not only of the Hellenic courts, but of courts of law in all ages and countries. But there are also points which are peculiar, and in which ancient jurisprudence differs considerably from modern. Some of them are of great importance. It could not be said at Athens, nor was it ever contemplated by Plato, that all men, including metics and slaves, should be equal in the eye of the law. There was some law for the slave, but not much. No adequate protection was given him against the cruelty of his master. It was a singular privilege granted, both by the Athenian and Magnesian law, to a murdered man, that he might, before he died, pardon his murderer, in which case no legal steps were afterwards to be taken against him. Roman 9:869d. The distinction between civil and criminal courts or suits was not yet recognized. Possession gives a right of property after a certain time. The religious aspect under which certain offenses were regarded greatly interfered with a just and natural estimate of their guilt. As among ourselves, the intent to murder was distinguished by Plato from actual murder, Roman 9:876 e. We note that both in Plato and the laws of Athens, libel in the marketplace and personality in the theater were forbidden, both in Plato and Athenian law. As in modern times, the accomplice of a crime is to be punished, as well as the principle Plato does not allow a witness in a cause to act as a judge of it. Oaths are not to be taken by the parties to a suit. Both at Athens and in Plato's laws, capital punishment for murder was not to be inflicted if the offender was willing to go into exile. Respect for the dead, duty towards parents are to be enforced by the law as well as by public opinion. Plato proclaims the noble sentiment that the object of all punishment is the improvement of the offender, Roman 9:854d. Finally, he repeats twice over, as with the voice of a prophet, that the crimes of the fathers are not to be visited upon the children, Roman 9:855a, 856c. This law is the remnant of an age in which the punishment of offenses against the person was the concern rather of the individual and his kinsmen than of the state. Plato's division of crimes into voluntary and involuntary, and those done from passion, only partially agrees with the distinction which modern law has drawn between murder and manslaughter. His attempt to analyze them is confused by the Socratic paradox that all vice is involuntary, cf. Supra, it is singular that both in the laws and at Athens theft is commonly punished by a twofold restitution of the article stolen. In this respect, he is nobly distinguished from the Oriental, and indeed from the spirit of Athenian law, compare Telfy. 1012, delta epsilon let 1f d6, kappa alpha let 1f 76, alpha let 1f 50, tau omicron let 1f 7a, sigma kappa alpha let 1f 76, tau omicron let 1f 7a, sigma let 1f 10 kappa, tau omicron upsilon tau omega nu let 1f 00 tau iota mu omicron upsilon sigma, epsilon let 1f 36 nu alpha iota. As the Hebrew in the age of Ezekiel c. 18 is from the Jewish people of former ages. Of all Plato's provisions, the object is to bring the practice of the law more into harmony with reason and philosophy, to secure impartiality, and while acknowledging that every citizen has a right to share in the administration of justice, to counteract the tendency of the courts to become mere popular assemblies. Thus we have arrived at the end of the writings of Plato, and at the last stage of philosophy which was really his. For in what followed, which we chiefly gather from the uncertain intimations of Aristotle, the spirit of the master no longer survived. The doctrine of ideas passed into one of numbers. Instead of advancing from the abstract to the concrete, the theories of Plato were taken out of their context, and either asserted or refuted with a provoking literalism. The Socratic or Platonic element in his teaching was absorbed into the Pythagorean or Megarian. His poetry was converted into mysticism. His unsubstantial visions were assailed secundum artem by the rules of logic. His political speculations lost their interest when the freedom of Hellas had passed away. Of all his writings, the laws were the furthest removed from the traditions of the Platonic school in the next generation. Both his political and his metaphysical philosophy are for the most part misinterpreted by Aristotle. The best of him, his love of truth, and his contemplation of all time and all existence, was soonest lost, and some of his greatest thoughts have slept in the ear of mankind almost ever since they were first uttered. We have followed him during his 40 or 50 years of authorship, from the beginning when he first attempted to depict the teaching of Socrates in a dramatic form, down to the time at which the character of Socrates had disappeared, and we have the latest reflections of Plato's own mind upon Hellas and upon philosophy. He, who was the last of the poets, in his Book of Laws writes prose only. He has himself partly fallen under the rhetorical influences which in his earlier dialogues he was combating. The progress of his writings is also the history of his life. We have no other authentic life of him. They are the true self of the philosopher, stripped of the accidents of time and place. The great effort which he makes is, first, to realize abstractions, secondly, to connect them. In the attempt to realize them, he was carried into a transcendental region in which he isolated them from experience, and we pass out of the range of science into poetry or fiction. The fancies of mythology for a time cast a veil over the gulf which divides phenomena from onto Meno, Phaedrus, Symposium, Phaedo. In his return to earth, Plato meets with a difficulty which has long ceased to be a difficulty to us. He cannot understand how these obstinate, unmanageable ideas, residing alone in their heaven of abstraction, can be either combined with one another or adapted to phenomena, Parmenides, Philebus, sophist. That which is the most familiar process of our own minds, to him appeared to be the crowning achievement of the dialectical art. The difficulty which in his own generation threatened to be the destruction of philosophy, he has rendered unmeaning and ridiculous. For by his conquests in the world of mind our thoughts are widened, and he has furnished us with new dialectical instruments which are of greater compass and power. We have endeavored to see him as he truly was, a great original genius struggling with unequal conditions of knowledge, not prepared with a system nor evolving in a series of dialogues ideas which he had long conceived, but contradictory, inquiring as he goes along, following the argument, first from one point of view and then from another, and therefore arriving at opposite conclusions, hovering around the light, and sometimes dazzled with excess of light, but always moving in the same element of ideal truth. We have seen him also in his decline, when the wings of his imagination have begun to droop, but his experience of life remains, and he turns away from the contemplation of the eternal to take a last sad look at human affairs. And so having brought into the world noble children, Phaedrus 261a, he rests from the labors of authorship. More than 2,200 years have passed away since he returned to the place of Apollo and the Muses, yet the echo of his words continues to be heard among men, because of all philosophers he has the most melodious voice. He is the inspired prophet or teacher who can never die, the only one in whom the outward form adequately represents the fair soul within, in whom the thoughts of all who went before him are reflected, and of all who come after him are partly anticipated. Other teachers of philosophy are dried up and withered. After a few centuries they have become dust, but he is fresh and blooming, and is always begetting new ideas in the minds of men. They are one-sided and abstract, but he has many sides of wisdom. Nor is he always consistent with himself, because he is always moving onward, and knows that there are many more things in philosophy than can be expressed in words, and that truth is greater than consistency. He who approaches him in the most reverent spirit shall reap most of the fruit of his wisdom. He who reads him by the light of ancient commentators will have the least understanding of him. We may see him with the eye of the mind in the groves of the Academy, or on the banks of the Ilissus, or in the streets of Athens, alone or walking with Socrates, full of those thoughts which have since become the common possession of mankind. Or we may compare him to a statue hid away in some temple of Zeus or Apollo, no longer existing on earth, a statue which has a look as of the god himself. Or we may once more imagine him following in another state of being the great company of heaven which he beheld of old in a vision, Phaedrus 248. So partly trifling, but with a certain degree of seriousness, Symposium 197e, we linger around the memory of a world which has passed away, Phaedrus 250c. Laws persons of the dialogue, an Athenian stranger Cleinias, a Cretan Megalus, a Lacedaemonian. Chapter 32. Book I Athenian tell me strangers, is a god or some man supposed to be the author of your laws? Cleinias a god, stranger, in very truth a god. Among us Cretans he is said to have been Zeus, but in Lacedaemon, whence our friend here comes, I believe they would say that Apollo is their lawgiver. Would they not, Megalus? Megalus certainly. Athenian, and do you, Cleinias, believe, as Homer tells, that every 9th year Minos went to converse with his Olympian sire, and was inspired by him to make laws for your cities? Cleinias, yes, that is our tradition, and there was Rhadamanthus, a brother of his with whose name you are familiar. He is reputed to have been the justest of men, and we Cretans are of opinion that he earned this reputation from his righteous administration of justice when he was alive. Athenian, yes, and a noble reputation it was, worthy of a son of Zeus. As you and Megalus have been trained in these institutions, I dare say that you will not be unwilling to give an account of your government and laws. On our way we can pass the time pleasantly in talking about them, for I am told that the distance from Cenosus to the cave and temple of Zeus is considerable, and doubtless there are shady places under the lofty trees, which will protect us from this scorching sun. Being no longer young, we may often stop to rest beneath them, and get over the whole journey without difficulty, beguiling the time by conversation. Cleinias, yes, stranger, and if we proceed onward, we shall come to groves of cypresses, which are of rare height and beauty, and there are green meadows in which we may repose and converse. Athenian, very good. Cleinias, very good indeed, and still better when we see them. Let us move on cheerily. Athenian, I am willing. And first, I want to know why the law has ordained that you shall have common meals and gymnastic exercises, and wear arms. Cleinias. I think, stranger, that the aim of our institutions is easily intelligible to anyone. Look at the character of our country. Crete is not like Thessaly, a large plain, and for this reason they have horsemen in Thessaly, and we have runners. The inequality of the ground in our country is more adapted to locomotion on foot. But then, if you have runners, you must have light arms. No one can carry a heavy weight when running, and bows and arrows are convenient because they are light. Now all these regulations have been made with a view to war, and the legislator appears to me to have looked to this in all his arrangements. The common meals, if I am not mistaken, were instituted by him for a similar reason, because he saw that while they are in the field, the citizens are by the nature of the case compelled to take their meals together for the sake of mutual protection. He seems to me to have thought the world foolish in not understanding that all men are always at war with one another, and if in war there ought to be common meals and certain persons regularly appointed under others to protect an army, they should be continued in peace. For what men in general term peace would be said by him to be only a name. In reality, every city is in a natural state of war with every other, not indeed proclaimed by heralds, but everlasting. And if you look closely, you will find that this was the intention of the Cretan legislator. All institutions, private as well as public, were arranged by him with a view to war. In giving them, he was under the impression that no possessions or institutions are of any value to him who is defeated in battle, for all the good things of the conquered pass into the hands of the conquerors. Athenian, you appear to me, stranger, to have been thoroughly trained in the Cretan institutions, and to be well informed about them. Will you tell me a little more explicitly what is the principle of government which you would lay down? You seem to imagine that a well-governed state ought to be so ordered as to conquer all other states in war. Am I right in supposing this to be your meaning? Cleinias, certainly, and our Lacedaemonian friend, if I am not mistaken, will agree with me. Megillus, why, my good friend, how could any Lacedaemonian say anything else? Athenian, and is what you say applicable only to states or also to villages? Cleinias, to both alike. Athenian, the case is the same. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, and in the village will there be the same war of family against family, and of individual against individual? Cleinias, the same. Athenian, and should each man conceive himself to be his own enemy? What shall we say? Cleinias, O Athenian stranger, inhabitant of Attica, I will not call you, for you seem to deserve rather to be named after the goddess herself, because you go back to first principles. You have thrown a light upon the argument, and will now be better able to understand what I was just saying, that all men are publicly one another's enemies, and each man privately his own. Athenian, my good sir. What do you mean? Cleinias, moreover, there is a victory and defeat, the first and best of victories, the lowest and worst of defeats, which each man gains or sustains at the hands, not of another, but of himself. This shows that there is a war against ourselves going on within every one of us. Athenian. Let us now reverse the order of the argument. Seeing that every individual is either his own superior or his own inferior, may we say that there is the same principle in the house, the village, and the state? Cleinias, you mean that in each of them there is a principle of superiority or inferiority to self? Athenian, yes. Cleinias, you are quite right in asking the question, for there certainly is such a principle, and above all in states. And the state in which the better citizens win a victory over the mob and over the inferior classes may be truly said to be better than itself, and may be justly praised, where such a victory is gained or censured in the opposite case. Athenian, whether the better is ever really conquered by the worse, is a question which requires more discussion and may be therefore left for the present. But I now quite understand your meaning when you say that citizens who are of the same race and live in the same cities may unjustly conspire, and having the superiority in numbers may overcome and enslave the few just. And when they prevail, the state may be truly called its own inferior and therefore bad, and when they are defeated, its own superior and therefore good. Cleinias, your remark, stranger, is a paradox, and yet we cannot possibly deny it. Athenian, here is another case for consideration. In a family there may be several brothers who are the offspring of a single pair. Very possibly the majority of them may be unjust, and the just may be in a minority. Cleinias, very possibly. Athenian, and you and I ought not to raise a question of words as to whether this family and household are rightly said to be superior when they conquer, and inferior when they are conquered, for we are not now considering what may or may not be the proper or customary way of speaking, but we are considering the natural principles of right and wrong in laws. Cleinias, what you say, stranger, is most true. Megillus, quite excellent, in my opinion, as far as we have gone. Athenian again. Might there not be a judge over these brethren of whom we were speaking? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, now, which would be the better judge? One who destroyed the bad and appointed the good to govern themselves, or one who, while allowing the good to govern, let the bad live and made them voluntarily submit? Or third, I suppose, in the scale of excellence might be placed a judge, who, finding the family distracted, not only did not destroy anyone, but reconciled them to one another forever after, and gave them laws which they mutually observed, and was able to keep them friends. Cleinias, the last, would be by far the best sort of judge and legislator. Athenian, and yet the aim of all the laws which he gave would be the reverse of war. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and will he who constitutes the state and orders the life of man have in view external war, or that kind of intestine war called civil, which no one, if he could prevent, would like to have occurring in his own state, and when occurring, every one would wish to be quit of as soon as possible? Cleinias, he would have the latter chiefly in view. Athenian, and would he prefer that this civil war should be terminated by the destruction of one of the parties, and by the victory of the other, or that peace and friendship should be re-established, and that, being reconciled, they should give their attention to foreign enemies? Cleinias, every one would desire the latter in the case of his own state. Athenian, and would not that also be the desire of the legislator? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and would not everyone always make laws for the sake of the best? Cleinias, to be sure. Athenian, but war, whether external or civil, is not the best, and the need of either is to be deprecated, but peace with one another and good will are best. Nor is the victory of the state over itself to be regarded as a really good thing, but as a necessity. A man might as well say that the body was in the best state when sick and purged by medicine, forgetting that there is also a state of the body which needs no purge. And in like manner no one can be a true statesman, whether he aims at the happiness of the individual or state, who looks only, or first of all, to external warfare, nor will he ever be a sound legislator who orders peace for the sake of war, and not war for the sake of peace. Cleinias, I suppose that there is truth, stranger, in that remark of yours, and yet I am greatly mistaken if war is not the entire aim and object of our own institutions, and also of the Lacedaemonian. Athenian, I dare say, but there is no reason why we should rudely quarrel with one another about your legislators, instead of gently questioning them, seeing that both we and they are equally in earnest. Please follow me in the argument closely, and first I will put forward Tyrtaeus, an Athenian by birth, but also a Spartan citizen, who of all men was most eager about war. Well, he says, I sing not, I care not about any man, even if he were the richest of men and possessed every good, and then he gives a whole list of them, if he be not at all times a brave warrior. I imagine that you, too, must have heard his poems. Our Lacedaemonian friend has probably heard more than enough of them. Megillus, very true. Cleinias and they have found their way from Lacedaemon to Crete. Athenian, come now, and let us all join in asking this question of Tyrtaeus. O most divine poet, we will say to him, the excellent praise which you have bestowed on those who excel in war sufficiently proves that you are wise and good, and I and Megillus and Cleinias of Cenosus do, as I believe, entirely agree with you. But we should like to be quite sure that we are speaking of the same men. Tell us, then, do you agree with us in thinking that there are two kinds of war? Or what would you say? A far inferior man to Tyrtaeus would have no difficulty in replying quite truly that war is of two kinds, one which is universally called civil war, and is, as we were just now saying, of all wars the worst. The other, as we should all admit, in which we fall out with other nations who are of a different race, is a far milder form of warfare. Cleinias certainly far milder. Athenian, well now, when you praise and blame war in this high-flown strain, whom are you praising or blaming, and to which kind of war are you referring? I suppose that you must mean foreign war, if I am to judge from expressions of yours in which you say that you abominate those who refuse to look upon fields of blood and will not draw near and strike at their enemies. And we shall naturally go on to say to him, you, Tyrtaeus, as it seems, praise those who distinguish themselves in external and foreign war, and he must admit this. Cleinias, evidently, Athenian. They are good, but we say that there are still better men whose virtue is displayed in the greatest of all battles. And we too have a poet whom we summon as a witness, Theognis, citizen of Megara in Sicily. Ceanus, he says, he who is faithful in a civil broil is worth his weight in gold and silver. And such an one is far better, as we affirm, than the other in a more difficult kind of war, much in the same degree as justice and temperance and wisdom, when united with courage, are better than courage only, for a man cannot be faithful and good in civil strife without having all virtue. But in the war of which Tyrtaeus speaks, many a mercenary soldier will take his stand and be ready to die at his post, and yet they are generally and almost without exception insolent, unjust, violent men, and the most senseless of human beings. You will ask what the conclusion is, and what I am seeking to prove. I maintain that the divine legislator of Crete, like any other who is worthy of consideration, will always and above all things in making laws have regard to the greatest virtue, which, according to Theognis, is loyalty in the hour of danger, and may be truly called perfect justice. Whereas that virtue which Tyrtaeus highly praises is well enough, and was praised by the poet at the right time, yet in place and dignity may be said to be only fourth rate. 364 Cleinias, stranger, we are degrading our inspired lawgiver to a rank which is far beneath him. Athenian, nay, I think that we degrade not him but ourselves, if we imagine that Lycurgus and Minos laid down laws both in Lacedaemon and Crete, mainly with a view to war. Cleinias, what ought we to say then? Athenian, what truth and what justice require of us, if I am not mistaken, when speaking in behalf of divine excellence? 365, that the legislator, when making his laws, had in view not a part only, and this the lowest part of virtue, but all virtue, and that he devised classes of laws answering to the kinds of virtue, not in the way in which modern inventors of laws make the classes, for they only investigate and offer laws whenever a want is felt, and one man has a class of laws about allotments and heiresses, another about assaults, others about 10,000 other such matters. But we maintain that the right way of examining into laws is to proceed as we have now done, and I admired the spirit of your exposition. For you were quite right in beginning with virtue, and saying that this was the aim of the giver of the law, but I thought that you went wrong when you added that all his legislation had a view only to a part, and the least part of virtue, and this called forth my subsequent remarks. Will you allow me then to explain how I should have liked to have heard you expound the matter? Cleinias, by all means. Athenian, you ought to have said, stranger, the Cretan laws are with reason famous among the Hellenes, for they fulfill the object of laws, which is to make those who use them happy, and they confer every sort of good. Now goods are of two kinds. There are human and there are divine goods, and the human hang upon the divine, and the state which attains the greater, at the same time acquires the less, or, not having the greater, has neither. Of the lesser goods, the first is health, the second beauty, the third strength, including swiftness in running and bodily agility generally, and the fourth is wealth, not the blind god Plato, but one who is keen of sight, if only he has wisdom for his companion. For wisdom is chief and leader of the divine class of goods, and next follows temperance. And from the union of these two with courage springs justice, and fourth in the scale of virtue is courage. All these naturally take precedence of the other goods, and this is the order in which the legislator must place them, and after them he will enjoin the rest of his ordinances on the citizens with a view to these, the human looking to the divine, and the divine looking to their leader mind. Some of his ordinances will relate to contracts of marriage which they make one with another, and then to the procreation and education of children, both male and female. The duty of the lawgiver will be to take charge of his citizens in youth and age and at every time of life, and to give them punishments and rewards. And in reference to all their intercourse with one another, he ought to consider their pains and pleasures and desires, and the vehemence of all their passions. He should keep a watch over them, and blame and praise them rightly by the mouth of the laws themselves. Also with regard to anger and terror, and the other perturbations of the soul, which arise out of misfortune, and the deliverances from them which prosperity brings, and the experiences which come to men in diseases, or in war or poverty, or the opposite of these. In all these states he should determine and teach what is the good and evil of the condition of each. In the next place, the legislator has to be careful how the citizens make their money and in what way they spend it, and to have an eye to their mutual contracts and dissolutions of contracts, whether voluntary or involuntary. He should see how they order all this, and consider where justice as well as injustice is found or is wanting in their several dealings with one another, and honor those who obey the law, and impose fixed penalties on those who disobey, until the round of civil life is ended, and the time has come for the consideration of the proper funeral rites and honors of the dead. And the lawgiver, reviewing his work, will appoint guardians to preside over these things, some who walk by intelligence, others by true opinion only, and then mind will bind together all his ordinances and show them to be in harmony with temperance and justice, and not with wealth or ambition. This is the spirit, stranger, in which I was and am desirous that you should pursue the subject. And I want to know the nature of all these things, and how they are arranged in the laws of Zeus, as they are termed, and in those of the Pythian Apollo, which Minos and Lycurgus gave, and how the order of them is discovered to his eyes, who has experience in laws gained either by study or habit, although they are far from being self-evident to the rest of mankind like ourselves. Cleinias, how shall we proceed, stranger? Athenian. I think that we must begin again as before, and first consider the habit of courage, and then we will go on and discuss another and then another form of virtue, if you please. In this way we shall have a model of the whole, and with these and similar discourses we will beguile the way. And when we have gone through all the virtues, we will show, by the grace of God, that the institutions of which I was speaking look to virtue. Megillus, very good. And suppose that you first criticize this praiser of Zeus and the laws of Crete. Athenian, I will try to criticize you and myself, as well as him, for the argument is a common concern. Tell me, were not first the Syssitia, and secondly the Gymnasia, invented by your legislator with a view to war? Megillus, yes. Athenian, and what comes third, and what fourth? For that, I think, is the sort of enumeration which ought to be made of the remaining parts of virtue, no matter whether you call them parts or what their name is, provided the meaning is clear. Megillus, then I, or any other Lacedaemonian, would reply that hunting is third in order. Athenian, let us see if we can discover what comes fourth and fifth. Megillus, I think that I can get as far as the fourth head, which is the frequent endurance of pain, exhibited among us Spartans in certain hand-to-hand fights, also in stealing with the prospect of getting a good beating. There is, too, the so-called crypteia, or secret service, in which wonderful endurance is shown. Our people wander over the whole country by day and by night, and even in winter have not a shoe to their foot, and are without beds to lie upon, and have to attend upon themselves. Marvelous, too, is the endurance which our citizens show in their naked exercises, contending against the violent summer heat, and there are many similar practices, to speak of which in detail would be endless. Athenian, excellent, O Lacedaemonian stranger, but how ought we to define courage? Is it to be regarded only as a combat against fears and pains, or also against desires and pleasures, and against flatteries, which exercise such a tremendous power, that they make the hearts even of respectable citizens to melt like wax? Megillus, I should say the latter. Athenian, in what preceded, as you will remember, our Cynosian friend was speaking of a man or a city being inferior to themselves. Were you not Cleinias? Cleinias I was. Athenian now, which is in the truest sense inferior, the man who is overcome by pleasure or by pain. Cleinias, I should say the man who is overcome by pleasure, for all men deem him to be inferior in a more disgraceful sense than the other who is overcome by pain. Athenian, but surely the lawgivers of Crete and Lacedaemon have not legislated for a courage which is lame of one leg, able only to meet attacks which come from the left, but impotent against the insidious flatteries which come from the right. Cleinias able to meet both, I should say. Athenian. Then let me once more ask, what institutions have you in either of your states which give a taste of pleasures, and do not avoid them any more than they avoid pains, but which set a person in the midst of them, and compel or induce him by the prospect of reward to get the better of them? Where is an ordinance about pleasure similar to that about pain to be found in your laws? Tell me what there is of this nature among you. What is there which makes your citizen equally brave against pleasure and pain, conquering what they ought to conquer, and superior to the enemies who are most dangerous and nearest home? Megillus, I was able to tell you, stranger, many laws which were directed against pain, but I do not know that I can point out any great or obvious examples of similar institutions which are concerned with pleasure. There are some lesser provisions, however, which I might mention. Cleinias, neither can I show anything of that sort which is at all equally prominent in the Cretan laws. Athenian, no wonder, my dear friends, and if, as is very likely in our search after the true and good, one of us may have to censure the laws of the others, we must not be offended, but take kindly what another says. Cleinias, you are quite right. Athenian, stranger, and we will do as you say. Athenian, at our time of life, Cleinias, there should be no feeling of irritation. Cleinias, certainly not. Athenian, I will not at present determine whether he who censures the Cretan or Lacedaemonian polities is right or wrong, but I believe that I can tell better than either of you what the many say about them. For assuming that you have reasonably good laws, one of the best of them will be the law forbidding any young men to inquire which of them are right or wrong. But with one mouth and one voice they must all agree that the laws are all good, for they came from God, and anyone who says the contrary is not to be listened to. But an old man who remarks any defect in your laws may communicate his observation to a ruler or to an equal in years when no young man is present. Cleinias, exactly so, stranger, and like a diviner, although not there at the time, you seem to me quite to have hit the meaning of the legislator, and to say what is most true. Athenian, as there are no young men present, and the legislator has given old men free license, there will be no impropriety in our discussing these very matters now that we are alone. Cleinias true. And therefore you may be as free as you like in your censure of our laws, for there is no discredit in knowing what is wrong. He who receives what is said in a generous and friendly spirit will be all the better for it. Athenian. Very good. However, I am not going to say anything against your laws until to the best of my ability I have examined them, but I am going to raise doubts about them. For you are the only people known to us, whether Greek or barbarian, whom the legislator commanded to eschew all great pleasures and amusements, and never to touch them. Whereas in the matter of pains or fears which we have just been discussing, he thought that they who from infancy had always avoided pains and fears and sorrows, when they were compelled to face them, would run away from those who were hardened in them, and would become their subjects. Now the legislator ought to have considered that this was equally true of pleasure. He should have said to himself, that if our citizens are from their youth upward unacquainted with the greatest pleasures, and unused to endure amid the temptations of pleasure, and are not disciplined to refrain from all things evil, the sweet feeling of pleasure will overcome them just as fear would overcome the former class, and in another, and even a worse manner. They will be the slaves of those who are able to endure amid pleasures, and have had the opportunity of enjoying them, they being often the worst of mankind. One half of their souls will be a slave, the other half free, and they will not be worthy to be called in the true sense men and freemen. Tell me whether you assent to my words. Cleinias, on first hearing, what you say appears to be the truth. But to be hasty in coming to a conclusion about such important matters would be very childish and simple. Athenians suppose, Cleinias and Megillus, that we consider the virtue which follows next of those which we intended to discuss. For after courage comes temperance. What institutions shall we find relating to temperance, either in Crete or Lacedaemon, which, like your military institutions, differ from those of any ordinary state? Megillus, that is not an easy question to answer. Still, I should say that the common meals and gymnastic exercises have been excellently devised for the promotion both of temperance and courage. Athenian. There seems to be a difficulty, stranger, with regard to states, in making words and facts coincide so that there can be no dispute about them. As in the human body, the regimen which does good in one way does harm in another, and we can hardly say that any one course of treatment is adapted to a particular constitution. Now the gymnasia and common meals do a great deal of good, and yet they are a source of evil in civil troubles, as is shown in the case of the Milesian and Boeotian and Thurian youth, among whom these institutions seem always to have had a tendency to degrade the ancient and natural custom of love below the level, not only of man, but of the beasts. The charge may be fairly brought against your cities above all others, and is true also of most other states which especially cultivate gymnastics. Whether such matters are to be regarded jestingly or seriously, I think that the pleasure is to be deemed natural, which arises out of the intercourse between men and women, but that the intercourse of men with men, or of women with women, is contrary to nature, and that the bold attempt was originally due to unbridled lust. The Cretans are always accused of having invented the story of Ganymede and Zeus, because they wanted to justify themselves in the enjoyment of unnatural pleasures, by the practice of the god whom they believe to have been their lawgiver. Leaving the story, we may observe that any speculation about laws turns almost entirely on pleasure and pain, both in states and in individuals. These are two fountains which nature lets flow, and he who draws from them where and when, and as much as he ought, is happy, and this holds of men and animals, of individuals as well as states, and he who indulges in them ignorantly and at the wrong time is the reverse of happy. Megillus, I admit, stranger, that your words are well spoken, and I hardly know what to say in answer to you, but still I think that the Spartan lawgiver was quite right in forbidding pleasure. Of the Cretan laws, I shall leave the defense to my Cnosian friend. But the laws of Sparta, in as far as they relate to pleasure, appear to me to be the best in the world. For that which leads mankind in general into the wildest pleasure and license, and every other folly, the law has clean driven out, and neither in the country nor in towns which are under the control of Sparta will you find revelries and the many incitements of every kind of pleasure which accompany them. And anyone who meets a drunken and disorderly person will immediately have him most severely punished, and will not let him off on any pretense, not even at the time of a Dionysiac festival, although I have remarked that this may happen at your performances on the cart, as they are called, and among our Tarentine colonists I have seen the whole city drunk at a Dionysiac festival, but nothing of the sort happens among us. Athenian. O Lacedaemonian stranger, these festivities are praiseworthy where there is a spirit of endurance, but are very senseless when they are under no regulations. In order to retaliate, an Athenian has only to point out the license which exists among your women. To all such accusations, whether they are brought against the Tarentines, or us, or you, there is one answer which exonerates the practice in question from impropriety. When a stranger expresses wonder at the singularity of what he sees, any inhabitant will naturally answer him, "Wonder not, O stranger, this is our custom, and you may very likely have some other custom about the same things." Now we are speaking, my friends, not about men in general, but about the merits and defects of the lawgivers themselves. Let us then discourse a little more at length about intoxication, which is a very important subject, and will seriously task the discrimination of the legislator. I am not speaking of drinking, or not drinking wine at all, but of intoxication. Are we to follow the custom of the Scythians and Persians and Carthaginians and Celts and Iberians and Thracians, who are all warlike nations, or that of your countrymen, for they, as you say, altogether abstain? But the Scythians and Thracians, both men and women, drink unmixed wine, which they pour on their garments, and this they think a happy and glorious institution. The Persians, again, are much given to other practices of luxury which you reject, but they have more moderation in them than the Thracians and Scythians. Megillus, O best of men, we have only to take arms into our hands, and we send all these nations flying before us. Athenian, nay, my good friend, do not say that. There have been, as there always will be, flights and pursuits of which no account can be given, and therefore we cannot say that victory or defeat in battle affords more than a doubtful proof of the goodness or badness of institutions. For when the greater states conquer and enslave the lesser, as the Syracusans have done the Locrians, who appear to be the best governed people in their part of the world, or as the Athenians have done the Scenes, and there are 10,000 other instances of the same sort of thing, all this is not to the point. Let us endeavor rather to form a conclusion about each institution in itself, and say nothing at present of victories and defeats. Let us only say that such and such a custom is honorable, and another not. And first permit me to tell you how good and bad are to be estimated in reference to these very matters. Megillus, how do you mean? Athenian. All those who are ready at a moment's notice to praise or censure any practice which is matter of discussion seem to me to proceed in a wrong way. Let me give you an illustration of what I mean. You may suppose a person to be praising wheat as a good kind of food, whereupon another person instantly blames wheat, without ever inquiring into its effect or use, or in what way, or to whom, or with what, or in what state and how, wheat is to be given. And that is just what we are doing in this discussion. At the very mention of the word intoxication, one side is ready with their praises and the other with their censures, which is absurd. For either side adduce their witnesses and approvers, and some of us think that we speak with authority because we have many witnesses, and others because they see those who abstain conquering in battle, and this again is disputed by us. Now I cannot say that I shall be satisfied if we go on discussing each of the remaining laws in the same way. And about this very point of intoxication I should like to speak in another way, which I hold to be the right one. For if number is to be the criterion, are there not myriads upon myriads of nations ready to dispute the point with you, who are only 2 cities? Megillus, I shall gladly welcome any method of inquiry which is right. Athenian, let me put the matter thus. Suppose a person to praise the keeping of goats, and the creatures themselves as capital things to have, and then someone who had seen goats feeding without a goatherd in cultivated spots, and doing mischief, were to censure a goat or any other animal who has no keeper or a bad keeper, would there be any sense or justice in such censure? Megillus, certainly not. Athenian, does a captain require only to have nautical knowledge in order to be a good captain, whether he is seasick or not? What do you say? Megillus, I say that he is not a good captain if, although he have nautical skill, he is liable to seasickness. Athenian, and what would you say of the commander of an army? Will he be able to command merely because he has military skill if he be a coward, who, when danger comes, is sick and drunk with fear? Megillus, impossible. Athenian, and what if, besides being a coward, he has no skill? Megillus, he is a miserable fellow, not fit to be a commander of men, but only of old women. Athenian, and what would you say of someone who blames or praises any sort of meeting, which is intended by nature to have a ruler, and is well enough when under his presidency? The critic, however, has never seen the society meeting together at an orderly feast under the control of a president, but always without a ruler or with a bad one. When observers of this class praise or blame such meetings, are we to suppose that what they say is of any value? Megillus, certainly not. If they have never seen or been present at such a meeting when rightly ordered. Athenian, reflect, may not banqueters and banquets be said to constitute a kind of meeting? Megillus, of course. Athenian, and did anyone ever see this sort of convivial meeting rightly ordered? Of course you too will answer that you have never seen them at all, because they are not customary or lawful in your country. But I have come across many of them in many different places, and moreover I have made inquiries about them wherever I went, as I may say, and never did I see or hear of anything of the kind which was carried on altogether rightly. In some few particulars they might be right, but in general they were utterly wrong. Cleinias, what do you mean, stranger, by this remark? Explain. For we, as you say, from our inexperience in such matters, might very likely not know, even if they came in our way, what was right or wrong in such societies. Athenian, likely enough. Then let me try to be your instructor. You would acknowledge, would you not, that in all gatherings of mankind of whatever sort, there ought to be a leader? Cleinias, certainly I should. Athenian, and we were saying just now, that when men are at war, the leader ought to be a brave man. Cleinias, we were. Athenian, the brave man is less likely than the coward to be disturbed by fears. Cleinias, that again is true. Athenian, and if there were a possibility of having a general of an army who was absolutely fearless and imperturbable, should we not by all means appoint him? Cleinias, assuredly. Athenian, now, however, we are speaking not of a general who is to command an army when foe meets foe in time of war, but of one who is to regulate meetings of another sort, when friend meets friend in time of peace. Cleinias, true. Athenian, and that sort of meeting, if attended with drunkenness, is apt to be unquiet. Cleinias, certainly, the reverse of quiet. Athenian, in the first place, then, the revelers as well as the soldiers will require a ruler. Cleinias, to be sure, no men more so. Athenian, and we ought, if possible, to provide them with a quiet ruler. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, and he should be a man who understands society, for his duty is to preserve the friendly feelings which exist among the company at the time, and to increase them for the future by his use of the occasion. Cleinias very true. Athenian, must we not appoint a sober man and a wise to be our master of the revels? For if the ruler of drinkers be himself young and drunken, and not overwise, only by some special good fortune will he be saved from doing some great evil. Cleinias, it will be by a singular good fortune that he is saved. Athenian, now suppose such associations to be framed in the best way possible in states, and that someone blames the very fact of their existence, he may very likely be right. But if he blames a practice which he only sees very much mismanaged, he shows in the first place that he is not aware of the mismanagement, and also not aware that everything done in this way will turn out to be wrong, because done without the superintendence of a sober ruler. Do you not see that a drunken pilot or a drunken ruler of any sort will ruin ship, chariot, army, anything, in short, of which he has the direction? Cleinias. The last remark is very true, stranger, and I see quite clearly the advantage of an army having a good leader. He will give victory in war to his followers, which is a very great advantage, and so of other things. But I do not see any similar advantage which either individuals or states gain from the good management of a feast, and I want you to tell me what great good will be effected, supposing that this drinking ordinance is duly established. Athenian, if you mean to ask what great good accrues to the state from the right training of a single youth or of a single chorus, when the question is put in that form, we cannot deny that the good is not very great in any particular instance. But if you ask what is the good of education in general, the answer is easy, that education makes good men, and that good men act nobly and conquer their enemies in battle because they are good. Education certainly gives victory, although victory sometimes produces forgetfulness of education, for many have grown insolent from victory in war, and this insolence has engendered in them innumerable evils, and many a victory has been and will be suicidal to the victors, but education is never suicidal. Cleinias, you seem to imply, my friend, that convivial meetings, when rightly ordered, are an important element of education. Athenian, certainly I do. Cleinias, and can you show that what you have been saying is true? Athenian, to be absolutely sure of the truth of matters concerning which there are many opinions, is an attribute of the gods not given to man, stranger, but I shall be very happy to tell you what I think, especially as we are now proposing to enter on a discussion concerning laws and constitutions. Cleinias, your opinion, stranger, about the questions which are now being raised, is precisely what we want to hear. Athenian, very good. I will try to find a way of explaining my meaning, and you shall try to have the gift of understanding me. But first let me make an apology. The Athenian citizen is reputed among all the Hellenes to be a great talker, whereas Sparta is renowned for brevity, and the Cretans have more wit than words. Now I am afraid of appearing to elicit a very long discourse out of very small materials, for drinking indeed may appear to be a slight matter, and yet is one which cannot be rightly ordered according to nature, without correct principles of music. These are necessary to any clear or satisfactory treatment of the subject, and music again runs up into education generally, and there is much to be said about all this. What would you say then to leaving these matters for the present, and passing on to some other question of law? Megillus. O Athenian stranger, let me tell you what perhaps you do not know, that our family is the proxenus of your state. I imagine that from their earliest youth all boys, when they are told that they are the proxeni of a particular state, feel kindly towards their second country, and this has certainly been my own feeling. I can well remember from the days of my boyhood how, when any Lacedaemonians praised or blamed the Athenians, they used to say to me, "See Megillus, how ill or how well, as the case might be, has your state treated us?" And having always had to fight your battles against detractors when I heard you assailed, I became warmly attached to you. And I always liked to hear the Athenian tongue spoken, the common saying is quite true that a good Athenian is more than ordinarily good, for he is the only man who is freely and genuinely good by the divine inspiration of his own nature, and is not manufactured. Therefore be assured that I shall like to hear you say whatever you have to say. Cleinias, yes, stranger, and when you have heard me speak, say boldly what is in your thoughts. Let me remind you of a tie which unites you to Crete. You must have heard here the story of the prophet Epimenides, who was of my family, and came to Athens 10 years before the Persian War, in accordance with the response of the oracle, and offered certain sacrifices which the god commanded. The Athenians were at that time in dread of the Persian invasion, and he said that for 10 years they would not come, and that when they came, they would go away again without accomplishing any of their objects, and would suffer more evil than they inflicted. At that time my forefathers formed ties of hospitality with you. Thus ancient is the friendship which I and my parents have had for you. Athenian, you seem to be quite ready to listen, and I am also ready to perform as much as I can of an almost impossible task, which I will nevertheless attempt. At the outset of the discussion, let me define the nature and power of education, for this is the way by which our argument must travel onwards to the god Dionysus. Cleinias, let us proceed, if you please. Athenian, well then, if I tell you what are my notions of education, will you consider whether they satisfy you? Cleinias, let us hear. Athenian, according to my view, anyone who would be good at anything must practice that thing from his youth upwards, both in sport and earnest in its several branches. For example, he who is to be a good builder should play at building children's houses, he who is to be a good husbandman at tilling the ground, and those who have the care of their education should provide them when young with mimic tools. They should learn beforehand the knowledge which they will afterwards require for their art. For example, the future carpenter should learn to measure or apply the line in play, and the future warrior should learn riding or some other exercise for amusement, and the teacher should endeavor to direct the children's inclinations and pleasures by the help of amusements to their final aim in life. The most important part of education is right training in the nursery. The soul of the child in his play should be guided to the love of that sort of excellence in which, when he grows up to manhood, he will have to be perfected. Do you agree with me thus far? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian. Then let us not leave the meaning of education ambiguous or ill-defined. At present, when we speak in terms of praise or blame about the bringing up of each person, we call one man educated and another uneducated, although the uneducated man may be sometimes very well educated for the calling of a retail trader or of a captain of a ship and the like. For we are not speaking of education in this narrower sense, but of that other education in virtue from youth upwards, which makes a man eagerly pursue the ideal perfection of citizenship, and teaches him how rightly to rule and how to obey. This is the only education which, upon our view, deserves the name. That other sort of training, which aims at the acquisition of wealth or bodily strength, or mere cleverness apart from intelligence and justice, is mean and illiberal, and is not worthy to be called education at all. But let us not quarrel with one another about a word, provided that the proposition which has just been granted hold good, to wit, that those who are rightly educated generally become good men. Neither must we cast a slight upon education, which is the first and fairest thing that the best of men can ever have, and which, though liable to take a wrong direction, is capable of reformation. And this work of reformation is the great business of every man while he lives. Cleinias, very true, and we entirely agree with you. Athenian, and we agreed before that they are good men who are able to rule themselves, and bad men who are not. Cleinias, you are quite right. Athenian, let me now proceed, if I can, to clear up the subject a little further by an illustration which I will offer you. Cleinias, proceed. Athenian, do we not consider each of ourselves to be one? Cleinias, we do. Athenian, and each one of us has in his bosom two counselors, both foolish and also antagonistic, of which we call the one pleasure and the other pain. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, also there are opinions about the future which have the general name of expectations, and the specific name of fear when the expectation is of pain, and of hope when of pleasure. And further, there is reflection about the good or evil of them, and this, when embodied in a decree by the state, is called law. Cleinias, I am hardly able to follow you. Proceed, however, as if I were. Megillus, I am in the like case. Athenian. Let us look at the matter thus. May we not conceive each of us living beings to be a puppet of the gods, either their plaything only, or created with a purpose? Which of the two we cannot certainly know, but we do know that these affections in us are like cords and strings, which pull us different and opposite ways and to opposite actions, and herein lies the difference between virtue and vice. According to the argument, there is one among these cords which every man ought to grasp and never let go, but to pull with it against all the rest. And this is the sacred and golden cord of reason, called by us the common law of the state. There are others which are hard and of iron, but this one is soft because golden, and there are several other kinds. Now we ought always to cooperate with the lead of the best, which is law. For inasmuch as reason is beautiful and gentle, and not violent, her rule must needs have ministers in order to help the golden principle in vanquishing the other principles. And thus the moral of the tale about our being puppets will not have been lost, and the meaning of the expression superior or inferior to a man's self will become clearer, and the individual, attaining to right reason in this matter of pulling the strings of the puppet, should live according to its rule, while the city, receiving the same from some god or from one who has knowledge of these things, should embody it in a law, to be her guide in her dealings with herself and with other states. In this way, virtue and vice will be more clearly distinguished by us. And when they have become clearer, education and other institutions will in like manner become clearer, and in particular that question of convivial entertainment, which may seem, perhaps, to have been a very trifling matter, and to have taken a great many more words than were necessary. Cleinias, perhaps, however, the theme may turn out not to be unworthy of the length of discourse. Athenian, very good. Let us proceed with any inquiry which really bears on our present object. Cleinias, proceed. Athenian, suppose that we give this puppet of ours drink, what will be the effect on him? Cleinias, having what in view do you ask that question? Athenian, nothing as yet, but I ask generally, when the puppet is brought to the drink, what sort of result is likely to follow? I will endeavor to explain my meaning more clearly. What I am now asking is this: does the drinking of wine heighten and increase pleasures and pains and passions and loves? Cleinias, very greatly. Athenian, and our perception and memory and opinion and prudence heightened and increased. Do not these qualities entirely desert a man if he becomes saturated with drink? Cleinias, yes, they entirely desert him. Athenian, does he not return to the state of soul in which he was when a young child? Cleinias, he does. Athenian, then at that time he will have the least control over himself. Cleinias, the least. Athenian, and will he not be in a most wretched plight? Cleinias, most wretched. Athenian, then not only an old man, but also a drunkard becomes a second time a child. Cleinias, well said, stranger. Athenian, is there any argument which will prove to us that we ought to encourage the taste for drinking instead of doing all we can to avoid it? Cleinias, I suppose that there is. You, at any rate, were just now saying that you were ready to maintain such a doctrine. Athenian, true, I was, and I am ready still, seeing that you have both declared that you are anxious to hear me. Cleinias, to be sure we are, if only for the strangeness of the paradox, which asserts that a man ought of his own accord to plunge into utter degradation. Athenian, are you speaking of the soul? Cleinias, yes. Athenian, and what would you say about the body, my friend? Are you not surprised at anyone of his own accord bringing upon himself deformity, leanness, ugliness, decrepitude? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, yet when a man goes of his own accord to a doctor's shop, and takes medicine, is he not aware that soon, and for many days afterwards, he will be in a state of body which he would die rather than accept as the permanent condition of his life? Are not those who train in gymnasia, at first beginning reduced to a state of weakness? Cleinias, yes, all that is well known. Athenian also, that they go of their own accord for the sake of the subsequent benefit. Cleinias, very good. Athenian, and we may conceive this to be true in the same way of other practices. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and the same view may be taken of the pastime of drinking wine, if we are right in supposing that the same good effect follows. Cleinias, to be sure. Athenian, if such convivialities should turn out to have any advantage equal in importance to that of gymnastic, they are in their very nature to be preferred to mere bodily exercise, inasmuch as they have no accompaniment of pain. Cleinias, true, but I hardly think that we shall be able to discover any such benefits to be derived from them. Athenian, that is just what we must endeavor to show. And let me ask you a question. Do we not distinguish two kinds of fear which are very different? Cleinias, what are they? Athenian, there is the fear of expected evil. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, and there is the fear of an evil reputation. We are afraid of being thought evil, because we do or say some dishonorable thing, which fear we and all men term shame. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, these are the two fears, as I called them, one of which is the opposite of pain and other fears, and the opposite also of the greatest and most numerous sort of pleasures. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and does not the legislator and everyone who is good for anything hold this fear in the greatest honor? This is what he terms reverence, and the confidence which is the reverse of this he terms insolence, and the latter he always deems to be a very great evil both to individuals and to states. Cleinias, true. Athenian, does not this kind of fear preserve us in many important ways? What is there which so surely gives victory and safety in war? For there are two things which give victory: confidence before enemies, and fear of disgrace before friends. Cleinias, there are. Athenian, then each of us should be fearless and also fearful, and why we should be either has now been determined. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and when we want to make anyone fearless, we in the law bring him face to face with many fears. Cleinias, clearly. Athenian, and when we want to make him rightly fearful, must we not introduce him to shameless pleasures, and train him to take up arms against them and to overcome them? Or does this principle apply to courage only, and must he who would be perfect in valor fight against and overcome his own natural character? Since if he be unpracticed and inexperienced in such conflicts, he will not be half the man which he might have been. And are we to suppose that with temperance it is otherwise, and that he who has never fought with the shameless and unrighteous temptations of his pleasures and lusts, and conquered them in earnest and in play, by word, deed, and act, will still be perfectly temperate? Cleinias, a most unlikely supposition. Athenians suppose that some god had given a fear potion to men, and that the more a man drank of this, the more he regarded himself at every draught as a child of misfortune, and that he feared everything happening or about to happen to him, and that at last the most courageous of men utterly lost his presence of mind for a time, and only came to himself again when he had slept off the influence of the draught. Cleinias, but has such a draught, stranger, ever really been known among men? Athenian, no, but if there had been, might not such a draught have been of use to the legislator as a test of courage? Might we not go and say to him, O legislator, whether you are legislating for the Cretan or for any other state, would you not like to have a touchstone of the courage and cowardice of your citizens? Cleinias, I should, will be the answer of everyone. Athenian, and you would rather have a touchstone in which there is no risk and no great danger than the reverse. Cleinias, in that proposition, everyone may safely agree. Athenian, and in order to make use of the draught, you would lead them amid these imaginary terrors, and prove them when the affection of fear was working upon them, and compel them to be fearless, exhorting and admonishing them, and also honoring them, but dishonoring anyone who will not be persuaded by you to be in all respects such as you command him. And if he underwent the trial well and manfully, you would let him go unscathed. But if ill, you would inflict a punishment upon him. Or would you abstain from using the potion altogether, although you have no reason for abstaining? Cleinias, he would be certain, stranger, to use the potion. Athenian, this would be a mode of testing and training which would be wonderfully easy in comparison with those now in use, and might be applied to a single person, or to a few, or indeed to any number. And he would do well who provided himself with the potion only, rather than with any number of other things, whether he preferred to be by himself in solitude, and there contend with his fears, because he was ashamed to be seen by the eye of man until he was perfect, or trusting to the force of his own nature and habits, and believing that he had been already disciplined sufficiently, he did not hesitate to train himself in company with any number of others, and display his power in conquering the irresistible change effected by the draught, his virtue being such that he never in any instance fell into any great unseemliness, but was always himself, and left off before he arrived at the last cup, fearing that he, like all other men, might be overcome by the potion. Cleinias. Yes, stranger, in that last case, too, he might equally show his self-control. Athenian, let us return to the lawgiver and say to him, well, lawgiver, there is certainly no such fear potion which man has either received from the gods or himself discovered, for witchcraft has no place at our board. But is there any potion which might serve as a test of overboldness and excessive and indiscreet boasting? Cleinias, I suppose that he will say, yes, meaning that wine is such a potion. Athenian, is not the effect of this quite the opposite of the effect of the other? When a man drinks wine, he begins to be better pleased with himself, and the more he drinks, the more he is filled full of brave hopes and conceit of his power, and at last the string of his tongue is loosened, and fancying himself wise, he is brimming over with lawlessness, and has no more fear or respect, and is ready to do or say anything. Cleinias, I think that everyone will admit the truth of your description. Athenian, are not the moments in which we are apt to be bold and shameless such as these, when we are under the influence of anger, love, pride, ignorance, avarice, cowardice, or when wealth, beauty, strength, and all the intoxicating workings of pleasure madden us? What is better adapted than the festive use of wine in the first place to test, and in the second place to train the character of a man, if care be taken in the use of it? What is there cheaper or more innocent? For do but consider which is the greater risk. Would you rather test a man of a morose and savage nature, which is the source of 10,000 acts of injustice, by making bargains with him at a risk to yourself, or by having him as a companion at the festival of Dionysus? Or would you, if you wanted to apply a touchstone to a man who is prone to love, entrust your wife, or your sons, or daughters to him, periling your dearest interests in order to have a view of the condition of his soul? I might mention numberless cases in which the advantage would be manifest of getting to know a character in sport, and without paying dearly for experience. Megillus, certainly. Athenian, now, let us remember, as we were saying, that there are two things which should be cultivated in the soul. First, the greatest courage. Secondly, the greatest fear, Cleinias, which you said to be characteristic of reverence, if I am not mistaken. Athenian, thank you for reminding me. But now, as the habit of courage and fearlessness is to be trained amid fears, let us consider whether the opposite quality is not also to be trained among opposites. Cleinias, that is probably the case. Athenian, there are times and seasons at which we are by nature more than commonly valiant and bold. Now we ought to train ourselves on these occasions to be as free from impudence and shamelessness as possible, and to be afraid to say or suffer or do anything that is base. Cleinias, true, and I do not believe that either a Cretan or any other man will doubt that such a test is a fair test, and safer, cheaper, and speedier than any other. Cleinias, that is certainly true. Athenian, and this knowledge of the natures and habits of men's souls will be of the greatest use in that art which has the management of them, and that art, if I am not mistaken, is politics. Cleinias, exactly so. Chapter 33. Book Roman 2 Athenian, and now we have to consider whether the insight into human nature is the only benefit derived from well-ordered potations, or whether there are not other advantages great and much to be desired. The argument seems to imply that there are, but how and in what way these are to be attained will have to be considered attentively, or we may be entangled in error. Cleinias, proceed. Athenian, let me once more recall our doctrine of right education, which, if I am not mistaken, depends on the due regulation of convivial intercourse. Cleinias, you talk rather grandly. Athenian, pleasure and pain I maintain to be the first perceptions of children, and I say that they are the forms under which virtue and vice are originally present to them. As to wisdom and true and fixed opinions, happy is the man who acquires them, even when declining in years. And we may say that he who possesses them, and the blessings which are contained in them, is a perfect man. Now I mean by education that training which is given by suitable habits to the first instincts of virtue in children, when pleasure and friendship and pain and hatred are rightly implanted in souls not yet capable of understanding the nature of them, and who find them, after they have attained reason, to be in harmony with her. This harmony of the soul, taken as a whole, is virtue, but the particular training in respect of pleasure and pain, which leads you always to hate what you ought to hate, and love what you ought to love from the beginning of life to the end, may be separated off, and in my view will be rightly called education. Cleinias, I think stranger that you are quite right in all that you have said and are saying about education. Athenian, I am glad to hear that you agree with me, for indeed the discipline of pleasure and pain which, when rightly ordered, is a principle of education, has been often relaxed and corrupted in human life. And the gods, pitying the toils which our race is born to undergo, have appointed holy festivals, wherein men alternate rest with labor, and have given them the Muses and Apollo, the later of the Muses, and Dionysus, to be companions in their revels, that they may improve their education by taking part in the festivals of the gods, and with their help. I should like to know whether a common saying is in our opinion true to nature or not. For men say that the young of all creatures cannot be quiet in their bodies or in their voices. They are always wanting to move and cry out, some leaping and skipping, and overflowing with sportiveness and delight at something, others uttering all sorts of cries. But whereas the animals have no perception of order or disorder in their movements, that is, of rhythm or harmony, as they are called to us, the gods, who, as we say, have been appointed to be our companions in the dance, have given the pleasurable sense of harmony and rhythm. And so they stir us into life, and we follow them, joining hands together in dances and songs. And these they call choruses, which is a term naturally expressive of cheerfulness. 366. Shall we begin, then, with the acknowledgement that education is first given through Apollo and the Muses? What do you say? Cleinias, I assent. Athenian, and the uneducated is he who has not been trained in the chorus, and the educated is he who has been well trained. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian. And the chorus is made up of two parts, dance and song. Cleinias, true. Athenian, then, he who is well educated will be able to sing and dance well. Cleinias, I suppose that he will. Athenian, let us see. What are we saying? Cleinias, what? Athenian, he sings well and dances well. Now must we add that he sings what is good and dances what is good? Cleinias, let us make the addition. Athenian, we will suppose that he knows the good to be good and the bad to be bad, and makes use of them accordingly, which now is the better trained in dancing and music, he who is able to move his body and to use his voice in what is understood to be the right manner, but has no delight in good or hatred of evil, or he who is incorrect in gesture and voice, but is right in his sense of pleasure and pain, and welcomes what is good, and is offended at what is evil. Cleinias, there is a great difference, stranger, in the two kinds of education. Athenian, if we three know what is good in song and dance, then we truly know also who is educated and who is uneducated. But if not, then we certainly shall not know wherein lies the safeguard of education, and whether there is any or not. Cleinias, true. Athenian, let us follow the scent like hounds, and go in pursuit of beauty of figure and melody and song and dance. If these escape us, there will be no use in talking about true education. Whether Hellenic or barbarian, Cleinias, yes. Athenian, and what is beauty of figure or beautiful melody? When a manly soul is in trouble, and when a cowardly soul is in similar case, are they likely to use the same figures and gestures, or to give utterance to the same sounds? Cleinias, how can they, when the very colors of their faces differ? Athenian, good my friend. I may observe, however, in passing, that in music there certainly are figures and there are melodies, and music is concerned with harmony and rhythm, so that you may speak of a melody or figure having good rhythm or good harmony. The term is correct enough, but to speak metaphorically of a melody or figure having a good color, as the masters of choruses do, is not allowable, although you can speak of the melodies or figures of the brave and the coward, praising the one and censuring the other. And not to be tedious, let us say that the figures and melodies which are expressive of virtue of soul or body, or of images of virtue, are without exception good, and those which are expressive of vice are the reverse of good. Cleinias, your suggestion is excellent, and let us answer that these things are so. Athenian, once more, are all of us equally delighted with every sort of dance? Cleinias, far otherwise. Athenian, what, then, leads us astray? Are beautiful things not the same to us all, or are they the same in themselves, but not in our opinion of them? For no one will admit that forms of vice in the dance are more beautiful than forms of virtue, or that he himself delights in the forms of vice, and others in a muse of another character. And yet most persons say that the excellence of music is to give pleasure to our souls. But this is intolerable and blasphemous. There is, however, a much more plausible account of the delusion. Cleinias, what, Athenian? The adaptation of art to the characters of men. Choric movements are imitations of manners occurring in various actions, fortunes, dispositions. Each particular is imitated, and those to whom the words or songs or dances are suited, either by nature or habit or both, cannot help feeling pleasure in them and applauding them and calling them beautiful. But those whose natures or ways or habits are unsuited to them cannot delight in them or applaud them, and they call them base. There are others, again, whose natures are right and their habits wrong, or whose habits are right and their natures wrong, and they praise one thing but are pleased at another. For they say that all these imitations are pleasant but not good, and in the presence of those whom they think wise, they are ashamed of dancing and singing in the baser manner, or of deliberately lending any countenance to such proceedings, and yet they have a secret pleasure in them. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and is any harm done to the lover of vicious dances or songs, or any good done to the approver of the opposite sort of pleasure? Cleinias, I think that there is. Athenian, I think is not the word, but I would say rather, I am certain. For must they not have the same effect as when a man associates with bad characters, whom he likes and approves rather than dislikes, and only censures playfully because he has a suspicion of his own badness? In that case, he who takes pleasure in them will surely become like those in whom he takes pleasure, even though he be ashamed to praise them. And what greater good or evil can any destiny ever make us undergo? Cleinias, I know of none. Athenian, then, in a city which has good laws, or in future ages is to have them, bearing in mind the instruction and amusement which are given by music, can we suppose that the poets are to be allowed to teach in the dance anything which they themselves like, in the way of rhythm, or melody, or words, to the young children of any well-conditioned parents? is the poet to train his choruses as he pleases, without reference to virtue or vice. Cleinias, that is surely quite unreasonable, and is not to be thought of. Athenian, and yet he may do this in almost any state with the exception of Egypt. Cleinias, and what are the laws about music and dancing in Egypt? Athenian, you will wonder when I tell you. Long ago they appear to have recognized the very principle of which we are now speaking, that their young citizens must be habituated to forms and strains of virtue. These they fixed and exhibited the patterns of them in their temples, and no painter or artist is allowed to innovate upon them, or to leave the traditional forms and invent new ones. To this day, no alteration is allowed either in these arts or in music at all, and you will find that their works of art are painted or molded in the same forms which they had 10,000 years ago. This is literally true and no exaggeration. Their ancient paintings and sculptures are not a whit better or worse than the work of today, but are made with just the same skill. Cleinias, how extraordinary! Athenian, I should rather say how statesmanlike, how worthy of a legislator. I know that other things in Egypt are not so well, but what I am telling you about music is true and deserving of consideration, because showing that a lawgiver may institute melodies which have a natural truth and correctness without any fear of failure. To do this, however, must be the work of God or of a divine person. In Egypt they have a tradition that their ancient chants, which have been preserved for so many ages, are the composition of the goddess Isis. And therefore, as I was saying, if a person can only find in any way the natural melodies, he may confidently embody them in a fixed and legal form. For the love of novelty, which arises out of pleasure in the new and weariness of the old, has not strength enough to corrupt the consecrated song and dance, under the plea that they have become antiquated. At any rate, they are far from being corrupted in Egypt. Cleinias, your arguments seem to prove your point. Athenian, may we not confidently say that the true use of music and of choral festivities is as follows. We rejoice when we think that we prosper, and again we think that we prosper when we rejoice. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, and when rejoicing in our good fortune, we are unable to be still. Cleinias, true. Athenian, our young men break forth into dancing and singing, and we who are their elders deem that we are fulfilling our part in life when we look on at them. Having lost our agility, we delight in their sports and merrymaking, because we love to think of our former selves, and gladly institute contests for those who are able to awaken in us the memory of our youth. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, is it altogether unmeaning to say, as the common people do about festivals, that he should be adjudged the wisest of men, and the winner of the palm, who gives us the greatest amount of pleasure and mirth? For on such occasions, and when mirth is the order of the day, ought not he to be honored most, and as I was saying, bear the palm, who gives most mirth to the greatest number? Now is this a true way of speaking or of acting? Cleinias, possibly. Athenian, but my dear friend, let us distinguish between different cases, and not be hasty in forming a judgment. One way of considering the question will be to imagine a festival at which there are entertainments of all sorts, including gymnastic, musical, and equestrian contests. The citizens are assembled, prizes are offered, and proclamation is made that anyone who likes may enter the lists, and that he is to bear the palm who gives the most pleasure to the spectators. There is to be no regulation about the manner how, but he who is most successful in giving pleasure is to be crowned victor and deemed to be the pleasantest of the candidates. What is likely to be the result of such a proclamation? Cleinias, in what respect? Athenian, there would be various exhibitions. One man, like Homer, will exhibit a rhapsody, another a performance on the lute, one will have a tragedy, and another a comedies. Nor would there be anything astonishing in someone imagining that he could gain the prize by exhibiting a puppet show. Suppose these competitors to meet, and not these only, but innumerable others as well. Can you tell me who ought to be the victor? Cleinias, I do not see how anyone can answer you, or pretend to know, unless he has heard with his own ears the several competitors. The question is absurd. Athenian, well then, if neither of you can answer, shall I answer this question which you deem so absurd? Cleinias, by all means. Athenian, if very small children are to determine the question, they will decide for the puppet show. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, the older children will be advocates of comedy. Educated women and young men and people in general will favor tragedy. Cleinias, very likely. Athenian, and I believe that we old men would have the greatest pleasure in hearing a rhapsodist recite well the Iliad and Odyssey, or one of the Hesiodic poems, and would award the victory to him. But who would really be the victor? That is the question. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, clearly you and I will have to declare that those whom we old men adjudge victors ought to win, for our ways are far and away better than any which at present exist anywhere in the world. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, thus far I too should agree with the many, that the excellence of music is to be measured by pleasure. But the pleasure must not be that of chance persons. The fairest music is that which delights the best and best educated, and especially that which delights the one man who is preeminent in virtue and education. And therefore the judges must be men of character, for they will require both wisdom and courage. The true judge must not draw his inspiration from the theatre, nor ought he to be unnerved by the clamor of the many and his own incapacity, nor again, knowing the truth, ought he through cowardice and unmanliness carelessly to deliver a lying judgment, with the very same lips which have just appealed to the gods before he judged. He is sitting not as the disciple of the theatre, but in his proper place as their instructor, and he ought to be the enemy of all pandering to the pleasure of the spectators. The ancient and common custom of Hellas, which still prevails in Italy and Sicily, did certainly leave the judgment to the body of spectators, who determined the victor by show of hands. But this custom has been the destruction of the poets, for they are now in the habit of composing with a view to please the bad taste of their judges, and the result is that the spectators instruct themselves, and also it has been the ruin of the theatre. They ought to be having characters put before them better than their own, and so receiving a higher pleasure, but now by their own act the opposite result follows. What inference is to be drawn from all this? Shall I tell you? Cleinias, what? Athenian. The inference at which we arrive for the third or fourth time is that education is the constraining and directing of youth towards that right reason, which the law affirms, and which the experience of the eldest and best has agreed to be truly right. In order, then, that the soul of the child may not be habituated to feel joy and sorrow in a manner at variance with the law, and those who obey the law, but may rather follow the law and rejoice and sorrow at the same things as the aged. In order, I say, to produce this effect, chants appear to have been invented, which really enchant, and are designed to implant that harmony of which we speak. And because the mind of the child is incapable of enduring serious training, they are called plays and songs, and are performed in play. Just as when men are sick and ailing in their bodies, their attendants give them wholesome diet in pleasant meats and drinks, but unwholesome diet in disagreeable things, in order that they may learn, as they ought, to like the one and to dislike the other. And similarly the true legislator will persuade, and if he cannot persuade, will compel the poet to express, as he ought, by fair and noble words, in his rhythms, the figures, and in his melodies, the music of temperate and brave and in every way good men. Cleinias, but do you really imagine, stranger, that this is the way in which poets generally compose in states at the present day? As far as I can observe, except among us and among the Lacedaemonians, there are no regulations like those of which you speak. In other places, novelties are always being introduced in dancing and in music, generally not under the authority of any law, but at the instigation of lawless pleasures. And these pleasures are so far from being the same. As you describe the Egyptian to be, or having the same principles, that they are never the same. Athenian, most true, Cleinias, and I dare say that I may have expressed myself obscurely, and so led you to imagine that I was speaking of some really existing state of things, whereas I was only saying what regulations I would like to have about music, and hence there occurred a misapprehension on your part. For when evils are far gone and irremediable, the task of censuring them is never pleasant, although at times necessary. But as we do not really differ, will you let me ask you whether you consider such institutions to be more prevalent among the Cretans and Lacedaemonians than among the other Hellenes? Cleinias, certainly they are. Athenian, and if they were extended to the other Hellenes, would it be an improvement on the present state of things? Cleinias, a very great improvement. If the customs which prevail among them were such as prevail among us and the Lacedaemonians, and such as you were just now saying ought to prevail. Athenian. Let us see whether we understand one another. Are not the principles of education and music which prevail among you as follows? You compel your poets to say that the good man, if he be temperate and just, is fortunate and happy, and this whether he be great and strong or small and weak, and whether he be rich or poor. And on the other hand, if he have a wealth passing that of Cinyras or Medas and be unjust, he is wretched and lives in misery, as the poet says. And with truth I sing not, I care not about him who accomplishes all noble things, not having justice. Let him who draws near and stretches out his hand against his enemies be a just man. But if he be unjust, I would not have him look calmly upon bloody death, nor surpass in swiftness the Thracian Boreas, and let no other thing that is called good ever be his. For the goods of which the many speak are not really good. First in the catalogue is placed health, beauty next, wealth third, and then innumerable others, as for example to have a keen eye or a quick ear, and in general to have all the senses perfect, or again to be a tyrant and do as you like. And the final consummation of happiness is to have acquired all these things, and when you have acquired them to become at once immortal. But you and I say that while to the just and holy all these things are the best of possessions, to the unjust they are all, including even health, the greatest of evils. For in truth, to have sight and hearing and the use of the senses, or to live at all without justice and virtue, even though a man be rich in all the so-called goods of fortune, is the greatest of evils if life be immortal, but not so great if the bad man lives only a very short time. These are the truths which, if I am not mistaken, you will persuade or compel your poets to utter with suitable accompaniments of harmony and rhythm, and in these they must train up your youth. Am I not right? For I plainly declare that evils as they are termed are goods to the unjust, and only evils to the just, and that goods are truly good to the good, but evil to the evil. Let me ask again, are you and I agreed about this? Cleinias, I think that we partly agree and partly do not. Athenian, when a man has health and wealth and a tyranny which lasts, and when he is preeminent in strength and courage, and has the gift of immortality, and none of the so-called evils which counterbalance these goods, but only the injustice and insolence of his own nature. Of such an one you are, I suspect, unwilling to believe that he is miserable rather than happy. Cleinias, that is quite true. Athenian, once more, suppose that he be valiant and strong and handsome and rich, and does throughout his whole life whatever he likes, still if he be unrighteous and insolent, would not both of you agree that he will of necessity live basely? You will surely grant so much. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and an evil life too. Cleinias, I am not equally disposed to grant that. Athenian, will he not live painfully and to his own disadvantage? Cleinias, how can I possibly say so? Athenian, how? Then may heaven make us to be of one mind, for now we are of two. To me, dear Cleinias, the truth of what I am saying is as plain as the fact that Crete is an island. And if I were a lawgiver, I would try to make the poets and all the citizens speak in this strain, and I would inflict the heaviest penalties on anyone in all the land who should dare to say that there are bad men who lead pleasant lives, or that the profitable and gainful is one thing, and the just another. And there are many other matters about which I should make my citizens speak in a manner different from the cretins and Lacedaemonians of this age, and I may say, indeed, from the world in general. For tell me, my good friends, by Zeus and Apollo, tell me, if I were to ask these same gods who were your legislators, is not the most just life also the pleasantest? Or are there two lives, one of which is the justest and the other the pleasantest? And they were to reply that there are two, and thereupon I proceeded to ask, that would be the right way of pursuing the inquiry, which are the happier, those who lead the justest, or those who lead the pleasantest life? And they replied, those who lead the pleasantest. That would be a very strange answer, which I should not like to put into the mouth of the gods. The words will come with more propriety from the lips of fathers and legislators, and therefore I will repeat my former questions to one of them, and suppose him to say again that he who leads the pleasantest life is the happiest. And to that I rejoin, O my father, did you not wish me to live as happily as possible? And yet you also never ceased telling me that I should live as justly as possible. Now, here the giver of the rule, whether he be legislator or father, will be in a dilemma, and will in vain endeavor to be consistent with himself. But if he were to declare that the justest life is also the happiest, everyone hearing him would inquire, if I am not mistaken, what is that good and noble principle in life which the law approves, and which is superior to pleasure? For what good can the just man have which is separated from pleasure? Shall we say that glory and fame, coming from gods and men, though good and noble, are nevertheless unpleasant, and infamy pleasant? Certainly not, sweet legislator. Or shall we say that the not doing of wrong and there being no wrong done is good and honorable, although there is no pleasure in it? And that the doing wrong is pleasant, but evil and base? Cleinias, impossible. Athenian, the view which identifies the pleasant, and the just and the good and the noble has an excellent moral and religious tendency. And the opposite view is most at variance with the designs of the legislator, and is, in his opinion, infamous. For no one, if he can help, will be persuaded to do that which gives him more pain than pleasure. But as distant prospects are apt to make us dizzy, especially in childhood, the legislator will try to purge away the darkness and exhibit the truth. He will persuade the citizens, in some way or other, by customs and praises and words, that just and unjust are shadows only, and that injustice, which seems opposed to justice, when contemplated by the unjust and evil man, appears pleasant and the just most unpleasant, but that from the just man's point of view the very opposite is the appearance of both of them. Cleinias true, Athenian, and which may be supposed to be the truer judgment, that of the inferior or of the better soul. Cleinias surely, that of the better soul. Athenian then, the unjust life must not only be more base and depraved, but also more unpleasant than the just and holy life. Cleinias, that seems to be implied in the present argument. Athenian, and even supposing this were otherwise, and not as the argument has proven, still the lawgiver, who is worth anything, if he ever ventures to tell a lie to the young for their good, could not invent a more useful lie than this, or one which will have a better effect in making them do what is right, not on compulsion but voluntarily. Cleinias truth, stranger, is a noble thing and a lasting, but a thing of which men are hard to be persuaded. Athenian, and yet the story of the Sidonian Cadmus, which is so improbable, has been readily believed, and also innumerable other tales. Cleinias, what is that story? Athenian, the story of armed men springing up after the sowing of teeth, which the legislator may take as a proof that he can persuade the minds of the young of anything, so that he has only to reflect and find out what belief will be of the greatest public advantage, and then use all his efforts to make the whole community utter one and the same word in their songs and tales and discourses all their life long. But if you do not agree with me, there is no reason why you should not argue on the other side. Cleinias, I do not see that any argument can fairly be raised by either of us against what you are now saying. Athenian, the next suggestion which I have to offer is that all our three choruses shall sing to the young and tender souls of children, reciting in their strains all the noble thoughts of which we have already spoken or are about to speak. And the sum of them shall be, that the life which is by the gods deemed to be the happiest is also the best. We shall affirm this to be a most certain truth. And the minds of our young disciples will be more likely to receive these words of ours than any others which we might address to them. Cleinias, I assent to what you say. Athenian, first will enter in their natural order the sacred choir composed of children, which is to sing lustily the heaven-taught lay to the whole city. Next will follow the choir of young men under the age of 30, who will call upon the god Paean to testify to the truth of their words, and will pray him to be gracious to the youth and to turn their hearts. Thirdly, the choir of elder men, who are from 30 to 60 years of age, will also sing. There remain those who are too old to sing, and they will tell stories, illustrating the same virtues as with the voice of an oracle. Cleinias, who are those who compose the third choir, stranger, for I do not clearly understand what you mean to say about them. Athenian, and yet almost all that I have been saying has been said with a view to them. Cleinias, will you try to be a little plainer? Athenian, I was speaking at the commencement of our discourse, as you will remember, of the fiery nature of young creatures. I said that they were unable to keep quiet either in limb or voice, and that they called out and jumped about in a disorderly manner, and that no other animal attained to any perception of order but man only. Now the order of motion is called rhythm, and the order of the voice, in which high and low are duly mingled, is called harmony, and both together are termed choric song. And I said that the gods had pity on us, and gave us Apollo and the Muses to be our playfellows and leaders in the dance, and Dionysus, as I dare say that you will remember, was the third. Cleinias, I quite remember. Athenian, thus far I have spoken of the chorus of Apollo and the Muses, and I have still to speak of the remaining chorus, which is that of Dionysus. Cleinias, how is that arranged? There is something strange, at any rate on first hearing, in a Dionysiac chorus of old men, if you really mean that those who are above 30 and maybe 50, or from 50 to 60 years of age, are to dance in his honor. Athenian, very true, and therefore it must be shown that there is good reason for the proposal. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, are we agreed thus far? Cleinias, about what? Athenian, that every man and boy, slave and free, both sexes and the whole city, should never cease charming themselves with the strains of which we have spoken, and that there should be every sort of change and variation of them, in order to take away the effect of sameness, so that the singers may always receive pleasure from their hymns, and may never weary of them. Cleinias, everyone will agree. Athenian, where then will that best part of our city which, by reason of age and intelligence, has the greatest influence, sing these fairest of strains which are to do so much good? Shall we be so foolish as to let them off who would give us the most beautiful and also the most useful of songs? Cleinias, but says the argument, we cannot let them off. Athenian, then how can we carry out our purpose with decorum? Will this be the way? Cleinias, what? Athenian, when a man is advancing in years, he is afraid and reluctant to sing. He has no pleasure in his own performances, and if compulsion is used, he will be more and more ashamed, the older and more discreet he grows. Is not this true? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, well, and will he not be yet more ashamed if he has to stand up and sing in the theatre to a mixed audience? And if, moreover, when he is required to do so, like the other choirs who contend for prizes and have been trained under a singing master, he is pinched and hungry, he will certainly have a feeling of shame and discomfort which will make him very unwilling to exhibit. Cleinias, no doubt. Athenian, how then shall we reassure him and get him to sing? Shall we begin by enacting that boys shall not taste wine at all until they are 18 years of age? We will tell them that fire must not be poured upon fire, whether in the body or in the soul, until they begin to go to work. This is a precaution which has to be taken against the excitableness of youth. Afterwards, they may taste wine in moderation up to the age of 30. But while a man is young, he should abstain altogether from intoxication and from excess of wine. When at length he has reached 40 years, after dinner at a public mess, he may invite not only the other gods, but Dionysus above all, to the mystery and festivity of the elder men, making use of the wine which he has given men to lighten the sourness of old age, that in age we may renew our youth and forget our sorrows, and also in order that the nature of the soul, like iron melted in the fire, may become softer and so more impressible. In the first place, will not anyone who is thus mellowed be more ready and less ashamed to sing? I do not say before a large audience, but before a moderate company, nor yet among strangers, but among his familiars, and as we have often said, to chant and to enchant. Cleinias, he will be far more ready. Athenian, there will be no impropriety in our using such a method of persuading them to join with us in song. Cleinias, none at all. Athenian, and what strain will they sing? And what muse will they hymn? The strain should clearly be one suitable to them. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and what strain is suitable for heroes? Shall they sing a choric strain? Cleinias, truly, stranger, we of Crete and Lacedaemon know no strain other than that which we have learnt and been accustomed to sing in our chorus. Athenian, I dare say, for you have never acquired the knowledge of the most beautiful kind of song in your military way of life, which is modeled after the camp, and is not like that of dwellers in cities, and you have your young men herding and feeding together like young colts. No one takes his own individual colt and drags him away from his fellows against his will, raging and foaming, and gives him a groom to attend to him alone, and trains and rubs him down privately, and gives him the qualities in education which will make him not only a good soldier, but also a governor of a state and of cities. Such an one, as we said at first, would be a greater warrior than he of whom Tyrtaeus sings, and he would honor courage everywhere, but always as the fourth, and not as the first part of virtue, either in individuals or states. Cleinias, once more, stranger, I must complain that you depreciate our lawgivers. Athenian, not intentionally, if at all, my good friend, but whither the argument leads, thither let us follow. For if there be indeed some strain of song more beautiful than that of the choruses or the public theatres, I should like to impart it to those who, as we say, are ashamed of these and want to have the best. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, when things have an accompanying charm, either the best thing in them is this very charm, or there is some rightness or utility possessed by them. For example, I should say that eating and drinking, and the use of food in general, have an accompanying charm which we call pleasure, but that this rightness and utility is just the healthfulness of the things served up to us, which is their true rightness. Cleinias. Just so, Athenian, thus too I should say that learning has a certain accompanying charm which is the pleasure, but that the right and the profitable, the good and the noble, are qualities which the truth gives to it. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, and so in the imitative arts, if they succeed in making likenesses and are accompanied by pleasure, may not their works be said to have a charm? Cleinias, yes. Athenian, but equal proportions, whether of quality or quantity, and not pleasure, speaking generally, would give them truth or rightness. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, then, that only can be rightly judged by the standard of pleasure, which makes or furnishes no utility or truth or likeness, nor on the other hand is productive of any hurtful quality, but exists solely for the sake of the accompanying charm, and the term pleasure is most appropriately applied to it when these other qualities are absent. Cleinias, you are speaking of harmless pleasure, are you not? Athenian, yes, and this I term amusement, when doing neither harm nor good in any degree worth speaking of. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, then, if such be our principles, we must assert that imitation is not to be judged of by pleasure and false opinion, and this is true of all equality, for the equal is not equal or the symmetrical symmetrical, because somebody thinks or likes something, but they are to be judged of by the standard of truth, and by no other whatever. Cleinias, quite true. Athenian, do we not regard all music as representative and imitative? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, then, when anyone says that music is to be judged by pleasure, his doctrine cannot be admitted, and if there be any music of which pleasure is the criterion, such music is not to be sought out or deemed to have any real excellence, but only that other kind of music which is an imitation of the good. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and those who seek for the best kind of song and music ought not to seek for that which is pleasant, but for that which is true. And the truth of imitation consists, as we were saying, in rendering the thing imitated according to quantity and quality. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and everyone will admit that musical compositions are all imitative and representative. Will not poets and spectators and actors all agree in this? Cleinias, they will. Athenian, surely then, he who would judge correctly must know what each composition is. For if he does not know what is the character and meaning of the piece, and what it represents, he will never discern whether the intention is true or false. Cleinias, certainly not. Athenian, and will he who does not know what is true be able to distinguish what is good and bad? My statement is not very clear, but perhaps you will understand me better if I put the matter in another way. Cleinias, how? Athenian, there are 10,000 likenesses of objects of sight. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, and can he who does not know what the exact object is which is imitated, ever know whether the resemblance is truthfully executed? I mean, for example, whether a statue has the proportions of a body and the true situation of the parts, what those proportions are, and how the parts fit into one another in due order, also their colors and conformations, or whether this is all confused in the execution. Do you think that anyone can know about this, who does not know what the animal is which has been imitated? Cleinias. Impossible. Athenian, but even if we know that the thing pictured or sculptured is a man, who has received at the hand of the artist all his proper parts and colors and shapes, must we not also know whether the work is beautiful or in any respect deficient in beauty? Cleinias, if this were not required, stranger, we should all of us be judges of beauty. Athenian, very true, and may we not say that in everything imitated, whether in drawing, music, or any other art, he who is to be a competent judge must possess three things. He must know, in the first place, of what the imitation is. Secondly, he must know that it is true. And thirdly, that it has been well executed in words and melodies and rhythms. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, then, let us not faint in discussing the peculiar difficulty of music. Music is more celebrated than any other kind of imitation, and therefore requires the greatest care of them all. For if a man makes a mistake here, he may do himself the greatest injury by welcoming evil dispositions, and the mistake may be very difficult to discern, because the poets are artists very inferior in character to the muses themselves, who would never fall into the monstrous error of assigning to the words of men the gestures and songs of women, nor after combining the melodies with the gestures of freemen would they add on the rhythms of slaves and men of the baser sort. No, beginning with the rhythms and gestures of freemen, would they assign to them a melody or words which are of an opposite character, nor would they mix up the voices and sounds of animals and of men and instruments, and every other sort of noise, as if they were all one. But human poets are fond of introducing this sort of inconsistent mixture, and so make themselves ridiculous in the eyes of those who, as Orpheus says, are ripe for true pleasure. The experienced see all this confusion, and yet the poets go on and make still further havoc by separating the rhythm and the figure of the dance from the melody, setting bare words to meter, and also separating the melody and the rhythm from the words, using the lyre or the flute alone. For when there are no words, it is very difficult to recognize the meaning of the harmony and rhythm, or to see that any worthy object is imitated by them. And we must acknowledge that all this sort of thing, which aims only at swiftness and smoothness and a brutish noise, and uses the flute and the lyre not as the mere accompaniments of the dance and song, is exceedingly coarse and tasteless. The use of either instrument, when unaccompanied, leads to every sort of irregularity and trickery. This is all rational enough, but we are considering not how our choristers, who are from 30 to 50 years of age, and maybe over 50, are not to use the muses, but how they are to use them. And the considerations which we have urged seem to show in what way these 50 years old choristers who are to sing may be expected to be better trained. For they need to have a quick perception and knowledge of harmonies and rhythms. Otherwise, how can they ever know whether a melody would be rightly sung to the Dorian mode, or to the rhythm which the poet has assigned to it? Cleinias, clearly they cannot. Athenian. The many are ridiculous in imagining that they know what is in proper harmony and rhythm, and what is not, when they can only be made to sing and step in rhythm by force. It never occurs to them that they are ignorant of what they are doing. Now every melody is right when it has suitable harmony and rhythm, and wrong when unsuitable. Cleinias, that is most certain. Athenian, but can a man who does not know a thing, as we were saying, know that the thing is right? Cleinias, impossible. Athenian, then now, as would appear, we are making the discovery that our newly appointed choristers, whom we hereby invite, and although they are their own masters, compelled to sing, must be educated to such an extent as to be able to follow the steps of the rhythm and the notes of the song, that they may know the harmonies and rhythms, and be able to select what are suitable for men of their age and character to sing, and may sing them, and have innocent pleasure from their own performance, and also lead younger men to welcome with dutiful delight good dispositions. Having such training, they will attain a more accurate knowledge than falls to the lot of the common people, or even of the poets themselves. For the poet need not know the third point, viz., whether the imitation is good or not, though he can hardly help knowing the laws of melody and rhythm. But the aged chorus must know all the three, that they may choose the best, and that which is nearest to the best, for otherwise they will never be able to charm the souls of young men in the way of virtue. And now, the original design of the argument, which was intended to bring eloquent aid to the chorus of Dionysus, has been accomplished to the best of our ability. And let us see whether we were right. I should imagine that a drinking assembly is likely to become more and more tumultuous as the drinking goes on. This, as we were saying at first, will certainly be the case. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, every man has a more than natural elevation. His heart is glad within him, and he will say anything and will be restrained by nobody at such a time. He fancies that he is able to rule over himself and all mankind. Cleinias, quite true. Athenian, were we not saying that on such occasions the souls of the drinkers become like iron heated in the fire, and grow softer and younger, and are easily molded by him who knows how to educate and fashion them, just as when they were young, and that this fashioner of them is the same who prescribed for them in the days of their youth, viz., the good legislator, and that he ought to enact laws of the banquet, which, when a man is confident, bold, and impudent, and unwilling to wait his turn and have his share of silence and speech, and drinking and music, will change his character into the opposite, such laws as will infuse into him a just and noble fear, which will take up arms at the approach of insolence, being that divine fear which we have called reverence and shame. Cleinias, true. Athenian. And the guardians of these laws and fellow workers with them are the calm and sober generals of the drinkers, and without their help there is greater difficulty in fighting against drink than in fighting against enemies when the commander of an army is not himself calm, and he who is unwilling to obey them, and the commanders of Dionysiac feasts who are more than 60 years of age, shall suffer a disgrace as great as he who disobeys military leaders, or even greater. Cleinias, right. Athenian, if then drinking and amusement were regulated in this way, would not the companions of our revels be improved? They would part better friends than they were, and not, as now, enemies. Their whole intercourse would be regulated by law and observant of it, and the sober would be the leaders of the drunken. Cleinias, I think so too, if drinking were regulated as you propose. Athenian, let us not then simply censure the gift of Dionysus as bad and unfit to be received into the state. For wine has many excellences, and one preeminent one, about which there is a difficulty in speaking to the many, from a fear of their misconceiving and misunderstanding what is said. Cleinias, to what do you refer? Athenian, there is a tradition or story, which has somehow crept about the world, that Dionysus was robbed of his wits by his stepmother Hea, and that out of revenge he inspires Bacchic furies and dancing madnesses in others, for which reason he gave men wine. Such traditions concerning the gods I leave to those who think that they may be safely uttered. 367. I only know that no animal at birth is mature or perfect in intelligence, and in the intermediate period, in which he has not yet acquired his own proper sense, he rages and roars without rhyme or reason, and when he has once got on his legs he jumps about without rhyme or reason. And this, as you will remember, has been already said by us to be the origin of music and gymnastic. 368. Cleinias, to be sure, I remember. Athenian, and did we not say that the sense of harmony and rhythm sprang from this beginning among men, and that Apollo and the Muses and Dionysus were the gods whom we had to thank for them? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, the other story implied that wine was given man out of revenge, and in order to make him mad, but our present doctrine, on the contrary, is that wine was given him as a balm, and in order to implant modesty in the soul, and health and strength in the body. Cleinias, that stranger, is precisely what was said. Athenian, then, half the subject may now be considered to have been discussed. Shall we proceed to the consideration of the other half? Cleinias, what is the other half, and how do you divide the subject? Athenian, the whole choral art is also, in our view, the whole of education, and of this art, rhythms and harmonies form the part which has to do with the voice. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, the movement of the body has rhythm in common with the movement of the voice, but gesture is peculiar to it, whereas song is simply the movement of the voice. Cleinias, most true. Athenian, and the sound of the voice which reaches and educates the soul, we have ventured to term music. Cleinias, we were right. Athenian, and the movement of the body, when regarded as an amusement, we termed dancing, but when extended and pursued with a view to the excellence of the body, this scientific training may be called gymnastic. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian. Music, which was one half of the choral art, may be said to have been completely discussed. Shall we proceed to the other half or not? What would you like? Cleinias, my good friend, when you are talking with a Cretan and Lacedaemonian, and we have discussed music and not gymnastic, what answer are either of us likely to make to such an inquiry? Athenian, an answer is contained in your question, and I understand and accept what you say not only as an answer, but also as a command to proceed with gymnastic. Cleinias, you quite understand me. Do as you say. Athenian, I will, and there will not be any difficulty in speaking intelligibly to you about a subject with which both of you are far more familiar than with music. Cleinias, there will not. Athenian, is not the origin of gymnastics, too, to be sought in the tendency to rapid motion which exists in all animals? Man, as we were saying, having attained the sense of rhythm, created and invented dancing, and melody arousing and awakening rhythm, both united formed the choral art. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and one part of this subject has been already discussed by us, and there still remains another to be discussed. 369. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, I have first a final word to add to my discourse about drink, if you will allow me to do so. Cleinias, what more have you to say? Athenian, I should say that if a city seriously means to adopt the practice of drinking under due regulation, and with a view to the enforcement of temperance, and in like manner, and on the same principle, will allow of other pleasures, designing to gain the victory over them, in this way all of them may be used. But if the state makes drinking an amusement only, and whoever likes may drink whenever he likes, and with whom he likes, and add to this any other indulgences, I shall never agree or allow that this city or this man should practice drinking. I would go further than the Cretans and Lacedaemonians, and am disposed rather to the law of the Carthaginians, that no one while he is on a campaign should be allowed to taste wine at all, but that he should drink water during all that time, and that in the city no slave, male or female, should ever drink wine, and that no magistrates should drink during their year of office, nor should pilots of vessels or judges while on duty taste wine at all, nor anyone who is going to hold a consultation about any matter of importance, nor in the daytime at all, unless in consequence of exercise or as medicine, nor again at night, when anyone, either man or woman, is minded to get children. There are numberless other cases also in which those who have good sense and good laws ought not to drink wine, so that if what I say is true, no city will need many vineyards. Their husbandry and their way of life in general will follow an appointed order, and their cultivation of the vine will be the most limited and the least common of their employments. And this, stranger, shall be the crown of my discourse about wine, if you agree. Cleinias excellent, we agree. Chapter 34, Book Roman 3, Athenian. Enough of this. And what then is to be regarded as the origin of government? Will not a man be able to judge of it best from a point of view in which he may behold the progress of states and their transitions to good or evil? Cleinias, what do you mean? Athenian, I mean that he might watch them from the point of view of time, and observe the changes which take place in them during infinite ages. Cleinias, how so? Athenian, why do you think that you can reckon the time which has elapsed since cities first existed and men were citizens of them? Cleinias, hardly. Athenian, but assure that it must be vast and incalculable. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and have not thousands and thousands of cities come into being during this period, and as many perished? And has not each of them had every form of government many times over, now growing larger, now smaller, and again improving or declining? Cleinias, to be sure. Athenian, let us endeavor to ascertain the cause of these changes, for that will probably explain the first origin and development of forms of government. Cleinias, very good. You shall endeavor to impart your thoughts to us, and we will make an effort to understand you. Athenian, do you believe that there is any truth in ancient traditions? Cleinias, what traditions? Athenian, the traditions about the many destructions of mankind, which have been occasioned by deluges and pestilences, and in many other ways, and of the survival of a remnant. Cleinias, everyone is disposed to believe them. Athenian, let us consider one of them, that which was caused by the famous deluge. Cleinias, what are we to observe about it? Athenian, I mean to say that those who then escaped would only be hill shepherds, small sparks of the human race preserved on the tops of mountains. Cleinias, clearly. Athenian, such survivors would necessarily be unacquainted with the arts and the various devices which are suggested to the dwellers in cities by interest or ambition, and with all the wrongs which they contrive against one another. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, let us suppose, then, that the cities in the plain and on the seacoast were utterly destroyed at that time. Cleinias, very good. Athenian, would not all implements have then perished, and every other excellent invention of political or any other sort of wisdom have utterly disappeared? Cleinias, why, yes, my friend. And if things had always continued as they are at present ordered, how could any discovery have ever been made even in the least particular? For it is evident that the arts were unknown during 10,000 times 10,000 years, and no more than 1,000 or 2,000 years have elapsed since the discoveries of Daedalus, Orpheus, and Palaemes, since Marsyas and Olympus invented music, and Amphion the lyre, not to speak of numberless other inventions which are but of yesterday. Athenian, have you forgotten, Cleinias, the name of a friend who is really of yesterday? Cleinias, I suppose that you mean Epimenides. 370. Athenian, the same, my friend. He does indeed far overleap the heads of all mankind by his invention, for he carried out in practice, as you declare, What of old Hesiod 371 only preached? Cleinias, yes, according to our tradition. Athenian. After the great destruction, may we not suppose that the state of man was something of this sort? In the beginning of things there was a fearful illimitable desert and a vast expanse of land. A herd or two of oxen would be the only survivors of the animal world, and there might be a few goats, these two hardly enough to maintain the shepherds who tended them. Cleinias, true. Athenian, and of cities or governments or legislation, about which we are now talking. Do you suppose that they could have any recollection at all? Cleinias, none whatever. Athenian, and out of this state of things has there not sprung all that we now are and have? Cities and governments, and arts and laws, and a great deal of vice and a great deal of virtue. Cleinias, what do you mean? Athenian, why, my good friend, how can we possibly suppose that those who knew nothing of all the good and evil of cities could have attained their full development, whether of virtue or of vice? Cleinias, I understand your meaning, and you are quite right. Athenian, but as time advanced and the race multiplied, the world came to be what the world is. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, doubtless the change was not made all in a moment, but little by little during a very long period of time. Cleinias, a highly probable supposition. Athenian, at first, they would have a natural fear ringing in their ears which would prevent their descending from the heights into the plain. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, the fewness of the survivors at that time would have made them all the more desirous of seeing one another. But then the means of traveling either by land or sea had been almost entirely lost, as I may say, with the loss of the arts, and there was great difficulty in getting at one another, for iron and brass and all metals were jumbled together and had disappeared in the chaos. Nor was there any possibility of extracting ore from them, and they had scarcely any means of felling timber. Even if you suppose that some implements might have been preserved in the mountains, they must quickly have worn out and vanished, and there would be no more of them until the art of metallurgy had again revived. Cleinias, there could not have been. Athenian, in how many generations would this be attained? Cleinias, clearly, not for many generations. Athenian, during this period, and for some time afterwards, all the arts which require iron and brass and the like would disappear. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian faction and war would also have died out in those days, and for many reasons. Cleinias, how would that be? Athenian. In the first place, the desolation of these primitive men would create in them a feeling of affection and goodwill towards one another. And secondly, they would have no occasion to quarrel about their subsistence, for they would have pasture in abundance, except just at first, and in some particular cases. And from their pastureland they would obtain the greater part of their food in a primitive age, having plenty of milk and flesh. Moreover, they would procure other food by the chase, not to be despised either in quantity or quality. They would also have abundance of clothing, and bedding and dwellings, and utensils either capable of standing on the fire or not, for the plastic and weaving arts do not require any use of iron, and God has given these two arts to man in order to provide him with all such things, that, when reduced to the last extremity, the human race may still grow and increase. Hence in those days mankind were not very poor, nor was poverty a cause of difference among them, and rich they could not have been, having neither gold nor silver, such at that time was their condition. And the community which has neither poverty nor riches will always have the noblest principles. In it there is no insolence or injustice, nor again are there any contentions or envyings. And therefore they were good, and also because they were what is called simple-minded. And when they were told about good and evil, they in their simplicity believed what they heard to be very truth and practiced it. No one had the wit to suspect another of a falsehood, as men do now, but what they heard about gods and men they believed to be true, and lived accordingly, and therefore they were in all respects such as we have described them. Cleinias, that quite accords with my views, and with those of my friend here. Athenian, would not many generations living on in a simple manner. although ruder, perhaps, and more ignorant of the arts generally, and in particular of those of land or naval warfare, and likewise of other arts, termed in cities legal practices and party conflicts, and including all conceivable ways of hurting one another in word and deed. Although inferior to those who lived before the deluge, or to the men of our day in these respects, would they not, I say, be simpler and more manly, and also more temperate and altogether more just? The reason has been already explained. Cleinias very true. Athenian, I should wish you to understand that what has preceded, and what is about to follow, has been and will be said, with the intention of explaining what need the men of that time had of laws, and who was their lawgiver. Cleinias, and thus far what you have said has been very well said. Athenian, they could hardly have wanted lawgivers as yet. Nothing of that sort was likely to have existed in their days, for they had no letters at this early period. They lived by habit and the customs of their ancestors, as they are called. Cleinias probably. Athenian, but there was already existing a form of government which, if I am not mistaken, is generally termed a lordship, and this still remains in many places, both among Hellenes and barbarians. 372, and is the government which is declared by Homer to have prevailed among the Cyclopes. They have neither councils nor judgments, but they dwell in hollow caves on the tops of high mountains, and everyone gives law to his wife and children, and they do not busy themselves about one another. 373. Cleinias, that seems to be a charming poet of yours. I have read some other verses of his, which are very clever, but I do not know much of him, for foreign poets are very little read among the Cretans. Megillus, but they are in Lacedaemon, and he appears to be the prince of them all. The manner of life, however, which he describes is not Spartan, but rather Ionian, and he seems quite to confirm what you are saying. When he traces up the ancient state of mankind by the help of tradition to barbarism, Athenian, yes, he does confirm it, and we may accept his witness to the fact that such forms of government sometimes arise. Cleinias, we may. Athenian, and were not such states composed of men who had been dispersed in single habitations and families by the poverty which attended the devastations? And did not the eldest then rule among them, because with them government originated in the authority of a father and a mother, whom like a flock of birds they followed, forming one troop under the patriarchal rule and sovereignty of their parents, which of all sovereignties is the most just? Cleinias very true. Athenian, after this they came together in greater numbers, and increased the size of their cities, and betook themselves to husbandry, first of all at the foot of the mountains, and made enclosures of loose walls and works of defense, in order to keep off wild beasts, thus creating a single large and common habitation. Cleinias, yes, at least we may suppose so. Athenian, there is another thing which would probably happen. Cleinias, what? Athenian, when these larger habitations grew up out of the lesser original ones, each of the lesser ones would survive in the larger. Every family would be under the rule of the eldest, and owing to their separation from one another, would have peculiar customs in things divine and human, which they would have received from their several parents who had educated them. And these customs would incline them to order when the parents had the element of order in their nature, and to courage when they had the element of courage, and they would naturally stamp upon their children, and upon their children's children, their own likings. 374, and, as we are saying, they would find their way into the larger society, having already their own peculiar laws. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and every man surely likes his own laws best, and the laws of others not so well. Cleinias, true. Athenian, then, now we seem to have stumbled upon the beginnings of legislation. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, the next step will be that these persons who have met together will select some arbiters, who will review the laws of all of them, and will publicly present such as they approve to the chiefs who lead the tribes, and who are in a manner their kings, allowing them to choose those which they think best. These persons will themselves be called legislators, and will appoint the magistrates, framing some sort of aristocracy, or perhaps monarchy, out of the dynasties or lordships. And in this altered state of the government they will live. Cleinias, yes, that would be the natural order of things. Athenian, then, now let us speak of a third form of government, in which all other forms and conditions of polities and cities concur. Cleinias, what is that? Athenian, the form which in fact Homer indicates as following the second. This third form arose when, as he says, Dardanus founded Dardania. For not as yet had the holy Ilium been built on the plain to be a city of speaking men, but they were still dwelling at the foot of many-fountained Ida. 375. For indeed, in these verses, and in what he said of the Cyclopes, he speaks the words of God and nature. For poets are a divine race. 376. And often in their strains, by the aid of the muses and the graces, they attain truth. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, then now let us proceed with the rest of our tale, which will probably be found to illustrate in some degree our proposed design. Shall we do so? Cleinias, by all means. Athenian Ilium was built when they descended from the mountain, in a large and fair plain, on a sort of low hill, watered by many rivers descending from Ida. Cleinias, such is the tradition. Athenian, and we must suppose this event to have taken place many ages after the deluge. Athenian, a marvelous forgetfulness of the former destruction would appear to have come over them, when they placed their town right under numerous streams flowing from the heights, trusting for their security to not very high hills either. Cleinias, there must have been a long interval, clearly. Athenian, and as population increased, many other cities would begin to be inhabited. Cleinias, doubtless. Athenian, those cities made war against Troy, by sea as well as land, for at that time men were ceasing to be afraid of the sea. Cleinias, clearly. Athenian, the Achaeans remained 10 years and overthrew Troy. Cleinias, true. Athenian, and during the 10 years in which the Achaeans were besieging Ilium, the homes of the besiegers were falling into an evil plight. Their youth revolted, and when the soldiers returned to their own cities and families, they did not receive them properly, and as they ought to have done, and numerous deaths, murders, exiles were the consequence. The exiles came again under a new name, no longer Achaeans but Dorians, a name which they derived from Dorius, for it was he who gathered them together. The rest of the story is told by you Lacedaemonians as part of the history of Sparta. Megillus, to be sure. Athenian, thus. After digressing from the original subject of laws into music and drinking bouts, the argument has, providentially, come back to the same point, and presents to us another handle. For we have reached the settlement of Lacedaemon, which, as you truly say, is in laws and in institutions the sister of Crete. And we are all the better for the digression, because we have gone through various governments and settlements, and have been present at the foundation of a first, second, and third state, succeeding one another in infinite time. And now there appears on the horizon a fourth state or nation which was once in process of settlement, and has continued settled to this day. If out of all this, we are able to discern what is well or ill settled, and what laws are the salvation and what are the destruction of cities, and what changes would make a state happy, O Megillus and Cleinias, we may now begin again, unless we have some fault to find with the previous discussion. Megillus, if some god, stranger, would promise us that our new inquiry about legislation would be as good and full as the present, I would go a great way to hear such another, and would think that a day as long as this, and we are now approaching the longest day of the year, was too short for the discussion. Athenian. Then I suppose that we must consider this subject. Megillus, certainly. Athenian, let us place ourselves in thought at the moment when Lacedaemon and Argos and Messene and the rest of the Peloponnesus were all in complete subjection, Megillus, to your ancestors. For afterwards, as the legend informs us, they divided their army into 3 portions and settled 3 cities, Argos, Messene, Lacedaemon. Megillus, true. Athenian Temenus was the king of Argos, Cresphontes of Messene, Procles and Eurysthenes of Lacedaemon, Megillus certainly. Athenian to these kings all the men of that day made oath that they would assist them if anyone subverted their kingdom. Megillus true. Athenian, but can a kingship be destroyed, or was any other form of government ever destroyed by any but the rulers themselves? No, indeed, by Zeus. Have we already forgotten what was said a little while ago? 377 Megillus no. Athenian, and may we not now further confirm what was then mentioned? For we have come upon facts which have brought us back again to the same principle, so that, in resuming the discussion, we shall not be inquiring about an empty theory, but about events which actually happened. The case was as follows. 3 royal heroes made oath to 3 cities which were under a kingly government, and the cities to the kings, that both rulers and subjects should govern and be governed according to the laws which were common to all of them. The rulers promised that as time and the race went forward they would not make their rule more arbitrary, and the subjects said that, if the rulers observed these conditions, they would never subvert or permit others to subvert those kingdoms. The kings were to assist kings and peoples when injured, and the peoples were to assist peoples and kings in like manner. Is not this the fact? Megillus, yes. Athenian and the 3 states to whom these laws were given, whether their kings or any others were the authors of them, had therefore the greatest security for the maintenance of their constitutions. Megillus, what security? Athenian, that the other 2 states were always to come to the rescue against a rebellious third. Megillus true. Athenian, many persons say that legislators ought to impose such laws as the mass of the people will be ready to receive. But this is just as if one were to command gymnastic masters or physicians to treat or cure their pupils or patients in an agreeable manner. Megillus exactly. Athenian, whereas the physician may often be too happy if he can restore health and make the body whole without any very great infliction of pain. Megillus certainly. Athenian, there was also another advantage possessed by the men of that day, which greatly lightened the task of passing laws. 378 Megillus, what advantage? Athenian. The legislators of that day, when they equalized property, escaped the great accusation which generally arises in legislation. If a person attempts to disturb the possession of land or to abolish debts, because he sees that without this reform there can never be any real equality. Now, in general, when the legislator attempts to make a new settlement of such matters, everyone meets him with the cry that he is not to disturb vested interests, declaring with imprecations that he is introducing agrarian laws and cancelling of debts until a man is at his wit's end, whereas no one could quarrel with the Dorians for distributing the land. There was nothing to hinder them, and as for debts, they had none which were considerable or of old standing. Megillus very true. Athenian, but then, my good friends, why did the settlement and legislation of their country turn out so badly? Megillus, how do you mean, and why do you blame them? Athenian, there were 3 kingdoms, and of these, 2 quickly corrupted their original constitution and laws, and the only one which remained was the Spartan. Megillus, the question which you ask is not easily answered. Athenian, and yet must be answered when we are inquiring about laws. This being our old man's sober game of play, whereby we beguile the way, as I was saying when we first set out on our journey. 379 Megillus certainly, and we must find out why this was. Athenian, what laws are more worthy of our attention than those which have regulated such cities? Or what settlements of states are greater or more famous? Megillus, I know of none. Athenian, can we doubt that your ancestors intended these institutions not only for the protection of Peloponnesus, but of all the Hellenes, in case they were attacked by the barbarian? For the inhabitants of the region about Ilium, when they provoked by their insolence the Trojan War, relied upon the power of the Assyrians and the empire of Ninus, which still existed and had a great prestige. The people of those days fearing the united Assyrian Empire, just as we now fear the great king. And the second capture of Troy was a serious offense against them, because Troy was a portion of the Assyrian Empire. To meet the danger, the single army was distributed between 3 cities by the royal brothers, sons of Heracles, a fair device, as it seemed, and a far better arrangement than the expedition against Troy. For firstly, the people of that day had, as they thought, in the Heraclidae better leaders than the Pelopidi. In the next place, they considered that their army was superior in valor to that which went against Troy, for although the latter conquered the Trojans, they were themselves conquered by the Heraclidae, Achaeans by Dorians. May we not suppose that this was the intention with which the men of those days framed the constitutions of their states? Megillus quite true. Athenian and would not men who had shared with one another many dangers, and were governed by a single race of royal brothers, and had taken the advice of oracles, and in particular of the Delphian Apollo, be likely to think that such states would be firmly and lastingly established? Megillus, of course they would. Athenian. Yet these institutions, of which such great expectations were entertained, seem to have all rapidly vanished away, with the exception, as I was saying, of that small part of them which existed in your land. And this third part has never to this day ceased warring against the 2 others, whereas, if the original idea had been carried out, and they had agreed to be one, their power would have been invincible in war. Megillus, no doubt. Athenian, but what was the ruin of this glorious confederacy? Here is a subject well worthy of consideration. Megillus, certainly, no one will ever find more striking instances of laws or governments being the salvation or destruction of great and noble interests than are here presented to his view. Athenian, then, now, we seem to have happily arrived at a real and important question. Megillus, very true. Athenian, did you never remark, sage friend, that all men, and we ourselves at this moment, often fancy that they see some beautiful thing which might have effected wonders if anyone had only known how to make a right use of it in some way? And yet this mode of looking at things may turn out after all to be a mistake, and not according to nature, either in our own case or in any other. Megillus, to what are you referring, and what do you mean? Athenian, I was thinking of my own admiration of the aforesaid Heraclid expedition, which was so noble, and might have had such wonderful results for the Hellenes, if only rightly used, and I was just laughing at myself. Megillus, but were you not right and wise in speaking as you did, and we in assenting to you? Athenian, perhaps. And yet I cannot help observing that anyone who sees anything great or powerful immediately has the feeling that, if the owner only knew how to use his great and noble possession, how happy would he be and what great results would he achieve? Megillus, and would he not be justified? Athenian, reflect. In what point of view does this sort of praise appear just? First, in reference to the question in hand, if the then commanders had known how to arrange their army properly, how would they have attained success? Would not this have been the way? They would have bound them all firmly together and preserved them forever, giving them freedom and dominion at pleasure, combined with the power of doing in the whole world, Hellenic and barbarian, whatever they and their descendants desired. What other aim would they have had? Megillus, very good. Athenians, suppose anyone were in the same way to express his admiration at the sight of great wealth or family honor, or the like, he would praise them under the idea that through them he would attain either all or the greater and chief part of what he desires. Megillus, he would. Athenian, well now, and does not the argument show that there is one common desire of all mankind? Megillus, what is it? Athenian, the desire which a man has that all things, if possible, at any rate, things human may come to pass in accordance with his soul's desire. Megillus, certainly. Athenian, and having this desire always and at every time of life, in youth, in manhood, in age, he cannot help always praying for the fulfillment of it. Megillus, no doubt. Athenian, and we join in the prayers of our friends and ask for them what they ask for themselves. Megillus, we do. Athenian, dear is the son to the father, the younger to the elder. Megillus, of course. Athenian. And yet the son often prays to obtain things which the father prays that he may not obtain. Megillus, when the son is young and foolish, you mean. Athenian, yes. Or when the father, in the dotage of age or the heat of youth, having no sense of right and justice, prays with fervor under the influence of feelings akin to those of Theseus when he cursed the unfortunate Hippolytus. Do you imagine that the son, having a sense of right and justice, will join in his father's prayers? Megillus, I understand you to mean that a man should not desire or be in a hurry to have all things according to his wish, for his wish may be at variance with his reason. But every state and every individual ought to pray and strive for wisdom. Athenian, yes, and I remember, and you will remember, what I said at first, that a statesman and legislator ought to ordain laws with a view to wisdom, while you were arguing that the good lawgiver ought to order all with a view to war. And to this I replied that there were 4 virtues, but that upon your view one of them only was the aim of legislation, whereas you ought to regard all virtue, and especially that which comes first and is the leader of all the rest. I mean wisdom and mind and opinion, having affection and desire in their train. And now the argument returns to the same point, and I say once more, in jest if you like, or in earnest if you like, that the prayer of a fool is full of danger, being likely to end in the opposite of what he desires. And if you would rather receive my words in earnest, I am willing that you should, and you will find, I suspect, as I have said already, that not cowardice was the cause of the ruin of the Dorian kings and of their whole design, nor ignorance of military matters, either on the part of the rulers or of their subjects, but their misfortunes were due to their general degeneracy, and especially to their ignorance of the most important human affairs. That was then and is still, and always will be the case, as I will endeavor, if you will allow me, to make out and demonstrate as well as I am able to you who are my friends, in the course of the argument. Cleinias, pray go on, stranger. Compliments are troublesome, but we will show, not in word but in deed, how greatly we prize your words, for we will give them our best attention, and that is the way in which a freeman best shows his approval or disapproval. Megillus, excellent. Cleinias, let us do as you say. Cleinias, by all means, if heaven wills, go on. Athenian, well then, proceeding in the same train of thought, I say that the greatest ignorance was the ruin of the Dorian power, and that now, as then, ignorance is ruin. And if this be true, the legislator must endeavor to implant wisdom in states, and banish ignorance to the utmost of his power. Cleinias, that is evident. Athenian, then now consider what is really the greatest ignorance. I should like to know whether you and Megillus would agree with me in what I am about to say, for my opinion is, Cleinias, what? Athenian. That the greatest ignorance is when a man hates that which he nevertheless thinks to be good and noble, and loves and embraces that which he knows to be unrighteous and evil. This disagreement between the sense of pleasure and the judgment of reason in the soul is, in my opinion, the worst ignorance, and also the greatest, because affecting the great mass of the human soul, for the principle which feels pleasure and pain in the individual is like the mass or populace in a state. And when the soul is opposed to knowledge, or opinion, or reason, which are her natural laws, that I call folly, just as in the state, when the multitude refuses to obey their rulers and the laws, or again in the individual, when fair reasonings have their habitation in the soul, and yet do no good, but rather the reverse of good. All these cases I term the worst ignorance, whether in individuals or in states. You will understand, stranger, that I am speaking of something which is very different from the ignorance of handicraftsmen. Cleinias, yes, my friend, we understand and agree. Athenian, let us then, in the first place, declare and affirm that the citizen who does not know these things ought never to have any kind of authority entrusted to him. He must be stigmatized as ignorant, even though he be versed in calculation and skilled in all sorts of accomplishments and feats of mental dexterity, and the opposite are to be called wise, even although, in the words of the proverb, they know neither how to read nor how to swim, and to them, as to men of sense, authority is to be committed. For, O my friends, how can there be the least shadow of wisdom when there is no harmony? There is none, but the noblest and greatest of harmonies may be truly said to be the greatest wisdom, and of this he is a partaker who lives according to reason, whereas he who is devoid of reason is the destroyer of his house and the very opposite of a savior of the state. He is utterly ignorant of political wisdom. Let this, then, as I was saying, be laid down by us. Cleinias, let it be so laid down. Athenian, I suppose that there must be rulers and subjects in states. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and what are the principles on which men rule and obey in cities, whether great or small, and similarly in families? What are they and how many in number? Is there not one claim of authority which is always just, that of fathers and mothers, and in general of progenitors, to rule over their offspring? Cleinias, there is. Athenian, next follows the principle that the noble should rule over the ignoble, and thirdly, that the elder should rule and the younger obey. Cleinias, to be sure. Athenian, and fourthly, that slaves should be ruled and their masters rule. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, fifthly, if I am not mistaken, comes the principle that the stronger shall rule and the weaker be ruled. Cleinias, that is a rule not to be disobeyed. Athenian, yes, and a rule which prevails very widely among all creatures, and is according to nature, as the Theban poet Pindar once said. And the sixth principle, and the greatest of all, is that the wise should lead and command, and the ignorant follow and obey. And yet, O thou most wise Pindar, as I should reply him, this surely is not contrary to nature, but according to nature, being the rule of law over willing subjects, and not a rule of compulsion. Cleinias, most true. Athenian. There is a seventh kind of rule which is awarded by lot, and is dear to the gods and a token of good fortune. He on whom the lot falls is a ruler, and he who fails in obtaining the lot goes away and is the subject. And this we affirm to be quite just. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, then now, as we say playfully to any of those who lightly undertake the making of laws, you see, legislator, the principles of government, how many they are, and that they are naturally opposed to each other. There we have discovered a fountainhead of seditions to which you must attend. And first, we will ask you to consider with us how and in what respect the kings of Argos and Messene violated these our maxims, and ruined themselves and the great and famous Hellenic power of the olden time. Was it because they did not know how wisely Hesiod spoke when he said that the half is often more than the whole? His meaning was that when to take the whole would be dangerous, and to take the half would be the safe and moderate course, then the moderate or better was more than the immoderate or worse. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and may we suppose this immoderate spirit to be more fatal when found among kings than when among peoples. Cleinias, the probability is that ignorance will be a disorder especially prevalent among kings, because they lead a proud and luxurious life. Athenian, is it not palpable that the chief aim of the kings of that time was to get the better of the established laws, and that they were not in harmony with the principles which they had agreed to observe by word and oath? This want of harmony may have had the appearance of wisdom, but was really, as we assert, the greatest ignorance, and utterly overthrew the whole empire by dissonance and harsh discord. Cleinias, very likely. Athenian, good. And what measures ought the legislator to have then taken in order to avert this calamity? Truly there is no great wisdom in knowing, and no great difficulty in telling, after the evil has happened, but to have foreseen the remedy at the time would have taken a much wiser head than ours. Megillus, what do you mean? Athenian, anyone who looks at what has occurred with you Lacedaemonians, Megillus, may easily know and may easily say what ought to have been done at that time. Megillus, speak a little more clearly. Athenian, nothing can be clearer than the observation which I am about to make. Megillus, what is it? Athenian, that if anyone gives too great a power to anything, too large a sail to a vessel, too much food to the body, too much authority to the mind, and does not observe the mean, everything is overthrown, and in the wantonness of excess runs in the one case to disorders, and in the other to injustice, which is the child of excess. I mean to say, my dear friends, that there is no soul of man, young and irresponsible, who will be able to sustain the temptation of arbitrary power, no one who will not, under such circumstances, become filled with folly, that worst of diseases, and be hated by his nearest and dearest friends. When this happens, his kingdom is undermined, and all his power vanishes from him. And great legislators who know the mean should take heed of the danger. As far as we can guess at this distance of time, what happened was as follows. Megillus, what? Athenian. A god who watched over Sparta, seeing into the future, gave you 2 families of kings instead of one, and thus brought you more within the limits of moderation. In the next place, some human wisdom mingled with divine power, observing that the constitution of your government was still feverish and excited, tempered your inborn strength and pride of birth with the moderation which comes of age, making the power of your 28 elders equal with that of the kings in the most important matters. But your third savior, perceiving that your government was still swelling and foaming, and desirous to impose a curb upon it, instituted the ephors, whose power he made to resemble that of magistrates elected by lot. And by this arrangement, the kingly office, being compounded of the right elements and duly moderated, was preserved, and was the means of preserving all the rest. Since if there had been only the original legislators, Temenus, Cresphontes, and their contemporaries, as far as they were concerned, not even the portion of Aristodemus would have been preserved, for they had no proper experience in legislation, or they would surely not have imagined that oaths would moderate a youthful spirit invested with a power which might be converted into a tyranny. Now that God has instructed us what sort of government would have been or will be lasting, there is no wisdom, as I have already said, in judging after the event. There is no difficulty in learning from an example which has already occurred. But if anyone could have foreseen all this at the time, and had been able to moderate the government of the 3 kingdoms and unite them into one, he might have saved all the excellent institutions which were then conceived, and no Persian or any other armament would have dared to attack us, or would have regarded Hellas as a power to be despised. Cleinias, true. Athenian. There was small credit to us, Cleinias, in defeating them. And the discredit was, not that the conquerors did not win glorious victories both by land and sea, but what, in my opinion, brought discredit was, first of all, the circumstance that of the 3 cities one only fought on behalf of Hellas, and the 2 others were so utterly good for nothing that the one was waging a mighty war against Lacedaemon, and was thus preventing her from rendering assistance, while the city of Argos, which had the precedence at the time of the distribution, when asked to aid in repelling the barbarian, would not answer to the call or give aid. Many things might be told about Hellas in connection with that war which are far from honorable. Nor indeed can we rightly say that Hellas repelled the invader, for the truth is that unless the Athenians and Lacedaemonians, acting in concert, had warded off the impending yoke, all the tribes of Hellas would have been fused in a chaos of Hellenes mingling with one another, of barbarians mingling with Hellenes, and Hellenes with barbarians. Just as nations who are now subject to the Persian power, owing to unnatural separations and combinations of them, are dispersed and scattered, and live miserably. These, Cleinias and Megillus, are the reproaches which we have to make against statesmen and legislators, as they are called, past and present, if we would analyze the causes of their failure and find out what else might have been done. We said, for instance, just now, that there ought to be no great and unmixed powers, and this was under the idea that a state ought to be free and wise and harmonious, and that a legislator ought to legislate with a view to this end. Nor is there any reason to be surprised at our continually proposing aims for the legislator which appear not to be always the same. But we should consider when we say that temperance is to be the aim, or wisdom is to be the aim, or friendship is to be the aim, that all these aims are really the same, and if so, a variety in the modes of expression ought not to disturb us. Cleinias, let us resume the argument in that spirit. And now, speaking of friendship and wisdom and freedom, I wish that you would tell me at what, in your opinion, the legislator should aim. Athenian, hear me then. There are two mother forms of states from which the rest may be truly said to be derived, and one of them may be called monarchy and the other democracy. The Persians have the highest form of the one, and we of the other. Almost all the rest, as I was saying, are variations of these. Now, if you are to have liberty and the combination of friendship with wisdom, you must have both these forms of government in a measure. The argument emphatically declares that no city can be well governed which is not made up of both. 380 Cleinias, impossible. Athenian, neither the one, if it be exclusively and excessively attached to monarchy, nor the other, if it be similarly attached to freedom, observes moderation. But your states, the Laconian and Cretan, have more of it, and the same was the case with the Athenians and Persians of old time, but now they have less. Shall I tell you why? Cleinias, by all means, if it will tend to elucidate our subject. Athenian. Here, then, there was a time when the Persians had more of the state, which is a mean between slavery and freedom. In the reign of Cyrus they were freemen and also lords of many others. The rulers gave a share of freedom to the subjects, and being treated as equals, the soldiers were on better terms with their generals, and showed themselves more ready in the hour of danger. And if there was any wise man among them, who was able to give good counsel, he imparted his wisdom to the public. For the king was not jealous, but allowed him full liberty of speech, and gave honor to those who could advise him in any matter. And the nation waxed in all respects because there was freedom and friendship and communion of mind among them. Cleinias, that certainly appears to have been the case. Athenian, how, then, was this advantage lost under Cambyses and again recovered under Darius? Shall I try to divine? Cleinias, the inquiry, no doubt, has a bearing upon our subject. Athenian, I imagine that Cyrus, though a great and patriotic general, had never given his mind to education, and never attended to the order of his household. Cleinias, what makes you say so? Athenian, I think that from his youth upwards he was a soldier, and entrusted the education of his children to the women, and they brought them up from their childhood as the favorites of fortune, who were blessed already, and needed no more blessings. They thought that they were happy enough, and that no one should be allowed to oppose them in any way, and they compelled everyone to praise all that they said or did. This was how they brought them up. Cleinias, a splendid education truly. Athenian, such an one as women were likely to give them, and especially princesses who had recently grown rich, and in the absence of the men, too, who were occupied in wars and dangers, and had no time to look after them. Cleinias, what would you expect? Athenian, their father had possessions of cattle and sheep, and many herds of men and other animals, but he did not consider that those to whom he was about to make them over were not trained in his own calling, which was Persian. For the Persians are shepherds, sons of a rugged land, which is a stern mother, and well fitted to produce a sturdy race able to live in the open air and go without sleep, and also to fight, if fighting is required. 381. He did not observe that his sons were trained differently. Through the so-called blessing of being royal, they were educated in the Median fashion by women and eunuchs, which led to their becoming such as people do become when they are brought up unreproved. And so, after the death of Cyrus, his sons, in the fullness of luxury and license, took the kingdom, and first one slew the other because he could not endure a rival, and afterwards the slayer himself, mad with wine and brutality, lost his kingdom through the Medes and the eunuch, as they called him, who despised the folly of Cambyses. Cleinias so runs the tale, and such probably were the facts. Athenian, yes, and the tradition says that the empire came back to the Persians through Darius and the 7 chiefs. Cleinias, true. Athenian. Let us note the rest of the story. Observe that Darius was not the son of a king and had not received a luxurious education. When he came to the throne, being one of the 7, he divided the country into 7 portions, and of this arrangement there are some shadowy traces still remaining. He made laws upon the principle of introducing universal equality in the order of the state, and he embodied in his laws the settlement of the tribute which Cyrus promised, thus creating a feeling of friendship and community among all the Persians, and attaching the people to him with money and gifts. Hence his armies cheerfully acquired for him countries as large as those which Cyrus had left behind him. Darius was succeeded by his son Xerxes, and he again was brought up in the royal and luxurious fashion. Might we not most justly say, O Darius, how came you to bring up Xerxes in the same way in which Cyrus brought up Cambyses, and not to see his fatal mistake? For Xerxes, being the creation of the same education, met with much the same fortune as Cambyses, and from that time until now there has never been a really great king among the Persians, although they are all called great, and their degeneracy is not to be attributed to chance, as I maintain. The reason is rather the evil life which is generally led by the sons of very rich and royal persons, for never will boy or man, young or old, excel in virtue, who has been thus educated. And this, I say, is what the legislator has to consider, and what at the present moment has to be considered by us. Justly may you, O Lacedaemonians, be praised, in that you do not give special honor or a special education to wealth rather than to poverty, or to a royal rather than to a private station, where the divine and inspired lawgiver has not originally commanded them to be given. For no man ought to have preeminent honor in a state because he surpasses others in wealth, any more than because he is swift of foot or fair or strong, unless he have some virtue in him, nor even if he have virtue, unless he have this particular virtue of temperance. Megillus, what do you mean, stranger? Athenian, I suppose that courage is a part of virtue. Megillus, to be sure. Athenian, then, now hear and judge for yourself. Would you like to have for fellow lodger or neighbor a very courageous man who had no control over himself? Megillus, heaven forbid. Athenian, or an artist who was clever in his profession but a rogue? Megillus, certainly not. Athenian, and surely justice does not grow apart from temperance. Megillus, impossible. Athenian, any more than our pattern wise man, whom we exhibited as having his pleasures and pains in accordance with and corresponding to true reason, can be intemperate. 382 Megillus, no. Athenian, there is a further consideration relating to the due and undue award of honors in states. Megillus, what is it? Athenian, I should like to know whether temperance without the other virtues, existing alone in the soul of man, is rightly to be praised or blamed. Megillus, I cannot tell. Athenian, and that is the best answer, for whichever alternative you had chosen, I think that you would have gone wrong. Megillus, I am fortunate. Athenian, very good. A quality which is a mere appendage of things which can be praised or blamed does not deserve an expression of opinion, but is best passed over in silence. Megillus, you are speaking of temperance. Athenian, yes, but of the other virtues, that which having this appendage is also most beneficial, will be most deserving of honor, and next that which is beneficial in the next degree, and so each of them will be rightly honored according to a regular order. Megillus, true. Athenian, and ought not the legislator to determine these classes? Megillus, certainly he should. Athenians, suppose that we leave to him the arrangement of details, but the general division of laws according to their importance into a first and second and third class, we who are lovers of law may make ourselves. Megillus, very good. Athenian, we maintain, then, that a state which would be safe and happy, as far as the nature of man allows, must and ought to distribute honor and dishonor in the right way. And the right way is to place the goods of the soul first and highest in the scale, always assuming temperance to be the condition of them, and to assign the second place to the goods of the body, and the third place to money and property. And if any legislator or state departs from this rule by giving money the place of honor, or in any way preferring that which is really last, may we not say that he or the state is doing an unholy and unpatriotic thing? Megillus, yes. Let that be plainly declared. Athenian, the consideration of the Persian governments led us thus far to enlarge. We remarked that the Persians grew worse and worse, and we affirm the reason of this to have been that they too much diminished the freedom of the people and introduced too much of despotism, and so destroyed friendship and community of feeling. And when there is an end of these, no longer do the governors govern on behalf of their subjects or of the people, but on behalf of themselves. And if they think that they can gain ever so small an advantage for themselves, they devastate cities and send fire and desolation among friendly races. And as they hate ruthlessly and horribly, so are they hated. And when they want the people to fight for them, they find no community of feeling or willingness to risk their lives on their behalf. Their untold myriads are useless to them on the field of battle, and they think that their salvation depends on the employment of mercenaries and strangers whom they hire, as if they were in want of more men. And they cannot help being stupid, since they proclaim by their actions that the ordinary distinctions of right and wrong which are made in a state are a trifle, when compared with gold and silver. Megillus, quite true. Athenian, and now enough of the Persians, and their present maladministration of their government, which is owing to the excess of slavery and despotism among them. Megillus, good. Athenian, next, we must pass in review the government of Attica in like manner, and from this show that entire freedom and the absence of all superior authority is not by any means so good as government by others when properly limited, which was our ancient Athenian constitution at the time when the Persians made their attack on Hellas, or, speaking more correctly, on the whole continent of Europe. There were 4 classes, arranged according to a property census, and reverence was our queen and mistress, and made us willing to live in obedience to the laws which then prevailed. Also the vastness of the Persian armament, both by sea and on land, caused a helpless terror, which made us more and more the servants of our rulers and of the laws, and for all these reasons an exceeding harmony prevailed among us. About 10 years before the naval engagement at Salamis, Datis came, leading a Persian host by command of Darius, which was expressly directed against the Athenians and Eretrians, having orders to carry them away captive. And these orders he was to execute under pain of death. Now Datis and his myriads soon became complete masters of Eretria, and he sent a fearful report to Athens that no Eretrian had escaped him, for the soldiers of Datis had joined hands and netted the whole of Eretria. And this report, whether well or ill-founded, was terrible to all the Hellenes, and above all to the Athenians, and they dispatched embassies in all directions, but no one was willing to come to their relief, with the exception of the Lacedaemonians, and they either because they were detained by the Messenian war, which was then going on, or for some other reason of which we are not told, came a day too late for the Battle of Marathon. After a while, the news arrived of mighty preparations being made, and innumerable threats came from the king. Then, as time went on, a rumor reached us that Darius had died, and that his son, who was young and hot-headed, had come to the throne and was persisting in his design. The Athenians were under the impression that the whole expedition was directed against them, in consequence of the Battle of Marathon, and hearing of the bridge over the Hellespont and the canal of Athos and the host of ships, considering that there was no salvation for them either by land or by sea, for there was no one to help them, and remembering that in the first expedition, when the Persians destroyed Eretria, no one came to their help or would risk the danger of an alliance with them. They thought that this would happen again, at least on land, nor when they looked to the sea could they descry any hope of salvation, for they were attacked by 1,000 vessels and more. One chance of safety remained, slight indeed and desperate, but their only one. They saw that on the former occasion they had gained a seemingly impossible victory, and borne up by this hope, they found that their only refuge was in themselves and in the gods. All these things created in them the spirit of friendship. There was the fear of the moment, and there was that higher fear which they had acquired by obedience to their ancient laws, and which I have several times in the preceding discourse called reverence, of which the good man ought to be a willing servant, and of which the coward is independent and fearless. If this fear had not possessed them, they would never have met the enemy, or defended their temples and sepulchres and their country, and everything that was near and dear to them, as they did, but little by little they would have been all scattered and dispersed. Megillus, your words, Athenian, are quite true and worthy of yourself and of your country. Athenian. They are true, Megillus, and to you, who have inherited the virtues of your ancestors, I may properly speak of the actions of that day. And I would wish you and Cleinias to consider whether my words have not also a bearing on legislation, for I am not discoursing only for the pleasure of talking, but for the argument's sake. Please to remark that the experience both of ourselves and the Persians was, in a certain sense, the same, for as they led their people into utter servitude, so we too led ours into all freedom. And now how shall we proceed? For I would like you to observe that our previous arguments have good deal to say for themselves. Megillus, true, but I wish that you would give us a fuller explanation. Athenian, I will. Under the ancient laws, my friends, the people was not as now the master, but rather the willing servant of the laws. Megillus, what laws do you mean? Athenian. In the first place, let us speak of the laws about music. That is to say, such music as then existed, in order that we may trace the growth of the excess of freedom from the beginning. Now music was early divided among us into certain kinds and manners. One sort consisted of prayers to the gods, which were called hymns, and there was another and opposite sort called lamentations, and another termed paeans, and another, celebrating the birth of Dionysus, called, I believe, dithyrambs. And they used the actual word laws, or nuomicron iota, for another kind of song, and to this they added the term citharodic. All these and others were duly distinguished, nor were the performers allowed to confuse one style of music with another, and the authority which determined and gave judgment and punished the disobedient was not expressed in a hiss, nor in the most unmusical shouts of the multitude, as in our days, nor in applause and clapping of hands. But the directors of public instruction insisted that the spectators should listen in silence to the end, and boys and their tutors and the multitude in general were kept quiet by a hint from a stick. Such was the good order which the multitude were willing to observe. They would never have dared to give judgment by noisy cries. And then, as time went on, the poets themselves introduced the reign of vulgar and lawless innovation. They were men of genius, but they had no perception of what is just and lawful in music, raging like bacchanals and possessed with inordinate delights, mingling lamentations with hymns and paeans with dithyrambs, imitating the sounds of the flute on the lyre and making one general confusion, ignorantly affirming that music has no truth, and whether good or bad, can only be judged of rightly by the pleasure of the hearer. 383. And by composing such licentious works, and adding to them words as licentious, they have inspired the multitude with lawlessness and boldness, and made them fancy that they can judge for themselves about melody and song. And in this way the theatres from being mute have become vocal, as though they had understanding of good and bad in music and poetry, and instead of an aristocracy, an evil sort of theatrocracy has grown up. 384. For if the democracy which judged had only consisted of educated persons, no fatal harm would have been done. But in music there first arose the universal conceit of omniscience and general lawlessness. Freedom came following afterwards, and men, fancying that they knew what they did not know, had no longer any fear, and the absence of fear begets shamelessness. For what is this shamelessness, which is so evil a thing, but the insolent refusal to regard the opinion of the better by reason of an overdaring sort of liberty? Megalus, very true, Athenian. Consequent upon this freedom comes the other freedom, of disobedience to rulers. 385, and then the attempt to escape the control and exhortation of father, mother, elders, and when near the end, the control of the laws also, and at the very end there is the contempt of oaths and pledges, and no regard at all for the gods. Herein they exhibit and imitate the old so-called Titanic nature, and come to the same point as the Titans when they rebelled against God, leading a life of endless evils. But why have I said all this? I ask, because the argument ought to be pulled up from time to time, and not be allowed to run away, but held with bit and bridle, and then we shall not, as the proverb says, fall off our ass. Let us then once more ask the question, to what end has all this been said? Megalus, very good. Athenian, this then has been said for the sake, Megalus, of what? Athenian, we were maintaining that the lawgiver ought to have three things in view. First, that the city for which he legislates should be free, and secondly, be at unity with herself, and thirdly, should have understanding. These were our principles, were they not? Megalus, certainly. Athenian, with a view to this, we selected two kinds of government, the one the most despotic, and the other the most free. And now we are considering which of them is the right form. We took a mean in both cases of despotism in the one and of liberty in the other, and we saw that in a mean they attained their perfection, but that when they were carried to the extreme of either slavery or license, neither party were the gainers. Megalus, very true. Athenian, and that was our reason for considering the settlement of the Dorian army, and of the city built by Dardanus at the foot of the mountains, and the removal of cities to the seashore, and of our mention of the first men, who were the survivors of the deluge. And all that was previously said about music and drinking, and what preceded, was said with the view of seeing how a state might be best administered, and how an individual might best order his own life. And now, Megalus and Cleinias, how can we put to the proof the value of our words? Cleinias, stranger, I think that I see how a proof of their value may be obtained. This discussion of ours appears to me to have been singularly fortunate, and just what I at this moment want. Most auspiciously have you and my friend Megalus come in my way, for I will tell you what has happened to me, and I regard the coincidence as a sort of omen. The greater part of Crete is going to send out a colony, and they have entrusted the management of the affair to the Cynosians, and the Cynosian government to me and 9 others. And they desire us to give them any laws which we please, whether taken from the Cretan model or from any other, and they do not mind about their being foreign if they are better. Grant me then this favor, which will also be a gain to yourselves. Let us make a selection from what has been said, and then let us imagine a state of which we will suppose ourselves to be the original founders. Thus we shall proceed with our inquiry, and at the same time I may have the use of the framework which you are constructing, for the city which is in contemplation. Athenian, good news, Cleinias. If Megalus has no objection, you may be sure that I will do all in my power to please you. Cleinias, thank you. Megalus, and so will I. Cleinias. Excellent, and now let us begin to frame the state. Chapter 35. Book Roman 4 Athenian, and now, what will this city be? I do not mean to ask what is or will hereafter be the name of the place. That may be determined by the accident of locality or of the original settlement. A river or fountain, or some local deity may give the sanction of a name to the newly founded city. But I do want to know what the situation is, whether maritime or inland. Cleinias, I should imagine, stranger, that the city of which we are speaking is about 80 stadia distant from the sea. Athenian, and are there harbors on the seaboard? Cleinia's excellent harbors, stranger, there could not be better. Athenian, alas, what a prospect! And is the surrounding country productive, or in need of importations? Cleinia's hardly in need of anything. Athenian, and is there any neighboring state? Cleinia's none whatever, and that is the reason for selecting the place. In days of old there was a migration of the inhabitants, and the region has been deserted from time immemorial. Athenian, and has the place a fair proportion of hill and plain and wood. Cleinia's like the rest of Crete in that. Athenian, you mean to say that there is more rock than plain. Cleinia's exactly. Athenian, then there is some hope that your citizens may be virtuous. Had you been on the sea, and well provided with harbors and an importing rather than a producing country, some mighty savior would have been needed, and lawgivers more than mortal, if you were ever to have a chance of preserving your state from degeneracy and discordance of manners. 386. But there is comfort in the 80 stadia, although the sea is too near, especially if, as you say, the harbors are so good. Still we may be content. The sea is pleasant enough as a daily companion, but has indeed also a bitter and brackish quality, filling the streets with merchants and shopkeepers, and begetting in the souls of men uncertain and unfaithful ways, making the state unfriendly and unfaithful both to her own citizens and also to other nations. There is a consolation, therefore, in the country producing all things at home, and yet, owing to the ruggedness of the soil, not providing anything in great abundance. Had there been abundance, there might have been a great export trade and a great return of gold and silver, which, as we may safely affirm, has the most fatal results on a state whose aim is the attainment of just and noble sentiments. This was said by us, if you remember, in the previous discussion. 387. Cleinias, I remember, and am of opinion that we both were and are in the right. Athenian, well, but let me ask, how is the country supplied with timber for shipbuilding? Cleinias, there is no fir of any consequence, nor pine, and not much cypress, and you will find very little stone pine or plain wood, which shipwrights always require for the interior of ships. Athenian, these are also natural advantages. Cleinias, why so? Athenian, because no city ought to be easily able to imitate its enemies in what is mischievous. Cleinias, how does that bear upon any of the matters of which we have been speaking? Athenian, remember, my good friend, what I said at first 388 about the Cretan laws, that they looked to one thing only, and this, as you both agreed, was war. And I replied that such laws, in so far as they tended to promote virtue, were good, but in that they regarded a part only, and not the whole of virtue, I disapproved of them. And now I hope that you in your turn will follow and watch me if I legislate with a view to anything but virtue, or with a view to a part of virtue only. For I consider that the true lawgiver, like an archer, aims only at that on which some eternal beauty is always attending, and dismisses everything else, whether wealth or any other benefit, when separated from virtue. I was saying that the imitation of enemies was a bad thing, and I was thinking of a case in which a maritime people are harassed by enemies, as the Athenians were by Minos. I do not speak from any desire to recall past grievances, but he, as we know, was a great naval potentate, who compelled the inhabitants of Attica to pay him a cruel tribute, and in those days they had no ships of war as they now have, nor was the country filled with ship timber, and therefore they could not readily build them. Hence they could not learn how to imitate their enemy at sea, and in this way, becoming sailors themselves, directly repel their enemies. Better for them to have lost many times over the 7 youths, than that heavy-armed and stationary troops should have been turned into sailors, and accustomed to be often leaping on shore, and again to come running back to their ships, or should have fancied that there was no disgrace in not awaiting the attack of an enemy and dying boldly, and that there were good reasons, and plenty of them, for a man throwing away his arms and betaking himself to flight, which is not dishonorable, as people say. At certain times, this is the language of naval warfare, and is anything but worthy of extraordinary praise, for we should not teach bad habits, least of all to the best part of the citizens. You may learn the evil of such a practice from Homer, by whom Odysseus is introduced, rebuking Agamemnon, because he desires to draw down the ships to the sea at a time when the Achaeans are hard pressed by the Trojans. He gets angry with him and says, "Who at a time when the battle is in full cry biddest to drag the well-benched ships into the sea, that the prayers of the Trojans may be accomplished yet more, and high ruin fall upon us. For the Achaeans will not maintain the battle when the ships are drawn into the sea, but they will look behind and will cease from strife, in that the counsel which you give will prove injurious." You see that he quite knew triremes on the sea, in the neighborhood of fighting men, to be an evil. Lions might be trained in that way to fly from a herd of deer. Moreover, naval powers which owe their safety to ships do not give honor to that sort of warlike excellence which is most deserving of it. For he who owes his safety to the pilot and the captain, and the oarsman, and all sorts of rather inferior persons, cannot rightly give honor to whom honor is due. But how can a state be in a right condition which cannot justly award honor? Cleinias, it is hardly possible, I admit, and yet, stranger, we Cretans are in the habit of saying that the battle of Salamis was the salvation of Hellas. Athenian. Why, yes, and that is an opinion which is widely spread both among Hellenes and barbarians. But Megillus and I say rather that the battle of Marathon was the beginning, and the battle of Plataea the completion of the great deliverance, and that these battles by land made the Hellenes better, whereas the sea fights of Salamis and Artemisium, for I may as well put them both together, made them no better, if I may say so without offense, about the battles which helped to save us. And in estimating the goodness of a state, we regard both the situation of the country and the order of the laws, considering that the mere preservation and continuance of life is not the most honorable thing for men, as the vulgar think, but the continuance of the best life while we live. And that again, if I am not mistaken, is a remark which has been made already. 389 Cleinias, yes. Athenian, then we have only to ask whether we are taking the course which we acknowledge to be the best for the settlement and legislation of states. Cleinias, the best by far. Athenian, and now let me proceed to another question. Who are to be the colonists? May anyone come out of all Crete? And is the idea that the population in the several states is too numerous for the means of subsistence? For I suppose that you are not going to send out a general invitation to any Hellene who likes to come, and yet I observe that to your country settlers have come from Argos and Aegina and other parts of Hellas. Tell me then, whence do you draw your recruits in the present enterprise? Cleinias, they will come from all Crete, and of other Hellenes, Peloponnesians will be most acceptable. For as you truly observe, there are Cretans of Argive descent, and the race of Cretans which has the highest character at the present day is the Gautinian, and this has come from Gautes in the Peloponnesus. Athenian cities find colonization in some respects easier if the colonists are one race, which like a swarm of bees is sent out from a single country, either when friends leave friends, owing to some pressure of population or other similar necessity, or when a portion of a state is driven by factions to emigrate. And there have been whole cities which have taken flight when utterly conquered by a superior power in war. This, however, which is in one way an advantage to the colonist or legislator, in another point of view creates a difficulty. There is an element of friendship in the community of race, and language and laws, and in common temples and rites of worship. But colonies which are of this homogeneous sort are apt to kick against any laws or any form of constitution differing from that which they had at home. And although the badness of their own laws may have been the cause of the factions which prevailed among them, yet from the force of habit they would fain preserve the very customs which were their ruin. And the leader of the colony, who is their legislator, finds them troublesome and rebellious. On the other hand, the conflux of several populations might be more disposed to listen to new laws, but then to make them combine and pull together, as they say of horses, is a most difficult task and the work of years. And yet there is nothing which tends more to the improvement of mankind than legislation and colonization. Cleinias, no doubt. But I should like to know why you say so, Athenian. My good friend, I am afraid that the cause of my speculations is leading me to say something depreciatory of legislators. But if the word be to the purpose, there can be no harm. And yet, why am I disquieted? For I believe that the same principle applies equally to all human things. Cleinias, to what are you referring? Athenian, I was going to say that man never legislates, but accidents of all sorts, which legislate for us in all sorts of ways. The violence of war and the hard necessity of poverty are constantly overturning governments and changing laws. And the power of disease has often caused innovations in the state, when there have been pestilences, or when there has been a succession of bad seasons continuing during many years. Anyone who sees all this naturally rushes to the conclusion of which I was speaking, that no mortal legislates in anything, but that in human affairs chance is almost everything. And this may be said of the arts of the sailor, and the pilot, and the physician, and the general, and may seem to be well said. And yet there is another thing which may be said with equal truth of all of them. Cleinias, what is it? Athenian, that God governs all things, and that chance and opportunity cooperate with him in the government of human affairs. There is, however, a third and less extreme view, that art should be there also. For I should say that in a storm there must surely be a great advantage in having the aid of the pilot's art. You would agree? Cleinias, yes. Athenian, and does not a like principle apply to legislation as well as to other things, even supposing all the conditions to be favorable which are needed for the happiness of the state? Yet the true legislator must from time to time appear on the scene. Cleinias, most true. Athenian, in each case the artist would be able to pray rightly for certain conditions, and if these were granted by fortune, he would then only require to exercise his art. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and all the other artists just now mentioned, if they were bidden to offer up each their special prayer, would do so. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, and the legislator would do likewise. Cleinias, I believe that he would. Athenian, come, legislator, we will say to him. What are the conditions which you require in a state before you can organize it? How ought he to answer this question? Shall I give his answer? Cleinias, yes. Athenian, he will say, give me a state which is governed by a tyrant, and let the tyrant be young and have a good memory. Let him be quick at learning, and of a courageous and noble nature. Let him have that quality which, as I said before, is the inseparable companion of all the other parts of virtue, if there is to be any good in them. Cleinias, I suppose, Megillus, that this companion virtue of which the stranger speaks must be temperance. Athenian, yes. Cleinias, temperance in the vulgar sense, not that which in the forced and exaggerated language of some philosophers is called prudence, but that which is the natural gift of children and animals, of whom some live continently and others incontinently, but when isolated, was, as we said, hardly worth reckoning in the catalogue of goods. 390. I think that you must understand my meaning. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian. Then our tyrant must have this as well as the other qualities, if the state is to acquire in the best manner, and in the shortest time, the form of government which is most conducive to happiness. For there neither is nor ever will be a better or speedier way of establishing a polity than by a tyranny. Cleinias, by what possible arguments, stranger, can any man persuade himself of such a monstrous doctrine? Athenian, there is surely no difficulty in seeing. Cleinias. What is in accordance with the order of nature? Cleinias, you would assume, as you say, a tyrant who was young, temperate, quick at learning, having a good memory, courageous, of a noble nature. Athenian, yes, and you must add fortunate, and his good fortune must be that he is the contemporary of a great legislator, and that some happy chance brings them together. When this has been accomplished, God has done all that he ever does for a state which he desires to be eminently prosperous. He has done second best for a state in which there are two such rulers, and third best for a state in which there are three. The difficulty increases with the increase, and diminishes with the diminution of the number. Cleinias, you mean to say, I suppose, that the best government is produced from a tyranny, and originates in a good lawgiver and an orderly tyrant, and that the change from such a tyranny into a perfect form of government takes place most easily, less easily when from an oligarchy, and in the third degree from a democracy. Is not that your meaning, Athenian? Not so. I mean rather to say that the change is best made out of a tyranny, and secondly out of a monarchy, and thirdly out of some sort of democracy. Fourth, in the capacity for improvement, comes oligarchy, which has the greatest difficulty in admitting of such a change, because the government is in the hands of a number of potentates. I am supposing that the legislator is by nature of the true sort, and that his strength is united with that of the chief men of the state. And when the ruling element is numerically small, and at the same time very strong as in a tyranny, then the change is likely to be easiest and most rapid. Cleinias, how? I do not understand. Athenian, and yet I have repeated what I am saying a good many times, but I suppose that you have never seen a city which is under a tyranny. Cleinias, no. And I cannot say that I have any great desire to see one. Athenian, and yet, where there is a tyranny, you might certainly see that of which I am now speaking. Cleinias, what do you mean? Athenian, I mean that you might see how, without trouble and in no very long period of time, the tyrant, if he wishes, can change the manners of a state. He has only to go in the direction of virtue or of vice, whichever he prefers, he himself indicating by his example the lines of conduct, praising and rewarding some actions and reproving others, and degrading those who disobey. Cleinias, but how can we imagine that the citizens in general will at once follow the example set to them? And how can he have this power both of persuading and of compelling them? Athenian. Let no one, my friends, persuade us that there is any quicker and easier way in which states change their laws than when the rulers laid. Such changes never have, nor ever will, come to pass in any other way. The real impossibility or difficulty is of another sort, and is rarely surmounted in the course of ages. But when once it is surmounted, 10,000 or rather all blessings follow. Cleinias, of what are you speaking? Athenian, the difficulty is to find the divine love of temperate and just institutions existing in any powerful forms of government, whether in a monarchy or oligarchy of wealth or of birth. You might as well hope to reproduce the character of Nestor, who is said to have excelled all men in the power of speech, and yet more in his temperance. This, however, according to the tradition, was in the times of Troy. In our own days there is nothing of the sort, but if such an one either has or ever shall come into being, or is now among us, blessed is he and blessed are they who hear the wise words that flow from his lips. And this may be said of power in general, when the supreme power in man coincides with the greatest wisdom and temperance, then the best laws and the best constitution come into being, but in no other way. And let what I have been saying be regarded as a kind of sacred legend or oracle, and let this be our proof that, in one point of view, there may be a difficulty for a city to have good laws, but that there is another point of view in which nothing can be easier or sooner effected, granting our supposition. Cleinias, how do you mean? Athenian, let us try to amuse ourselves, old boys as we are, by molding in words the laws which are suitable to your state. 391 Cleinias, let us proceed without delay. Athenian, then let us invoke God at the settlement of our state, May he hear and be propitious to us, and come and set in order the state and the laws. Cleinias, may he come. Athenian, but what form of polity are we going to give the city? Cleinias, tell us what you mean a little more clearly. Do you mean some form of democracy, or oligarchy, or aristocracy, or monarchy? For we cannot suppose that you would include tyranny. Athenian, which of you will first tell me to which of these classes his own government is to be referred? Megillus, ought I to answer first, since I am the elder? Cleinias, perhaps you should. Megillus, and yet, stranger, I perceive that I cannot say without more thought what I should call the government of Lacedaemon, for it seems to me to be like a tyranny. The power of our Ephors is marvelously tyrannical, and sometimes it appears to me to be of all cities the most democratical, and who can reasonably deny that it is an aristocracy? 392. We have also a monarchy which is held for life, and is said by all mankind, and not by ourselves only, to be the most ancient of all monarchies, and therefore, when asked on a sudden, I cannot precisely say which form of government the Spartan is. Cleinias, I am in the same difficulty, Megillus, for I do not feel confident that the polity of Cenosus is any of these. Athenian, the reason is, my excellent friends, that you really have polities, but the states of which we were just now speaking are merely aggregations of men dwelling in cities who are the subjects and servants of a part of their own state, and each of them is named after the dominant power. They are not polities at all. But if states are to be named after their rulers, the true state ought to be called by the name of the god who rules over wise men. Cleinias, and who is this god? Athenian, may I still make use of fable to some extent, in the hope that I may be better able to answer your question. Shall I? Cleinias, by all means. Athenian, in the primeval world, and a long while before the cities came into being whose settlements we have described, there is said to have been in the time of Cronos a blessed rule and life, of which the best started of existing states is a copy. 393. Cleinias, it will be very necessary to hear about that. Athenian, I quite agree with you, and therefore I have introduced the subject. Cleinias, most appropriately, and since the tale is to the point, you will do well in giving us the whole story. Athenian, I will do as you suggest. There is a tradition of the happy life of mankind in days when all things were spontaneous and abundant. And of this the reason is said to have been as follows. Cronos knew what we ourselves were declaring. 394. That no human nature invested with supreme power is able to order human affairs and not overflow with insolence and wrong. Which reflection led him to appoint not men but demigods, who are of a higher and more divine race, to be the kings and rulers of our cities. He did as we do with flocks of sheep and other tame animals. For we do not appoint oxen to be the lords of oxen, or goats of goats, but we ourselves are a superior race, and rule over them. In like manner God, in his love of mankind, placed over us the demons, who are a superior race, and they with great ease and pleasure to themselves, and no less to us, taking care of us and giving us peace and reverence and order and justice never failing, made the tribes of men happy and united. And this tradition, which is true, declares that cities of which some mortal man and not God is the ruler, have no escape from evils and toils. Still, we must do all that we can to imitate the life which is said to have existed in the days of Cronos, and as far as the principle of immortality dwells in us, to that we must hearken, both in private and public life, and regulate our cities and houses according to law, meaning by the very term law, the distribution of mind. 395. But if either a single person or an oligarchy or a democracy has a soul eager after pleasures and desires, wanting to be filled with them, yet retaining none of them and perpetually afflicted with an endless and insatiable disorder, and this evil spirit, having first trampled the laws underfoot, becomes the master either of a state or of an individual, then, as I was saying, salvation is hopeless. And now, Cleinias, we have to consider whether you will or will not accept this tale of mine. Cleinias, certainly we will. Athenian, you are aware, are you not, that there are often said to be as many forms of laws as there are of governments, and of the latter we have already mentioned 396, all those which are commonly recognized. Now you must regard this as a matter of first-rate importance, for what is to be the standard of just and unjust is once more the point at issue. Men say that the law ought not to regard either military virtue or virtue in general, but only the interests and power and preservation of the established form of government. This is thought by them to be the best way of expressing the natural definition of justice. Cleinias, how? Athenian justice is said by them to be the interest of the stronger. 397 Cleinias speak plainer. Athenian, I will, surely, they say, the governing power makes whatever laws have authority in any state. Cleinias, true. Athenian, well, they would add, and do you suppose that tyranny or democracy, or any other conquering power, does not make the continuance of the power which is possessed by them the first or principal object of their laws? Cleinias, how can they have any other? Athenian, and whoever transgresses these laws is punished as an evildoer by the legislator, who calls the laws just. Cleinias, naturally. Athenian, this then is always the mode and fashion in which justice exists. Cleinias, certainly, if they are correct in their view. Athenian, why, yes, this is one of those false principles of government to which we were referring. 398 Cleinias, which do you mean? Athenian, those which we were examining when we spoke of who ought to govern whom. Did we not arrive at the conclusion that parents ought to govern their children, and the elder the younger, and the noble the ignoble? And there were many other principles, if you remember. And they were not always consistent. One principle was this very principle of might, and we said that Pindar considered violence natural and justified it. Cleinias, yes, I remember. Athenian, consider then to whom our state is to be entrusted, for there is a thing which has occurred times without number in states. Cleinias, what thing? Athenian, that when there has been a contest for power, those who gain the upper hand so entirely monopolize the government as to refuse all share to the defeated party and their descendants. They live watching one another, the ruling class being in perpetual fear that someone who has a recollection of former wrongs will come into power and rise up against them. Now, according to our view, such governments are not polities at all, nor are laws right which are passed for the good of particular classes and not for the good of the whole state. States which have such laws are not polities but parties, and their notions of justice are simply unmeaning. I say this because I am going to assert that we must not entrust the government in your state to anyone because he is rich, or because he possesses any other advantage, such as strength or stature or again birth. But he who is most obedient to the laws of the state, he shall win the palm, and to him who is victorious in the first degree shall be given the highest office and chief ministry of the gods, and the second to him who bears the second palm. And on a similar principle shall all the other offices be assigned to those who come next in order. And when I call the rulers servants or ministers of the law, I give them this name not for the sake of novelty, but because I certainly believe that upon such service or ministry depends the well or ill-being of the state. For that state in which the law is subject and has no authority, I perceive to be on the highway to ruin, but I see that the state in which the law is above the rulers, and the rulers are the inferiors of the law, has salvation and every blessing which the gods can confer. Cleinias, truly, stranger, you see with the keen vision of age. 399 Athenian, why, yes, every man when he is young has that sort of vision dullest, and when he is old keenest. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and now, what is to be the next step? May we not suppose the colonists to have arrived and proceed to make our speech to them? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, friends, we say to them, God, as the old tradition declares, holding in his hand the beginning, middle, and end of all that is, travels according to his nature in a straight line towards the accomplishment of his end. Justice always accompanies him, and is the punisher of those who fall short of the divine law. To justice he who would be happy holds fast, and follows in her company with all humility and order. But he who is lifted up with pride, or elated by wealth or rank or beauty, who is young and foolish, and has a soul hot with insolence, and thinks that he has no need of any guide or ruler, but is able himself to be the guide of others, he, I say, is left deserted of God. And being thus deserted, he takes to him others who are like himself, and dances about, throwing all things into confusion, and many think that he is a great man, but in a short time he pays a penalty which justice cannot but approve, and is utterly destroyed, and his family and city with him. Wherefore, seeing that human things are thus ordered, what should a wise man do or think, or not do or think? Cleinias, every man ought to make up his mind that he will be one of the followers of God. There can be no doubt of that. Athenian, then, what life is agreeable to God, and becoming in his followers? One only, expressed once for all in the old saying that like agrees with like, with measure measure. But things which have no measure agree neither with themselves nor with the things which have. Now God ought to be to us the measure of all things, and not man. 400, as men commonly say, Protagoras. The words are far more true of him. And he who would be dear to God must, as far as is possible, be like him and such as he is. Wherefore the temperate man is the friend of God. For he is like him, and the intemperate man is unlike him, and different from him, and unjust. And the same applies to other things, and this is the conclusion, which is also the noblest and truest of all sayings, that for the good man to offer sacrifice to the gods, and hold converse with them by means of prayers and offerings and every kind of service, is the noblest and best of all things, and also the most conducive to a happy life, and very fit and meet. But with the bad man the opposite of this is true, for the bad man has an impure soul, whereas the good is pure, and from one who is polluted neither a good man nor God can without impropriety receive gifts. Wherefore the unholy do only waste their much service upon the gods, but when offered by any holy man, such service is most acceptable to them. This is the mark at which we ought to aim. But what weapons shall we use, and how shall we direct them? In the first place, we affirm that next after the Olympian gods and the gods of the state, honor should be given to the gods below. They should receive everything in even numbers, and of the second choice and ill omen, while the odd numbers and the first choice and the things of lucky omen are given to the gods above, by him who would rightly hit the mark of piety. Next to these gods, a wise man will do service to the demons or spirits, and then to the heroes, and after them will follow the private and ancestral gods, who are worshipped as the law prescribes in the places which are sacred to them. Next comes the honor of living parents, to whom, as is meet, we have to pay the first and greatest and oldest of all debts, considering that all which a man has belongs to those who gave him birth and brought him up, and that he must do all that he can to minister to them, first in his property, secondly in his person, and thirdly in his soul, in return for the endless care and travail which they bestowed upon him of old in the days of his infancy, and which he is now to pay back to them when they are old and in the extremity of their need. And all his life long he ought never to utter, or to have uttered, an unbecoming word to them. For of light and fleeting words the penalty is most severe. Nemesis, the messenger of justice, is appointed to watch over all such matters. When they are angry and want to satisfy their feelings in word or deed, he should give way to them, for a father who thinks that he has been wronged by his son may be reasonably expected to be very angry. At their death, the most moderate funeral is best, neither exceeding the customary expense, nor yet falling short of the honor which has been usually shown by the former generation to their parents. And let a man not forget to pay the yearly tribute of respect to the dead, honoring them chiefly by omitting nothing that conduces to a perpetual remembrance of them, and giving a reasonable portion of his fortune to the dead. Doing this and living after this manner, we shall receive our reward from the gods and those who are above us, i.e., the demons, and we shall spend our days for the most part in good hope. And how a man ought to order what relates to his descendants and his kindred and friends and fellow citizens, and the rights of hospitality taught by heaven, and the intercourse which arises out of all these duties, with a view to the embellishment and orderly regulation of his own life. These things, I say, the laws as we proceed with them will accomplish, partly persuading, and partly when natures do not yield to the persuasion of custom, chastising them by might and right, and will thus render our state, if the gods cooperate with us, prosperous and happy. But of what has to be said, and must be said by the legislator who is of my way of thinking, and yet, if said in the form of law, would be out of place, of this I think that he may give a sample for the instruction of himself and of those for whom he is legislating. And then when, as far as he is able, he has gone through all the preliminaries, he may proceed to the work of legislation. Now, what will be the form of such prefaces? There may be a difficulty in including or describing them all under a single form, but I think that we may get some notion of them if we can guarantee one thing. Cleinias, what is that? Athenian, I should wish the citizens to be as readily persuaded to virtue as possible. This will surely be the aim of the legislator in all his laws. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, the proposal appears to me to be of some value, and I think that a person will listen with more gentleness and goodwill to the precepts addressed to him by the legislator, when his soul is not altogether unprepared to receive them. Even a little done in the way of conciliation gains his ear, and is always worth having, for there is no great inclination or readiness on the part of mankind to be made as good, or as quickly good, as possible. The case of the many proves the wisdom of Hesiod, who says that the road to wickedness is smooth and can be traveled without perspiring, because it is so very short. But before virtue the immortal gods have placed the sweat of labor, and long and steep is the way thither, and rugged at first. But when you have reached the top, although difficult before, it is then easy. 401 Cleinias, yes, and he certainly speaks well. Athenian, very true. And now let me tell you the effect which the preceding discourse has had upon me. Cleinias, proceed. Athenians, suppose that we have a little conversation with the legislator, and say to him, O legislator, speak. If you know what we ought to say and do, you can surely tell. Cleinias, of course he can. Athenian, did we not hear you just now saying, 402, that the legislator ought not to allow the poets to do what they liked, for that they would not know in which of their words they went against the laws to the hurt of the state? Cleinias, that is true. Athenian, may we not fairly make answer to him on behalf of the poets? Cleinias, what answer shall we make to him? Athenian, that the poet, according to the tradition which has ever prevailed among us, and is accepted of all men, when he sits down on the tripod of the muse, is not in his right mind. Like a fountain, he allows to flow out freely whatever comes in, and his art being imitative, he is often compelled to represent men of opposite dispositions, and thus to contradict himself. Neither can he tell whether there is more truth in one thing that he has said than in another. This is not the case in a law. The legislator must give not two rules about the same thing, but one only. Take an example from what you have just been saying. 403 of three kinds of funerals. There is one which is too extravagant, another is too niggardly, the third in a mean, and you choose and approve and order the last without qualification. But if I had an extremely rich wife, and she bade me bury her and describe her burial in a poem, I should praise the extravagant sort, and a poor miserly man who had not much money to spend would approve of the niggardly, and the man of moderate means who was himself moderate would praise a moderate funeral. Now you, in the capacity of legislator, must not barely say a moderate funeral, but you must define what moderation is and how much. unless you are definite. You must not suppose that you are speaking a language that can become law. Cleinias certainly not. Athenian and is our legislator to have no preface to his laws, but to say at once do this, avoid that, and then holding the penalty in terrorem, to go on to another law, offering never a word of advice or exhortation to those for whom he is legislating, after the manner of some doctors. For of doctors, as I may remind you, some have a gentler, others a ruder method of cure, and as children ask the doctor to be gentle with them, so we will ask the legislator to cure our disorders with the gentlest remedies. What I mean to say is, that besides doctors there are doctors' servants, who are also styled doctors. Cleinias very true. Athenian, and whether they are slaves or freemen makes no difference. They acquire their knowledge of medicine by obeying and observing their masters, empirically and not according to the natural way of learning, as the manner of freemen is, who have learned scientifically themselves, the art which they impart scientifically to their pupils. You are aware that there are these two classes of doctors, Cleinias to be sure, Athenian. And did you ever observe that there are two classes of patients in states, slaves and freemen, and the slave doctors run about and cure the slaves, or wait for them in the dispensaries? Practitioners of this sort never talk to their patients individually, or let them talk about their own individual complaints. The slave doctor prescribes what mere experience suggests, as if he had exact knowledge, and when he has given his orders like a tyrant, he rushes off with equal assurance to some other servant who is ill, and so he relieves the master of the house of the care of his invalid slaves. But the other doctor, who is a freeman, attends and practices upon freemen, and he carries his inquiries far back and goes into the nature of the disorder. He enters into discourse with the patient and with his friends, and is at once getting information from the sick man, and also instructing him as far as he is able, and he will not prescribe for him until he has first convinced him. At last, when he has brought the patient more and more under his persuasive influences and set him on the road to health, he attempts to effect a cure. Now, which is the better way of proceeding in a physician and in a trainer? Is he the better who accomplishes his ends in a double way, or he who works in one way, and that the ruder and inferior? Cleinias, I should say, stranger, that the double way is far better. Athenian, should you like to see an example of the double and single method in legislation? Cleinias, certainly I should. Athenian, what will be our first law? Will not the legislator, observing the order of nature, begin by making regulations for states about births? Cleinias, he will. Athenian, in all states, the birth of children goes back to the connection of marriage. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, and according to the true order, the laws relating to marriage should be those which are first determined in every state. Cleinias, quite so. Athenian. Then let me first give the law of marriage in a simple form. It may run as follows. A man shall marry between the ages of 30 and 35, or if he does not, he shall pay such and such a fine, or shall suffer the loss of such and such privileges. This would be the simple law about marriage. The double law would run thus. A man shall marry between the ages of 30 and 35, considering that in a manner the human race naturally partakes of immortality, which every man is by nature inclined to desire to the utmost. For the desire of every man that he may become famous, and not lie in the grave without a name, is only the love of continuance. Now mankind are coeval with all time, and are ever following, and will ever follow, the course of time, and so they are immortal, because they leave children's children behind them, and partake of immortality in the unity of generation. And for man voluntarily to deprive himself of this gift, as he deliberately does who will not have a wife or children, is impiety. He who obeys the law shall be free, and shall pay no fine, but he who is disobedient and does not marry, when he has arrived at the age of 35, shall pay a yearly fine of a certain amount, in order that he may not imagine his celibacy to bring ease and profit to him. And he shall not share in the honors which the young men in the state give to the aged. Comparing now the two forms of the law, you will be able to arrive at a judgment about any other laws, whether they should be double in length even when shortest, because they have to persuade as well as threaten, or whether they shall only threaten and be of half the length. Megalus the shorter form, stranger, would be more in accordance with Lacedaemonian custom, although for my own part, if anyone were to ask me which I myself prefer in the state, I should certainly determine in favor of the longer, and I would have every law made after the same pattern if I had to choose. But I think that Cleinias is the person to be consulted, for his is the state which is going to use these laws. Cleinias, thank you, Megalus. Athenian, whether, in the abstract, words are to be many or few, is a very foolish question. The best form, and not the shortest, is to be approved, nor is length at all to be regarded. Of the two forms of law which have been recited, the one is not only twice as good in practical usefulness as the other, but the case is like that of the two kinds of doctors which I was just now mentioning. And yet legislators never appear to have considered that they have two instruments which they might use in legislation, persuasion and force. For in dealing with the rude and uneducated multitude, they use the one only as far as they can. They do not mingle persuasion with coercion, but employ force pure and simple. Moreover, there is a third point, sweet friends, which ought to be, and never is, regarded in our existing laws. Cleinias, what is it? Athenian. A point arising out of our previous discussion, which comes into my mind in some mysterious way. All this time, from early dawn until noon, have we been talking about laws in this charming retreat. Now we are going to promulgate our laws, and what has preceded was only the prelude of them. Why do I mention this? For this reason, because all discourses and vocal exercises have preludes and overtures, which are a sort of artistic beginnings intended to help the strain which is to be performed. Lyric measures and music of every other kind have preludes framed with wonderful care. But of the truer and higher strain of law and politics, no one has ever yet uttered any prelude, or composed or published any, as though there was no such thing in nature. Whereas our present discussion seems to me to imply that there is. These double laws, of which we were speaking, are not exactly double, but they are in two parts, the law and the prelude of the law. The arbitrary command, which was compared to the commands of doctors, whom we described as of the meaner sort, was the law pure and simple, and that which preceded and was described by our friend here as being hortatory only, was, although in fact an exhortation, likewise analogous to the preamble of a discourse. 404. For I imagine that all this language of conciliation, which the legislator has been uttering in the preface of the law, was intended to create goodwill in the person whom he addressed, in order that, by reason of this goodwill, he might more intelligently receive his command, that is to say, the law. And therefore, in my way of speaking, this is more rightly described as the preamble than as the matter of the law. And I must further proceed to observe that to all his laws, and to each separately, the legislator should prefix a preamble. He should remember how great will be the difference between them, according as they have or have not such preambles as in the case already given. Cleinias the lawgiver, if he asks my opinion, will certainly legislate in the form which you advise. Athenian, I think that you are right, Cleinias, in affirming that all laws have preambles, and that throughout the whole of this work of legislation, every single law should have a suitable preamble at the beginning, for that which is to follow is most important, and it makes all the difference whether we clearly remember the preambles or not. Yet we should be wrong in requiring that all laws, small and great alike, should have preambles of the same kind, any more than all songs or speeches. Although they may be natural to all, they are not always necessary, and whether they are to be employed or not has in each case to be left to the judgment of the speaker or the musician, or in the present instance of the lawgiver, Cleinias, that I think is most true. And now, stranger, without delay let us return to the argument, and as people say in play, make a second and better beginning, if you please, with the principles which we have been laying down, which we never thought of regarding as a preamble before, but of which we may now make a preamble, and not merely consider them to be chance topics of discourse. Let us acknowledge, then, that we have a preamble. About the honor of the gods and the respect of parents, enough has been already said, and we may proceed to the topics which follow next in order, until the preamble is deemed by you to be complete, and after that you shall go through the laws themselves. Athenian, I understand you to mean that we have made a sufficient preamble about gods and demigods, and about parents living or dead, and now you would have us bring the rest of the subject into the light of day. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, after this, as is meet and for the interest of us all, I the speaker, and you the listeners, will try to estimate all that relates to the souls and bodies and properties of the citizens, as regards both their occupations and amusements, and thus arrive, as far as in us lies, at the nature of education. These then are the topics which follow next in order. Cleinias, very good. Chapter 36. Book V. Athenian, listen, all ye who have just now heard the laws about gods and about our dear forefathers. Of all the things which a man has next to the gods, his soul is the most divine and most truly his own. Now in every man there are two parts, the better and superior, which rules, and the worse and inferior, which serves, and the ruling part of him is always to be preferred to the subject. Wherefore I am right in bidding every one next to the gods, who are our masters, and those who in order follow them, i.e., the demons, to honor his own soul, which every one seems to honor, but no one honors as he ought. For honor is a divine good, and no evil thing is honorable. And he who thinks that he can honor the soul by word or gift, or any sort of compliance, without making her in any way better, seems to honor her, but honors her not at all. For example, every man from his very boyhood fancies that he is able to know everything, and thinks that he honors his soul by praising her, and he is very ready to let her do whatever she may like. But I mean to say that in acting thus he injures his soul, and is far from honoring her, whereas, in our opinion, he ought to honor her as second only to the gods. Again, when a man thinks that others are to be blamed, and not himself, for the errors which he has committed from time to time, and the many and great evils which befell him in consequence, and is always fancying himself to be exempt and innocent, he is under the idea that he is honoring his soul, whereas the very reverse is the fact, for he is really injuring her. And when, disregarding the word and approval of the legislator, he indulges in pleasure, then again he is far from honoring her. He only dishonors her and fills her full of evil and remorse, or when he does not endure to the end the labors and fears and sorrows and pains which the legislator approves, but gives way before them, then by yielding he does not honor the soul, but by all such conduct he makes her to be dishonorable. Nor when he thinks that life at any price is a good does he honor her, but yet once more he dishonors her. For the soul, having a notion that the world below is all evil, he yields to her, and does not resist and teach or convince her that, for aught she knows, the world of the gods below, instead of being evil, may be the greatest of all goods. Again, when anyone prefers beauty to virtue, what is this but the real and utter dishonor of the soul? For such a preference implies that the body is more honorable than the soul, and this is false, for there is nothing of earthly birth which is more honorable than the heavenly, and he who thinks otherwise of the soul has no idea how greatly he undervalues this wonderful possession. Nor, again, when a person is willing, or not unwilling, to acquire dishonest gains, does he then honor his soul with gifts? Far otherwise. He sells her glory and honor for a small piece of gold, but all the gold which is under or upon the earth is not enough to give in exchange for virtue. In a word, I may say that he who does not estimate the base and evil, the good and noble, according to the standard of the legislator, and abstain in every possible way from the one and practice the other to the utmost of his power, does not know that in all these respects he is most foully and disgracefully abusing his soul, which is the divinest part of man. For no one, as I may say, ever considers that which is declared to be the greatest penalty of evil-doing, namely, to grow into the likeness of bad men, and growing like them, to fly from the conversation of the good, and be cut off from them, and cleave to and follow after the company of the bad. And he who is joined to them must do and suffer what such men by nature do and say to one another, a suffering which is not justice but retribution. For justice and the just are noble, whereas retribution is the suffering which waits upon injustice. And whether a man escape or endure this, he is miserable, in the former case because he is not cured, while in the latter he perishes in order that the rest of mankind may be saved. Speaking generally, our glory is to follow the better and improve the inferior, which is susceptible of improvement, as far as this is possible. And of all human possessions, the soul is by nature most inclined to avoid the evil and track out and find the chief good, which when a man has found, he should take up his abode with it during the remainder of his life. Wherefore the soul also is second, or next to God, in honor, and third, as everyone will perceive, comes the honor of the body in natural order. Having determined this, we have next to consider that there is a natural honor of the body, and that of honors some are true and some are counterfeit. To decide which is the business of the legislator, and he, I suspect, would intimate that they are as follows. Honor is not to be given to the fair body, or to the strong or the swift or the tall, or to the healthy body, although many may think otherwise, any more than to their opposites. But the mean states of all these habits are by far the safest and most moderate, for the one extreme makes the soul braggart and insolent, and the other illiberal and base, and money and property and distinction all go to the same tune. The excess of any of these things is apt to be a source of hatreds and divisions among states and individuals, and the defect of them is commonly a cause of slavery. And therefore I would not have anyone fond of heaping up riches for the sake of his children, in order that he may leave them as rich as possible. For the possession of great wealth is of no use, either to them or to the state. The condition of youth which is free from flattery, and at the same time not in need of the necessaries of life, is the best and most harmonious of all, being in accord and agreement with our nature, and making life to be most entirely free from sorrow. Let parents, then, bequeath to their children not a heap of riches, but the spirit of reverence. We, indeed, fancy that they will inherit reverence from us, if we rebuke them when they show a want of reverence. But this quality is not really imparted to them by the present style of admonition, which only tells them that the young ought always to be reverential. A sensible legislator will rather exhort the elders to reverence the younger, and above all to take heed that no young man sees or hears one of themselves doing or saying anything disgraceful. For where old men have no shame, their young men will most certainly be devoid of reverence. The best way of training the young is to train yourself at the same time, not to admonish them, but to be always carrying out your own admonitions in practice. He who honors his kindred, and reveres those who share in the same gods and are of the same blood and family, may fairly expect that the gods who preside over generation will be propitious to him and will quicken his seed. And he who deems the services which his friends and acquaintances do for him greater and more important than they themselves deem them, and his own favors to them less than theirs to him, will have their goodwill in the intercourse of life. And surely in his relations to the state and his fellow citizens, he is by far the best, who rather than the Olympic or any other victory of peace or war, desires to win the palm of obedience to the laws of his country, and who, of all mankind, is the person reputed to have obeyed them best through life. In his relations to strangers, a man should consider that a contract is a most holy thing, and that all concerns and wrongs of strangers are more directly dependent on the protection of God than wrongs done to citizens. For the stranger, having no kindred and friends, is more to be pitied by gods and men. Wherefore also he who is most able to avenge him is most zealous in his cause, and he who is most able is the genius and the god of the stranger, who follow in the train of Zeus, the god of strangers. And for this reason, he who has a spark of caution in him will do his best to pass through life without sinning against the stranger. Of offenses committed, whether against strangers or fellow countrymen, that against suppliants is the greatest. For the God who witnessed to the agreement made with the suppliant becomes in a special manner the guardian of the sufferer, and he will certainly not suffer unavenged. Thus we have fairly described the manner in which a man is to act about his parents and himself and his own affairs, and in relation to the state and his friends and kindred, both in what concerns his own countrymen and in what concerns the stranger. We will now consider what manner of man he must be who would best pass through life in respect of those other things which are not matters of law, but of praise and blame only, in which praise and blame educate a man and make him more tractable and amenable to the laws which are about to be imposed. Truth is the beginning of every good thing, both to gods and men, and he who would be blessed and happy should be from the first a partaker of the truth, that he may live a true man as long as possible, for then he can be trusted. But he is not to be trusted who loves voluntary falsehood, and he who loves involuntary falsehood is a fool. Neither condition is enviable, for the untrustworthy and ignorant has no friend, and as time advances he becomes known, and lays up in store for himself isolation in crabbed age when life is on the wane, so that, whether his children or friends are alive or not, he is equally solitary. Worthy of honor is he who does no injustice, and of more than twofold honor, if he not only does no injustice himself, but hinders others from doing any. The first may count as one man. The second is worth many men, because he informs the rulers of the injustice of others. And yet more highly to be esteemed is he who cooperates with the rulers in correcting the citizens as far as he can. He shall be proclaimed the great and perfect citizen, and bear away the palm of virtue. The same praise may be given about temperance and wisdom, and all other goods which may be imparted to others, as well as acquired by a man for himself. He who imparts them shall be honored as the man of men, and he who is willing, yet is not able, may be allowed the second place. But he who is jealous and will not, if he can help, allow others to partake in a friendly way of any good, is deserving of blame. The good, however, which he has, is not to be undervalued by us because it is possessed by him, but must be acquired by us also to the utmost of our power. Let every man, then, freely strive for the prize of virtue, and let there be no envy. For the unenvious nature increases the greatness of states. He himself contends in the race, blasting the fair fame of no man. But the envious, who thinks that he ought to get the better by defaming others, is less energetic himself in the pursuit of true virtue, and reduces his rivals to despair by his unjust slanders of them. And so he makes the whole city to enter the arena untrained in the practice of virtue, and diminishes her glory as far as in him lies. Now every man should be valiant, but he should also be gentle. From the cruel, or hardly curable, or altogether incurable acts of injustice done to him by others, a man can only escape by fighting and defending himself and conquering, and by never ceasing to punish them. And no man who is not of a noble spirit is able to accomplish this. As to the actions of those who do evil, but whose evil is curable in the first place, let us remember that the unjust man is not unjust of his own free will. For no man of his own free will would choose to possess the greatest of evils, and least of all in the most honorable part of himself. And the soul, as we said, is of a truth deemed by all men the most honorable. in the soul, then, which is the most honorable part of him, no one, if he could help, would admit or allow to continue the greatest of evils. 405. The unrighteous and vicious are always to be pitied in any case, and one can afford to forgive as well as pity him who is curable, and refrain and calm one's anger, not getting into a passion like a woman and nursing ill feeling. But upon him who is incapable of reformation and wholly evil, the vials of our wrath should be poured out. Wherefore I say that good men ought, when occasion demands, to be both gentle and passionate. Of all evils the greatest is one which in the souls of most men is innate, and which a man is always excusing in himself and never correcting. I mean, what is expressed in the saying that every man by nature is and ought to be his own friend. Whereas the excessive love of self is in reality the sauce to each man of all offenses, for the lover is blinded about the beloved, so that he judges wrongly of the just, the good, and the honorable, and thinks that he ought always to prefer himself to the truth. But he who would be a great man ought to regard, not himself or his interests, but what is just, whether the just act be his own or that of another. Through a similar error men are induced to fancy that their own ignorance is wisdom, and thus we who may be truly said to know nothing, think that we know all things, and because we will not let others act for us in what we do not know, we are compelled to act amiss ourselves. Wherefore let every man avoid excess of self-love, and condescend to follow a better man than himself, not allowing any false shame to stand in the way. There are also minor precepts which are often repeated and are quite as useful. A man should recollect them and remind himself of them. For when a stream is flowing out, there should be water flowing in too, and recollection flows in while wisdom is departing. Therefore I say that a man should refrain from excess either of laughter or tears, and should exhort his neighbor to do the same. He should veil his immoderate sorrow or joy, and seek to behave with propriety, whether the genius of his good fortune remains with him, or whether at the crisis of his fate, when he seems to be mounting high and steep places, the gods oppose him in some of his enterprises. Still he may ever hope in the case of good men that whatever afflictions are to befall them in the future God will lessen, and that present evils he will change for the better. And as to the goods which are the opposite of these evils, he will not doubt that they will be added to them, and that they will be fortunate. Such should be men's hopes, and such should be the exhortations with which they admonish one another, never losing an opportunity, but on every occasion distinctly reminding themselves and others of all these things, both in jest and earnest. Enough has now been said of divine matters, both as touching the practices which men ought to follow, and as to the sort of persons who they ought severally to be. But of human things we have not as yet spoken, and we must, for to men we are discoursing and not to gods. Pleasures and pains and desires are a part of human nature, and on them every mortal being must of necessity hang and depend with the most eager interest. And therefore we must praise the noblest life, not only as the fairest in appearance, but as being one which, if a man will only taste, and not while still in his youth desert for another, he will find to surpass also in the very thing which we all of us desire. I mean in having a greater amount of pleasure and less of pain during the whole of life. And this will be plain if a man has a true taste of them, as will be quickly and clearly seen. But what is a true taste? That we have to learn from the argument, the point being what is according to nature, and what is not according to nature. One life must be compared with another, the more pleasurable with the more painful after this manner. We desire to have pleasure, but we neither desire nor choose pain, and the neutral state we are ready to take in exchange, not for pleasure but for pain, and we also wish for less pain and greater pleasure. But less pleasure and greater pain we do not wish for, and an equal balance of either we cannot venture to assert that we should desire. And all these differ or do not differ severally in number and magnitude and intensity and equality, and in the opposites of these when regarded as objects of choice, in relation to desire. And such being the necessary order of things, we wish for that life in which there are many great and intense elements of pleasure and pain, and in which the pleasures are in excess, and do not wish for that in which the opposites exceed. Nor again do we wish for that in which the elements of either are small and few and feeble, and the pains exceed. And when, as I said before, there is a balance of pleasure and pain in life, this is to be regarded by us as the balanced life. While other lives are preferred by us because they exceed in what we like, or are rejected by us because they exceed in what we dislike, all the lives of men may be regarded by us as bound up in these, and we must also consider what sort of lives we by nature desire. And if we wish for any others, I say that we desire them only through some ignorance and inexperience of the lives which actually exist. Now what lives are they, and how many in which, having searched out and beheld the objects of will and desire and their opposites, and making of them a law, choosing, I say, the dear and the pleasant and the best and noblest, a man may live in the happiest way possible. Let us say that the temperate life is one kind of life, and the rational another, and the courageous another, and the healthful another. And to these four let us oppose four other lives: the foolish, the cowardly, the intemperate, the diseased. He who knows the temperate life will describe it as in all things gentle, having gentle pains and gentle pleasures, and placid desires and loves not insane. Whereas the intemperate life is impetuous in all things, and has violent pains and pleasures, and vehement and stinging desires, and loves utterly insane. And in the temperate life the pleasures exceed the pains, but in the intemperate life the pains exceed the pleasures in greatness and number and frequency. Hence one of the two lives is naturally and necessarily more pleasant, and the other more painful. And he who would live pleasantly cannot possibly choose to live intemperately. And if this is true, the inference clearly is that no man is voluntarily intemperate, but that the whole multitude of men lack temperance in their lives, either from ignorance or from want of self-control, or both. And the same holds of the diseased and healthy life. They both have pleasures and pains. But in health the pleasure exceeds the pain, and in sickness the pain exceeds the pleasure. Now our intention in choosing the lives is not that the painful should exceed, but the life in which pain is exceeded by pleasure we have determined to be the more pleasant life. And we should say that the temperate life has the elements both of pleasure and pain fewer and smaller and less frequent than the intemperate, and the wise life than the foolish life, and the life of courage than the life of cowardice, one of each pair exceeding in pleasure and the other in pain, the courageous surpassing the cowardly, and the wise exceeding the foolish. And so the one class of lives exceeds the other class in pleasure. The temperate and courageous and wise and healthy exceed the cowardly and foolish and intemperate and diseased lives. And generally speaking, that which has any virtue, whether of body or soul, is pleasanter than the vicious life, and far superior in beauty and rectitude and excellence and reputation, and causes him who lives accordingly to be infinitely happier than the opposite. Enough of the preamble, and now the laws should follow, or to speak more correctly, an outline of them. As then in the case of a web or any other tissue, the warp and the woof cannot be made of the same materials. 406. But the warp is necessarily superior as being stronger, and having a certain character of firmness, whereas the woof is softer and has a proper degree of elasticity. In a similar manner those who are to hold great offices in states should be distinguished truly in each case from those who have been but slenderly proven by education. Let us suppose that there are two parts in the constitution of a state, one the creation of offices, the other the laws which are assigned to them to administer. But before all this comes the following consideration: the shepherd or herdsman or breeder of horses or the like, when he has received his animals, will not begin to train them until he has first purified them in a manner which befits a community of animals. He will divide the healthy and unhealthy, and the good breed and the bad breed, and will send away the unhealthy and badly bred to other herds, and tend the rest, reflecting that his labors will be vain and have no effect, either on the souls or bodies of those whom nature and ill nurture have corrupted, and that they will involve in destruction the pure and healthy nature and being of every other animal, if he should neglect to purify them. Now the case of other animals is not so important. They are only worth introducing for the sake of illustration. But what relates to man is of the highest importance, and the legislator should make inquiries and indicate what is proper for each one in the way of purification and of any other procedure. Take, for example, the purification of a city. There are many kinds of purification, some easier and others more difficult, and some of them. And the best and most difficult of them, the legislator, if he be also a despot, may be able to effect. But the legislator, who, not being a despot, sets up a new government and laws, even if he attempt the mildest of purgations, may think himself happy if he can complete his work. The best kind of purification is painful, like similar cures in medicine, involving righteous punishment and inflicting death or exile in the last resort. For in this way we commonly dispose of great sinners who are incurable, and are the greatest injury of the whole state. But the milder form of purification is as follows: when men who have nothing and are in want of food show a disposition to follow their lighters in an attack on the property of the rich, these, who are the natural plague of the state, are sent away by the legislator in a friendly spirit as far as he is able. And this dismissal of them is euphemistically termed a colony, and every legislator should contrive to do this at once. Our present case, however, is peculiar, for there is no need to devise any colony or purifying separation under the circumstances in which we are placed. But as when many streams flow together from many sources, whether springs or mountain torrents, into a single lake, we ought to attend and take care that the confluent waters should be perfectly clear, and in order to effect this, should pump and draw off and divert impurities. So in every political arrangement there may be trouble and danger. But seeing that we are now only discoursing and not acting, let our selection be supposed to be completed, and the desired purity attained. Touching evil men who want to join and be citizens of our state, after we have tested them by every sort of persuasion, and for a sufficient time, we will prevent them from coming. But the good we will to the utmost of our ability receive as friends with open arms. Another piece of good fortune must not be forgotten, which, as we were saying, 407 the Heraclid colony had, and which is also ours, that we have escaped division of land and the abolition of debts, for these are always a source of dangerous contention, and a city which is driven by necessity to legislate upon such matters can neither allow the old ways to continue, nor yet venture to alter them. We must have recourse to prayers, so to speak, and hope that a slight change may be cautiously effected in a length of time. And such a change can be accomplished 408 by those who have abundance of land, and having also many debtors, are willing, in a kindly spirit, to share with those who are in want, sometimes remitting and sometimes giving, holding fast in a path of moderation, and deeming poverty to be the increase of a man's desires and not the diminution of his property. For this is the great beginning of salvation to a state, and upon this lasting basis may be erected afterwards whatever political order is suitable under the circumstances. But if the change be based upon an unsound principle, the future administration of the country will be full of difficulties. That is a danger which, as I am saying, is escaped by us, and yet we had better say how, if we had not escaped, we might have escaped. And we may venture now to assert that no other way of escape, whether narrow or broad, can be devised but freedom from avarice and a sense of justice. Upon this rock our city shall be built, for there ought to be no disputes among citizens about property. If there are quarrels of long standing among them, no legislator of any degree of sense will proceed a step in the arrangement of the state until they are settled. But that they to whom God has given, as he has to us, to be the founders of a new state as yet free from enmity, that they should create themselves enmities by their mode of distributing lands and houses, would be superhuman folly and wickedness. How then can we rightly order the distribution of the land? In the first place, the number of the citizens has to be determined, and also the number and size of the divisions into which they will have to be formed. And the land and the houses will then have to be apportioned by us as fairly as we can. The number of citizens can only be estimated satisfactorily in relation to the territory and the neighboring states. The territory must be sufficient to maintain a certain number of inhabitants in a moderate way of life. More than this is not required, and the number of citizens should be sufficient to defend themselves against the injustice of their neighbors, and also to give them the power of rendering efficient aid to their neighbors when they are wronged. After having taken a survey of theirs and their neighbors' territory, we will determine the limits of them in fact as well as in theory. And now, let us proceed to legislate with a view to perfecting the form and outline of our state. The number of our citizens shall be 5,040. This will be a convenient number, and these shall be owners of the land and protectors of the allotment. The houses and the land will be divided in the same way, so that every man may correspond to a lot. Let the whole number be first divided into 2 parts, and then into 3, and the number is further capable of being divided into 4 or 5 parts, or any number of parts up to 10. Every legislator ought to know so much arithmetic as to be able to tell what number is most likely to be useful to all cities, and we are going to take that number which contains the greatest and most regular and unbroken series of divisions. The whole of number has every possible division, and the number 5,040 can be divided by exactly 59 divisors, and 10 of these proceed without interval from 1 to 10. This will furnish numbers for war and peace, and for all contracts and dealings, including taxes and divisions of the land. These properties of number should be ascertained at leisure by those who are bound by law to know them, for they are true, and should be proclaimed at the foundation of the city, with a view to use. Whether the legislator is establishing a new state or restoring an old and decayed one, in respect of gods and temples, the temples which are to be built in each city, and the gods or demigods after whom they are to be called, if he be a man of sense, he will make no change in anything which the oracle of Delphi or Dodona or the god Ammon or any ancient tradition has sanctioned in whatever manner, whether by apparitions or reputed inspiration of heaven, in obedience to which mankind have established sacrifices in connection with mystic rites, either originating on the spot or derived from Tyrrhenia or Cyprus or some other place, and on the strength of which traditions they have consecrated oracles and images and altars and temples, and portioned out a sacred domain for each of them. The least part of all these ought not to be disturbed by the legislator, but he should assign to the several districts some god or demigod or hero, and in the distribution of the soil should give to these first their chosen domain and all things fitting, that the inhabitants of the several districts may meet at fixed times, and that they may readily supply their various wants, and entertain one another with sacrifices, and become friends and acquaintances. For there is no greater good in a state than that the citizens should be known to one another. When not light but darkness and ignorance of each other's characters prevails among them, no one will receive the honor of which he is deserving, or the power or the justice to which he is fairly entitled. Wherefore, in every state, above all things, every man should take heed that he have no deceit in him, but that he be always true and simple, and that no deceitful person take any advantage of him. The next move in our pastime of legislation, like the withdrawal of the stone from the holy line in the game of draughts, being an unusual one, will probably excite wonder when mentioned for the first time. And yet, If a man will only reflect and weigh the matter with care, he will see that our city is ordered in a manner which, if not the best, is the second best. Perhaps also someone may not approve this form, because he thinks that such a constitution is ill adapted to a legislator who has not despotic power. The truth is that there are three forms of government, the best, the second, and the third best, which we may just mention, and then leave the selection to the ruler of the settlement. Following this method in the present instance, let us speak of the states which are respectively first, second, and third in excellence, and then we will leave the choice to Cleinias now, or to anyone else who may hereafter have to make a similar choice among constitutions, and may desire to give to his state some feature which is congenial to him and which he approves in his own country. The first and highest form of the state and of the government and of the law is that in which there prevails most widely the ancient saying, that friends have all things in common. Whether there is anywhere now, or will ever be, this communion of women and children and of property, in which the private and individual is altogether banished from life, and things which are by nature private, such as eyes and ears and hands, have become common, and in some way see and hear and act in common, and all men express praise and blame and feel joy and sorrow on the same occasions. And whatever laws there are unite the city to the utmost 409, whether all this is possible or not, I say that no man, acting upon any other principle, will ever constitute a state which will be truer or better or more exalted in virtue. Whether such a state is governed by gods or sons of gods, one or more than one, happy are the men who, living after this manner, dwell there. And therefore to this we are to look for the pattern of the state, and to cling to this, and to seek with all our might for one which is like this. The state which we have now in hand, when created, will be nearest to immortality, and the only one which takes the second place. And after that, by the grace of God, we will complete the third one, and we will begin by speaking of the nature and origin of the second. This may be secured for the whole city in the following manner. Let the possessor of a lot leave the one of his children, who is his best beloved, and one only, to be the heir of his dwelling, and his successor in the duty of ministering to the gods, the state, and the family, as well the living members of it as those who are departed when he comes into the inheritance. But of his other children, if he have more than one, he shall give the females in marriage according to the law to be hereafter enacted. 410, and the males he shall distribute as sons to those citizens who have no children, and are disposed to receive them, or if there should be none such, and particular individuals have too many children, male or female, or too few, as in the case of barrenness. In all these cases let the highest and most honorable magistracy created by us judge and determine what is to be done with the redundant or deficient, and devise a means that the number of 5,040 houses shall always remain the same. Let the citizens at once distribute their land and houses, and not till the land in common, since a community of goods goes beyond their proposed origin and nurture and education. But in making the distribution, let the several possessors feel that their particular lots also belong to the whole city, and seeing that the earth is their parent, let them tend her more carefully than children do their mother. For she is a goddess and their queen, and they are her mortal subjects. Such also are the feelings which they ought to entertain to the gods and demigods of the country. And in order that the distribution may always remain, they ought to consider further that the present number of families should be always retained, and neither increased nor diminished. There are many ways of regulating numbers, for they in whom generation is affluent may be made to refrain, 411, and, on the other hand, special care may be taken to increase the number of births by rewards and stigmas, or we may meet the evil by the elder men giving advice and administering rebuke to the younger. In this way the object may be attained. And if after all there be very great difficulty about the equal preservation of the 5,040 houses, and there be an excess of citizens, owing to the too great love of those who live together, and we are at our wits' end, there is still the old device often mentioned by us of sending out a colony, which will part friends with us, and be composed of suitable persons. If, on the other hand, there come a wave bearing a deluge of disease, or a plague of war, and the inhabitants become much fewer than the appointed number by reason of bereavement, we ought not to introduce citizens of spurious birth and education, if this can be avoided. But even God is said not to be able to fight against necessity. Wherefore let us suppose this high argument of ours to address us in the following terms. Best of men, cease not to honor according to nature similarity and equality and sameness and agreement, as regards number and every good and noble quality. And above all, observe the aforesaid number 5,040 throughout life. In the second place, do not disparage the small and modest proportions of the inheritances which you received in the distribution, by buying and selling them to one another. For then neither will the God who gave you the lot be your friend, nor will the legislator. And indeed the law declares to the disobedient that these are the terms upon which he may or may not take the lot. In the first place, the earth as he is informed is sacred to the gods, and in the next place, priests and priestesses will offer up prayers over a first, and second, and even a third sacrifice, that he who buys or sells the houses or lands which he has received may suffer the punishment which he deserves. And these their prayers they shall write down in the temples, on tablets of cypress wood, for the instruction of posterity. Moreover, they will set a watch over all these things, that they may be observed. The magistracy which has the sharpest eyes shall keep watch that any infringement of these commands may be discovered and punished as offenses both against the law and the God. How great is the benefit of such an ordinance to all those cities, which obey and are administered accordingly, no bad man can ever know, as the old proverb says, but only a man of experience and good habits. For in such an order of things there will not be much opportunity for making money. No man either ought, or indeed will be allowed, to exercise any ignoble occupation, of which the vulgarity is a matter of reproach to a freeman, and should never want to acquire riches by any such means. Further, the law enjoins that no private man shall be allowed to possess gold and silver, but only coin for daily use, which is almost necessary in dealing with artisans, and for payment of hirelings, whether slaves or immigrants, by all those persons who require the use of them. Wherefore our citizens, as we say, should have a coin passing current among themselves, but not accepted among the rest of mankind, with a view, however, to expeditions and journeys to other lands, for embassies, or for any other occasion which may arise of sending out a herald. The state must also possess a common Hellenic currency. If a private person is ever obliged to go abroad, let him have the consent of the magistrates and go. And if when he returns he has any foreign money remaining, let him give the surplus back to the treasury, and receive a corresponding sum in the local currency. And if he is discovered to appropriate it, let it be confiscated, and let him who knows and does not inform be subject to curse and dishonor, equally him who brought the money, and also to a fine not less in amount than the foreign money which has been brought back. In marrying and giving in marriage, no one shall give or receive any dowry at all, and no one shall deposit money with another whom he does not trust as a friend, nor shall he lend money upon interest. And the borrower should be under no obligation to repay either capital or interest. That these principles are best, anyone may see who compares them with the first principle and intention of a state. The intention, as we affirm, of a reasonable statesman is not what the many declare to be the object of a good legislator, namely, that the state, for the true interests of which he is advising, should be as great and as rich as possible, and should possess gold and silver, and have the greatest empire by sea and land. This they imagine to be the real object of legislation, at the same time adding, inconsistently, that the true legislator desires to have the city the best and happiest possible. But they do not see that some of these things are possible, and some of them are impossible, and he who orders the state will desire what is possible, and will not indulge in vain wishes or attempts to accomplish that which is impossible. The citizen must indeed be happy and good, and the legislator will seek to make him so, but very rich and very good at the same time he cannot be, not, at least, in the sense in which the many speak of riches. For they mean by the rich the few who have the most valuable possessions, although the owner of them may quite well be a rogue. And if this is true, I can never assent to the doctrine that the rich man will be happy. He must be good as well as rich, and good in a high degree, and rich in a high degree at the same time he cannot be. Someone will ask, why not? And we shall answer, because acquisitions which come from sources which are just and unjust indifferently are more than double those which come from just sources only, and the sums which are expended neither honorably nor disgracefully are only half as great as those which are expended honorably and on honorable purposes. Thus, if the one acquires double and spends half, the other who is in the opposite case and is a good man cannot possibly be wealthier than he. The first, I am speaking of the saver and not of the spender, is not always bad. He may indeed in some cases be utterly bad, but as I was saying, a good man he never is. For he who receives money unjustly as well as justly and spends neither nor unjustly will be a rich man if he be also thrifty. On the other hand, the utterly bad is in general profligate and therefore very poor, while he who spends on noble objects and acquires wealth by just means only can hardly be remarkable for riches, any more than he can be very poor. Our statement, then, is true that the very rich are not good, and if they are not good, they are not happy. But the intention of our laws was that the citizens should be as happy as may be, and as friendly as possible to one another. And men who are always at law with one another, and amongst whom there are many wrongs done, can never be friends to one another, but only those among whom crimes and lawsuits are few and slight. Therefore we say that gold and silver ought not to be allowed in the city, nor much of the vulgar sort of trade which is carried on by lending money or rearing the meaner kinds of livestock, but only the produce of agriculture, and only so much of this as will not compel us in pursuing it to neglect that for the sake of which riches exist. I mean soul and body, which without gymnastics and without education will never be worth anything, and therefore, as we have said not once but many times, the care of riches should have the last place in our thoughts. For there are in all three things about which every man has an interest, and the interest about money, when rightly regarded, is the third and lowest of them. Midway comes the interest of the body, and first of all that of the soul, and the state which we are describing will have been rightly constituted if it ordains honors according to this scale. But if in any of the laws which have been ordained, health has been preferred to temperance, or wealth to health and temperate habits, that law must clearly be wrong. Wherefore also the legislator ought often to impress upon himself the question, what do I want, and do I attain my aim, or do I miss the mark? In this way, and in this way only, he may acquit himself and free others from the work of legislation. Let the allottee then hold his lot upon the conditions which we have mentioned. 412. It would be well that every man should come to the colony having all things equal. But seeing that this is not possible, and one man will have greater possessions than another, for many reasons, and in particular in order to preserve equality in special crises of the state, qualifications of property must be unequal, in order that offices and contributions and distributions may be proportioned to the value of each person's wealth, and not solely to the virtue of his ancestors or himself, nor yet to the strength and beauty of his person, but also to the measure of his wealth or poverty. And so by a law of inequality, which will be in proportion to his wealth. He will receive honors and offices as equally as possible, and there will be no quarrels and disputes. To which end there should be 4 different standards appointed according to the amount of property. There should be a first and a second and a third and a fourth class, in which the citizens will be placed, and they will be called by these or similar names. They may continue in the same rank, or pass into another in any individual case, on becoming richer from being poorer, or poorer from being richer. The form of law which I should propose as the natural sequel would be as follows. In a state which is desirous of being saved from the greatest of all plagues, not faction, but rather distraction, there should exist among the citizens neither extreme poverty, nor, again, excess of wealth, for both are productive of both these evils. Now the legislator should determine what is to be the limit of poverty or wealth. Let the limit of poverty be the value of the lot. This ought to be preserved, and no ruler, nor anyone else who aspires after a reputation for virtue, will allow the lot to be impaired in any case. This the legislator gives as a measure, and he will permit a man to acquire double or triple, or as much as 4 times the amount of this. 413. But if a person have yet greater riches, whether he has found them, or they have been given to him, or he has made them in business, or has acquired by any stroke of fortune that which is in excess of the measure, if he give back the surplus to the state, and to the gods who are the patrons of the state, he shall suffer no penalty or loss of reputation. But if he disobeys this our law, anyone who likes may inform against him, and receive half the value of the excess, and the delinquent shall pay a sum equal to the excess out of his own property, and the other half of the excess shall belong to the gods. And let every possession of every man, with the exception of the lot, be publicly registered before the magistrates whom the law appoints, so that all suits about money may be easy and quite simple. The next thing to be noted is that the city should be placed as nearly as possible in the center of the country. We should choose a place which possesses what is suitable for a city, and this may easily be imagined and described. Then we will divide the city into 12 portions, first founding temples to Hestia, to Zeus, and to Athene, in a spot which we will call the Acropolis, and surround with a circular wall, making the division of the entire city and country radiate from this point. The 12 portions shall be equalized by the provision that those which are of good land shall be smaller, while those of inferior quality shall be larger. The number of the lots shall be 5,040, and each of them shall be divided into 2, and every allotment shall be composed of 2 such sections, one of land near the city, the other of land which is at a distance. 414. This arrangement shall be carried out in the following manner. The section which is near the city shall be added to that which is on the borders, and form one lot, and the portion which is next nearest shall be added to the portion which is next farthest, and so of the rest. Moreover, in the 2 sections of the lots, the same principle of equalization of the soil ought to be maintained. The badness and goodness shall be compensated by more and less. And the legislator shall divide the citizens into 12 parts, and arrange the rest of their property, as far as possible, so as to form 12 equal parts, and there shall be a registration of all. After this they shall assign 12 lots to 12 gods, and call them by their names, and dedicate to each god their several portions, and call the tribes after them. And they shall distribute the 12 divisions of the city in the same way in which they divided the country, and every man shall have 2 habitations, 415, one in the center of the country, and the other at the extremity. Enough of the manner of settlement. Now we ought by all means to consider that there can never be such a happy concurrence of circumstances as we have described. Neither can all things coincide as they are wanted. Men who will not take offense at such a mode of living together, and will endure all their life long to have their property fixed at a moderate limit, and to beget children in accordance with our ordinances, and will allow themselves to be deprived of gold and other things which the legislator, as is evident from these enactments, will certainly forbid them, and will endure further the situation of the land with the city in the middle and dwellings round about. All this is as if the legislator were telling his dreams, or making a city and citizens of wax. There is truth in these objections, and therefore everyone should take to heart what I am going to say. Once more then the legislator shall appear and address us. O my friends, he will say to us, do not suppose me ignorant that there is a certain degree of truth in your words, but I am of opinion that, in matters which are not present but future, he who exhibits a pattern of that at which he aims should in nothing fall short of the fairest and truest, and that if he finds any part of this work impossible of execution, he should avoid and not execute it. But he should contrive to carry out that which is nearest and most akin to it. You must allow the legislator to perfect his design, and when it is perfected, you should join with him in considering what part of his legislation is expedient and what will arouse opposition. For surely the artist who is to be deemed worthy of any regard at all ought always to make his work self-consistent. Having determined that there is to be a distribution into 12 parts, let us now see in what way this may be accomplished. There is no difficulty in perceiving that the 12 parts admit of the greatest number of divisions of that which they include, or in seeing the other numbers which are consequent upon them, and are produced out of them up to 5,040. Wherefore the law ought to order phratries and demes and villages, and also military ranks and movements, as well as coins and measures, dry and liquid and weights, so as to be commensurable and agreeable to one another. Nor should we fear the appearance of minuteness, if the law commands that all the vessels which a man possesses should have a common measure, when we consider generally that the divisions and variations of numbers have a use in respect of all the variations of which they are susceptible, both in themselves and as measures of height and depth, and in all sounds, and in motions, as well those which proceed in a straight direction, upwards or downwards, as in those which go round and round. The legislator is to consider all these things, and to bid the citizens, as far as possible, not to lose sight of numerical order, for no single instrument of youthful education has such mighty power, both as regards domestic economy and politics, and in the arts, as the study of arithmetic. Above all, arithmetic stirs up him who is by nature sleepy and dull, and makes him quick to learn, retentive, shrewd. And aided by art divine, he makes progress quite beyond his natural powers. 416 all such things, if only the legislator, by other laws and institutions, can banish meanness and covetousness from the souls of men, so that they can use them properly and to their own good, will be excellent and suitable instruments of education. But if he cannot, he will unintentionally create in them, instead of wisdom, the habit of craft, which evil tendency may be observed in the Egyptians and Phoenicians, and many other races, through the general vulgarity of their pursuits and acquisitions, whether some unworthy legislator of theirs has been the cause, or some impediment of chance or nature. For we must not fail to observe, O Megillus and Cleinias, that there is a difference in places, and that some beget better men and others worse, and we must legislate accordingly. Some places are subject to strange and fatal influences by reason of diverse winds and violent heats, some by reason of waters, or again from the character of the food given by the earth, which not only affects the bodies of men for good or evil, but produces similar results in their souls. And in all such qualities those spots excel in which there is a divine inspiration, and in which the demigods have their appointed lots and are propitious, not adverse, to the settlers in them. To all these matters the legislator, if he have any sense in him, will attend as far as man can and frame his laws accordingly. And this is what you, Cleinias, must do, and to matters of this kind you must turn your mind, since you are going to colonize a new country. Cleinias, your words, Athenian stranger, are excellent, and I will do as you say. Chapter 37. Book VI Athenian, and now having made an end of the preliminaries, we will proceed to the appointment of magistracies. Cleinias, very good. Athenian, in the ordering of a state there are two parts. First, the number of the magistracies and the mode of establishing them, and secondly, when they have been established, laws again will have to be provided for each of them, suitable in nature and number. But before electing the magistrates, let us stop a little and say a word in season about the election of them. Cleinias, what have you got to say? Athenian, this is what I have to say. Everyone can see that although the work of legislation is a most important matter, yet if a well-ordered city superadd to good laws unsuitable offices, not only will there be no use in having the good laws, not only will they be ridiculous and useless, but the greatest political injury and evil will accrue from them. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, then now, my friend, let us observe what will happen in the constitution of our intended state. In the first place, you will acknowledge that those who are duly appointed to magisterial power and their families should severally have given satisfactory proof of what they are, from youth upward until the time of election. In the next place, those who are to elect should have been trained in habits of law and be well educated, that they may have a right judgment, and may be able to select or reject men whom they approve or disapprove, as they are worthy of either. But how can we imagine that those who are brought together for the first time and are strangers to one another and also uneducated will avoid making mistakes in the choice of magistrates? Cleinias, impossible. Athenian, the matter is serious, and excuses will not serve the turn. I will tell you then what you and I will have to do, since you, as you tell me, with 9 others, have offered to settle the new state on behalf of the people of Crete, and I am to help you by the invention of the present romance. I certainly should not like to leave the tale wandering all over the world without a head. A headless monster is such a hideous thing. Cleinias, excellent, stranger. Athenian, yes, and I will be as good as my word. Cleinias, let us by all means do as you propose. Athenian, that we will, by the grace of God, if old age will only permit us. Cleinias, but God will be gracious. Athenian, yes, and under his guidance let us consider a further point. Cleinias, what is it? Athenian, let us remember what a courageously mad and daring creation this our city is. Cleinias, what had you in your mind when you said that? Athenian, I had in my mind the free and easy manner in which we are ordaining that the inexperienced colonists shall receive our laws. Now a man need not be very wise, Cleinias, in order to see that no one can easily receive laws at their first imposition. But if we could anyhow wait until those who have been imbued with them from childhood and have been nurtured in them and become habituated to them, take their part in the public elections of the state. I say, if this could be accomplished, and rightly accomplished by any way or contrivance, then I think that there would be very little danger at the end of the time of a state thus trained not being permanent. Cleinias, a reasonable supposition. Athenian. Then let us consider if we can find any way out of the difficulty. For I maintain, Cleinias, that the Cynosians, above all the other Cretans, should not be satisfied with barely discharging their duty to the colony, but they ought to take the utmost pains to establish the offices which are first created by them in the best and surest manner. Above all, this applies to the selection of the guardians of the law, who must be chosen first of all, and with the greatest care. The others are of less importance. Cleinias, what method can we devise of electing them? Athenian, this will be the method. Sons of the Cretans, I shall say to them, inasmuch as the Cynosians have precedence over the other states, they should, in common with those who join this settlement, choose a body of 37 in all, 19 of them being taken from the settlers, and the remainder from the citizens of Cnosus. Of these latter the Cynosians shall make a present to your colony, and you yourself shall be one of the 18, and shall become a citizen of the new state. and if you and they cannot be persuaded to go, the Cynosians may fairly use a little violence in order to make you. Cleinias, but why, stranger, do not you and Megillus take a part in our new city? Athenian, O, Cleinias, Athens is proud, and Sparta too, and they are both a long way off. But you and likewise the other colonists are conveniently situated as you describe. I have been speaking of the way in which the new citizens may be best managed under present circumstances, but in after ages, if the city continues to exist, let the election be on this wise. All who are horse or foot soldiers, or have seen military service at the proper ages when they were severally fitted for it, 417 shall share in the election of magistrates, and the election shall be held in whatever temple the state deems most venerable, and everyone shall carry his vote to the altar of the god, writing down on a tablet the name of the person for whom he votes, and his father's name, and his tribe and ward. And at the side he shall write his own name in like manner. Anyone who pleases may take away any tablet which he does not think properly filled up, and exhibit it in the agora for a period of not less than 30 days. The tablets which are judged to be first, to the number of 300, shall be shown by the magistrates to the whole city, and the citizens shall in like manner select from these the candidates whom they prefer. And this second selection, to the number of 100, shall be again exhibited to the citizens. In the third, let anyone who pleases select whom he pleases out of the 100, walking through the pots of victims. And let them choose for magistrates, and proclaim the 37 who have the greatest number of votes. But who, Cleinias and Megillus, will order for us in the colony all this matter of the magistrates and the scrutinies of them? If we reflect, we shall see that cities which are in process of construction like ours must have some such persons, who cannot possibly be elected before there are any magistrates, 418, and yet they must be elected in some way. And they are not to be inferior men, but the best possible. For as the proverb says, a good beginning is half the business, and to have begun well is praised by all, and in my opinion is a great deal more than half the business, and has never been praised by anyone enough. Cleinias, that is very true. Athenian. Then let us recognize the difficulty, and make clear to our own minds how the beginning is to be accomplished. There is only one proposal which I have to offer, and that is one which, under our circumstances, is both necessary and expedient. Cleinias, what is it? Athenian, I maintain that this colony of ours has a father and mother, who are no other than the colonizing state. Well, I know that many colonies have been, and will be, at enmity with their parents. But in early days the child, as in a family, loves and is beloved, even if there come a time later when the tie is broken still, while he is in one of education, he naturally loves his parents and is beloved by them, and flies to his relatives for protection, and finds in them his only natural allies in time of need. And this parental feeling already exists in the Cynosians, as is shown by their care of the new city. And there is a similar feeling on the part of the young city towards Cynosus. And I repeat what I was saying, for there is no harm in repeating a good thing, that the Cynosians should take a common interest in all these matters, and choose, as far as they can, the eldest and best of the colonists, to the number of not less than 100, and let there be another 100 of the Cynosians themselves. These, I say, on their arrival, should have a joint care that the magistrates should be appointed according to law, and that when they are appointed they should undergo a scrutiny. When this has been effected, the Cynosians shall return home, and the new city do the best she can for her own preservation and happiness. I would have the 37 now, and in all future time, chosen to fulfill the following duties. Let them, in the first place, be the guardians of the law, and secondly, of the registers in which each one registers before the magistrate the amount of his property, excepting 4 minae which are allowed to citizens of the first class, 3 allowed to the second, 2 to the third, and a single mina to the fourth. And if anyone, despising the laws for the sake of gain, be found to possess anything more which has not been registered, let all that he has in excess be confiscated, and let him be liable to a suit which shall be the reverse of honorable or fortunate. And let anyone who will indict him on the charge of loving base gains, and proceed against him before the guardians of the law. And if he be cast, let him lose his share of the public possessions, and when there is any public distribution, let him have nothing but his original lot, and let him be written down a condemned man as long as he lives, in some place in which anyone who pleases can read about his offenses. The guardian of the law shall not hold office longer than 20 years, and shall not be less than 50 years of age when he is elected, or if he is elected when he is 60 years of age. He shall hold office for 10 years only, and upon the same principle, he must not imagine that he will be permitted to hold such an important office as that of guardian of the laws after he is 70 years of age, if he live so long. These are the 3 first ordinances about the guardians of the law. As the work of legislation progresses, each law in turn will assign to them their further duties. And now we may proceed in order to speak of the election of other officers, for generals have to be elected, and these again must have their ministers, commanders and colonels of horse, and commanders of brigades of foot, who would be more rightly called by their popular name of brigadiers. The guardians of the law shall propose as generals men who are natives of the city, and a selection from the candidates proposed shall be made by those who are or have been of the age for military service. And if one who is not proposed is thought by somebody to be better than one who is, let him name whom he prefers in the place of whom, and make oath that he is better, and propose him. And whichever of them is approved by vote shall be admitted to the final selection. And the 3 who have the greatest number of votes shall be appointed generals and superintendents of military affairs, after previously undergoing a scrutiny, like the guardians of the law. And let the generals thus elected propose 12 brigadiers, 1 for each tribe, and there shall be a right of counter-proposal as in the case of the generals, and the voting and decision shall take place in the same way. Until the prytanes and council are elected, the guardians of the law shall convene the assembly in some holy spot which is suitable to the purpose, placing the hoplites by themselves, and the cavalry by themselves, and in a 3rd division all the rest of the army. All are to vote for the generals and for the colonels of horse, but the brigadiers are to be voted for only by those who carry shields, i.e., the hoplites. Let the body of cavalry choose phyllox for the generals, but captains of light troops or archers or any other division of the army shall be appointed by the generals for themselves. There only remains the appointment of officers of cavalry. These shall be proposed by the same persons who proposed the generals, and the election and the counter-proposal of other candidates shall be arranged in the same way as in the case of the generals, and let the cavalry vote and the infantry look on at the election. The 2 who have the greatest number of votes shall be the leaders of all the horse. Disputes about the voting may be raised once or twice, but if the dispute be raised a 3rd time, the officers who preside at the several elections shall decide. The council shall consist of 30 times 12 members. 360 will be a convenient number for subdivision. If we divide the whole number into 4 parts of 90 each, we get 90 councillors for each class. First, all the citizens shall select candidates from the 1st class. They shall be compelled to vote, and if they do not, shall be duly fined. When the candidates have been selected, someone shall mark them down. This shall be the business of the 1st day. And on the following day, candidates shall be selected from the 2nd class in the same manner and under the same conditions as on the previous day. And on the 3rd day, a selection shall be made from the 3rd class, at which everyone may, if he likes, vote, and the 3 first classes shall be compelled to vote. But the 4th and lowest class shall be under no compulsion, and any member of this class who does not vote shall not be punished. On the fourth day candidates shall be selected from the fourth and smallest class. They shall be selected by all, but he who is of the fourth class shall suffer no penalty, nor he who is of the third, if he be not willing to vote. But he who is of the first or second class, if he does not vote, shall be punished. He who is of the second class shall pay a fine of triple the amount which was exacted at first, and he who is of the first class quadruple. On the fifth day the rulers shall bring out the names noted down, for all the citizens to see, and every man shall choose out of them, under pain, if he do not, of suffering the first penalty. And when they have chosen 180 out of each of the classes, they shall choose one half of them by lot, who shall undergo a scrutiny. These are to form the council for the year. The mode of election which has been described is in a mean between monarchy and democracy, and such a mean the state ought always to observe, for servants and masters never can be friends, nor good and bad, merely because they are declared to have equal privileges. For to unequals equals become unequal if they are not harmonized by measure, and both by reason of equality and by reason of inequality, cities are filled with seditions. The old saying, that equality makes friendship, is happy and also true, but there is obscurity and confusion as to what sort of equality is meant. For there are two equalities which are called by the same name, but are in reality in many ways almost the opposite of one another. One of them may be introduced without difficulty by any state or any legislator in the distribution of honors. This is the rule of measure, weight, and number, which regulates and apportions them. But there is another equality, of a better and higher kind, which is not so easily recognized. This is the judgment of Zeus. Among men it avails but little. That little, however, is the source of the greatest good to individuals and states. For it gives to the greater more, and to the inferior less, and in proportion to the nature of each. And above all, greater honor always to the greater virtue, and to the less less, and to either in proportion to their respective measure of virtue and education. And this is justice, and is ever the true principle of states, at which we ought to aim, and according to this rule order the new city which is now being founded, and any other city which may be hereafter founded. To this the legislator should look, not to the interests of tyrants one or more, or to the power of the people, but to justice always, which, as I was saying, is the distribution of natural equality among unequals in each case. But there are times at which every state is compelled to use the words just, equal, in a secondary sense, in the hope of escaping in some degree from factions. For equity and indulgence are infractions of the perfect and strict rule of justice. And this is the reason why we are obliged to use the equality of the lot, in order to avoid the discontent of the people. And so we invoke God and fortune in our prayers, and beg that they themselves will direct the lot with a view to supreme justice. And therefore, although we are compelled to use both equalities, we should use that into which the element of chance enters as seldom as possible. Thus, O my friends, and for the reasons given, should a state act which would endure and be saved. But as a ship sailing on the sea has to be watched night and day, in like manner a city also is sailing on a sea of politics, and is liable to all sorts of insidious assaults. And therefore from morning to night, and from night to morning, rulers must join hands with rulers, and watchers with watchers, receiving and giving up their trust in a perpetual succession. Now a multitude can never fulfill a duty of this sort with anything like energy. Moreover, the greater number of the senators will have to be left during the greater part of the year to order their concerns at their own homes. They will therefore have to be arranged in 12 portions, answering to the 12 months, and furnish guardians of the state, each portion for a single month. Their business is to be at hand and receive any foreigner or citizen who comes to them, whether to give information or to put one of those questions, to which, when asked by other cities, a city should give an answer, and to which, if she asked them herself, she should receive an answer. Or again, when there is a likelihood of internal commotions, which are always liable to happen in some form or other, they will, if they can, prevent their occurring, or if they have already occurred, will lose no time in making them known to the city, and healing the evil. Wherefore, also, this which is the presiding body of the state ought always to have the control of their assemblies, and of the dissolutions of them, ordinary as well as extraordinary. All this is to be ordered by the 12th part of the council, which is always to keep watch together with the other officers of the state during one portion of the year, and to rest during the remaining 11 portions. Thus will the city be fairly ordered. And now, who is to have the superintendence of the country, and what shall be the arrangement? Seeing that the whole city and the entire country have been both of them divided into 12 portions, ought there not to be appointed superintendents of the streets of the city, and of the houses and buildings and harbors, and the agora and fountains, and sacred domains and temples and the like? Cleinias, to be sure there ought. Athenian. Let us assume, then, that there ought to be servants of the temples, and priests and priestesses. There must also be superintendents of roads and buildings, who will have a care of men, that they may do no harm, and also of beasts, both within the enclosure and in the suburbs. 3 kinds of officers will thus have to be appointed, in order that the city may be suitably provided according to her needs. Those who have the care of the city shall be called wardens of the city, and those who have the care of the agora shall be called wardens of the agora, and those who have the care of the temples shall be called priests. Those who hold hereditary offices as priests or priestesses shall not be disturbed, but if there be few or none such, as is probable at the foundation of a new city, priests and priestesses shall be appointed to be servants of the gods who have no servants. Some of our officers shall be elected, and others appointed by lot, those who are of the people and those who are not of the people mingling in a friendly manner in every place and city, that the state may be as far as possible of one mind. The officers of the temples shall be appointed by lot. In this way their election will be committed to God, that he may do what is agreeable to him. And he who obtains a lot shall undergo a scrutiny first, as to whether he is sound of body and of legitimate birth, and in the second place, in order to show that he is of a perfectly pure family, not stained with homicide or any similar impiety in his own person, and also that his father and mother have led a similar unstained life. Now, the laws about all divine things should be brought from Delphi, and interpreters appointed, under whose direction they should be used. The tenure of the priesthood should always be for a year and no longer, and he who will duly execute the sacred office, according to the laws of religion, must be not less than 60 years of age. The laws shall be the same about priestesses. As for the interpreters, they shall be appointed thus. Let the 12 tribes be distributed into groups of 4, and let each group select 4, one out of each tribe within the group, 3 times. And let the 3 who have the greatest number of votes, out of the 12 appointed by each group, after undergoing a scrutiny, 9 in all, be sent to Delphi, in order that the god may return one out of each triad. Their age shall be the same as that of the priests, and the scrutiny of them shall be conducted in the same manner. Let them be interpreters for life, and when anyone dies, let the 4 tribes select another from the tribe of the deceased. Moreover, besides priests and interpreters, there must be treasurers, who will take charge of the property of the several temples and of the sacred domains, and shall have authority over the produce and the letting of them. And 3 of them shall be chosen from the highest classes for the greater temples, and 2 for the lesser, and 1 for the least of all. The manner of their election and the scrutiny of them shall be the same as that of the generals. 419. This shall be the order of the temples. Let everything have a guard as far as possible. Let the defense of the city be committed to the generals, and taxiarchs, and hipparchs, and phylarchs, and praetanes, and the wardens of the city, and of the agora, when the election of them has been completed. The defense of the country shall be provided for as follows. The entire land has been already distributed into 12 as nearly as possible equal parts, and let the tribe allotted to a division provide annually for it 5 wardens of the country and commanders of the watch, and let each body of 5 have the power of selecting 12 others out of the youth of their own tribe. These shall be not less than 25 years of age, and not more than 30. And let there be allotted to them severally every month the various districts, in order that they may all acquire knowledge and experience of the whole country. The term of service for commanders and for watchers shall continue during 2 years. After having had their stations allotted to them, they will go from place to place in regular order, making their round from left to right as their commanders direct them. When I speak of going to the right, I mean that they are to go to the east. And at the commencement of the 2nd year, in order that as many as possible of the gods may not only get a knowledge of the country at any one season of the year, but may also have experience of the manner in which different places are affected at different seasons of the year, their then commanders shall lead them again towards the left, from place to place in succession, until they have completed the 2nd year. In the 3rd year, other wardens of the country shall be chosen, and commanders of the watch, 5 for each division, who are to be the superintendents of the bands of 12. While on service at each station, their attention shall be directed to the following points. In the first place, they shall see that the country is well protected against enemies. They shall trench and dig wherever this is required, and as far as they can, they shall by fortifications keep off the evil disposed, in order to prevent them from doing any harm to the country or the property. They shall use the beasts of burden and the laborers whom they find on the spot. These will be their instruments whom they will superintend, taking them, as far as possible, at the times when they are not engaged in their regular business. They shall make every part of the country inaccessible to enemies, and as accessible as possible to friends. 420 there shall be ways for man and beasts of burden and for cattle, and they shall take care to have them always as smooth as they can, and shall provide against the rains doing harm instead of good to the land, when they come down from the mountains into the hollow dells, and shall keep in the overflow by the help of works and ditches, in order that the valleys, receiving and drinking up the rain from heaven, and providing fountains and streams in the fields and regions which lie underneath, may furnish even to the dry places plenty of good water. The fountains of water, whether of rivers or of springs, shall be ornamented with plantations and buildings for beauty, and let them bring together the streams in subterraneous channels, and make all things plenteous. And if there be a sacred grove or dedicated precinct in the neighborhood, they shall conduct the water to the actual temples of the gods, and so beautify them at all seasons of the year. Everywhere in such places the youth shall make gymnasia for themselves, and warm baths for the aged, placing by them abundance of dry wood, for the benefit of those laboring under disease. There the weary frame of the rustic, worn with toil, will receive a kindly welcome, 421 far better than he would at the hands of a not overwise doctor. The building of these and the like works will be useful and ornamental. They will provide a pleasing amusement. But they will be a serious employment too, for the 60 wardens will have to guard their several divisions, not only with a view to enemies, but also with an eye to professing friends. When a quarrel arises among neighbors or citizens, and anyone, whether slave or freeman, wrongs another, let the 5 wardens decide small matters on their own authority. But where the charge against another relates to greater matters, the 17 composed of the 5s and 12s shall determine any charges which one man brings against another, not involving more than 3 minae. 422 Every judge and magistrate shall be liable to give an account of his conduct in office, except those who, like kings, have the final decision. Moreover, as regards the aforesaid wardens of the country, if they do any wrong to those of whom they have the care, whether by imposing upon them unequal tasks, or by taking the produce of the soil or implements of husbandry without their consent, also if they receive anything in the way of a bribe, or decide suits unjustly, or if they yield to the influences of flattery, let them be publicly dishonored. And in regard to any other wrong which they do to the inhabitants of the country, if the question be of a manor, let them submit to the decision of the villages in the neighborhood. But in suits of greater amount, or in case of lesser, if they refuse to submit, trusting that their monthly removal into another part of the country will enable them to escape, in such cases the injured party may bring his suit in the common court, and if he obtain a verdict, he may exact from the defendant, who refused to submit, a double penalty. The wardens and the overseers of the country, while on their 2 years' service, shall have common meals at their several stations, and shall all live together. And he who is absent from the common meal, or sleeps out, if only for 1 day or night, unless by order of his commanders, or by reason of absolute necessity, if the 5 denounce him and inscribe his name in the agora as not having kept his guard, let him be deemed to have betrayed the city, as far as lay in his power, and let him be disgraced and beaten with impunity by anyone who meets him and is willing to punish him. If any of the commanders is guilty of such an irregularity, the whole company of 60 shall see to it, and he who is cognizant of the offense, and does not bring the offender to trial, shall be amenable to the same laws as the younger offender himself, and shall pay a heavier fine, and be incapable of ever commanding the young. The guardians of the law are to be careful inspectors of these matters, and shall either prevent or punish offenders. Every man should remember the universal rule, that he who is not a good servant will not be a good master. A man should pride himself more upon serving well than upon commanding well. First, upon serving the laws, which is also the service of the gods. In the second place, upon having served ancient and honorable men in the days of his youth. Furthermore, during the 2 years in which anyone is a warden of the country, his daily food ought to be of a simple and humble kind. When the 12 have been chosen, let them and the 5 meet together, and determine that they will be their own servants, and like servants will not have other slaves and servants for their own use, neither will they use those of the villages and husbandmen for their private advantage, but for the public service only, and in general they should make up their minds to live independently by themselves, servants of each other and of themselves. Further, at all seasons of the year, summer and winter alike, let them be under arms and survey minutely the whole country. Thus they will at once keep guard, and at the same time acquire a perfect knowledge of every locality. There can be no more important kind of information than the exact knowledge of a man's own country, and for this as well as for more general reasons of pleasure and advantage, hunting with dogs and other kinds of sports should be pursued by the young. The service to whom this is committed may be called the secret police 423, or wardens of the country. The name does not much signify, but everyone who has the safety of the state at heart will use his utmost diligence in this service. After the wardens of the country, we have to speak of the election of wardens of the agora and of the city. The wardens of the country were 60 in number, and the wardens of the city will be 3, and will divide the 12 parts of the city into 3. Like the former, they shall have care of the ways, and of the different high roads which lead out of the country into the city, and of the buildings, that they may be all made according to law, also of the waters, which the guardians of the supply preserve and convey to them, care being taken that they may reach the fountains pure and abundant, and be both an ornament and a benefit to the city. These also should be men of influence, and at leisure to take care of the public interest. Let every man propose as warden of the city anyone whom he likes out of the highest class, and when the vote has been given on them, and the number is reduced to the 6 who have the greatest number of votes, let the electing officers choose by lot 3 out of the 6, and when they have undergone a scrutiny, let them hold office according to the laws laid down for them. Next, let the wardens of the agora be elected in like manner, out of the first and second class. 5 in number, 10 are to be first elected, and out of the 10, 5 are to be chosen by lot, as in the election of the wardens of the city. These, when they have undergone a scrutiny, are to be declared magistrates. Everyone shall vote for everyone, and he who will not vote, if he be informed against before the magistrates, shall be fined 50 drachmae, and shall also be deemed a bad citizen. Let anyone who likes go to the assembly and to the general council. It shall be compulsory to go on citizens of the first and second class, and they shall pay a fine of 10 drachmae if they be found not answering to their names at the assembly. But the third and fourth class shall be under no compulsion, and shall be let off without a fine, unless the magistrates have commanded all to be present, in consequence of some urgent necessity. The wardens of the agora shall observe the order appointed by law for the agora, and shall have the charge of the temples and fountains which are in the agora. And they shall see that no one injures anything, and punish him who does, with stripes and bonds, if he be a slave or stranger. But if he be a citizen who misbehaves in this way, they shall have the power themselves of inflicting a fine upon him to the amount of 100 drachmae, or with the consent of the wardens of the city, up to double that amount. And let the wardens of the city have a similar power of imposing punishments and fines in their own department, and let them impose fines by their own department, and let them impose fines by their own authority, up to a mina, or up to 2 minae, with the consent of the wardens of the agora. In the next place, it will be proper to appoint directors of music and gymnastic, 2 kinds of each. Of the one kind the business will be education, of the other the superintendence of contests. In speaking of education, the law means to speak of those who have the care of order and instruction in gymnasia and schools, and of the going to school, and of school buildings for boys and girls. And in speaking of contests, the law refers to the judges of gymnastics and of music. These again are divided into 2 classes, the one having to do with music, the other with gymnastics. And the same who judge of the gymnastic contests of men shall judge of horses. But in music there shall be one set of judges of solo singing and of imitation. I mean of rhapsodists, players on the harp, the flute, and the like, and another who shall judge of choral song. First of all, we must choose directors for the choruses of boys and men and maidens, whom they shall follow in the amusement of the dance, and for our other musical arrangements. 1 director will be enough for the choruses, and he should be not less than 40 years of age. 1 director will also be enough to introduce the solo singers, and to give judgment on the competitors, and he ought not to be less than 30 years of age. The director and manager of the choruses shall be elected after the following manner. Let any persons who commonly take an interest in such matters go to the meeting, and be fined if they do not go. The guardians of the law shall judge of their fault, but those who have no interest shall not be compelled. The elector shall propose as director someone who understands music, and he in the scrutiny may be challenged on the one part by those who say he has no skill, and defended on the other hand by those who say that he has. 10 are to be elected by vote, and he of the 10 who is chosen by lot shall undergo a scrutiny, and lead the choruses for a year according to law. And in like manner, the competitor who wins the lot shall be leader of the solo and concert music for that year, and he who is thus elected shall deliver the award to the judges. In the next place, we have to choose judges in the contests of horses and of men. These shall be selected from the third, and also from the second class of citizens, and 3 first classes shall be compelled to go to the election, but the lowest may stay away with impunity. And let there be 3 elected by lot out of the 20 who have been chosen previously, and they must also have the vote and approval of the examiners. But if anyone is rejected in the scrutiny at any ballot or decision, others shall be chosen in the same manner, and undergo a similar scrutiny. There remains the minister of the education of youth, male and female. He too will rule according to law. One such minister will be sufficient, and he must be 50 years old and have children lawfully begotten, both boys and girls by preference, at any rate, one or the other. He who is elected and he who is the elector should consider that of all the great offices of state this is the greatest, for the first shoot of any plant, if it makes a good start towards the attainment of its natural excellence, has the greatest effect on its maturity. And this is not only true of plants, but of animals wild and tame, and also of men. Man, as we say, is a tame or civilized animal. Nevertheless, he requires proper instruction and a fortunate nature, and then of all animals he becomes the most divine and most civilized. 424. But if he be insufficiently or ill-educated, he is the most savage of earthly creatures. Wherefore the legislator ought not to allow the education of children to become a secondary or accidental matter. In the first place, he who would be rightly provident about them should begin by taking care that he is elected, who of all the citizens is in every way best. Him the legislator shall do his utmost to appoint guardian and superintendent. To this end all the magistrates, with the exception of the council and prytanes, shall go to the temple of Apollo, and elect by ballot him of the guardians of the law whom they severally think will be the best superintendent of education. And he who has the greatest number of votes, after he has undergone a scrutiny at the hands of all the magistrates who have been his electors, with the exception of the guardians of the law, shall hold office for 5 years, and in the 6th year let another be chosen in like manner to fill his office. If anyone dies while he is holding a public office, and more than 30 days before his term of office expires, let those whose business it is elect another to the office in the same manner as before. And if anyone who is entrusted with orphans dies, let the relations both on the father's and mother's side, who are residing at home, including cousins, appoint another guardian within 10 days, or be fined a drachma a day for neglect to do so. A city which has no regular courts of law ceases to be a city. And again, if a judge is silent and says no more in preliminary proceedings than the litigants, as is the case in arbitrations, he will never be able to decide justly. Wherefore a multitude of judges will not easily judge well, nor a few if they are bad. The point in dispute between the parties should be made clear, and time and deliberation and repeated examination greatly tend to clear up doubts. For this reason, he who goes to law with another should go first of all to his neighbors and friends who know best the questions at issue, and if he be unable to obtain from them a satisfactory decision, let him have recourse to another court, and if the 2 courts cannot settle the matter, let a third put an end to the suit. Now the establishment of courts of justice may be regarded as a choice of magistrates, for every magistrate must also be a judge of some things, and the judge, though he be not a magistrate, yet in certain respects is a very important magistrate on the day on which he is determining a suit. Regarding then the judges also as magistrates, let us say who are fit to be judges, and of what they are to be judges, and how many of them are to judge in each suit. Let that be the supreme tribunal which the litigants appoint in common for themselves, choosing certain persons by agreement. And let there be 2 other tribunals, one for private causes, when a citizen accuses another of wronging him and wishes to get a decision, the other for public causes, in which some citizen is of opinion that the public has been wronged by an individual, and is willing to vindicate the common interests. And we must not forget to mention how the judges are to be qualified, and who they are to be. In the first place, let there be a tribunal open to all private persons who are trying causes one against another for the third time, and let this be composed as follows. All the offices of state, as well annual as those holding office for a longer period, when the new year is about to commence, in the month following after the summer solstice, on the last day but one of the year, shall meet in some temple, and calling God to witness, shall dedicate one judge from every magistracy to be their firstfruits, choosing in each office him who seems to them to be the best, and whom they deem likely to decide the causes of his fellow citizens during the ensuing year in the best and holiest manner. And when the election is completed, a scrutiny shall be held in the presence of the electors themselves, and if any one be rejected, another shall be chosen in the same manner. Those who have undergone the scrutiny shall judge the causes of those who have declined the inferior courts, and shall give their vote openly. The councillors and other magistrates who have elected them shall be required to be hearers and spectators of the causes, and anyone else may be present who pleases. If one man charges another with having intentionally decided wrong, let him go to the guardians of the law and lay his accusation before them. And he who is found guilty in such a case shall pay damages to the injured party equal to half the injury. But if he shall appear to deserve a greater penalty, the judges shall determine what additional punishment he shall suffer, and how much more he ought to pay to the public treasury, and to the party who brought the suit. In the judgment of offenses against the state, the people ought to participate, for when anyone wrongs the state, all are wronged, and may reasonably complain if they are not allowed to share in the decision. Such causes ought to originate with the people, and they ought also to have the final decision of them, but the trial of them shall take place before 3 of the highest magistrates, upon whom the plaintiff and the defendant shall agree. And if they are not able to come to an agreement themselves, the council shall choose one of the 2 proposed. And in private suits, too, as far as is possible, all should have a share, for he who has no share in the administration of justice is apt to imagine that he has no share in the state at all. And for this reason there shall be a court of law in every tribe, and the judges shall be chosen by lot. They shall give their decisions at once, and shall be inaccessible to entreaties. The final judgment shall rest with that court which, as we maintain, has been established in the most incorruptible form of which human things admit. This shall be the court established for those who are unable to get rid of their suits either in the courts of neighbors or of the tribes. Thus much of the courts of law, which, as I was saying, cannot be precisely defined either as being or not being offices. A superficial sketch has been given of them, in which some things have been told and others omitted. For the right place of an exact statement of the laws respecting suits, under their several heads, will be at the end of the body of legislation. Let us then expect them at the end. 425 Hitherto our legislation has been chiefly occupied with the appointment of offices. Perfect unity and exactness, extending to the whole and every particular of political administration, cannot be attained to the full until the discussion shall have a beginning, middle, and end, and is complete in every part. At present we have reached the election of magistrates, and this may be regarded as a sufficient termination of what preceded. And now there need no longer be any delay or hesitation in beginning the work of legislation. Cleinias, I like what you have said. Stranger, and I particularly like your manner of tacking on the beginning of your new discourse to the end of the former one. Athenian, thus far then, the old men's rational pastime has gone off well. Cleinias, you mean, I suppose, their serious and noble pursuit. Athenian, perhaps, but I should like to know whether you and I are agreed about a certain thing. Cleinias, about what thing? Athenian, you know the endless labor which painters expend upon their pictures. They are always putting in or taking out colors, or whatever be the term which artists employ. They seem as if they would never cease touching up their works, which are always being made brighter and more beautiful. Cleinias, I know something of these matters from report, although I have never had any great acquaintance with the art. Athenian. No matter, we may make use of the illustration notwithstanding. Suppose that someone had a mind to paint a figure in the most beautiful manner, in the hope that his work, instead of losing, would always improve as time went on. Do you not see that being immortal, unless he leaves someone to succeed him who will correct the flaws which time may introduce, and be able to add what is left imperfect through the defect of the artist, and who will further brighten up and improve the picture? All his great labor will last but a short time. Cleinias true. Athenian, and is not the aim of the legislator similar? First, he desires that his laws should be written down with all possible exactness. In the second place, as time goes on and he has made an actual trial of his decrees, will he not find omissions? Do you imagine that there ever was a legislator so foolish as not to know that many things are necessarily omitted, which someone coming after him must correct? If the constitution and the order of government is not to deteriorate, but to improve in the state which he has established, Cleinias, assuredly, that is the sort of thing which everyone would desire. Athenian, and if anyone possesses any means of accomplishing this by word or deed, or has any way, great or small, by which he can teach a person to understand how he can maintain and amend the laws, he should finish what he has to say, and not leave the work incomplete. Cleinias, by all means. Athenian, and is not this what you and I have to do at the present moment? Cleinias, what have we to do? Athenian, as we are about to legislate and have chosen our guardians of the law, and are ourselves in the evening of life, and they as compared with us are young men, we ought not only to legislate for them, but to endeavor to make them not only guardians of the law but legislators themselves, as far as this is possible. Cleinias, certainly, if we can. Athenian, at any rate. We must do our best. Cleinias, of course. Athenian. We will say to them, O friends and saviors of our laws, in laying down any law, there are many particulars which we shall omit, and this cannot be helped. At the same time, we will do our utmost to describe what is important, and will give an outline which you shall fill up. And I will explain on what principle you are to act. Megillus and Cleinias and I have often spoken to one another touching these matters, and we are of opinion that we have spoken well. And we hope that you will be of the same mind with us, and become our disciples, and keep in view the things which in our united opinion the legislator and guardian of the law ought to keep in view. There was one main point about which we were agreed, that a man's whole energies throughout life should be devoted to the acquisition of the virtue proper to a man, whether this was to be gained by study, or habit, or some mode of acquisition, or desire, or opinion, or knowledge. And this applies equally to men and women, old and young. The aim of all should always be such as I have described. Anything which may be an impediment, the good man ought to show that he utterly disregards. And if at last necessity plainly compels him to be an outlaw from his native land, rather than bow his neck to the yoke of slavery and be ruled by inferiors, and he has to fly, an exile he must be and endure all such trials, rather than accept another form of government, which is likely to make men worse. These are our original principles, and do you now, fixing your eyes upon the standard of what a man and a citizen ought or ought not to be, praise and blame the laws. Blame those which have not this power of making the citizen better, but embrace those which have, and with gladness receive and live in them, bidding a long farewell to other institutions which aim at goods, as they are termed, of a different kind. Let us proceed to another class of laws, beginning with their foundation in religion. And we must first return to the number 5040. The entire number had, and has, a great many convenient divisions, and the number of the tribes, which was a 12th part of the whole, being correctly formed by 21 times 20, 5,040 divided by 21 times 20, i.e., 5,040 divided by 420 equals 12, also has them. And not only is the whole number divisible by 12, but also the number of each tribe is divisible by 12. Now every portion should be regarded by us as a sacred gift of heaven, corresponding to the months and to the revolution of the universe. 426. Every city has a guiding and sacred principle given by nature, but in some the division or distribution has been more right than in others, and has been more sacred and fortunate. In our opinion, nothing can be more right than the selection of the number 5,040, which may be divided by all numbers from 1 to 12 with the single exception of 11, and that admits of a very easy correction. For if, turning to the dividend, 5,040, we deduct 2 families, the defect in the division is cured, and the truth of this may be easily proved when we have leisure. But for the present, trusting to the mere assertion of this principle, let us divide the state, and assigning to each portion some god or son of a god, let us give them altars and sacred rites, and at the altars let us hold assemblies for sacrifice twice in the month, 12 assemblies for the tribes and 12 for the city, according to their divisions. The first in honor of the gods and divine things, and the second to promote friendship and better acquaintance, as the phrase is, and every sort of good fellowship with one another. For people must be acquainted with those into whose families and whom they marry, and with those to whom they give in marriage. In such matters, as far as possible, a man should deem it all important to avoid a mistake, and with this serious purpose let games be instituted 427 in which youths and maidens shall dance together, seeing one another and being seen naked at a proper age, and on a suitable occasion, not transgressing the rules of modesty. The directors of choruses will be the superintendents and regulators of these games, and they, together with the guardians of the law, will legislate in any matters which we have omitted. For, as we said, 428, where there are numerous and minute details, the legislator must leave out something. And the annual officers who have experience and know what is wanted must make arrangements and improvements year by year, until such enactments and provisions are sufficiently determined. A 10 years' experience of sacrifices and dances, if extending to all particulars, will be quite sufficient, and if the legislator be alive they shall communicate with him, but if he be dead then, the several officers shall refer the omissions which come under their notice to the guardians of the law and correct them, until all is perfect. And from that time there shall be no more change. And they shall establish and use the new laws with the others which the legislator originally gave them, and of which they are never, if they can help, to change aught, or if some necessity overtakes them, the magistrates must be called into council, and the whole people, and they must go to all the oracles of the gods. And if they are all agreed, in that case they may make the change. But if they are not agreed, by no manner of means, and anyone who dissents shall prevail. As the law ordains, whenever anyone over 25 years of age, having seen and been seen by others, believes himself to have found a marriage connection which is to his mind, and suitable for the procreation of children, let him marry if he be still under the age of 35 years, but let him first hear how he ought to seek after what is suitable and appropriate. 429, for, as Cleinias says, 430 every law should have a suitable prelude. Cleinias you recollect at the right moment, stranger, and do not miss the opportunity which the argument affords of saying a word in season. Athenian. I thank you, we will say to him who is born of good parents, O my son, you ought to make such a marriage as wise men would approve. Now they would advise you neither to avoid a poor marriage, nor specially to desire a rich one, but if other things are equal, always to honor inferiors, and with them to form connections. This will be for the benefit of the city and of the families which are united, for the equable and symmetrical tends infinitely more to virtue than the unmixed. And he who is conscious of being too headstrong, and carried away more than is fitting in all his actions, ought to desire to become the relation of orderly parents, and he who is of the opposite temper ought to seek the opposite alliance. Let there be one word concerning all marriages: every man shall follow, not after the marriage which is most pleasing to himself, but after that which is most beneficial to the state. For somehow everyone is by nature prone to that which is likest to himself, and in this way the whole city becomes unequal in property and in disposition, and hence there arise in most states the very results which we least desire to happen. Now, to add to the law an express provision, not only that the rich man shall not marry into the rich family, nor the powerful into the family of the powerful, but that the slower natures shall be compelled to enter into marriage with the quicker, and the quicker with the slower, may awaken anger as well as laughter in the minds of many. For there is a difficulty in perceiving that the city ought to be well mingled like a cup, in which the maddening wine is hot and fiery, but when chastened by a sober god, receives a fair associate, and becomes an excellent and temperate drink. 431 Yet in marriage no one is able to see that the same result occurs. Wherefore also the law must let alone such matters, but we should try to charm the spirits of men into believing the equability of their children's disposition to be of more importance than equality in excessive fortune when they marry. And him who is too desirous of making a rich marriage we should endeavor to turn aside by reproaches, not, however, by any compulsion of written law. Let this then be our exhortation concerning marriage, and let us remember what was said before 432, that a man should cling to immortality, and leave behind him children's children to be the servants of God in his place forever. All this and much more may be truly said by way of prelude about the duty of marriage. But if a man will not listen, and remains unsocial and alien among his fellow citizens, and is still unmarried at 35 years of age, let him pay a yearly fine. He who of the highest class shall pay a fine of 100 drachmae, and he who is of the second class a fine of 70 drachmae. The third class shall pay 60 drachmae, and the fourth 30 drachmae, and let the money be sacred to hear. He who does not pay the fine annually shall owe 10 times the sum, which the treasurer of the goddess shall exact, and if he fails in doing so, let him be answerable, and give an account of the money at his audit. He who refuses to marry shall be thus punished in money, and also be deprived of all honor which the younger show to the elder. Let no young man voluntarily obey him, and if he attempt to punish anyone, let everyone come to the rescue and defend the injured person, and he who is present and does not come to the rescue shall be pronounced by the law to be a coward and a bad citizen. Of the marriage portion I have already spoken. 433, and again, I say for the instruction 434 of poor men, that he who neither gives nor receives a dowry on account of poverty has a compensation, for the citizens of our state are provided with the necessaries of life, and wives will be less likely to be insolent, and husbands to be mean and subservient to them on account of property. And he who obeys this law will do a noble action. But he who will not obey, and gives or receives more than 50 drachmae as the price of the marriage garments if he be of the lowest, or more than a mina, or a mina and a half, if he be of the third or second classes, or too many if he be of the highest class, shall owe to the public treasury a similar sum, and that which is given or received shall be sacred to Hea and Zeus, and let the treasurers of these gods exact the money. As was said before about the unmarried, that the treasurers of Hea were to exact the money, or pay the fine themselves. The betrothal by a father shall be valid in the first degree, that by a grandfather in the second degree, and in the third degree, betrothal by brothers who have the same father. But if there are none of these alive, the betrothal by a mother shall be valid in like manner. In cases of unexampled fatality, the next of kin and the guardians shall have authority. What are to be the rites before marriages or any other sacred acts relating either to future, present, or past marriages shall be referred to the interpreters, and he who follows their advice may be satisfied. Touching the marriage festival, they shall assemble not more than 5 male and 5 female friends of both families, and a like number of members of the family of either sex, and no man shall spend more than his means will allow. He who is of the richest class may spend a mina, he who is of the second, half a mina, and in the same proportion as the census of each decreases. All men shall praise him who is obedient to the law, but he who is disobedient shall be punished by the guardians of the law as a man wanting in true taste, and uninstructed in the laws of bridal song. Drunkenness is always improper, except at the festivals of the god who gave wine, and peculiarly dangerous when a man is engaged in the business of marriage. At such a crisis of their lives, a bride and bridegroom ought to have all their wits about them. They ought to take care that their offspring may be born of reasonable beings, for on what day or night heaven will give them increase, who can say? Moreover, they ought not to be getting children when their bodies are dissipated by intoxication, but their offspring should be compact and solid, quiet and compounded properly. Whereas the drunkard is all abroad in all his actions, and beside himself both in body and soul. Wherefore also the drunken man is bad and unsteady in sowing the seed of increase, and is likely to beget offspring who will be unstable and untrustworthy, and cannot be expected to walk straight either in body or mind. Hence during the whole year and all his life long, and especially while he is begetting children, he ought to take care and not intentionally do what is injurious to health, or what involves insolence and wrong, for he cannot help leaving the impression of himself on the souls and bodies of his offspring, and he begets children in every way inferior. And especially on the day and night of marriage should a man abstain from such things. For the beginning, which is also a God dwelling in man, preserves all things if it meet with proper respect from each individual. He who marries is further to consider that one of the 2 houses in the lot is the nest and nursery of his young, and there he is to marry and make a home for himself and bring up his children, going away from his father and mother. For in friendships there must be some degree of desire, in order to cement and bind together diversities of character. But excessive intercourse, not having the desire which is created by time, insensibly dissolves friendships from a feeling of satiety. Wherefore a man and his wife shall leave to his and her father and mother their own dwelling places, and themselves go as to a colony and dwell there, and visit and be visited by their parents. And they shall beget and bring up children, handing on the torch of life from one generation to another, and worshipping the gods according to law forever. In the next place, we have to consider what sort of property will be most convenient. There is no difficulty either in understanding or acquiring most kinds of property, but there is great difficulty in what relates to slaves. And the reason is that we speak about them in a way which is right and which is not right, for what we say about our slaves is consistent and also inconsistent with our practice about them. Megillus, I do not understand, stranger, what you mean. Athenian, I am not surprised, Megillus, for the state of the Helots among the Lacedaemonians is of all Hellenic forms of slavery the most controverted and disputed about, some approving and some condemning it. There is less dispute about the slavery which exists among the Heracleots, who have subjugated the Mariandynians, and about the Thessalian Penesti. Looking at these and the like examples, what ought we to do concerning property in slaves? I made a remark in passing, which naturally elicited a question about my meaning from you. It was this: we know that all would agree that we should have the best and most attached slaves whom we can get, for many a man has found his slaves better in every way than brethren or sons, and many times they have saved the lives and property of their masters and their whole house. Such tales are well known. Megillus, to be sure, Athenian, but may we not also say that the soul of the slave is utterly corrupt, and that no man of sense ought to trust them? And the wisest of our poets, speaking of Zeus, says, "Far-seeing Zeus takes away half the understanding of men whom the day of slavery subdues." Different persons have got these two different notions of slaves in their minds. Some of them utterly distrust their servants, and as if they were wild beasts, chastise them with goads and whips, and make their souls 3 times, or rather many times, as slavish as they were before, and others do just the opposite. Megillus true. Cleinias, then, what are we to do in our own country, stranger, seeing that there are such differences in the treatment of slaves by their owners? Athenian, well, Cleinias, there can be no doubt that man is a troublesome animal, and therefore he is not very manageable, nor likely to become so, when you attempt to introduce the necessary division of slave and freeman and master. Cleinias, that is obvious. Athenian, he is a troublesome piece of goods, as has been often shown by the frequent revolts of the Messenians, and the great mischiefs which happen in states having many slaves who speak the same language, and the numerous robberies and lawless life of the Italian banditti, as they are called. A man who considers all this is fairly at a loss. 2 remedies alone remain to us: not to have the slaves of the same country, nor, if possible, speaking the same language. 435. In this way, they will more easily be held in subjection. Secondly, we should tend them carefully, not only out of regard to them, but yet more out of respect to ourselves. And the right treatment of slaves is to behave properly to them, and to do to them, if possible, even more justice than to those who are our equals. For he who naturally and genuinely reverences justice and hates injustice is discovered in his dealings with any class of men to whom he can easily be unjust. And he who in regard to the natures and actions of his slaves is undefiled by impiety and injustice will best sow the seeds of virtue in them. And this may be truly said of every master and tyrant, and of every other having authority in relation to his inferiors. Slaves ought to be punished as they deserve, and not admonished as if they were freemen, which will only make them conceited. The language used to a servant ought always to be that of a command. 436. And we ought not to jest with them, whether they are males or females. This is a foolish way which many people have of setting up their slaves, and making the life of servitude more disagreeable both for them and for their masters. Cleinias true. Athenian, now that each of the citizens is provided, as far as possible, with a sufficient number of suitable slaves who can help him in what he has to do, we may next proceed to describe their dwellings. Cleinias very good. Athenian, the city being new and hitherto uninhabited, care ought to be taken of all the buildings, and the manner of building each of them, and also of the temples and walls. These, Cleinias, were matters which properly came before the marriages, but as we are only talking, there is no objection to changing the order. If, however, our plan of legislation is ever to take effect, then the house shall precede the marriage if God so will. And afterwards we will come to the regulations about marriage, but at present we are only describing these matters in a general outline. Cleinias quite true. Athenian. As to the walls, Megillus, I agree with Sparta in thinking that they should be allowed to sleep in the earth, and that we should not attempt to disinter them. 438. There is a poetical saying, which is finely expressed, that walls ought to be of steel and iron, and not of earth. Besides, how ridiculous of us to be sending out our young men annually into the country to dig and to trench, and to keep off the enemy by fortifications, under the idea that they are not to be allowed to set foot in our territory, and then that we should surround ourselves with a wall, which, in the first place, is by no means conducive to the health of cities, and is also apt to produce a certain effeminacy in the minds of the inhabitants, inviting men to run thither instead of repelling their enemies, and leading them to imagine that their safety is due not to their keeping guard day and night, but that when they are protected by walls and gates, then they may sleep in safety, as if they were not meant to labor, and did not know that true repose comes from labor, and that disgraceful indolence and a careless temper of mind is only the renewal of trouble. The temples are to be placed all round the agora, and the whole city built on the heights in a circle, 437, for the sake of defense and for the sake of purity. Near the temples are to be placed buildings for the magistrates and the courts of law. In these plaintiff and defendant will receive their due, and the places will be regarded as most holy, partly because they have to do with holy things, and partly because they are the dwelling places of holy gods, and in them will be held the courts in which cases of homicide and other trials of capital offenses may fitly take place. But if men must have walls, the private houses ought to be so arranged from the first that the whole city may be one wall, having all the houses capable of defense by reason of their uniformity and equality towards the streets. 439. The form of the city being that of a single dwelling will have an agreeable aspect, and being easily guarded will be infinitely better for security. Until the original building is completed, these should be the principal objects of the inhabitants, and the wardens of the city should superintend the work, and should impose a fine on him who is negligent. And in all that relates to the city they should have a care of cleanliness, and not allow a private person to encroach upon any public property either by buildings or excavations. Further, they ought to take care that the rains from heaven flow off easily, and of any other matters which may have to be administered either within or without the city. The guardians of the law shall pass any further enactments which their experience may show to be necessary, and supply any other points in which the law may be deficient. And now that these matters, and the buildings about the agora, and the gymnasia, and places of instruction and theatres, are all ready and waiting for scholars and spectators, let us proceed to the subjects which follow marriage in the order of legislation. Cleinias by all means, Athenian. Assuming that marriages exist already, Cleinias, the mode of life during the year after marriage, before children are born, will follow next in order. In what way bride and bridegroom ought to live in a city which is to be superior to other cities is a matter not at all easy for us to determine. There have been many difficulties already, but this will be the greatest of them and the most disagreeable to the many. Still, I cannot but say what appears to me to be right and true, Cleinias. Cleinias certainly. Athenian, he who imagines that he can give laws for the public conduct of states, while he leaves the private life of citizens wholly to take care of itself, who thinks that individuals may pass the day as they please, and that there is no necessity of order in all things. He, I say, who gives up the control of their private lives, and supposes that they will conform to law in their common and public life, is making a great mistake. Why have I made this remark? Why, because I am going to enact that the bridegrooms should live at the common tables, just as they did before marriage. This was a singularity when first enacted by the legislator in your parts of the world, Megillus and Cleinias, as I should suppose, on the occasion of some war or other similar danger, 440, which caused the passing of the law, and which would be likely to occur in thinly peopled places and in times of pressure. But when men had once tried and been accustomed to a common table, experience showed that the institution greatly conduced to security, and in some such manner the custom of having common tables arose among you. Cleinias likely enough. Athenian, I said that there may have been singularity and danger in imposing such a custom at first, but that now there is not the same difficulty. There is, however, another institution which is the natural sequel to this, and would be excellent if it existed anywhere, but at present it does not. The institution of which I am about to speak is not easily described or executed, and would be like the legislator combing wool into the fire, as people say, or performing any other impossible and useless feat. Cleinias, what is the cause, stranger, of this extreme hesitation? Athenian. You shall hear without any fruitless loss of time. That which has law and order in a state is the cause of every good, but that which is disordered or ill-ordered is often the ruin of that which is well-ordered. And at this point the argument is now waiting. For with you, Cleinias and Megillus, the common tables of men are, as I said, a heaven-born and admirable institution, but you are mistaken in leaving the women unregulated by law. They have no similar institution of public tables in the light of day, and just that part of the human race which is by nature prone to secrecy and stealth on account of their weakness, I mean the female sex, has been left without regulation by the legislator, which is a great mistake. And in consequence of this neglect, many things have grown lax among you, which might have been far better if they had been only regulated by law. For the neglect of regulations about women may not only be regarded as a neglect of half the entire matter, 441, but in proportion as woman's nature is inferior to that of men in capacity for virtue. In that degree, the consequence of such neglect is more than twice as important. The careful consideration of this matter, and the arranging and ordering on a common principle of all our institutions relating both to men and women, greatly conduces to the happiness of the state. But at present, such is the unfortunate condition of mankind, that no man of sense will even venture to speak of common tables in places and cities in which they have never been established at all. And how can anyone avoid being utterly ridiculous who attempts to compel women to show in public how much they eat and drink? There is nothing at which the sex is more likely to take offense, for women are accustomed to creep into dark places, and when dragged out into the light they will exert their utmost powers of resistance, and be far too much for the legislator. And therefore, as I said before, in most places they will not endure to have the truth spoken without raising a tremendous outcry, but in this state perhaps they may. And if we may assume that our whole discussion about the state has not been mere idle talk, I should like to prove to you, if you will consent to listen, that this institution is good and proper. But if you had rather not, I will refrain. Cleinias, there is nothing which we should both of us like better, stranger, than to hear what you have to say. Athenian, very good, and you must not be surprised if I go back a little, for we have plenty of leisure, and there is nothing to prevent us from considering in every point of view the subject of law. Cleinias, true. Athenian, then let us return once more to what we were saying at first. Every man should understand that the human race either had no beginning at all, and will never have an end, but always will be and has been, or that it began an immense while ago. 442 Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, well, and have there not been constitutions and destructions of states, and all sorts of pursuits, both orderly and disorderly, and diverse desires of meats and drinks always, and in all the world, and all sorts of changes of the seasons, in which animals may be expected to have undergone innumerable transformations of themselves. Cleinias, no doubt. Athenian. And may we not suppose that vines appeared which had previously no existence, and also olives, and the gifts of Demeter and her daughter, of which one Triptolemus was the minister, and that before these existed, animals took to devouring each other as they do still. Cleinias, true. Athenian again, the practice of men sacrificing one another still exists among many nations, while, on the other hand, we hear of other human beings who did not even venture to taste 443 the flesh of a cow, and had no animal sacrifices, but only cakes and fruits dipped in honey, and similar pure offerings, but no flesh of animals. From these they abstained under the idea that they ought not to eat them, and might not stain the altars of the gods with blood. For in those days men are said to have lived a sort of Orphic life, having the use of all lifeless things, but abstaining from all living things. Cleinias, such has been the constant tradition, and is very likely true. Athenians, someone might say to us, what is the drift of all this? Cleinias, a very pertinent question, stranger. Athenian, and therefore I will endeavor, Cleinias, if I can, to draw the natural inference. Cleinias, proceed. Athenian, I see that among men all things depend upon three wants and desires, of which the end is virtue, if they are rightly led by them, or the opposite if wrongly. Now these are eating and drinking, which begin at birth. Every animal has a natural desire for them, and is violently excited, and rebels against him who says that he must not satisfy all his pleasures and appetites, and get rid of all the corresponding pains. And the third and greatest and sharpest want and desire breaks out last, and is the fire of sexual lust, which kindles in men every species of wantonness and madness. And these three disorders we must endeavor to master by the three great principles of fear and law and right reason, turning them away from that which is called pleasantest to the best, using the muses and the gods who preside over contests to extinguish their increase and influx. But to return, after marriage let us speak of the birth of children, and after their birth of their nurture and education. In the course of discussion, the several laws will be perfected, and we shall at last arrive at the common tables, whether such associations are to be confined to men or extended to women also. We shall see better when we approach and take a nearer view of them, and we may then determine what previous institutions are required and will have to precede them. As I said before, we shall see them more in detail, and shall be better able to lay down the laws which are proper or suited to them. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, let us keep in mind the words which have now been spoken, for hereafter there may be need of them. Cleinias, what do you bid us keep in mind? Athenian, that which we comprehended under the three words. First, eating; secondly, drinking; thirdly, the excitement of love. Cleinias, we shall be sure to remember, stranger. Athenian, very good. Then let us now proceed to marriage, and teach persons in what way they shall beget children, threatening them if they disobey. With the terrors of the law. Cleinias, what do you mean? Athenian, the bride and bridegroom should consider that they are to produce for the state the best and fairest specimens of children which they can. Now all men who are associated in any action always succeed when they attend and give their mind to what they are doing. But when they do not give their mind or have no mind, they fail. Wherefore let the bridegroom give his mind to the bride and to the begetting of children, and the bride in like manner give her mind to the bridegroom, and particularly at the time when their children are not yet born. And let the women whom we have chosen be the overseers of such matters. And let them in whatever number, large or small, and at whatever time the magistrates may command, assemble every day in the temple of Eileithyia during a third part of the day, and being there assembled, let them inform one another of anyone whom they see, whether man or woman, of those who are begetting children, disregarding the ordinances given at the time when the nuptial sacrifices and ceremonies were performed. Let the begetting of children and the supervision of those who are begetting them continue 10 years and no longer, during the time when marriage is fruitful. But if any continue without children up to this time, let them take counsel with their kindred, and with the women holding the office of overseer, and be divorced for their mutual benefit. If, however, any dispute arises about what is proper, and for the interest of either party, they shall choose 10 of the guardians of the law, and abide by their permission and appointment. The women who preside over these matters shall enter into the houses of the young, and partly by admonitions and partly by threats make them give over their folly and error. If they persist, let the women go and tell the guardians of the law, and the guardians shall prevent them. But if they too cannot prevent them, they shall bring the matter before the people, and let them write up their names and make oath that they cannot reform such and one. And let him who is thus written up, if he cannot in a court of law convict those who have inscribed his name, be deprived of the privileges of a citizen in the following respects. Let him not go to weddings nor to the thanksgivings after the birth of children. And if he go, let anyone who pleases strike him with impunity, and let the same regulations hold about women. Let not a woman be allowed to appear abroad, or receive honor, or go to nuptial and birthday festivals, if she in like manner be written up as acting disorderly, and cannot obtain a verdict. And if when they themselves have done begetting children according to the law, a man or woman have connection with another man or woman who are still begetting children, let the same penalties be inflicted upon them as upon those who are still having a family. And when the time for procreation has passed, let the man or woman who refrains in such matters be held in esteem, and let those who do not refrain be held in the contrary of esteem, that is to say, disesteem. Now, if the greater part of mankind behave modestly, the enactments of law may be left to slumber. But if they are disorderly, the enactments having been passed, let them be carried into execution. To every man the first year is the beginning of life, and the time of birth ought to be written down in the temples of their fathers as the beginning of existence to every child, whether boy or girl. Let every fratria have inscribed on a whited wall the names of the successive archons by whom the years are reckoned, and near to them let the living members of the fratria be inscribed, and when they depart life let them be erased. The limit of marriageable ages for a woman shall be from 16 to 20 years at the longest, for a man from 30 to 35 years, and let a woman hold office at 40, and a man at 30 years. Let a man go out to war from 20 to 60 years, and for a woman, if there appear any need to make use of her in military service, let the time of service be after she shall have brought forth children up to 50 years of age, and let regard be had to what is possible and suitable to each. Chapter 38, Book Romans 7 Athenian. And now, assuming children of both sexes to have been born, it will be proper for us to consider in the next place their nurture and education. This cannot be left altogether unnoticed, and yet may be thought a subject fitted rather for precept and admonition than for law. In private life there are many little things, not always apparent, arising out of the pleasures and pains and desires of individuals, which run counter to the intention of the legislator, and make the characters of the citizens various and dissimilar. This is an evil in states, for by reason of their smallness and frequent occurrence, there would be an unseemliness and want of propriety in making them penal by law, and if made penal, they are the destruction of the written law, because mankind get the habit of frequently transgressing the law in small matters. The result is that you cannot legislate about them, and still less can you be silent. I speak somewhat darkly, but I shall endeavor also to bring my wares into the light of day, for I acknowledge that at present there is a want of clearness in what I am saying. Cleinias very true. Athenian, am I not right in maintaining that a good education is that which tends most to the improvement of mind and body? Cleinias, undoubtedly. Athenian, and nothing can be plainer than that the fairest bodies are those which grow up from infancy in the best and straightest manner. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and do we not further observe that the first shoot of every living thing is by far the greatest and fullest? Many will even contend that a man at 25 does not reach twice the height which he attained at 5. Cleinias true, Athenian well, and is not rapid growth without proper and abundant exercise the sauce endless evils in the body? Cleinias yes. Athenian, and the body should have the most exercise when it receives most nourishment. Cleinias, but stranger, are we to impose this great amount of exercise upon newly born infants? Athenian, nay, rather on the bodies of infants still unborn. Cleinias, what do you mean, my good sir? In the process of gestation. Athenian, exactly. I am not at all surprised that you have never heard of this very peculiar sort of gymnastic applied to such little creatures, which, although strange, I will endeavor to explain to you. Cleinias, by all means. Athenian, The practice is more easy for us to understand than for you, by reason of certain amusements which are carried to excess by us at Athens. Not only boys, but often older persons, are in the habit of keeping quails and cocks, 444, which they train to fight one another. And they are far from thinking that the contests in which they stir them up to fight with one another are sufficient exercise. For in addition to this, they carry them about tucked beneath their armpits, holding the smaller birds in their hands, the larger under their arms, and go for a walk of a great many miles for the sake of health, that is to say, not their own health, but the health of the birds, whereby they prove to any intelligent person that all bodies are benefited by shakings and movements, when they are moved without weariness, whether the motion proceeds from themselves, or is caused by a swing, or at sea, or on horseback, or by other bodies in whatever way moving, and that thus gaining the mastery over food and drink, they are able to impart beauty and health and strength. But admitting all this, what follows? Shall we make a ridiculous law that the pregnant woman shall walk about and fashion the embryo within as we fashion wax before it hardens, and after birth swat the infant for 2 years? Suppose that we compel nurses, under penalty of a legal fine, to be always carrying the children somewhere or other, either to the temples, or into the country, or to their relations' houses, until they are well able to stand, and to take care that their limbs are not distorted by leaning on them when they are too young. 445. They should continue to carry them until the infant has completed its 3rd year. The nurses should be strong, and there should be more than one of them. Shall these be our rules, and shall we impose a penalty for the neglect of them? No, no. The penalty of which we were speaking will fall upon our own heads more than enough. Cleinias, what penalty? Athenian ridicule, and the difficulty of getting the feminine and servant-like dispositions of the nurses to comply. Cleinias, then, why was there any need to speak of the matter at all? Athenian, the reason is, that masters and freemen in states, when they hear of it, are very likely to arrive at a true conviction that without due regulation of private life in cities, stability in the laying down of laws is hardly to be expected. 446. And he who makes this reflection may himself adopt the laws just now mentioned, and adopting them, may order his house and state well and be happy. Cleinias, likely enough. Athenian, and therefore let us proceed with our legislation until we have determined the exercises which are suited to the souls of young children, in the same manner in which we have begun to go through the rules relating to their bodies. Cleinias, by all means. Athenian. Let us assume, then, as a first principle in relation both to the body and soul of very young creatures, that nursing and moving about by day and night is good for them all, and that the younger they are, the more they will need it. 447 infants should live, if that were possible, as if they were always rocking at sea. This is the lesson which we may gather from the experience of nurses, and likewise from the use of the remedy of motion in the rites of the Corybantes. For when mothers want their restless children to go to sleep, they do not employ rest, but on the contrary, motion, rocking them in their arms, nor do they give them silence, but they sing to them and lap them in sweet strains, and the Bacchic women are cured of their frenzy in the same manner by the use of the dance and of music. Cleinias, well, stranger, and what is the reason of this? Athenian, the reason is obvious. Cleinias, what? Athenian, the affection both of the Bacchantes and of the children is an emotion of fear, which springs out of an evil habit of the soul. And when someone applies external agitation to affections of this sort, the motion coming from without gets the better of the terrible and violent internal one, and produces a peace and calm in the soul, and quiets the restless palpitation of the heart, which is a thing much to be desired, sending the children to sleep, and making the Bacchantes, although they remain awake, to dance to the pipe with the help of the gods to whom they offer acceptable sacrifices, and producing in them a sound mind, which takes the place of their frenzy. And to express what I mean in a word, there is a good deal to be said in favor of this treatment. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, but if fear has such a power, we ought to infer from these facts that every soul which from youth upward has been familiar with fears will be made more liable to fear. 448. And everyone will allow that this is the way to form a habit of cowardice and not of courage. Cleinias, no doubt. Athenian, and on the other hand, the habit of overcoming, from our youth upwards, the fears and terrors which beset us, may be said to be an exercise of courage. Cleinias, true. Athenian, and we may say that the use of exercise and motion in the earliest years of life greatly contributes to create a pot of virtue in the soul. Cleinias, quite true. Athenian, further, a cheerful temper, or the reverse, may be regarded as having much to do with high spirit on the one hand, or with cowardice on the other. Cleinias, to be sure. Athenian, then now we must endeavor to show how and to what extent we may, if we please, without difficulty implant either character in the young. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, there is a common opinion that luxury makes the disposition of youth discontented and irascible, and vehemently excited by trifles, that on the other hand excessive and savage servitude makes men mean and abject, and haters of their kind, and therefore makes them undesirable associates. Cleinias, but how must the state educate those who do not as yet understand the language of the country, and are therefore incapable of appreciating any sort of instruction? Athenian, I will tell you how. Every animal that is born is wont to utter some cry, and this is especially the case with man, and he is also affected with the inclination to weep more than any other animal. Cleinias, quite true. Athenian, do not nurses, when they want to know what an infant desires, judge by these signs? When anything is brought to the infant and he is silent, then he is supposed to be pleased, but when he weeps and cries out, then he is not pleased. For tears and cries are the inauspicious signs by which children show what they love and hate. Now the time which is thus spent is no less than 3 years, and is a very considerable portion of life to be passed ill or well. Cleinias, true. Athenian, does not the discontented and ungracious nature appear to you to be full of lamentations and sorrows more than a good man ought to be? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, well, but if during these 3 years every possible care were taken that our nursling should have as little of sorrow and fear, and in general of pain as was possible, might we not expect in early childhood to make his soul more gentle and cheerful? 449. Cleinias, to be sure. Stranger, more especially, if we could procure him a variety of pleasures. Athenian, there I can no longer agree. Cleinias, you amaze me. To bring him up in such a way would be his utter ruin, for the beginning is always the most critical part of education. Let us see whether I am right. Cleinias, proceed. Athenian, the point about which you and I differ is of great importance, and I hope that you, Megillus, will help to decide between us, for I maintain that the true life should neither seek for pleasures, nor, on the other hand, entirely avoid pains, but should embrace the middle state, 450, which I just spoke of as gentle and benign, and is a state which we by some divine presage and inspiration rightly ascribe to God. Now I say, he among men, too, who would be divine ought to pursue after this mean habit. He should not rush headlong into pleasures, for he will not be free from pains, nor should we allow anyone, young or old, male or female, to be thus given any more than ourselves, and least of all the newly born infant, for in infancy more than at any other time the character is ingrained by habit. Nay, more, if I were not afraid of appearing to be ridiculous, I would say that a woman during her year of pregnancy should of all women be most carefully tended, and kept from violent or excessive pleasures and pains, and should at that time cultivate gentleness and benevolence and kindness. Cleinias, you need not ask Megillus, stranger, which of us has most truly spoken, for I myself agree that all men ought to avoid the life of unmingled pain or pleasure, and pursue always a middle course. And having spoken well, may I add that you have been well answered. Athenian. Very good, Cleinias. And now let us all three consider a further point. Cleinias, what is it? Athenian. That all the matters which we are now describing are commonly called by the general name of unwritten customs, and what are termed the laws of our ancestors are all of similar nature. And the reflection which lately arose in our minds, 451, that we can neither call these things laws, nor yet leave them unmentioned, is justified, for they are the bonds of the whole state, and come in between the written laws which are or are hereafter to be laid down. They are just ancestral customs of great antiquity, which, if they are rightly ordered and made habitual, shield and preserve the previously existing written law. But if they depart from right and fall into disorder, then they are like the props of builders which slip away out of their place and cause a universal ruin. One part drags another down, and the fair superstructure falls because the old foundations are undermined. Reflecting upon this, Cleinias, you ought to bind together the new state in every possible way, omitting nothing, whether great or small, of what are called laws or manners or pursuits. For by these means a city is bound together, and all these things are only lasting when they depend upon one another. And therefore we must not wonder if we find that many apparently trifling customs or usages come pouring in and lengthening out our laws. Cleinias, very true. We are disposed to agree with you. Athenian. Up to the age of 3 years, whether of boy or girl, if a person strictly carries out our previous regulations and makes them a principal aim, he will do much for the advantage of the young creatures. But at 3, 4, 5, and even 6 years, the childish nature will require spots. Now is the time to get rid of self-will in him, punishing him, but not so as to disgrace him. We were saying about slaves. 452, that we ought neither to add insult to punishment so as to anger them, nor yet to leave them unpunished lest they become self-willed. And a like rule is to be observed in the case of the freeborn. Children at that age have certain natural modes of amusement which they find out for themselves when they meet. And all the children who are between the ages of 3 and 6 ought to meet at the temples of the villages, the several families of a village uniting on one spot. The nurses are to see that the children behave properly and orderly. They themselves and all their companies are to be under the control of 12 matrons, one for each company, who are annually selected to inspect them from the women previously mentioned, 453 i.e., the women who have authority over marriage, whom the guardians of the law appoint. These matrons shall be chosen by the women who have authority over marriage, one out of each tribe. All are to be of the same age, and let each of them, as soon as she is appointed, hold office and go to the temples every day, punishing all offenders, male or female, who are slaves or strangers, by the help of some of the public slaves. But if any citizen disputes the punishment, let her bring him before the wardens of the city, or if there be no dispute, let her punish him herself. After the age of 6 years, the time has arrived for the separation of the sexes. Let boys live with boys, and girls in like manner with girls. Now they must begin to learn, the boys going to teachers of horsemanship and the use of the bow, the javelin and sling, and the girls too, if they do not object, at any rate until they know how to manage these weapons, and especially how to handle heavy arms. For I may note that the practice which now prevails is almost universally misunderstood. Cleinias, in what respect? Athenian. In that the right and left hand are supposed to be by nature differently suited for our various uses of them, whereas no difference is found in the use of the feet and the lower limbs, but in the use of the hands we are, as it were, maimed by the folly of nurses and mothers, for although our several limbs are by nature balanced, we create a difference in them by bad habit. In some cases this is of no consequence, as, for example, when we hold the lyre in the left hand, and the plectrum in the right, but it is downright folly to make the same distinction in other cases. The custom of the Scythians proves our error, for they not only hold the bow from them with the left hand and draw the arrow to them with their right, but use either hand for both purposes. And there are many similar examples in charioteering and other things, from which we may learn that those who make the left side weaker than the right act contrary to nature. In the case of the plectrum, which is of horn only, and similar instruments, as I was saying, it is of no consequence but makes a great difference, and may be of very great importance to the warrior who has to use iron weapons, bows and javelins and the like. Above all, when in heavy armor, he has to fight against heavy armor. And there is a very great difference between one who has learnt and one who has not, and between one who has been trained in gymnastic exercises and one who has not been. For as he who is perfectly skilled in the pancratium or boxing or wrestling is not unable to fight from his left side, and does not limp and draggle in confusion when his opponent makes him change his position, so in heavy-armed fighting, and in all other things, if I am not mistaken, the like holds. He who has these double powers of attack and defense ought not in any case to leave them either unused or untrained, if he can help. And if a person had the nature of Gion or Briareus, he ought to be able with his 100 hands to throw 100 darts. Now, the magistrates, male and female, should see to all these things, the women superintending the nursing and amusements of the children, and the men superintending their education, that all of them, boys and girls alike, may be sound hand and foot, and may not, if they can help, spoil the gifts of nature by bad habits. Education has two branches, one of gymnastic, which is concerned with the body, and the other of music, which is designed for the improvement of the soul. 454 and gymnastic has also two branches, dancing and wrestling, and one sort of dancing imitates musical recitation, and aims at preserving dignity and freedom, the other aims at producing health, agility, and beauty in the limbs and parts of the body, giving the proper flexion and extension to each of them, a harmonious motion being diffused everywhere, and forming a suitable accompaniment to the dance. As regards wrestling, the tricks which Antaeus and Circean devised in their systems out of a vain spirit of competition, or the tricks of boxing which Epeius or Amycus invented, are useless and unsuitable for war, and do not deserve to have much said about them. But the art of wrestling erect and keeping free the neck and hands and sides, working with energy and constancy, with a composed strength for the sake of health, these are always useful, and are not to be neglected, but to be enjoined alike on masters and scholars when we reach that part of legislation, and we will desire the one to give their instructions freely, and the others to receive them thankfully. 455 Nor again must we omit suitable imitations of war in our choruses. Here in Crete you have the armed dances of the Curetes, and the Lacedaemonians have those of the Dioscuri. And our Virgin Lady, delighting in the amusement of the dance, thought it not fit to amuse herself with empty hands. She must be clothed in a complete suit of armor, and in this attire go through the dance. 456 And youths and maidens should in every respect imitate her, esteeming highly the favor of the goddess, both with a view to the necessities of war and to festive occasions. It will be right also for the boys, until such time as they go out to war, to make processions and supplications to all the gods in goodly array, armed and on horseback, in dances and marches, fast or slow, offering up prayers to the gods and to the sons of gods, and also engaging in contests and preludes of contests, if at all, with these objects. For these sorts of exercises and no others are useful both in peace and war, and are beneficial alike to states and to private houses. But other labors and sports and exercises of the body are unworthy of freemen, O Megillus and Cleinias. I have now completely described the kind of gymnastic which I said at first ought to be described. If you know of any better, will you communicate your thoughts? Cleinias, it is not easy, stranger, to put aside these principles of gymnastic and wrestling, and to enunciate better ones. Athenian, now we must say what has yet to be said about the gifts of the Muses and of Apollo. Before, we fancied that we had said all, and that gymnastic alone remained. 457, but now we see clearly what points have been omitted, and should be first proclaimed. Of these, then, let us proceed to speak. Cleinias, by all means. Athenian, let me tell you once more, although you have heard me say the same before, that caution must be always exercised, both by the speaker and by the hearer, about anything that is very singular and unusual. For my tale is one which many a man would be afraid to tell. And yet I have a confidence which makes me go on. Cleinias, what have you to say, stranger? Athenian. I say that in states generally no one has observed that the plays of childhood have a great deal to do with the permanence or want of permanence in legislation. For when plays are ordered with a view to children having the same plays, and amusing themselves after the same manner, and finding delight in the same playthings, the more solemn institutions of the state are allowed to remain undisturbed. Whereas if